In contemporary times, the university student Xunzhi inadvertently traverses into the realm of a novel. The good news is that although she is merely a false heiress cast out from a prestigious family, her grandfather's lineage appears to be quite formidable, particularly her brothers, each a veritable pillar of strength. The bad news reveals that this entire family is destined for a tragic fate, likely due to their interconnected destinies, which may ultimately lead to her demise as well. Xunzhi contemplates, am I truly bound to return to this family? The worst news is that she has, in fact, reincarnated several times after entering the narrative, each time striving to alter her dismal fate, yet all attempts have culminated in failure. In the face of such extreme contrasts, Xunzhi fully embraces a state of apathy, defiantly casting aside this wretched destiny with indifference. Chapter 1. There is no need to be measured. The author of this narrative appears to have lost their sanity. Despite the adage proclaiming that where one does not remain, another will, why do I find myself perpetually facing death? As the saying goes, if one does not erupt in tranquility, they shall metamorphose within it. Mother, please cease your entreaties. Upon the rooftop, a girl clad in a white dress exudes an air of fragility, the wind teasing her strands of hair, rendering her even more vulnerable and helpless, her voice choked with emotion. At that moment, tears cascade down her cheeks, enhancing her already fragmented beauty. But sister, perhaps you truly cannot tolerate my presence, despite my earnest efforts. Opposite her stands a resplendently adorned matron, who, upon hearing her words, frantically shakes her head and grasps the arm of another. How could that be? Ran, please come down. Xunzhi, do say a word or two. You adore your sister, do you not? Indeed, and the glaring eyes of the onlookers. Xunzhi steps forward without hesitation, nodding earnestly and giving Ran a thumbs up. I greatly admire your self-awareness. It is not merely I who cannot accommodate you, but the entire world would struggle to do so. Leap forth, those who do not jump are not citizens of Z country. Her voice, imbued with sincerity and her demeanor earnest, Ran astonishingly fails to discern even a hint of reluctance in her words. Fortunately, Xunzhi is privy to her thoughts, otherwise she would have undoubtedly affirmed her suspicion. Indeed, you cannot hear even a whisper of entreaty, because every word I utter is from the depths of my heart. Her name is Xunzhi, a university student who unexpectedly finds herself within the pages of a romantic novel she once read, titled President, Please Stop Loving My Lady is. Exhausted, she is the novel's tragic false heiress, who once endeavored to alter her fate, reincarnating multiple times, yet all her efforts have met with failure. Xunzhi has come to terms with her circumstances. If the king of hell desires her demise at the stroke of 3, the only defiance she can muster is to embrace death at 2. Thus, resisting her fate, she chooses to liberate herself. After all, if death is imminent, she ought to ensure her life is not devoid of meaning before her departure. The pitiable flower, once delicate, is none other than the protagonist Ran, while the matron is her biological mother. This morning, the mother dutifully awakened her for school, but Xunzhi, wishing to linger in bed, declined, resulting in her mother's weeping at a gala she was presented with. An atrocious gown by her mother, which she rejected, leading to more tears because of her tardiness. She was admonished by Xunzhi, prompting her to feel targeted, and once again she weeps. Such behavioral patterns are countless. Surely, this sister must have been a sensitive plant in her past life, as she reacts to the slightest provocation. The crux of the matter lies in this flawed world. Is the protagonist's halo not a tad too resplendent? The individuals surrounding her seem utterly oblivious to any discrepancies. When Xunzhi initially perused the novel, she suspected that the family members who could encircle the protagonist were perhaps a bunch of deep wells of ice, yet she resolutely continued reading. Why, you may ask? Simply put, while she typically avoids such icy characters, this particular instance compelled her to witness the conclusion. However, after persevering only halfway, she found herself drawn into the narrative. At that moment, Xunzhi experienced an epiphany. In this world, one of them must go mad. Xunzhi, have you lost your mind? Before Ran could utter a word, a boy below could no longer contain himself, his eyes brimming with indignation as he regarded Xunzhi. Even if you seek to capture my attention, you cannot treat Ran in such a manner. This is a matter of life and death. This flowery-mouthed common man is indeed the quintessential match for her role as the malicious supporting character, a childhood sweetheart and the future fiancé, Jiangqi, whom she is destined to usurp. Why, Xunzhi is a transmigrator, having recently regained her memories. Prior to her awakening, she had to maintain an appearance of deep affection for him. Given that lives are at stake, It certainly hasn't hindered your shining self-confidence, has it, Mr. Confidence? I implore you, if there are no mirrors at home, surely there is a restroom? When I attempted to find beauty within you, I was met with utter despair. You. Jiangqi's face turned an ashen hue. He had always been the center of adoration wherever he went, and this was the first time he had ever faced such ridicule. Sister, how can you speak of Jiangge like that? Lin Ranran finally interjected, unable to contain herself any longer. Truly, you've been granted too much consideration. You seem to think of yourself as a person. If you wish to leap, do so quickly. I am eagerly awaiting my inheritance from your family. What vile words were these, sister? You must be jesting, Lin Ranran replied with a strained smile. Do I appear to be joking? Yi Xuanji's voice carried a serene madness. First, I shall eliminate you, then your entire family, and ultimately inherit your estate. Yi Xuanji, what are you saying? Lady Lin could scarcely believe her ears. Madam Lin, please remain calm. If I have uttered any words that have caused you distress, do inform me, and I shall repeat them. Yi Xuanji had come with the intent to indiscriminately wreak havoc upon all. Did they believe she had enjoyed her years in the Lin household? Only the parties involved knew the true suffering endured. Lady Lin, incensed, exclaimed, You. Before she could finish, Yi Xuanji's words rang in her ears like a spell of enchantment. I know you are agitated, but do not be so hasty. Are you aware that your husband is currently indulging in an affair, and that the child is already 10 years old? The words that Lady Lin was on the brink of releasing were abruptly stifled, as if bound by a spell cast by Sun Wukong himself. Having dropped this bombshell, Yi Xuanji turned on her heel and fled. Moments later, anguished cries erupted from the villa behind her. By no means. You may take your time investigating. Farewell to you. Before departing, she could not resist shouting back at the top of the villa. Lin Ranran, that height won't kill you, I suggest, next time you attempt to jump from a greater altitude. It would be far more professional. Lin Ranran, Yi Xuanji. The emotional collapse of everyone around her brought a sense of relief to Yi Xuanji, liberating her spirit and body. Indeed, it is far more gratifying to unleash one's madness upon others than to suffer silently within oneself. One should not adhere too rigidly to normalcy. She gathered her belongings, having resolved to depart the moment her memories returned. After all, the depths of insanity do not vanish, they merely shift. Should they happen to transfer onto her, it would spell her doom. Once outside the Lin family's villa, she boarded the taxi she had summoned earlier, arriving at the entrance of the Yi family villa district, where she was predictably halted by the security guard. Why, Yi Xuanji did not protest. Instead, she glanced at the previous messages she had sent and patiently waited by the roadside. When Yi Yunhui arrived, he found his younger sister squatting by the road, resembling a forsaken little owl, her head swiveling curiously. Yi Xuanji. With several lifetimes of memories, Yi Xuanji understood that her elder brother was a man of few words but formidable presence. Before him, she displayed utmost obedience, her expression earnest and sincere. Of course, dear brother. My unwavering loyalty is as steadfast as a mountain and as deep as the sea. Even if I were to transform into a pearl, it would surely elicit a genuine acknowledgement from the likes of Jenny Marsh. Yi Yunhui, upon hearing her words, scrutinized her for several moments, lost in contemplation. This little girl, who had previously appeared to be utterly consumed by the whims of romance, had now transformed. Born a Lin, dead a Lin. What was this new development? Could it be that her infatuation had been devoured by zombies and now? Never mind, Yi Yunhui wearily rubbed his temples. He had already witnessed the diversity of species among his 4 younger brothers. Perhaps this would serve to balance the intellect within the family. Yet, certain matters required careful probing, such as her attitude towards their elders. You know, after our parents passed away, only Grandpa remains. What are your thoughts on him? What are my thoughts? I can view him from every angle imaginable. Is this a test for me? Yi Xuanji quickly realized that this was the moment to pledge her loyalty. The success or failure of her integration into this family hinged on this very instance. Her words must be precise, her tone uplifting. Rest assured, dear brother. I understand. I truly do. From this moment on, the world shall know of rulers, measuring tapes, and triangles, and most importantly, I love Grandpa very much. Yi Yunhui. There was no need for such precision. Chapter 2. I find myself lacking in their wildness. I do not succumb to superstition and wish to grant them another chance, yet, regrettably, I remain disappointed in the end. I believe my stay with the Gu family is devoid of meaning. However, at the very least, I have true kin. You are my light. In this heartfelt declaration, Qi Qian spoke with such sincerity that it stirred deep emotions. Qi Muse, not fully grasping the context, felt an unexpected discomfort upon witnessing her reddened eyes. After all, Qi Qian had spent over a decade with the Gu family, and it was only natural for her to struggle with the sudden upheaval of her identity. Perhaps he should investigate how the Gu family could treat her as less than human. Half an hour later, Qi Muse escorted Qi Qian to one of his apartments. The lofty floor-to-ceiling windows allowed abundant light to flood the space, which was impeccably clean and adorned with a distinctly Scandinavian aesthetic, creating an atmosphere of openness. You will stay here tonight. Tonight? Tomorrow, I shall take you to your grandfather's place. I have a business trip and cannot attend to you.
Curiosity piqued, Qi Qian inquired.
Uncle, what kind of person is my grandfather? You will know upon meeting him. However, it is best to behave yourself in his presence. He does not appreciate noisy or unruly individuals, Qi Muse cautioned her. In her mind, Qi Qian envisioned a stern old man, retired and unyielding, and she earnestly replied, I promise to be on my best behavior. And what about my other uncles? What do? Your second uncle runs a shop. Your third uncle plays supporting roles in films. Your fourth uncle forages for wild vegetables abroad, and your fifth uncle works in a factory assembling screws. Qi Muse stated this deliberately, eager to observe Qi Qian's reaction. Would she, as before, display disdain upon hearing of their humble circumstances? Instead, Qi Qian's eyes reflected sympathy. Is your uncle who forages for wild vegetables a colleague of Wang Baochuan?
What?
No, that cannot be mentioned. Qi Muse's expression relaxed as he took out his phone. Let us add each other on WeChat for easier communication in the future. However, I am quite busy, so please refrain from disturbing me unless it is of great importance. Only out of obligation, Qi Qian remarked as she scanned his WeChat request. Qi Muse opened the verification message, hesitating for a moment. You go by Turtle Green? And your avatar is a green turtle? Is this a name and image befitting a girl? Qi Qian was immensely pleased and replied, Uncle, do you not think this name and avatar suit me perfectly? I aspire to be like a turtle, with a hard shell that is difficult to crack, a long lifespan, and the ability to grant wishes when placed in water. Qi Muse felt a subtle twitch at his temple. What sort of person wishes to liken themselves to a turtle? He accepted her friend request, and his first message was a transfer of funds. I will regularly provide you with an allowance. If you find it insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me. Upon seeing the amount displayed, Qi Qian was overwhelmed with tears of gratitude. Uncle, from now on, if you direct me east, I shall not go west. If you ask me to raise pigs, I shall not ride cattle. A mother's love is paramount. She was in dire need of money. What a generous uncle. Her reaction was so exaggerated that Qi Muse found himself puzzled. Has the Gu family not provided you with an allowance? I receive a few hundred during the new year, but otherwise, it is virtually non-existent. Qi Muse was momentarily speechless. Gu Hua's monthly allowance far exceeded that amount. Was this the treatment Qi Qian endured within the Gu family? Her insistence on remaining in the Gu family truly seems to stem from her deep emotional attachment. As she claims, Qi Qian is genuinely moved. The Gu family is miserly, unwilling to part with even a single penny for her. The meager allowance sent by her newly recognized uncle surpasses their combined generosity. Uncle, Qi Qian declared, pressing her phone to her chest as if making a solemn vow. Rest assured, I shall repay you. I will ensure your comfort in your twilight years. Qi Muse quipped, Are you certain this is not an act of revenge? A soft meow emerged from beneath the sofa. Qi Qian caught sight of a glossy orange cat resembling a chicken leg, nearly salivating at the sight. She crouched down to pet it. Uncle, do you also keep a chicken-leg cat? She gazed at the plump feline for a few moments, adding, And do remind your friend to refrain from walking barefoot on the floor. His cat finds his feet odorous. Qi Muse was taken aback. How do you know that? That's precisely what the cat thinks, Qi Qian replied with a sense of certainty. Qi Muse chuckled, finding her remarks somewhat juvenile. Can you truly decipher the thoughts of cats? Indeed. After a brief silence, Qi Muse asked, Did you often converse with animals during your time in the Gu household? Yes. They frequently treated me to delightful watermelon. Qi Qian exclaimed, for instance, there was a time when Chairman Gu, taking advantage of Madame Gu's absence, engaged in an indiscreet encounter with the secretary delivering documents in the changing room, oblivious to the world around him, only to be witnessed by a passing stray cat. The stray cat remarked, I am far less wild than they. Qi Muse fell into a deeper silence. He had heard that it was not unusual for someone to begin conversing with animals and plants. Previously, he merely suspected that Qi Qian had been mistreated in the Gu residence. Now, he harbored doubts about the potential for psychological abuse. Qi Qian, unaware of his musings, regarded him with a peculiar expression. Uncle, I am not deceiving you, she insisted, pointing at the cat nestled in her arms. This cat claims that while you were away, a bespectacled man visited, secretly taking documents from your room, looking quite nefarious. Can cats truly speak idioms? Chi Muse inquired, bemused. This cat asserts it hails from Peking University, she replied. Such a pedigree would be astonishing within the realm of pets. Chi Muse's lips curled in a smirk, deciding against further argument. Her mental state had evidently deteriorated. However, the bespectacled man she described might be his temporary assistant, though he could not recall summoning him to retrieve any documents. Did this cat genuinely see the bespectacled man here? With that question, Chi Muse realized he was likely influenced by Qi Qian's unusual behavior, actually believing her nonsensical claims. Qi Qian nodded vigorously, cradling the chubby cat. Uncle, you must be cautious of this individual. Chi Muse's expression gradually grew grave. His temporary assistant, indeed, bore a black mole on his chin. This man had only joined the company 2 days ago. Qi Qian could not have encountered him. Regardless, out of prudence, Chi Muse called his chief assistant, instructing him to keep a close watch on the temporary assistant and to swiftly act should any suspicious behavior arise. If he were indeed a corporate spy. Chi Muse glanced at Qi Qian, who was whispering to the cat, as if engaged in a private conversation. If she had not felt neglected in the Gu household, how could she converse with animals, answering her own inquiries? The Qi family has raised Gu Hua with great care. Yet this is how the Gu family treats Qi Qian? A trace of displeasure flickered in Chi Muse's heart. Chapter 3. The Decline of Morality. The heart of a cat is no longer pure. Gurgle. Qi Qian's stomach lamented its emptiness. Did you not have dinner at the Gu residence? They were too preoccupied with celebrating their daughter's achievements to spare a thought for me. Chi Muse made his way to the kitchen. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. Qi Qian eagerly replied. Buddha jumps over the wall. Braised pork tenderloin, spicy pork intestines. Just noodles. Then any kind of noodles will do, as long as there's no cilantro. Once the noodles were ready, Chi Muse placed them before Qi Qian, just as his phone rang. Assistant he called to report. President Qi, there indeed seems to be an issue with that temporary assistant. He was caught making calls to a rival company from the emergency exit. The document was intercepted as well. Assistant he continued, fortunately, your keen insight has saved us. Had that document been sent out, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Chi Muse exhaled, intending to extract all the information he could before alerting the authorities. Understood. Qi Qian had astonishingly spoken the truth. Could it be that she heard it from the Gu family? Or perhaps it was indeed that cat. Uncle, help.
D'ici sans affront.
Qi Qian screamed. She pushed away the cat's paw, shouting no. Our species are different. Forcibly uniting will yield no good outcomes. The portly orange cat exclaimed, meow. Follow me, and you shall feast on the finest delicacies. Qi Qian retorted, what kind of family neglects to spay their cat? They are ruining the purity of young maidens like myself. In a comical chase, the girl and the cat darted about, neither able to escape the other. Chi Muse felt a twitch at his temple. The ludicrous thought he had entertained moments ago shattered. Such absurdities could not possibly occur. He approached and lifted the orange cat from Qi Qian's back. You focus on your meal. One cat was already enough chaos. Now, with Qi Qian added to the mix, it was overwhelming. Fortunately, he had a business trip the next day and would not have to deal with the child-rearing responsibilities afterwards. The orange cat cried out, why disrupt our transcendent love that defies species? Qi Qian sighed in relief. She had narrowly avoided being cornered by the little feline. The moral decay of society. The heart of a cat is no longer pure. Where is the ethics? Where is the bottom line? And where is the veterinary clinic? As she slurped her noodles, Qi Qian surveyed the apartment. The entire family was antagonistic, each member seemingly intent on thwarting the protagonist's paths. Meanwhile, she, the minor antagonist, had her fortune siphoned by the heroine Gu Hua, destined to serve as a stepping stone in the romance between her and Ling Qian. Qi Qian clenched her fists. Even if she were a stone, she would not serve as a footstool, but rather would only press down upon their coffins. Wait. Wasn't her fate to be harmed by the protagonists until her health waned, leading to an untimely demise? With a sigh, Qi Qian blankly murmured, I no longer wish to strive. 10 years of nurturing a pig farm, 100 years to lay flat. She had tended to her metaphorical pigs for a decade. Did she not deserve to enjoy life? Why should she exert herself? I quit. Qi Muse inquired. What is this commotion about? The next morning, Qi Qian, holding a thermos and wearing an expression of indifference towards worldly affairs, climbed into Qi Mu's car. "What is wrong with you?" Qi Mu noticed her unusual demeanor and casually asked. "I've suddenly seen the light." In her hands, Qi Qian cradled a lotus flower, her face reflecting an emptiness akin to the vastness of the universe. As the saying goes, my fate lies in my own hands, not dictated by heaven. Each day that I live is a day gained. Henceforth, I shall embrace a life of wellness. To extend my days is to enrich my existence. So, why the thermos? Inside it is chilled cola. Is this in line with your health aspirations? I have even added a few goji berries.
Qi Mu's lips twitched.
Was this an elastic fear of death or a mystical approach to health? Before they reached the Qi estate, Qi Mu cautioned Qi Qian. "Qi Qian, once we arrive at your grandfather's home, be sure to present yourself well in hopes of being allowed to stay." "Present myself?" "Yes, your grandfather harbors a dislike for children." Qi Qian's eyes widened in surprise. "If so, why are you taking me there? This is for your own good." Qi Mu's thought of his authoritarian father, akin to a tyrant, and held little hope for Qi Qian's acceptance. However, Qi Qian shared no deep affection for them. Her best strategy for establishing her place in the Qi household was to remain close to her father. If she could evoke even a hint of pity from him, her standing in the family would undoubtedly change. Qi Mu's expression grew stern as he worried that Qi Qian might not take this seriously. Resorting to intimidation, "If you cannot remain at your grandfather's, you might end up homeless." Qi Qian retorted, "Homeless and starving on the streets, dying prematurely. How dreadful." "Uncle, rest assured. I shall handle this. I guarantee a successful outcome." Qi Qian patted her chest in assurance. "I mean, you can truly have faith in me." Qi Mu, observing her demeanor, found it hard to be at ease. The vehicle glided onto a long, straight avenue lined with sycamore trees, leading to an expansive green lawn. Square-patterned ceramic tiles paved the way to an exquisite statue adorned with a fountain. At the end stood a grand and stately mansion, elegant yet exuding an air of nobility, guarded by uniformed sentinels who required passes for entry. Qi Qian, perplexed, inquired, "Uncle, are we to tour the castle before meeting grandfather? What is the purpose of this visit?" Qi Mu replied nonchalantly, "This is your grandfather's residence. Isn't grandfather just a retired old man? How can he possess such wealth? He resides in a luxurious castle." The term retired old man amused Qi Mu. The Qi family preferred to conduct their affairs with grandeur while maintaining a low profile in personal matters. A fortune teller once prophesied that Gu Hua's fate was unfavorable, advising the family to remain discreet. Thus, they concealed their lineage, raising her as an ordinary child. Has Gu Hua never visited here? No, as I mentioned, grandfather does not favor children, and that includes her. Qi Qian felt an immediate affinity for this grandfather she had yet to meet. As long as he wasn't fond of the protagonists, he would surely be her ally. Qi Mu led Qi Qian into the mansion, where they encountered an elder clad in a deep black suit, accompanied by others. His hair was slicked back, revealing a countenance marked by authority and coldness, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. His gaze was sharp, imbued with an unforgiving intensity. More striking was the scar running along his brow, which gave him a fierce appearance capable of frightening children. "Father, I brought Qi Qian to you on my way. I must leave for the airport shortly," Qi Mu stated as he presented Qi Qian. Qi Li's son barely acknowledged her, frowning with displeasure. "You brought her to me? When did I express a desire to meet her? Who granted you the authority to act on your own accord, even in the presence of his own son?" Qi Li's has never exhibited the so-called warmth of fatherly affection. What more could be expected for a daughter who has fled the family home for years? Enamored with a fleeting romance? Qi Qian felt that, in comparison to being disregarded, her grandfather simply did not see her at all. "Father," Qi Mu explained, "Qi Qian has endured considerable grievances while living with the Gu family, and her mental state is rather precarious. I am concerned about her living alone." Qi Lisin retorted, "Has the household staff vanished entirely? A mere housekeeper cannot replace the companionship of family. This is a debt we owe her." With a sigh, Qi Mu continued, "The misalignment of identities between Qi Qian and Gu Hua is something for which we must bear at least half the responsibility." Qi Lisin maintained his stern demeanor, but relented slightly. "Where is she?" Qi Qian could never have anticipated that her grandfather's inability to see her stemmed from her diminutive stature. She stood tall and approached, eager to make a favorable impression. However, the diligent cleaning by the estate staff rendered the floor not only visually appealing but also treacherously slippery. As she took a step forward, she lost her balance and landed abruptly on the ground, performing an unintentional split. Chapter 4. Our first meeting. Allow me to perform a split for you. With a thick skin, Qi Qian calmly announced, "Hello, grandfather, it is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to perform a split for you." Qi Lisan was taken aback. Qi Mia's face-bombed. Qi Lisan looked down at this astonishing girl, whose youthful face and bright, curious eyes showed no trace of the fear that typically accompanied children in his presence. Instead, they radiated curiosity and warmth. Qi Qian lifted her chin, convinced that her grandfather must be impressed by her boldness. "There is no need for such grand gestures. Please rise," Qi Lisan replied. Qi Qian retorted, "Your words have shattered much of my tenderness." Suppressing a laugh, Qi Muse helped her to her feet, ensuring she stood properly. Qi Qian understood all too well that this was a signal for her to leave with her money. She was indifferent about where she stayed. But having accepted her uncle's bribe, she had promised to behave well in order to secure her place. "Oh, grandfather, please don't send me away," she whimpered, forcing out a couple of tears. "I have no parents. You are all the family I have left. If you reject me, I shall truly be an orphan." As she reached the climax of her plea, she even began to sing, "Little cabbage, in the field it's yellow, at 2 or 3 years. I've lost my mother." The scene was one that evoked sorrow in listeners and brought tears to onlookers. Even the hardened heart of Qi Lisan, seasoned by years in the business world, trembled at the sound of her voice. "It is far from melodious." Qi Muse, unable to bear it, said, "Father, if you are busy, I shall enough." Qi Lisan's expression remained rigid. "Who said we do not want you?" Qi Muse was taken aback. Did his father just consent? Qi Qian quickly seized the moment. "Thank you, grandfather. You are truly wonderful. You are the kindest elder I have ever encountered. You certainly know how to flatter. I speak nothing but the truth. Upon seeing you, I felt an immediate bond. It must be our blood connection and telepathic understanding. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face."
Qi Qian beamed sweetly.
A slight twitch at the corner of Qi Lisan's mouth. He turned to Qi Muse and inquired, "Did you teach her this?" Qi Muse chuckled. "It is her innate talent. I can only tolerate her for a month. Thereafter, you shall handle the situation." "Understood. I shall take my leave." With a sigh, Qi Muse contemplated the established threshold he had anticipated. The little wallet was already yearning and empty, in dire need of substantial items to fill it. He paused, surprised that within less than a day's acquaintance, Qi Qian had developed such a fondness for him. Indeed, she cherished her uncle dearly. Once Qi Muse departed, only Qi Qian and Qi Lisan remained, exchanging wide-eyed glances. "Sir, breakfast is ready," announced Butler Nan, breaking the frozen silence. Qi Lisan glanced at his watch. "I must head to the company now. Take her to the dining room and arrange a room for her." "Understood, grandfather." Skipping breakfast is detrimental to one's health. It can lead to various ailments, such as gastritis, gallstones, and elevated cholesterol levels, Qi Qian remarked sagely.
Qi Lisan replied,
"Children should not meddle in adult affairs. Go eat your meal. But the book says that if one does not eat breakfast by 9:30, the stomach will begin to digest last night's waste, grandfather." Qi Qian gazed intently at Qi Lisan, her eyes reflecting earnestness. "It's not good to eat waste." Qi Lisan looked at her with a stony expression, his face twitching slightly. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. However, even a supremely wealthy and domineering individual did not wish to leave his granddaughter with the first impression of consuming such repugnant fare. "Lao Nan, prepare a breakfast for me." Butler Nan, taken aback and incredulous, glanced at Qi Qian before swiftly responding, "Yes, sir." Qi Qian felt a sense of satisfaction. "Grandfather, we must cherish our health to live longer." Qi Lisan's expression softened slightly, his gaze toward her less frigid than before. Qi Lisan was indeed very busy, scarcely finding time even for breakfast, as he listened to his assistant report on the day's schedule, meeting agendas, and departmental inspections. Qi Qian mused that being wealthy was not as easy as it seemed. If only her Sumi Jiezi had accompanied her. It was filled with treasures amassed over a decade of pig farming. She could have shared burdens with her grandfather and uncle. For now, however, Qi Qian placed a croissant before Qi Lisan. "Grandfather, you should eat." Noticing her small gesture, Qi Lisan replied, "You eat. This croissant is fluffy and soft, with a slightly crisp crust. It is the best I have ever tasted," Qi Qian urged him. Qi Lisan remained noncommittal, his gaze fixed on the croissant. Having dined alone for nearly 20 years, The presence of this little one made the experience feel unexpectedly pleasant. However, Qi Lisan's expression soon returned to its usual coldness. She reminded him too much of her mother, who had run away from home. And he wondered if she too might abandon this family in pursuit of a man one day. "I'm off to the company. If you need anything, consult the butler," Qi Lisan announced as he rose to leave. The croissant on the plate remained untouched. Seeing Qi Qian bow her head, Butler Nan, concerned she might be disheartened, said, "Miss, do not be sad. The sir is truly busy and lacks experience in dealing with children." In truth, Qi Qian had merely recalled a character from a book, a super-rich villain. Her grandfather indeed appeared quite wealthy. "What is my grandfather's name, butler?" she inquired. "Just call me Uncle Nan, young miss. The gentleman's name is Qi Lisan," with Qi representing a pond and Lisan meaning forest. Qi Lisan. The bun in Qi Qian's hand fell with a thud. Is that not the self-made billionaire Qi Lisan, renowned throughout the land? He is also the principal antagonist of the narrative. Time and again, he places the male and female protagonists in perilous situations, nearly leading them to their demise, ultimately succumbing to illness. His granddaughter, Qi Qian? Goodness. She met her end, and her grandfather sought vengeance for her, only to also meet his demise, prompting her uncles to confront the protagonists in a bid for retribution. Stop, stop, stop. How does this resemble the tale of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather? Qi Qian suddenly felt the weight of her own life. If she were to perish, her family would be doomed. It was imperative to prioritize her health. A few less sips of soda wouldn't lead to death. "Uncle Nan, do we have any pets at home?"
Qi Qian inquired. "Good."
Qi Qian spent the entire day in the garden playing with a dog and a bird. "Did you not inform her that she must maintain silence in this household?" "Sir, the young lady may have been too lonely. She has been conversing with the dog and the bird all day, and I found it difficult to intervene." Steward Nan sighed, as the eldest master mentioned that the young lady's mental state seemed concerning. "Qi Lisan, she has been talking to animals?" "Indeed. I overheard her mention something about failing in her ascension to immortality and raising pigs for 10 years with a heart of iron." Qi Lisan fell silent. His granddaughter could not possibly be a fool. Just then, a clear and cheerful call resonated from the distant grassland. "Grandpa." Qi Lisan looked up to see Qi Qian beaming at him, if one were to ignore the pink pig she was riding. Chapter 5. The adorable girl riding a pig. Qi Lisan frowned deeply. "Where did a pig come from in this household?" Sir, it seems to be a pet raised by the gardener." "Oh no, a large pig." "It is usually kept in the back, but the young lady discovered it." Steward Nan wiped the sweat from his brow. "So, how did she end up riding a pig?" "The young lady claimed the pig was too fat and needed some exercise, and thus it came to this." Steward Nan was momentarily at a loss as to what this new form of exercise was. Qi Qian rode over on the pig. A plump white parrot perched atop her hair, glistening with sweat and her eyes sparkling. She looked as if she had stepped out of a comic book as an adorable girl riding a pig. Which family has such a cute girl riding a pig? Ever since she learned that her grandfather was relentlessly pursuing vengeance against the protagonists, Qi Qian's affection for him soared. This is her beloved grandfather. Qi Lisan had never been so close to a child, not even to the several rascals in the household. Perhaps girls are indeed different from rascals. Qi Lisan found himself unbothered. However, Qi Lisan's expression darkened. "You just rode a pig, and now you want to hug me?" Oh. Caught red-handed. Qi Qian took 2 steps back, innocently blinking. "I haven't seen Grandpa in a long time, so I thought of you." Qi Lisan wanted to laugh, but maintained a stern expression. "Have you been causing mischief in the garden all day?"
"No."
"I made new friends today," Qi Qian exclaimed, holding up the parrot. "Grandpa, look, this is Little White." She then pointed to the bodyguard, a black dog, who had come over and was sticking out its tongue. "This is Big Black." She pointed to her new mount. "This is Xiao Xiang." All the little creatures in the manor have been meticulously arranged by Qi Qian. They scamper about the estate all day long, privy to many secrets. For instance, the composed and gentle butler Nan, who secretly harbors a treasure trove of domineering CEO novels beneath his bed, diligently washes his hands each night to peruse them before sleep. There was also an incident when a guest inadvertently drowned the money tree with boiling water, naively believing it would lead to her grandfather's financial ruin. Furthermore, someone had hired a sniper, waiting for her grandfather to approach the window to take a shot, only for him to spend the entire night reviewing documents, thus evading danger. Qi Qian spent an entire afternoon indulging in gossip, her belly round with amusement. Nevertheless, dinner remained a necessity. Qi Lisan cast a glance at the pink piglet adorned with a bow, his lips twitching. You named it, and you expect to eat it later? Qi Qian hugged Xiao Xiang, her eyes wide. Why would we eat such a cute little pig? Aren't pigs meant for consumption? We could train it first. It's too plump now and needs more exercise for its meat to become tender and delicious. Qi Lisan. Butler Nan nearly laughed aloud. The oblivious Xiao Xiang continued to nuzzle Qi Qian, entirely unaware of human malice. Since you reside here now, certain rules must be adhered to at all times.
Qi Tian blinked.
Do not make excessive noise while at home. Xiao Xiang banged against the door outside. Do not enter my private space. Goo goo. Xiaobai fluttered past Qi Lisan's head. His forehead twitched. The final rule. Maintain proper distance. Do not come too close to me. Unable to tolerate any further, Qi Lisan coldly reprimanded Butler Nan. Get them away from here. It's too noisy. Yes. Butler Nan promptly complied.
Qi Tian blinked.
Grandfather, do you dislike me? And if I do? But I really like you, grandfather. Qi Lisan's icy demeanor nearly faltered. Stop flattering me in front of you. Do you think I am Qi Muse? He had never been fond of children, particularly those who might disrupt his established routines. Qi Lisan sought to avoid complications. He placed a bank card on the table. If you follow my instructions, this 10 million in pocket money will be yours. 10 million. Qi Qian's eyes sparkled like gold coins. Yet she restrained herself from temptation.
No.
I prefer grandfather over money. None of the sons in the family dared to cross Qi Lisan, yet here was Qi Qian, unabashedly expressing her affection. Who could withstand such a thing? 20 million.
No.
Name your price. Qi Qian extended a single finger. Qi Lisan raised an eyebrow. 100 million? Very well. Then I shall give this 100 million to grandfather. So for this month you can treat me as your granddaughter, rather than just a tenant living here. Is that agreeable? Was she truly indifferent to wealth, or had she already learned to weigh benefits at such a young age, believing this would yield her greater rewards? However, she was indeed more astute than her mother, whose mind was clouded with romantic fantasies. Using my money to buy my favor, you certainly know how to conduct business. Qi Lisan smiled faintly. Qi Qian curved her lips, but it required her grandfather's permission. Qi Lisan said nothing and left the living room with his hands behind his back. Qi Qian was uncertain whether he had agreed, but she needed to hurry to find her new companions. A night passed. The morning light gently enveloped the manor. Where had she gone? Qi Lisan picked up his glasses and casually inquired. The young lady, along with the dogs, Xiao He and Xiao Xiang, were huddled together in the doghouse, having slept through the night. Qi Lisan frowned. What on earth? Downstairs, Qi Lisan stood before the luxurious doghouse of Xiao He. Qi Qian was nestled between Xiao He and Xiao Xiang, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Qi Lisan had never encountered a mischievous child before, as no child dared to misbehave in his presence. But now he was witnessing it firsthand, and it was quite the spectacle. How could anyone forsake the comfort of a grand bed in a villa to sleep in a doghouse? In a stern voice, he called, Qi Qian, get up. Startled, Qi Qian awoke to the sight of her grandfather standing at the entrance of the doghouse, his expression dark enough to frighten a child. Good morning, grandfather, she said, rubbing her eyes. You shall explain why you are sleeping here, he demanded. Qi Qian yawned. I played too late with Xiao He and the others last night and accidentally fell asleep here. Grandfather, Xiao He's home is so comfortable. You should try it. A storm seemed to brew above Qi Lisan's head. The butler, Nan, hastily reminded him in a hushed tone, Sir, do calm down. The young master mentioned that the young lady's mental state is not well, and this is a result of the long-standing oppression from the Gu family. The young lady is innocent. Suppressing his anger, Qi Lisan declared, Nevertheless, she cannot sleep in a doghouse. It is utterly inappropriate. Have these animals removed immediately. Not a single one shall remain. With that, he turned and strode away. The butler wore a pained expression, Miss. It is the first time I have seen the master so furious in all these years. That line felt eerily familiar to Qi Qian. Suddenly, a chirping sound filled the air as Xiao Bai flew over and perched atop Qi Qian's head, incessantly chattering. After listening for a moment, Qi Qian's expression turned grave. Without a second thought, she leaped up and dashed after Qi Lisan. He had just reached the car and was about to get in. Grandfather.
Wait.
Someone has defecated on your car. A huge pile. In her panic, Qi Qian spoke without thinking. Chapter 6. I think I just saw my great-grandmother. With that exclamation, Qi Qian recklessly lunged forward, the force of her impact knocking Qi Lisan back several meters, causing him to tumble to the ground.
Boom. Bang.
Flames erupted, shaking the very ground beneath them as a fireball soared nearly 2 stories high behind them. The car had exploded. Qi Lisan, his glasses lost, squinted to witness the flames bursting forth before him, along with the trembling Qi Qian, who lay against his chest. It was this child who had caused it. Suddenly, Qi Lisan noticed her trembling was unusual. Qi Qian, what is wrong? Feigning seriousness, she replied, Grandfather, it is fortunate that you were not hit by the excrement. Qi Lisan was at a loss for words. The air suddenly seemed to carry that distinct odor. Hiss.
Qi Qian inhaled sharply. Grandfather.
I think I might have twisted my paw. Qi Lisan promptly summoned a doctor while carrying Qi Qian into the house with purposeful strides. The doctor expertly realigned Qi Qian's dislocated wrist and inquired about her current sensations. Qi Qian, her voice barely a whisper, remarked that the pain felt akin to a love that had fermented in youth, ultimately fading away without resolution, deeply embedded in her bones. The doctor stifled a laugh, assuring her that it was nothing serious, just a minor injury, and that the pain would subside shortly. Qi Lisan, his expression grave, sought ways to alleviate her discomfort, noticing how pale her face had turned from the pain. It was the first time the doctor had witnessed such concern emanating from Qi Lisan towards another, prompting him to suggest that cold compresses could provide relief, and that applying medication might yield even better results. Give me the medicine, Qi Lisan instructed, rolling up his sleeves to apply the ointment and massage her wrist. The doctor's technique was rather rough, causing him to feel uneasy. Before long, Qi Qian began to see stars, exclaiming, Grandfather, please stop. I think I can see my great-grandmother. Qi Lisan's face stiffened, and he gentled his touch. Were children truly this fragile? He pondered whether she had foreseen the car's explosion, as her arrival had been suspiciously timely. Qi Qian's eyes darted mischievously. It was Xiaohe who seemed to sense something amiss and nudged me forward, which is why I said that. Uncertain of how much to believe, Qi Lisan chose to trust her, allowing her to keep the animals she had brought. The estate was vast, providing ample space for her to frolic with them. With this in mind, he gently patted her head, advising her that next time she encountered such a situation, she should flee first and not engage in such foolishness. If she had collided with him without managing to push him aside, she would have been in danger as well. Qi Qian responded with a cheerful, okay, while secretly vowing to act boldly again in the future. After all, if she could evade lightning, how could she fear mere bombs? As the weekend approached, Qi Qian did not have to attend school. Concerned about her swollen hand, Qi Lisan decided against leaving her home alone and took her to his company. He felt uneasy about her impulsive nature and preferred to keep her close. The aura of authority surrounding him was palpable. Following in Qi Lisan's wake, Qi Qian feigned seriousness, declaring, Grandfather, I feel like a rabbit riding on a tiger's back, flaunting my power. The sensation was quite delightful, although she was not a big shot. She was certainly under the protection of one. Qi Lisan chuckled, asking, How does that feel? Qi Qian gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, It's fantastic. Grandfather works hard for money. And I'll just lay back and win as a fish that doesn't have to move. Qi Lisan dismissed her remark, knowing that every member of the Qi family was exceptional and a slacker was out of the question. Upon reaching his office, he immediately became engrossed in work, entrusting Qi Qian to Secretary Zhong's care. Secretary Zhong, resourceful and adept, attended to Qi Qian's needs promptly. By lunchtime, she had compiled a list of all the best nearby restaurants, categorized for clarity, so Qi Qian could make her selection. Once she decided, Secretary Zhong swiftly placed a reservation, ensuring everything was arranged perfectly. What about my grandfather? Qi Qian inquired. The chairman is still in a meeting and likely won't finish anytime soon, Secretary Zhong replied. Then I shall wait for grandfather, Qi Qian stated. Secretary Zhong opened her mouth as if to say that even if she waited, Chairman Qi might not join her for a meal, as it was common for him to skip meals when busy. However, Qi Qian appeared diminutive, obediently seated in the office all morning, engrossed in the pig-raising channel, so docile that Secretary Zhong could not bring herself to reprimand her. Qi Lisan was about to instruct Secretary Zhong to bring over the quarterly project report when he glanced at the time. It was nearly time. It mattered not for him. But the child was still growing. When the hour arrived, it was indeed troublesome with a child. Qi Qian had already selected the restaurant, and Secretary Zhong had arranged for the car and private dining room in advance. They could proceed directly. Xunzhi Mansion stood as the pinnacle of private dining establishments in Fuguang City, with limited access. Those who frequented such a place wielded power or influence, ensuring a high degree of privacy. The general manager personally welcomed Qi Lisan and Qi Qian, escorting them to the finest private room available. Halfway through their meal, Qi Qian excused herself to the restroom and encountered Gu Hua and her entourage in the narrow corridor. Truly, it was a case of enemies crossing paths. Qian, what brings you here? Gu Hua asked sweetly, running low on funds and seeking work, are we? You dashed off yesterday after causing a scene, leaving without taking anything, correct? Qi Qian responded, oh, you mean that refuse? I've always believed that rubbish belongs in a landfill. You little wretch. How could we have wasted our efforts raising you? Had I known, I would have preferred raising a dog. Mrs. Gu spat, her teeth grinding in anger. So you have a fondness for dogs. That explains your uncanny ability to mimic their barks so perfectly. Ha ha ha. Qi Qian laughed heartily, unabashed. You dare. Chairman Gu seethed, kicking out in fury. At that moment, a waiter wheeled by with a cart, and Qi Qian swiftly dodged to the side. A loud crash ensued as Chairman Gu's kick struck the cart, resulting in a bone fracture and a pained hiss. Mrs. Gu's face paled in alarm. Darling, are you alright? You cannot sustain any injury to your back.
Qian.
You have gone too far. Gu Hua interjected, standing defiantly before her parents. My parents raised you. How can you be so heartless? If you have the courage, confront me directly. Enduring the pain, Chairman Gu felt a swell of pride. This was indeed his biological daughter, unlike that wild child, Qi Qian. Qi Qian smirked coldly at them, then, with her uninjured hand, lifted a basin of hot soup and splashed it over the Gu family trio. Gu Hua quickly sought refuge behind Mrs. Gu and Chairman Gu. The dark broth drenched them, transforming their haute couture garments into rags. Qi Qian burst into laughter. I advise you to refrain from being so arrogant in my presence in the future. Otherwise, one by one, I shall deal with you. Chapter 7. I love division. Division loves me. With that, Qi Qian turned on her heel and departed with flair, not forgetting to inform the waiter to seek her out later for compensation for damages. The corridor was a chaotic scene, with Mrs. Gu's curses growing increasingly vile, lamenting that she had not suffocated Qi Qian in her cradle. The general manager arrived with news to assist Qi Qian and took the opportunity to expel the Gu family trio. Standing outside the restaurant, the Gu family felt the stares of onlookers bearing down upon them, their faces burning with humiliation. We are esteemed guests here. How dare she be so disrespectful? Mrs. Gu fumed. Chairman Gu, discerning a hint of intrigue, remarked, once Qi Qian departed, the general manager was all too eager to assist Hua Hua. Having lingered in the Qi family for so long, does the Qi family possess some formidable backing? Gu Huan hesitated and shook her head, stating that she came from an ordinary working-class family and her several uncles were rather destitute as well. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. She found it hard to believe, and did not wish to believe that Qi Qian could lead a life better than hers after leaving the Gu family. Moments ago, as she approached Gu Huan, she had heard a mechanical voice proclaiming that the task of crushing the female antagonist to seize fortune had failed, and the host was about to face punishment. Could that possibly be Gu Huan's system voice? What a stroke of luck for the protagonist to have such favorable treatment, even capable of plundering her fortune through tasks. Qi Qian's mind suddenly opened up to possibilities. As long as she remained close to Gu Huan, she could hear the system's voice and thereby predict Gu Huan's actions in advance, allowing her to prepare accordingly. The only condition was that she had to stay within a certain proximity. Beyond that range, the voice would be inaudible. Qi Lisan observed her still slightly swollen wrist and recalled the undeterred expression she wore when she lunged at him. Just then, in her slumber, Qi Qian suddenly raised her hands high. Sea swallow, thunder and lightning. Bestow upon me the strength to roast the male and female leads to perfection. Qi Lisan, though she may be a bit foolish, she is also a sincere little fool. Upon exiting the room, Qi Lisan summoned butler Nan and instructed him to thoroughly investigate Qi Qian's experiences over the past 15 years in the Gu household and report back to him promptly. Furthermore, he requested a particular book. Certainly, sir. What book would you like? A parenting manual. After the weekend passed, Qi Qian's wrist had nearly healed, and it was time for her to return to school. She awoke in the morning with a sullen expression. Qi Lisan noted the time and urged her, hurry up and eat. You're going to be late for school. As he spoke, he adjusted his tie, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to sending a child off to school for the first time. Qi Qian, feeling dejected, asked grandfather, may I skip school today? I feel quite unwell. What's wrong? Where do you feel discomfort? Just the thought of my unfinished homework makes it hard to breathe. She weakly clutched her chest. Qi Lisan raised an eyebrow. With finals approaching, you still haven't completed your assignments? What scores do you usually achieve? Full marks. If you don't believe me, look at my past papers. Is it possible to score full marks without doing homework? That's because I possess a unique technique for acquiring points.
What?
Qi Qian set down her chopsticks, grabbing at the air as if trying to fill her head with knowledge, chanting, I love points. Points love me. Scores will flow in abundantly.
Chi lisen esse temple strobed.
Every member of the Qi family was an elite in their respective fields, yet here was one who resorted to incantations for exams. Would she truly not be expelled from school for this behavior? However, I don't always employ this tactic, she continued, pulling out a turtle shell and placing it on the table. For the last exam, I relied on this. I got all the multiple choice questions correct. She shook the turtle shell and chanted, Tell me, will it rain today? When the coins tumbled out all facing down, she declared, Grandfather, it will rain today. Remember to bring an umbrella. Qi Lisan, was her success in exams due to magic or divination? How had she achieved such perfect scores? Did the heavens show particular leniency towards fools? Seeing her still toying with the turtle shell, Qi Lisan could no longer contain himself. If you don't eat, then don't. Now go to school at once.
All right.
After breakfast, Qi Lisan escorted Qi Qian to her current school, Lingshui Middle School. This institution is renowned in Fugui City as an elite private school with exorbitant tuition fees, where most students hail from affluent families. Notably, the Gu, Ling, He, and Su families stand at the forefront. Upon arriving at the school, Qi Qian suddenly remembered that today the school had organized an outdoor excursion for all students, who were to travel together in luxury coaches. As soon as she boarded the bus, the lively chatter of her peers abruptly ceased, and they gazed at her with sympathy. Qi Qian, are you all right? I heard you were cast out by the Gu family. How cruel of them, showing no regard for past affections. One classmate remarked.
Indeed.
After spending so much time together, there should be some sentiment. Another added. Gu Huan is quite nice, but the Gu family has been excessively harsh towards you. If you have nowhere to stay now, you can come to my house. My room is spacious. They all chimed in, expressing concern for Qi Qian and offering her suggestions. Qi Qian, I saw you arrived in a man's car. Are you in such dire straits that you've resorted to selling yourself? One of her familiar acquaintances joked.
Huh?
Who would look at someone like her, all scrawny? These hurtful remarks came from those who had grown up with her, friends from the same circle. After meeting Gu Huan, they seemed to have lost their minds, turning against her with knives drawn. The malice among acquaintances is often the most piercing, as they know exactly where to strike to cause the most pain. Qi Qian would not indulge them. She retorted, You seem quite familiar with the situation. Are you currently employed by some wealthy patron, which is why you know so much about these matters? What nonsense are you spouting? He Fengji exclaimed, slamming his hand against the back of the seat. Do you want me to end you? There's a leaf stuck in your teeth, Qi Qian countered. He Fengji's face stiffened, instinctively covering his mouth. Su Jiqing shook his head, looking at Qi Qian with disappointment. Last time, you pushed Huan Huan into the water and still Haven T apologized. How can you speak so confidently? No wonder A Qian ignores you now. It's like you sprayed perfume. Yet I can still smell a strong odor of ignorance that assaults my senses. How can you be so uncouth? My civility is reserved for those who understand human language, not for ignorant beasts. Su Jiqing's face turned various shades as he was left speechless by her retort. When did Qi Qian's tongue become so venomous? Was the shock of breaking off her engagement with Ling Qian too great, or had being cast out by the Gu family driven her mad? Regardless, she deserved it. She was no match for even a single finger of Gu Huan. Qi Qian found her seat, and He Fengji immediately stood up, declaring, Anyone who associates with Qi Qian is opposing us. You should weigh your choices carefully. Chapter 8. The Dangers of the Wolf. The He and Su families are prominent aristocrats in Fugui City, wielding considerable influence not only in the class, but throughout the entire school. His declaration was clearly an attempt to lead the charge in isolating Qi Qian. However, the classmates did not fall for his ploy. Isn't it a bit harsh to bully a girl like this? Gu Huan isn't even here, so your loyalty is meaningless. He Fengji's face flushed with anger as he glared at Qi Qian. Qi Qian, you certainly have some ability. Qi Qian rolled her eyes. Not as much as you, considering you and the box barely weigh 5.5 pounds. Upon reaching their destination, He Fengji seized the opportunity and intentionally bumped into Qi Qian as she was getting out of the car. If she were to fall, she would surely break a leg and require hospitalization. However, Qi Qian sensed his intentions, nimbly sidestepping while simultaneously lifting her foot to kick him in the rear.
Oh.
Your backside is rather ample, easy to kick. With a thud, Hifengji landed face down a meter away.
You.
Hifengji exclaimed in fury, blood gushing from his nose and spilling into his mouth, rendering him both disheveled and ridiculous. Qi Qian, hands in her pockets, chuckled leisurely. Oh dear. Could it be that you were so enchanted by your benefactor last night that you are now suffering from kidney deficiency and unable to stand? Kidney tonic, you deserve it. Hifengji's face shifted from green to red, his voice cracking in a manner akin to a duck's quack. Say that again. Qi Qian placed a foot on his back. Be silent, mutt. Your noise is as irritating as a eunuch's. She stepped over Hifengji, without a second thought, utterly dismissing him.
Suzy King,
who had just exited the vehicle, hurried over to help Hifengji. Are you alright? Has Qi Qian gone mad? Previously, Qi Qian had disregarded everyone because she was a member of the Gu family. Now that she had lost her greatest support, how could she dare to treat the young master of the He family with such cruelty? Su Jiqing insisted. We must inform the teacher. She has gone too far this time.
No.
We cannot involve the teacher now. Hifengji gritted his teeth. Today, I must take her down. Or I shall take her surname. In the afternoon, during free activity time, Qi Qian was led deeper into the forest by her enthusiastic classmates, who claimed they were going on an adventure. She glanced at the sky, noticing it was about to rain. Perhaps we shouldn't go further. It feels dangerous. Dangerous? The once smiling classmate, who had linked arms with her, suddenly transformed, revealing a malicious expression. It is precisely because it is dangerous that we brought you along. Did you truly think we would tolerate you, a poor bumpkin, and continue being your classmates? You ought to take a look in the mirror and ask yourself if you are worthy. How disgusting. Just a faux heiress. I really don't understand how you had the audacity to be so arrogant and oblivious before. Now, karma has indeed caught up with you. Being around someone so impoverished only lowers our standards, so we must kindly ask you to disappear. Qi Qian remained unfazed. Oh. So your friendliness on the bus was merely a ruse to lower my guard. She had suspected these individuals had taken something wrong today, as their usual camaraderie was lacking. Now I see, you are truly foolish. But if you kneel down and beg me to spare you, I might show you mercy. How about it? Qi Qian added. You could kneel and give me 100 kowtows and I still wouldn't spare you. No sooner had she spoken than a flock of startled birds erupted from the trees. Following that, a menacing shadow emerged from the bushes, fixating its gaze upon the group of students. Everyone's faces turned pale, hair standing on end. Is that a bear? Oh no! Quickly lie down and play dead. No, run. Do not consume me. My flesh is foul. My deskmate's meat is delectable. With a roar, chaos erupted instantly, as these individuals scrambled in a frenzied panic. Hifengji, standing closest to Qi Qian, forcefully shoved her aside, exclaiming, Don't blame me, Qi Qian. Blame your wretched fate. He pushed her out and immediately turned to flee, feeling no remorse for sacrificing another's life to save his own. Individuals like Qi Qian were not deserving of survival. As the scene unfolded, the enormous black bear paid no heed to Qi Qian, charging towards them with wild abandon. How could this happen? Qi Qian thought, amused as she watched them scatter like frightened mice. How foolish they were. Had she not possessed certain hidden cards, would she have so easily ventured into the depths of the forest? The boomerang had returned to strike them instead, hadn't it? With a whistle, the underbrush stirred once more, revealing a gray-black jungle wolf. With a scar over its left eye, it tilted its head as if inquiring, Is it you who summoned me? Observing the diminutive wolf, Qi Qian mused upon the perilous state of the world that even wolves were compelled to work as child laborers. However, now that it had arrived, it must fulfill its duty. Escape was not an option. She mounted the wolf's back, her weary legs finally receiving respite, a moment of bliss enveloping her. Before long, Hifengji and Su Jiqing arrived with a group of others. Qi Qian. Hifengji seethed upon spotting her. How could that bear not have devoured you? Your life is remarkably tenacious. Qi Qian, we seek refuge from the rain in this cave. You should leave. Su Jiqing coldly regarded her. Outnumbered, Qi Qian stood alone, doubting her resolve to confront them directly. Su Jiqing's disappointment in her had reached its zenith after the incident with Hifengji. As Qi Qian sat by the fire, she laughed at their words, turning to her loyal wolf. They want me to leave. I'm terrified. What should I do? Su Jiqing and the others assumed she was losing her mind, when suddenly, a powerful black wolf rose behind her. Its fierce gaze fixed upon them as though they were mere morsels in a bowl. Su Jiqing's face strained of color.
Run.
He urged, hastily retreating from the cave, disregarding the rain pouring outside, distancing themselves further and further. There's another cave here. Someone pointed to the left. However, it was too close to Qi Qian. What if she commanded that wolf to attack us? Xunzhi interjected. She wouldn't dare. With so many eyes watching, any such act would be tantamount to murder. Our parents would never forgive her. Everyone inside. A group of drenched individuals scrambled into the cave, which was far smaller than Qi Qian's, leaving them cramped and uncomfortable. Moreover, they lacked the means to kindle a fire. Compared to Qi Qian, who luxuriated in warmth and dryness, they felt like refugees. Qi Qian has gone too far. If she hadn't driven us out, we wouldn't be in this predicament, someone grumbled. We're all classmates. Does she truly have to be so heartless? Yet, how had she managed to keep that wolf from attacking her? No one had heard of her possessing such abilities. Whatever, once we leave here, a pauper like her will be easily crushed. They directed all their grievances toward Qi Qian, their voices growing louder in their condemnation. The voice of Qi Qian pierced through the rain curtain. Am I deaf? Come on, whoever dares to misbehave, come feed my wolf. Just in time. She had yet to pay for the ride to the wolf. The working wolf howled towards the heavens. Across the cave, silence fell like a blanket. Chapter 9. If injured, send to the hospital. If dead, it's on me. After the rain ceased, the homeroom teacher arrived with a group of drenched students huddled in the cave. Their parents, having heard of the incident, came rushing in, and upon witnessing their children's miserable state, they began to blame the teacher for not keeping watch. Dad, Mom, you must blame Qi Qian for this. She insisted on venturing into the forest, and we only got into this predicament while trying to find her. We even encountered bears and wolves. Qi Qian threatened us that if we spoke of today's events, the wolf would devour us whole. Look at my injuries. They're all thanks to Qi Qian. Woe is me. My leg hurts so much. It's all Qi Qian's fault. The group of over a dozen students unanimously shifted the blame onto Qi Qian, embellishing their accusations against her. Though they had collectively ventured into danger, if the school investigated, they would all share the responsibility. However, in their numbers, they believed they could distort the truth and evade accountability. Qi Qian emerged from the cave, stretching lazily. And upon hearing their indignant remarks, she couldn't help but chuckle. Qi Qian, how dare you laugh? The homeroom teacher glared at her, visibly distressed. You led so many into the forest's danger zone. Were you bringing them to their doom? If this is serious, it's tantamount to murder. Though Qi Qian was an exemplary student whom the teacher typically favored, in this moment, her protection seemed futile. Other parents began to voice their grievances. If such a student remains at Lingshui, can you guarantee the safety of our children? Isn't she the so-called illegitimate daughter of the Gu family? The Gu family has even declared her outcast. How can she still attend the same school as my son? She must be expelled and apologize. Otherwise, we will not let this matter rest. Qi Qian stood alone against the tide of accusations, a situation that should have overwhelmingly favored her detractors. Yet, with the morning light behind her, her still youthful and unblemished face bore an expression of calm indifference, a small figure exuding an unexpected force. The parents felt a faint, intangible pressure, merely an illusion, they thought. After all, she was just a powerless girl from a poor background. I am Qi Qian's guardian. Who seeks me? A voice, powerful and imposing, descended upon them like a great mountain. A bodyguard clad in black pushed through the crowd, forcefully creating a path. Qi Lisan, dressed in a loose gray tang suit, approached, radiating an aura of authority that demanded respect, the scar on his brow adding to his fierce demeanor. Silence enveloped the crowd instantly. Qi Lisan, the wealthiest man, Qi Lisan, a legendary figure immortalized in university textbooks, a living demon feared in the business world. How could he possibly be here? Grandfather. Qi Qian's eyes widened in disbelief, not expecting her busy grandfather to appear. Upon hearing her call Qi Lisan grandfather, the previously accusatory parents displayed expressions of shock. Director Qi, this student Qi Qian is yours? Qi Qian is my granddaughter. Qi Lisan, unfazed, remarked that upon hearing about the disappearance of my grandchild during an outing, he hastily abandoned his work to come here. Little did he expect to stumble upon such a dramatic scene. The leading parent awkwardly stated, Director Qi. The children claimed that Qi Qian led them into the forest, and they were injured. A dozen individuals were led by one. Did they all lack common sense? Qi Lisan scoffed. Are you suggesting my granddaughter held a knife to each of their throats, compelling them to make such claims? The parents, their faces flushed with embarrassment, struggled to articulate their thoughts. Though they had pondered the absurdity of the situation, the instinct to protect their children overwhelmed their judgment. Dear parents, I believe it would be prudent to hear Qi Qian's account, the homeroom teacher interjected, sensing a shift in the narrative. Qi Lisan then turned to Qi Qian. Speak. Qi Qian promptly reported, Grandpa, they brought me here under the pretense of adventure, but upon arrival, they turned hostile, claiming that someone like me, of lesser means, was unworthy to be their classmate, even threatening to make me disappear. When a bear appeared, everyone fled, and Xunzhi even pushed me towards the bear. Was that not an invitation to my demise? How could I possibly stand against them alone? Her pointed accusations left Xunzhi pale, astonished that she would dare to expose him publicly. You're lying. Do you have any proof? He shouted in desperation. Of course I do, Qi Qian replied, waving her phone with a bright smile revealing 8 teeth. I didn't mention it, but while you led me into the forest yesterday, I was recording the entire time. Don't assume that being a minor exempts you from legal consequences. A juvenile detention center awaits you. Hee. Those involved felt their hearts race, tears welling up. No. This isn't my fault. Xunzhi coerced us into this. We merely followed his orders. They pleaded, he threatened that if we didn't comply, our families would sever ties with our company. Normally, I wouldn't dare to crush an ant. And Su Jiqing. He's in cahoots with Xunzhi. They cried, invoking deities for mercy. I don't want to go to juvenile detention. Just moments ago, they had united to accuse Qi Qian, but now they turned on Xunzhi and Su Jiqing, eager to distance themselves from the main culprits. They bore some guilt, yet their responsibility paled in comparison to that of the masterminds. When personal interests were at stake, there were no eternal friends. Qi Qian had adeptly exploited this mindset. Do not speak such nonsense. Our Xunzhi is not the person you describe. The He family protested, their faces flushed with indignation. The Su family added, are you only saying this because Director Qi is present? My Jiqing is the most sensible child. He could never engage in such behavior. Qi Lisan's cold gaze lingered on the He and Su families. You two families very well. The He patriarch trembled. Director Qi, the children were merely being foolish. Please, show some leniency. Qi Lisan interrupted coldly. My Qi Qian is also a child, and in fact, she is more precious than all of your children combined. With that, he instructed Qi Qian to follow him as they departed from the scene. Qi Qian gazed at her grandfather's tall and robust figure, suddenly feeling an immense sense of security in clinging to this formidable support. Such matters would not even have crossed the minds of the Gu family. Grandpa, thank you. Qi Lisan turned to glance at this naive girl, affirming, my granddaughter shall not be bullied by outsiders. Chapter 10, a slight tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong. Qi Qian felt a surge of emotion, yet she pondered that in a month's time, she would have to depart from her grandfather and set sail for distant horizons. This golden pillar of support had its time limitations. Nevertheless, she believed that with her exceptional knack for leisure, she could make the most of the limited time to luxuriate in comfort. The mere thought of flying in a helicopter, something she had never experienced before, having only practiced sword flight, left Qi Qian utterly exhilarated. Helicopters could not simply take to the skies. One had to apply for permissions in advance, and navigating the necessary procedures was no straightforward task. Her grandfather could not have anticipated her troubles and applied for the flight permit on her behalf. It must have been through his unique connections. Qi Qian, overwhelmed with gratitude, could only exclaim, Grandpa, you are amazing. Qi Lisan shook his head disapprovingly. Show me the recording you took. Actually, I was just bluffing them. I don't have any recording, Qi Qian innocently blinked. If I hadn't said that, they wouldn't have admitted it so quickly. We would have ended up in a prolonged dispute. Hence, deception and strategy is necessary. Who would think to question if I had a recording, why I wouldn't present it at the outset? Qi Lisan chuckled. You are quite clever. Hee. His assertiveness, besides providing Qi Qian with a sense of vindication, also served to establish her standing. Even after leaving the Gu family, she would not be without support. Qi Qian felt overwhelmed with emotion. Grandpa, you are so kind to me. I promise to take care of you in your old age. I wouldn't count on you for that, Qi Lisan replied, bemused. With such a little fool, how could I ever find peace if you were to wander off for even a single day? Raising a child is no different from facing tribulations. Qi Qian, do you wish to transfer schools?
Qi Lisan inquired again.
This learning environment is not conducive to your development. Qi Qian hesitated briefly before shaking her head. No. Only the weak flee when faced with challenges. I am not weak, nor have I done anything wrong. It should not be I who considers transferring. Qi Qian asserted steadfastly, adding, moreover,
Qi Lisen listened intently.
rather than adapting and growing in a new environment, I would prefer to be a thorn, shattering all the soft persimmons around me, relishing in the misery of others while delighting in my own triumph. Qi Qian suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm. No matter how tough He Fong and the others may be, they cannot withstand the might of my fists. Qi Lisen raised an eyebrow. So you are. Grandpa, I merely possess a slight inclination to bully the weak and fear the strong. Qi Lisan allowed her to indulge in her spirited attitude. At present, she cherished life immensely, which was exemplified by the 2 goji berries floating atop the ice-cold cola in her thermos. Goji berries for health, combined with cola for a joyful wellness. Perfectly reasonable. However, after drinking too much cola, Qi Qian hurried outside to the restroom and, by chance, overheard 2 birds perched by the window chattering. This building is quite tall. One can tell the owner is quite affluent. What good is wealth? Just a moment ago, a man in red came in, hiding several packs of contraband drugs inside a blue vase, and even called the police. Alas, the malevolence of humanity is such that it starkly contrasts with our innocent existence as birds, blissfully unaware of the world's treachery. Sister, shall we rendezvous this evening?
Oh. How irritating.
Such forbidden matters. The wickedness of mankind?
Goodness, could it be?
Qi Qian, in a sudden rush, scoured for the blue vase spoken of by the birds. Secretary Zhong approached in curiosity, only to be promptly conscripted by Qi Qian to assist in the search. Meanwhile, Qi Lisan was engaged in a meeting when news arrived. The police had arrived. Upon entering the conference room, the officers presented their credentials.
Mr. Qi.
We have received an anonymous tip alleging that you are harboring illicit substances within your company. We are here to conduct a routine inspection of your office and other areas. May we proceed without objection? Qi Lisan, seasoned by the trials of life, remained remarkably composed. Cooperating with the police is the duty of every citizen. Please, do as you must. The police commenced their search throughout the entire building. An hour later, they reported their findings. Mr. Qi, we have found no illicit substances. It appears the report was a deliberate prank, the captain expressed apologetically.
Qi Lisan smiled.
Your diligence is commendable. Your intentions are purely for the public good. There is no disturbance in this. Indeed, we are quite familiar with Mr. Qi's character and conduct. This report seems exceedingly peculiar, perhaps stemming from personal animosity. Qi Lisan's contributions to charitable endeavors have been lauded by city officials, earning him a reputation as a conscientious entrepreneur. Thank you for the reminder. I shall remain vigilant regarding such matters. After the police departed, the smile on Qi Lisan's face faded, and the keen gaze behind his glasses glinted with a cold intensity. Coincidence? Surely not. The informant must have meticulously planned this, awaiting the police's arrival. Why then? Had nothing been discovered? Grandfather. Qi Qian burst in, her cheeks flushed. Where have you been? You're quite sweaty. Grandfather, I found something suspicious in the blue vase outside. And fearing it might be problematic, I asked Secretary Zhong to help me dispose of it, Qi Qian quickly explained. Secretary Zhong followed in, expressing Mr. Qi. Those items are likely the source of the report. Thankfully, Miss Qi discovered them in time. Otherwise, the reputation of the Qi family's vast enterprise could have been irreparably tarnished. His gratitude towards Qi Qian was immense. She had not only saved him from potential midlife unemployment, but had also proven herself to be more than just a passive consumer of wellness programming. Qi Lisan looked down at Qi Qian. Did you burn them yourself? Did you open any of those items? Qi Qian shook her head. No, they appeared quite dreadful. I didn't open them, and simply disposed of them in the incinerator. Everything has been completely destroyed. How exasperating it was for the scheming villain behind this plot. Qi Lisan sighed with relief, as he had worried Qi Qian might, out of curiosity, have opened those vile things. She was still young. The sordid realities of adulthood should not intrude upon her world. Thanks to you, my dear, grandfather's company has been spared from calamity. Qi Lisan affectionately patted her head. You may make a wish. I shall grant it. Having resolved such a significant dilemma for the company, if she desired a helicopter, Qi Lisan would surely oblige. Qi Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Grandfather, I desire a large pond. Qi Lisan nodded, inquiring if she intended to raise something within it. Likely koi or ranchu goldfish, he mused. Such delightful creatures are favored by young girls. Then Qi Qian declared, and I want to raise an enormous turtle. Qi Lisan was momentarily taken aback. A what? Chapter 11. Entering a meditative state, retreating into emptiness. You wish to raise a turtle? Qi Lisan seemed incredulous, confirming. How could you possibly want to raise a turtle? Is this something a girl would like? Qi Qian nodded emphatically. Without a turtle, my wishing pond would lack its essence. A turtle wishing pond. Qi Lisan rubbed his temples, realizing her intentions. Very well, it's your choice. However, one condition. Regardless of how your classmates plead with you, you must not heed them. Qi Qian assumed her grandfather was merely jesting, yet to her surprise, He Fangji and Su Jiqing indeed came to apologize. However, it was evident they were motivated by desperation rather than sincere remorse. Qi Qian could not be bothered to entertain them and chose to ignore their presence. Undeterred, they sent her messages on WeChat. He Fangji wrote, Qi Qian, please tell your grandfather to cease targeting my family's business, I beg you. He continued, if we can move past this, we can remain friends. Have you forgotten how good I was to you in the past? Qi Qian found their words repugnant. Yet she could provoke even greater disgust in them. I might consider sparing you, provided you. She sent the message and swiftly blocked them. He Fangji and Su Jiqing were left bewildered by her incomplete statement. What did she mean? They hoped to confront Qi Qian at school for clarification, but she did not show up. The incident stemmed from Qi Qian using a turtle shell to calculate answers, which Qi Lisan discovered. After reprimanding her for relying on luck, he was further incensed to find that her calculations were entirely correct. Consequently, he confiscated her turtle shell and hired 3 tutors to assist her academically. While he did not expect her to achieve a perfect score on her final exams, he was concerned about the family's reputation should her results be unsatisfactory. On the first day of tutoring, Qi Qian felt dizzy and drowsy. On the second day, her eyes were vacant, her expression blank. By the third day, she had entered a state of deep meditation, retreating into a tranquil void. On the 7th day, the tutors approached Qi Lisan to express their gratitude. Mr. Qi, thanks to your child, my long-standing insomnia has been cured without medication. I shall waive the tutoring fee this time, one tutor said, gratitude evident on his face. Qi Lisan inquired, how has my child's progress been? The second tutor replied, it is truly remarkable. Miss Qi is thriving, and her vitality has invigorated us all. The third tutor added, indeed, even a long-standing cellular research issue of mine was resolved through Miss Qi's insights. I am immensely grateful. What exactly have you taught her? The smiles of the tutors faltered. Indeed, they seemed to have come to assist the child, rather than being the ones receiving assistance. What were they teaching again? Qi Lisan waved his hand, instructing butler Nan to escort them away. The last tutor hesitated for a moment, saying, Mr. Qi, I believe Miss Qi may not require additional tutoring, but rather should consult a psychologist. From my observations, she is not lacking in intelligence. Rather, her mindset is rather negative, and she appears unmotivated to think. Qi Lisan nodded appreciatively, thanking him for the reminder. Not long after the tutor departed, Qimia's call came in.
Dad.
How has Qian been lately? Is she eating regularly and feeling happy? Qimia's had only managed to find time for this call today. Qi Lisan raised an eyebrow. When did you start sounding like a worried mother? She's doing well, eating and sleeping fine, running around the estate on her pig, and just chased away 3 tutors. Qimia's detected an unusual tone. Dad, did you hire tutors for Qian? Yes, she's not taking her studies seriously, neglecting her homework. If she fails her finals, it would be utterly shameful for me. You never hired tutors for us. She is a girl. Can you compare yourselves to her? Qimia's faltered. But Mom is also a girl, and she was cast out to be independent as soon as she reached adulthood. Qimia's explained that Qian was not favored in the Gu household, but her situation improved after Ling Qian appeared and the 2 families arranged a betrothal. Yet, in this dynamic, Qian held the upper hand, with Ling Qian pursuing her. I don't think her mental state is poor. She is simply lazy, Qi Lisan stated bluntly. She even rides her pink pig instead of walking a few steps. Qimia's chuckled. She has just undergone a significant change. It is natural for her mindset to take time to adjust, which is why she needs our family's support now more than ever. Qi Lisan scoffed. Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. If you genuinely invest time with her, you might end up liking her as I do. That's impossible. Qi Lisan dismissed the notion with a firm tone. 1 month is the limit. Not a day more, you know that. After hanging up, he seemed to be concealing something. Deep down, he acknowledged that having a delightful granddaughter was indeed nice. However, the prospect of supporting her indefinitely was out of the question. Even Qianqian's mother had to become independent after reaching adulthood, without relying on the family. The principle of indulging a child is akin to harming them was one that Qi Lisin upheld to this day. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qi Lisin left the study and approached Qianqian's room. Through the ajar door, he saw her diligently at her desk. He felt a flicker of pride, thinking, the Qi family does not produce layabouts. However, upon closer inspection, his expression darkened. Qianqian was not studying, she was secretly indulging in instant noodles. Using 2 chopsticks to knit a sweater for her noodles. Qianqian, who bought you this junk food? Dispose of it immediately. If I catch you consuming this trash again, you will forfeit your meals. Qianqian wailed, Grandpa, I was wrong. Just let me have one last bite, the very last one. In her flurry of movement, she accidentally knocked over her backpack, causing its contents to spill all over the floor. Other students' backpacks contained textbooks, extracurricular readings, assignments, and reference materials. Qianqian's backpack, however, was filled with spicy strips, chips, fish snacks, fizzy drinks, beef jerky, and Xunzhi candy. Qi Lisin's temples throbbed with tension. Was she truly attending school, or merely procuring supplies? With an icy disposition, Qi Lisin confiscated the items that Qi Qian had brought, sternly forbidding her from indulging in junk food. Qi Qian felt as if her joy had taken flight like a youthful bird. On the day of the final examination, Qi Qian understood the reasons behind her predicament, yet chose not to dwell on them, her mind wholly occupied with the impending tests. Alas, no narrative twist or grim foreboding of the future could rival the dread of an examination. As Qi Qian settled into her assigned seat, her classmates instinctively distanced themselves, clustering together in small groups, leaving her surrounded by an empty circle, untouched by any companionship. The familiar pattern had once again emerged. Chapter 12. Finding someone to impersonate Qi Lisin. Whispers among her peers filled the air. She caused us to receive severe reprimands. Let's ignore her from now on. Her grandfather is Qi Lisin, yet she is still shunned. How amusing. He Fengji and Su Jiqing were truly unfortunate, confined at home for introspection. The thought of being in the same school as Qi Qian next semester ignited a sense of indignation. They plotted their retaliation. As the examination bell rang, conversation ceased, and the proctor entered the room. Qi Qian glanced over the exam paper, stifling a yawn, and began to respond to the questions. Lin Rue, what is this? The proctor confronted the boy who had thrown a crumpled piece of paper. Seizing a sudden inspiration, Lin Rue claimed, Teacher, Qi Qian asked me to pass her the answers. I felt it was wrong, and was about to report her. Qi Qian retorted, Teacher, Lin Rue ranks 3rd from the bottom in our class, while I stand at the top. Surely, I would not seek assistance from someone so academically challenged. Lin Rue quickly altered his story. I misspoke. It was you who threw me the answers. Qi Qian shrugged. Perhaps the teacher should compare the handwriting on the note to verify its authorship. Lin Rue was left speechless. The proctor, having learned of Qi Qian's lineage as Qi Lisin's granddaughter, took the matter seriously and promptly called for another teacher to review the surveillance footage. Throughout the incident, only Lin Rue acted suspiciously, while Qi Qian remained focused solely on her exam. Lin Rue, stop your examination and come forward, the proctor commanded sternly. Lin Rue's face burned with embarrassment. He had never felt so humiliated, casting a venomous glare at Qi Qian before leaving. Qi Qian leisurely raised her hand. Teacher, I would like to submit my paper early. Lin Rue nearly sputtered with frustration. Is writing quickly so commendable? Does speed guarantee a perfect score? Why not aim for 1st in the grade instead? The remainder of the examination proceeded without incident and concluded smoothly. Thus, Qi Qian's middle school journey came to an end with the ringing of the bell. The homeroom teacher organized a graduation gathering, and the students assembled immediately after school. The venue was a luxurious, members-only entertainment club in Fuguay City. Other classes also celebrated there, including the first-year classes attended by Ling Qian and Gu Hua. Having skipped a grade in elementary school, Gu Hua found herself in the same year as Ling Qian. Upon learning that Qi Qian was present, Gu Hua and Ling Qian made a special trip to find her. As Qi Qian stood to fetch some refreshments, Ling Qian, with an irritable expression, obstructed her path. Speaking with impatience, Qi Qian, I implore you not to overstep your bounds. Fengji and Jiqing have treated you with utmost kindness, and yet you have caused them to forgo their final examinations. How dare you show your face at this gathering? Qi Qian, You are suffering from a delusion. It seems your condition is quite severe. Perhaps you should consider purchasing a coffin adorned with Ultraman, as it may provide a source of amusement in your afterlife.
You.
Gu Hua grasped Ling Qian's arm. Qiange, surely Qi Qian did not intend any harm. There must be some misunderstanding. Let us clarify this matter, shall we? Right? Qi Qian? Qi Qian smiled. For the love of your mother, if you continue to prattle, I shall strike you. You cannot pilfer my fortune. That is out of the question. Gu Hua's expression shifted to one of indignation. Qi Qian, I am merely concerned for your well-being. Moreover, her voice suddenly rose. You are not even the granddaughter of Qi Li Sun. The individuals present that day were actors you hired, weren't they? After spending over a decade in the Qi household, I know better than anyone what kind of person my grandfather is. She had only encountered grandfather Qi once, and he resembled a middle-aged steward. The notion that Qi Qian could be Qi Li Sun's granddaughter was ludicrous. It was nothing short of a dream. Gu Hua felt as if fortune was on her side. This presented a splendid opportunity to completely expunge Qi Qian from her sight. The blaring music in the private room came to an abrupt halt, allowing everyone to hear Gu Hua's proclamation, and they began to turn their gazes toward her. Qi Qian actually hired actors to deceive us into believing her grandfather is Qi Li Sun? How vain can one be? I said there was something amiss. If she were truly a privileged heiress, I would gladly remove her head and use it as a ball. Miss Qi, if I were to slap you now, would the Qi group sue me? Woe is me. The Qi group would merely commend the act, exclaiming, well done. Strike down this shameless pretender claiming to be our chairman's granddaughter. Those closer to Qi Qian wasted no time in dousing her with a drink.
Qi Qian retaliated,
Seizing the assailant's arm and forcefully pressing his face onto a table strewn with wine bottles. Have I shown you any grace? Release me. Let go. The young man cried out in pain. Ling Qian's expression soured. Qi Qian, have you had your fill of this ruckus? Are you enraged because Gu Hua has exposed you? You are attempting to deceive none other than Chairman Qi. Qi Qian, if you possess the courage, call the authorities to apprehend me. What is happening? Qi Li Sun happened to pass by the private room and caught wind of his silly little one's voice, prompting him to enter. Those classmates who had previously encountered Qi Li Sun sneered, here comes the actor Qi Qian hired again. To claim this man is Qi Li Sun? What a laugh. I have seen Chairman Qi. He does not resemble this at all. Gu Hua concurred. Grandfather Qi did not look like that. And neither could Qi Li Sun possibly resemble this. The manager of the club accompanying Qi Li Sun could hardly contain himself. Open your eyes. This gentleman is indeed Chairman Qi of the Qi group. Did your parents not teach you to exercise caution in public? Ling Qian's expression shifted noticeably. Manager Kong. He truly is. They may not have had the opportunity to meet Qi Li Sun, but the manager of this establishment, Manager Kong, was well acquainted with him. Manager Kong would not collude with Qi Qian and her grandfather in a charade. The reason was simple. This opulent establishment was a subsidiary of the Qi group. Manager Kong could not possibly mistake his own employer. Grandfather, what brings you here? Qi Qian dismissed the troublesome boy, shedding her earlier bravado as she eagerly approached her grandfather. I have arrived for inspection, she declared. Upon noticing the wine stains adorning her face, Qi Li Sun furrowed his brow and inquired, who splashed this on you? Qi Qian pondered for a moment, unable to recall amidst the chaos of the crowd. Perhaps someone had taken advantage of the confusion to strike.
Qi Li Sun nodded.
Instructing Manager Kong, every individual present, without exception, note their names and add them to the blacklist. Inform their parents to come and collect them. Why should we? One of them protested indignantly. Is it permissible to behave recklessly merely because of wealth and status? Qi Li Sun lifted his gaze, stating, it is because you are on my territory that you dared to bully my granddaughter. I shall not seek retribution from you, but rather from your parents. Should you possess any courage, feel free to have them confront me. A pallor swept over the group, as if they had struck a formidable barrier. Their parents had warned them that if they ever harmed Qi Qian and jeopardized the family business, they would be cast out and left to beg. How could they not control their own actions? Chapter 13. The Chosen Pure Primal Wind. Gu Hua was in a daze, for indeed, she had witnessed this person with her own eyes, and he was not the same. In truth, this man was Qi Li Sun. He could not possibly accompany Qi Qian in deceit. Upon hearing Ling Qian's words, Gu Hua's composure began to unravel. If Qi Qian's grandfather was Qi Li Sun, then what had been the purpose of her years of effort to cultivate a relationship with the Gu family? Seeing Qi Qian and Qi Li Sun depart, Gu Hua was jolted from her reverie, immediately pursuing them. Grandfather. Qi Qian paused, and even the initially indifferent Qi Lisan came to a halt. Gu Hua approached with a face brimming with joy and excitement. Her cheeks flushed. "Grandfather, it is I, Hua Hua." "Grandfather, are you not supposed to have only one granddaughter?" Qi Qian blinked, pondering if she too was a granddaughter. Gu Hua, exasperated by her teasing, exclaimed, "Grandfather, do you not remember me? You once had my uncle give me a red envelope for the new year." Qi Qian remarked, "Oh, so the red envelopes from grandfather were not solely for me. Others received them too." Qi Lisan shot her a glance. "I do not recall giving her any envelopes. It was likely your uncle's unilateral decision." He then warned Gu Hua, "This classmate, I do not remember having a second granddaughter. Please refrain from falsely claiming kinship." "No, Mr. Qi. I merely became overly excited upon meeting my longtime idol and did not intend to offend you," Gu Hua responded, her admiration evident. Her internal system buzzed. "Yes, host.
Just like that.
Become Qi Lisan's granddaughter and oust Qi Qian from the family, and you shall inherit her remaining fortune." Upon hearing this, Qi Qian was irate. She already possessed little fortune, and now Gu Hua sought to siphon it away. Was she some sort of vacuum cleaner, capable of such consumption? Before Qi Qian could unleash her fury, Qi Lisan coldly remarked, "Those who view me as an idol are numerous. I do not know where you fit in. Just because you admire me does not entitle you to indulgence." Gu Hua's expression froze. She had not anticipated the notorious figure's words to be so cutting. Qi Qian's eyes sparkled with delight. "Grandfather, you are so cool." Qi Lisan glanced at the naive child beside him, puzzled by her amusement. So innocent. He worried that without his protection, she would be easily bullied. The child had yet to embark on her journey, and Qi Lisan was already filled with concern. Qi Lisan signaled to his bodyguard to handle the aftermath, leading Qi Qian away from the scene. Gu Hua felt her breath quicken with anxiety, helplessly watching them disappear into the distance. If they were merely affluent individuals, it might have been bearable. But Qi Lisan, he was Qi Lisan. It was too late to voice any concerns now. "Don't worry, host, you still have a chance," the system's mechanical voice echoed, as Gu Hua wallowed in her regrets. Qi Qian was basking in the radiance of her newfound fortune. She increasingly relished the joy of being a small fish basking in the glory of a great whale. The notion of lounging about was truly becoming addictive, save for Gu Hua's rather unpleasant system. Before departing, she overheard Gu Hua's system mention that the fastest way to gain popularity was through the entertainment industry. This sparked a recollection of a previously overlooked opportunity.
Consequently,
she became the control group for Gu Hua, enduring prolonged criticism. In the original narrative, Gu Hua shone brightly in a variety show during the summer of her first year in high school, skyrocketing to fame as her talent was discovered, elevating her status even further. It appeared that Gu Hua's system had been plotting this all along. On the first day of summer vacation, Qi Qian eagerly anticipated the completion of her long-desired wishing pool. At her request, the turtle had taken its place. With a loving gaze, she observed the slow, playful movements of the fire turtle in the pool before tossing in a coin. The wish itself was secondary. It was the ritual that mattered.
"Ah,
May it protect me from the male leads and allow me to live vibrantly." However, just 2 days later, Qi Qian received distressing news. Her grandfather was going on a business trip. Another trip. The last one had taken away her beloved uncle. And now it seemed fate had turned its gaze upon her again. Wiping away non-existent tears, she looked up at Qi Lisan. "Grandfather, I've never met my second uncle. And I fear we might not get along." In Qi Lisan's presence, he tossed his son aside as if merely an afterthought, while his granddaughter still warranted a modicum of care, given her fragile state. Suddenly, Qi Qian felt a pang of sympathy for the second uncle she had yet to meet. "Grandfather, what is my second uncle like?" "Your second uncle is composed and reliable. I trust him to take care of you." If it were her third uncle, Qi Lisan would rather take Qi Qian with him on his trip than send her off. A psychologist had suggested that Qi Qian needed family companionship, and with her grandfather away, only the second and third uncles remained in the Qi family in Floating Light City. Qi Qian mused, "Wherever I go, I can simply lounge about. Like a fish, as long as the bamboo rod is suitable and the sun is pleasant, what does it matter where I bask?" "All right, grandfather. When will my second uncle come to pick me up?" "He'll be busy until evening, so he will come to fetch you then." By evening, Qi Qian had packed her belongings and stood at the door, waiting for her second uncle. A silver car approached, stopping in front of her as the window rolled down. "Are you Qi Qian? The old man sent me to bring you to stay with me for a few days." The tone of voice struck Qi Qian as anything but composed. Moreover, The man in the driver's seat was clad in stark white prison attire, a bloodied rope around his neck, and unruly hair that defied all order. He resembled someone who had just been rescued from an ancient dungeon. The way he regarded Qi Qian was marked by a subtle scrutiny, tinged with a hint of disdain that he believed he had expertly concealed.
Qi Qian hesitated,
about to inquire about his attire. Isn't it quite handsome? Ah, the chosen style of pure prison chic. Clearly, you've just escaped from death row. The man exited the vehicle and assisted Qi Qian in placing her suitcase into the trunk, urging her to hasten and board. Qi Qian assumed he was pressed for time and thought little of it. As she settled into the car, she waved a bewildered farewell to Butler Nan outside. Wait, miss. He asked not. Before Butler Nan could finish, the man pressed the accelerator, propelling the car several meters away from Nan's words.
Qi Qian pondered.
It seemed like Uncle Nan wanted to say something. The man interjected. Oh, he was going to clarify that I am not your second uncle. Chapter 14. The Spider-Woman. Then who are you? I am certainly no good person, he replied, his expression shifting to one of chilling malevolence, as if accompanied by an ominous soundtrack. I intend to abduct you for dissection and subsequently sell you for a handsome price.
Hehe.
Qi Qian replied, Third uncle, is this entertaining? Qi Fengxiao paused. How do you know? Firstly, you bear a slight resemblance to my eldest uncle. Secondly, your personality diverges from the description of my second uncle as narrated by my grandfather. Moreover, I overheard the eldest uncle mention that you are merely a bit player in the acting world. Qi Qian shook her head, surprised at her third uncle's unfortunate circumstances. Being a bit player must be quite arduous, no? The renowned Shi actor had never before been looked upon with such pity. He suddenly felt a surge of theatrical longing. What if being a bit player? It is all because I do not rely on my family and instead strive through my own efforts. One day, when I achieve fame, I shall ensure you enjoy the fruits of my labor. Qi Qian remarked, Uncle, although you may lack substantial means at the moment, with your remarkable talent for grandiose dreams, you shall undoubtedly become wealthy in the future. He had no cash on him. Qi Qian pulled out 101 yuan to give him. For your dreams. Qi Fengxiao stopped at a gas station to refuel before continuing on their journey. Qi Qian asked, Where is my second uncle? He is quite busy lately and lacks the time to look after you, Qi Fengxiao replied casually. Thus, we engaged in a rather adult exchange of interests. In truth, his original words were, I have no time to help the old man raise a child. I am allergic to unruly kids. Eventually, he relinquished the responsibility of child-rearing in exchange for his favorite sports car. Qi Fengxiao had been reluctant to agree, but the second brother's offer was simply too enticing. As for raising a child, as long as they survive, it suffices. Qi Qian discerned that her third uncle was not particularly fond of her. His coming to fetch her was not out of genuine willingness. However, she was not overly concerned, as she too was not entirely willing to partake in that grand dream. She surveyed the disarray of the living quarters, feeling apprehensive about her future. Clothes were strewn about, food was carelessly placed, and hygiene was in utter disarray. Her uncle appeared to be someone utterly unaccustomed to labor, a person who would step on a fallen broom rather than pick it up. Could he truly care for her? Regardless, she was adaptable, able to find comfort anywhere. Qi Fengxiao emerged only to find Qi Qian absent, glancing into the guest room. There, she lay serenely on the bed, hands crossed over her abdomen, seemingly asleep. Qi Fengxiao scoffed, rather carefree, as he dried his hair and made his way to the living room. Shortly thereafter, his manager,
Brother Zhao, arrived.
You've been wasting precious time sleeping for over half a year, running around playing corpses to cure your insomnia. It's high time you return to work. Brother Zhao implored earnestly. There aren't any good scripts lately, and you must participate in this variety show. Qi Fengxiao chuckled. What is this survival with the little ones? Do I strike you as someone who can give birth? Don't you have any suitable children at home? As long as they're over 4, it's fine. Do I have such creatures at home? Unless the old man has an illegitimate son or daughter out there, Qi Fengxiao retorted casually, completely forgetting there was someone else in the house. Brother Zhao warned, if Chairman Qi hears you say that, he'll certainly break your legs. He continued, I'll temporarily have my nephew substitute for you. This variety show is quite promising, and missing out would be a shame. I heard that other invited guests have done the same, so it should be fine. All right, you take care of it, Qi Fengxiao agreed. Now hurry along. Don't delay me for my game. Brother Zhao left, still feeling uneasy. Qi Fengxiao shrugged off his manager's words and spent the night gaming, collapsing into sleep as dawn broke. In the live broadcast room. Hurry up. before the film emperor wakes up and has time to react. Get some good shots of his bare face and body. They must have prepped ahead. The other 3 guests were all ready when they were filmed. How boring. Come on. Dare to show us something uncensored. So wicked, I love it. The production team hadn't specified a time for filming, emphasizing an element of surprise and the authenticity of chaos. The team leader stealthily infiltrated the apartment and approached a door, slowly pushing it open. What did they see? Qi Qian had slept poorly the previous night and was stretching first thing in the morning, performing a backbend. Production team. Qi Qian, thief. She had no time to think, nor to rise. The team screamed in unison. Ah! A ghost! One of the cameramen, lagging behind, stumbled and fell, turning to see the Spider-Woman chasing after him. He let out a blood-curdling scream, flailing helplessly on the floor, unable to move more than 2 centimeters. In the live broadcast room. What just hit my face? Is that not she the film emperor, but a woman? Her running posture is terrifying. So intense. It feels like I saw a spider come to life. Help! My husband hasn't been eaten by her, has he? The commotion roused Qi Fengxiao from his slumber. He emerged, his strikingly handsome face still intact despite a night of gaming, irritated by the noise. What on earth is all this ruckus? He grumbled, only to find himself locking eyes with the Spider-Woman on the floor. However, her eyes were inverted. Qi Fengxiao's mind cleared a bit as he stared at her. Qi Qian? Is that you? Qi Qian opened her mouth, and with her current posture, it looked even more terrifying. Chapter 15. My third uncle is a great calamity. The chilling presence of Qi Fengxiao left one feeling unnerved. Are you trying to send me off to the afterlife? Hurry up and get up, she exclaimed. Uncle, lend me a hand. I ran too fast just now, and my waist is all wrenched. Qi Fengxiao, both exasperated and amused, helped her up. Why are you trying to scare me? Qi Qian, nursing her waist, felt quite aggrieved. A group of strangers suddenly burst into my room while I was just stretching. I was so startled that I instinctively chased after them. Is that why you were running in that handstand manner? Oh, I thought it would make me faster. It certainly was rapid. They nearly fled this beautiful world with rockets in tow. The director entered. Qi Fengxiao shot him a threatening glance. Just call me by my name. During filming, refer to me as such. His down-to-earth persona could not afford to falter. All right, Brother Qi, the director said, perplexed. Is this young lady your partner for the variety show? Could you introduce her to us? He called up Brother Zhao, bombarding him with questions about how to proceed. Where's your nephew? Brother Zhao replied, Ancestor. I forgot to mention, my nephew was chased by a dog for 3 streets last night and broke his leg. We're all at the hospital, so he likely won't be able to make it. You couldn't have told me earlier. What are we to do now? Don't you have a young girl in your family? I'm watching the live stream from the hospital. When did you hide a beauty away? Qi Fengxiao interjected. Hide a beauty? Are you suggesting I break the law and tread on a sewing machine? This is my niece. Brother Zhao chuckled. Well, this is perfect. You have no idea. The moment your niece appeared in the live stream, the viewer count skyrocketed. Her charisma exceeds that of my foolish nephew by far. Just let her take the phone. I'll handle it. Qi Fengxiao glanced at Qi Qian and lowered his voice. She thinks I'm just a background character. Don't ruin my image. Or you'll have to take over this variety show yourself. Brother Zhao retorted, you've played a corpse and a background character. I've tolerated you for long enough. Do you want me to expose you in front of your niece? I'll give you a raise. Fine, boss, I admit I raised my voice a bit. Qi Fengxiao handed the phone to Qi Qian, gesturing for her to take it. Qi Qian, puzzled, accepted it. Hello? He was blubbering and tearful, speaking as if Qi Qian's refusal would result in Qi Fengxiao being evicted and starving on the streets. Qi Qian thought to herself. With not even $100 for gas, my uncle could very well starve. Initially hesitant, Qi Qian pondered. 500,000. Just think of how many spicy snacks and fish candies that could buy.
Go.
Hesitating for even a second is disrespecting money. All right, I'll accompany my uncle. Qi Qian readily agreed. She could manage a summer job. She felt she had no chance of becoming popular. Brother Zhao urged, for heaven's sake. Even if you lack faith in her, have faith in your family's good genes. Just look at her face. She is naturally suited to dominate the entertainment industry. Qi Fengxiao remained unconvinced, viewing her as merely a young girl without much maturity. Second, be self-reliant. Handle your own affairs and do not expect my assistance. Third, be clever and don't embarrass me. Brother Zhao burst into laughter. And so, the arrangement for the variety show has been settled. The term is undoubtedly understood. so there is no need for elaboration. Meanwhile, Qi Qian listened intently while extracting a tortoise shell for divination. This is not good, he murmured. Zhao Ge, with a warm demeanor, inquired, what seems to be the issue? Qi Fengxiao instinctively touched his well-toned chest, a testament to years of dedication to fitness. Pondering the recent invigorating start that had drawn the highest viewership in the live stream among all guests. To inject some amusement, the organizer suggested they introduce each other's identities. Qi Fengxiao said, "This is Qi Qian, my niece." However, Qi Qian hesitated to speak and turned to ask, "Uncle, what was your name again?" "Did that old man not tell you?" Qi Fengxiao retorted, feeling a tinge of embarrassment about revealing his name before such a large audience. The organizer, sensing a potential for entertainment, urged, "Speak up. Do not be afraid."
Qi Qian replied, "Qi Sanbao."
The organizer erupted with laughter, as did the photographer. And soon the entire live stream chat was filled with amusement. The name Qi Sanbao would henceforth be associated with the esteemed Qingdi. Only Qi Fengxiao's expression darkened as he clenched his teeth, demanding, "That old man told you this too? Does he think I have no pride left? This is ancient history." Qi Qian innocently waved her hand, stating, "After hearing that name from my grandfather, I felt that regardless of what you are called, it seems inconsequential. For whatever the name, it has already been irrevocably tarnished by Qi Sanbao." Qi Fengxiao glared at the camera, ominously threatening, "This segment better be edited out." The organizer stifled a laugh, remarking that it was live and thus uneditable. The chat room erupted with comments. Indeed. We all heard it. Both our ears caught Qingdi's nickname, Qi Sanbao. My brother. A rugged and dashing man, has no shame. Ha ha. The sister is refreshingly sincere. Her revelations are indeed explosive. Doesn't anyone else think it's odd that she doesn't even know her uncle's name? She seems like a faux niece. I feel she must be an actress hired by Qingdi. He doesn't seem keen to introduce her. The fans in the live stream speculated about Qi Qian's identity, secretly hoping she would keep her distance from her brother and not encroach upon him. Chapter 16. Those unaware might assume she was driving a Ferrari. After the interview concluded, Qi Qian and Qi Fengxiao prepared to depart for the filming location. Qi Fengxiao carried 2 large suitcases, while Qi Qian appeared with nothing but a backpack. "Is that all you are bringing?" Qi Fengxiao asked, surprised, as it is customary for women to carry multiple bags. "This is sufficient," Qi Qian replied, observing his cumbersome bags. She advised, "Uncle, I suggest you take less, or you will tire yourself out. What's there to fear with a car?" 2 hours later, Qi Fengxiao's assumptions were swiftly contradicted. The program's vehicle broke down mid-journey, compelling them to carry their luggage to the destination. Beneath the blazing sun, with a long road ahead, Qi Fengxiao's silence was deafening. He turned to Qi Qian, who was nonchalantly pocketing her hands, and said, "Qi Qian, as family, could you help me with a suitcase?" Without hesitation, Qi Qian quipped, "What did you say? My ears are not picking up well. I must hang up now." With that, she retrieved a pre-prepared foldable balance bike from her backpack, unfolded it, and hopped on. The balance bike immediately burst forth with a kaleidoscope of colors. As an exuberant melody began to play, the great river flows eastward, and the stars in the sky align with the Big Dipper. The Big Dipper. With a playful twirl, Qi Qian waved at her uncle, urging him onward with spirited encouragement. "My soul is with you. You are destined to be the next hero." The deafening song gradually faded as the photographer, running on 2 legs, struggled to keep up. Here, Qi Qian found solace in having someone to converse with, alleviating the monotony of the journey. In the live stream, "What kind of selfish niece is this? Is it too much to ask for help with a suitcase? I knew she must be an actress. Her true nature has been revealed. Even bystanders think this girl lacks common sense. She doesn't even know how to behave decently. Stand up for what's right." It was Qi Qian. She sat atop an ox cart. The audience in the live stream was momentarily taken aback. Exhausted and panting, Qi Fengxiao was equally stunned. "I borrowed the ox cart from a fellow villager when I reached my destination," Qi Qian said, donning a straw hat and wielding a whip, tilting her head playfully. "Uncle,
Hop on."
who says the younger sister is selfish? Open your eyes wide." Her tone is so domineering, one might think she is driving a Ferrari. Clearly, it's a Ferrari Bull, a newly launched limited supercar under the Ferrari brand, with only one in existence globally. Qi Fengxiao loaded 2 large suitcases onto the cart, found a spot to sit, and helped the photographer aboard. The balance bike in the corner continued to flash. "Let us go, whenever you say. We all have it." Qi Fengxiao, feeling the heat, grumbled about the incessant noise of the bike. Qi Qian cracked the whip against the ox's rear, likely sending it into a frenzy, hoping it would stop once it ran out of battery. How come you're so adept at handling the cart? Qi Qian, of course, would not reveal that in the realm of cultivation, transport options ranged from the advanced to the commonplace, like the ox cart, something she had learned from television. At that moment, someone waved to them from the roadside. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a familiar face. Gu Hua, dressed in a fresh floral dress, stood alongside her partner Ling Qian. The handsome man and beautiful woman appeared quite the match. Gu Hua tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, presenting a self-satisfied smile. You must be the guests heading to Xiao Village for filming, right? Could you take us along? Before she could finish her sentence, the ox cart zipped past them, leaving only the fresh droppings the ox had just made. Gu Hua and Ling Qian turned green with dismay. What a lack of manners. Ling Qian frowned, quietly inquiring. But it seems like the person sitting behind is the renowned actor Qi Fengxiao? Gu Hua perked up. That's my third uncle. How wonderful. I haven't seen him in ages. Qi Fengxiao, the esteemed actor, was known even beyond the entertainment industry. Of course, Qi Qian, who enjoyed watching pig-raising channels, was an exception. Gu Hua had always loved playing with this uncle, as he appeared the most impressive. If she entered the entertainment industry later, having Qi Fengxiao by her side would surely enhance her popularity with half the effort. Qi Fengxiao was abruptly greeted by a mouthful of sand whipped up by the recently accelerated wind, and with a disgruntled expression, he implored Qi Qian to slow down. Qi Qian, of course, was intentionally distancing herself from the two individuals, cheerfully asserting, "Uncle, the weather is sweltering. You've just traversed such a long distance. If we don't hasten to a cooler place, I fear you may succumb to heatstroke." Qi Fengxiao paused in surprise. Was Qi Qian genuinely concerned for him? This uncle found himself unexpectedly reliant on the assistance of his niece. A hint of discomfort washed over him as he lowered his voice. You've worked hard as well. Qi Qian smiled brightly, choosing to remain silent. Upon reaching their destination, guests and photographers were already awaiting their arrival. All had journeyed on foot, and upon seeing the guests arriving comfortably on a bullock cart, there was a palpable sense of discontent among them. Yet, the moment they laid eyes on Qi Fengxiao's striking visage, their grievances dissipated. Brother Qi, greetings, they exclaimed. However, Qi Fengxiao did not reciprocate their enthusiasm. The bullock cart driven by Qi Qian swayed unsteadily, making him feel quite nauseous. Nevertheless, he merely maintained his composed fade, replying, "Hello, everyone." Among the 5 groups of guests, aside from Qi Qian and Qi Fengxiao, who appeared relatively at ease, the others were drenched in sweat, their makeup thoroughly disheveled. No matter the angle, Brother Qinyu is breathtakingly handsome. Yuan Yaya, I adore your figure. I long to lean against you and take a nap. Xunzhi is so warm-hearted, constantly wiping sweat off his son without a care for himself. Sister Gu Hua is stunning. Is that charming young man beside her brother? The genes of this beautiful family are undeniably strong. Why is Emperor Qi and Qi Qian not interacting at all? Even if they're playing relatives, shouldn't they at least pretend a bit better? The director interjected, "All right, from left to right, please introduce yourselves." Xunzhi spoke steadily. "Hello everyone, I am Xunzhi. And this is my son Xunjiashu. I hope you will all take care of him in the coming time." Xunjiashu shyly hid behind his father, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Qin huffed, remaining silent. The popular young flower, Yuan Yaya, chimed in. "Hello, I am Yuan Yaya, and this is my sister Yuan Yuer." Yuan Yuer retorted, "Why did you put me in the back for the introduction? Do you have no manners?" Yuan Yaya immediately looked embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Yuer. I didn't consider your feelings. Such a rude child. How can she accuse her sister of being impolite? My heart aches for the beautiful sister." When it was Gu Hua's group's turn, she paused deliberately while introducing Ling Qian, her smile sweet. "This is my neighborly brother, Ling Qian. My family is quite busy,
So, he specially accompanied me.
Though Ling Qian was not part of the entertainment circle, he was well known, being the young master of Starlight Entertainment Company. Having made headlines a few times, the comments erupted with excitement, declaring, "I'm shipping this. A husband should be nurtured from a young age." Finally, it was Qi Qian's turn. Qi Fengxiao, exuding an air of coolness and arrogance, simply stated, "I am Qi Fengxiao," and fell silent. He debuted at the age of 18, garnering numerous accolades, his name recognized throughout the industry, indeed possessing the capital for such pride. The camera then shifted to the girl beside him.
Qi Qian remarked.
"I am Qi Qian, the infamous one." Chapter 17. Speed and Passion. What an innovative method of self-introduction this is, especially as she stands there, expressionless. With her hands tucked away, as if oblivious to any anomaly, it utterly cracks me up. The illustrious actor Qi wears a look that seems to question, "Could you repeat that?" Ha ha ha. Gu Hua, however, finds no amusement in it. She initially thought the girl merely resembled Qi Qian, but it turns out this young lady is indeed her. In the past, when she sought his assistance, he would never oblige. Why then does he shower such care upon Qi Qian? A mere ploy for attention. The director raises a megaphone. "Dear guests, time is of the essence. You will be staying in Xiaohe village tonight, and the official recording of this survival-themed episode will commence tomorrow after ascending the mountain." Yuan Yaya gently inquires, "Where shall we be staying?" Naturally, Xiaohe village is underdeveloped, possessing only 2 brick houses. The rest are either tiled homes or thatched cottages. A sense of trepidation grips the guests. They cannot afford to falter. He is tethered to a long fuse, sprinting towards the table to swiftly assemble the scattered components. Upon successful assembly, the fuse would extinguish immediately. Failure, however, would result in a disastrous explosion. The essence of this game lies in speed and fervor. Yuan Yaya and Gu Hua turn pale. The director proclaims, "Demonstration concluded. Who will step up first?" "Director, we could hardly see anything just now." Qin Yu raises a hand in protest. "That is your predicament. We shall only demonstrate once." The malevolent intent of the production team becomes apparent at this juncture. Qi Fengxiao turns to Qi Qian and states, "Assembling firearms? I haven't engaged in such trivialities since middle school." Qi Qian retorts, "You had better be right." The first to take the plunge is Qin Yu. As soon as he secures the fuse, he darts forward. Yet, when he reaches for the components, the fuse detonates with a resounding bang behind him. Qin Yu gasps, his composure shattered. This challenge is indeed no small feat. Yuan Yaya's complexion pales as Yuan Yuer pushes her forward. "Hurry. I want to stay in the most beautiful house." Gritting her teeth, Yuan Yaya mutters, "That wretched child." Predictably, Yuan Yaya too meets failure. One by one, they all succumb. Qi Fengxiao, who had earlier dismissed it as trivial, finds himself covered in soot, while Qi Qian can hardly bear to watch. Just as the director contemplates whether to switch to a less difficult game, Qi Qian steps to the starting point. "Qi Qian, you can't do it," Gu Hua warns her. "Even Uncle Qi struggles with such speed. How could you possibly manage?" Gu Hua's expression reveals her distress, but Ling Qian offers her support. "Ignore her. Let her make a fool of herself."
Ah.
Qi Qian has secured the fuse. What does she intend to do? Does she fancy herself a savior? It's absurd. So many adults have failed, yet she puts on such airs. I wonder what gives her the right to claim that Hua Hua cannot succeed. Is it envy? What on earth just flew by?
It was Qi Qian.
Qi Qian races forward with such swiftness that she leaves a fleeting shadow in her wake. In a mere 5 seconds, she reaches the table, glancing at the components before beginning her assembly. The timer halts at 15 seconds, and the fuse is extinguished with a significant length remaining. Silence envelopes the room. What others could not accomplish, Qi Qian has achieved, and she did it in merely half the time. Others were equally curious about how she managed it. Qi Qian contemplated for a moment. Running swiftly could save half the time. Furthermore, memorizing the location of each component allowed her to assemble without pause, instinctively knowing what to grasp next. Those wishing to copy her work wondered what she meant. With hundreds of mixed parts, how could anyone possibly remember their positions? Qi Fengxiao interjected, "Director, let us choose that innermost brick house. It truly deserves to represent our status as champions." The chief director mused silently. Relying on your niece's victory should not be so arrogant. Just as Qi Qian was about to lower her weapon, something caught her eye. She tightened her grip and fired in the direction of Gu Hua. The sharp crack of the shot stunned everyone. Gu Hua paled in terror, her face as white as a ghost, trembling under the cold glare of Qi Qian's almond-shaped eyes. Ling Qian immediately shielded her, demanding sharply, "Qi Qian, have you lost your mind? Do you wish to kill Hua Hua? This is attempted murder. I could sue you." "Wait, everyone look at what's on the ground." Shen Jing pointed to a tree behind Gu Hua, revealing a venomous snake that had just fallen from the branches. They stood near the large tree for its shade. The snake had been poised for an ambush, only to be spotted by Qi Qian. Had she not fired, Gu Hua would have been rushed to the hospital for emergency care. Realizing the danger, the others hastily moved away from beneath the tree. How could there be a snake? How terrifying. The bullet from Qi Qian struck precisely at the snake's vital point, ensuring its instantaneous demise. A snake is also a life. Why not just drive it away instead of being so cruel? Yuan Yayao's eyes reddened. The others expressed their astonishment. What a bunch of self-righteous individuals. Qi Fengxiao found it amusing. With your kind heart, why not perform a blessing on it right here and build a temple to honor it? I simply have a fondness for small creatures and I couldn't bear to see it harmed, Yuan Yayao replied weakly. How did someone like you emerge from daunting lake? Qi Qian lowered her gun and, with bare hands, picked up the lifeless snake, tossing it directly at Yuan Yayao.
Ah!
Yuan Yayao shrieked, performing a frantic dance to evade the thrown snake, even jumping onto the back of the nearest cameraman. It was quite awkward. Yuan Yayao's fondness and compassion. How much could that sell for? She even stepped on the dead snake. Her evasion skills were more entertaining than my 70-year-old grandmother's square dancing. Qi Qian fired indiscriminately, like a Gatling gun, regardless of the consequences. In countless words, Sister Qian is astonishing. Gu Hua finally realized that Qi Qian had saved her. Qi Qian, who had always opposed her, how could she suddenly act with such kindness? Surely it was a ploy to garner attention, desperate for fame. In truth, Qi Qian didn't need to strategize. She was already in the spotlight. Her name dominated two trending topics, one for her extraordinary skills, and the other for the recent online discussions dubbing her as the markswoman come to life. In the entertainment industry, it is a rarity to find a newcomer who, without having debuted or a fanbase, manages to trend twice in succession. The videos featuring her have left netizens in fits of laughter, while others have been left in awe after witnessing her audacious performances. An increasing number of viewers have been drawn into her live stream, unable to tear themselves away. Unbeknownst to the guests present, upon receiving the keys to their new abode, Qi Qian and Qi Fengxiao departed immediately. The remaining guests were left to confront their embarrassing predicament, each feeling despondent. If no one succeeded, the director would undoubtedly alter the game to reduce its difficulty. However, with a younger contestant having triumphed, how could these adults admit defeat? Consequently, certain guests harbored considerable resentment towards Qi Qian. Chapter 18. Moral Coercion. The privileges afforded to the first-place winner were indeed commendable. Residing in a pristine brick house complete with a yard. If provisions were available, one could even cook outdoors. The group of Yuan Yayao, who received the thatched cottage, did not enjoy such ease. Yuan Yuer's piercing cries echoed down the street, incessantly urging Yuan Yayao to find a way to exchange their accommodations. She refused to live in a latrine. Avoiding the camera, Yuan Yayao quickly altered her expression. If you cry again, I will inform Dad. Go ahead. My dad will surely side with me. Try it if you dare. Yuan Yuer was unfazed. Frustrated and unable to manage her sister, Yuan Yayao sought out Qi Qian. Qi Qian, my sister has been frail since childhood and is accustomed to being pampered. Could you speak to your uncle about swapping houses? I would be immensely grateful. Qi Qian leisurely crunched the lollipop in her mouth, shaking her head slowly. No exchange. I do not covet your gratitude. Yuan Yayao retorted. My sister is 2 years younger than you and requires this place more than you do. If anything happens to her, you surely wouldn't want to witness that, would you? Is this moral coercion? Qi Qian replied, as an elder sister, if you cannot meet your sister's needs, perhaps you should reflect on your qualifications to be her sister. Severing ties may be a cure-all. Gu Hua, overhearing the conversation, approached Qian Qian.
How can you say such things?
Sister Yayao is merely concerned for her sister. Switching with her wouldn't be a problem. My choice to exchange or not is my prerogative. Who are you to meddle? Qi Qian shot back. Gu Hua, recalling the two unpleasant encounters earlier, felt nauseated. Yuan Yayao's face flushed with anger. Qi Qian, it's surprising that you, being the niece of Qi Ge, lack any compassion. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing your uncle? What of my niece? Qi Fengxiao, holding a bucket of water behind Yuan Yayao, with a sharp gaze, interjected, where is my niece lacking in compassion?
Speak.
Yuan Yayao's expression stiffened. No, that's not it. Qi Ge, I was merely imparting some life lessons to Qi Qian. Qi Fengxiao's face remained cold. Who do you think you are? I was just... Qi Fengxiao splashed the water from the bucket at Yuan Yayao's feet, his handsome visage marred by a prickly ire. I ask you, who do you think you are? My uncle is still alive. Who gives you the right to speak ill of my niece? Gu Hua, frightened, fell silent. Yuan Yayao, pale-faced, stepped back a few paces, slipping on the wet ground and landing unceremoniously. Apologies, As the image of the still operating camera flashed through Yuan Ye's mind, tears cascaded down her cheeks. In her sorrow, she forgot about the house-switching matter and dashed outside, weeping. Chief Fengxiao glanced at Gu Huan, who stood beside him, and asked, "Do you still have something to attend to?" He didn't even bother to call her by name. Gu Huan bit her lip, sensing that it was not the moment for nostalgia, and departed as well. The courtyard fell into a profound silence. Chief Fengxiao clicked his tongue and inquired of Qi Qian, "Why didn't you call me earlier? Did you allow her to morally manipulate you?" Qi Qian blinked innocently, replying, "She can't manipulate my morals, for I possess none." Chief Fengxiao remarked, "I almost forgot how infuriating this girl can be with her tongue." In the live broadcast room, Yaya is solely devoted to her sister. Why is Chief Fengxiao so harsh towards a girl? Qi Qian's manner of speaking lacks decorum. Gu Huan kindly advised her, but was scolded instead. Your Gu Huan was just saved by Qi Qian. Why haven't you shown her any gratitude? A zombie approached the brains of Yuan fans and Gu fans lying on the ground, opened it, and left in disappointment. The nearby dung beetle's eyes sparkled. Upstairs, leave some food for the panda, huh? The ingredients for dinner must be obtained through work for the villagers, or else one should not expect a meal. The production team had discussed with the villagers, and the tasks assigned were all quite challenging. Chief Fengxiao suggested that Qi Qian accompany him to receive the tasks, but she declined. He did not press the matter further, and allowed her to do as she pleased. Qi Qian's attempts to shirk work are too obvious. It pains me to see my brother toil, while she drags him down. Gu Huan is far more diligent than her. She has already fetched 2 buckets of water for the villagers. Let us not speak too soon. Must we not allow Sister Qian to have other plans? Lying on the cool mat of the Kong, she slept soundly. In the live broadcast room, viewers commented, "Procrastination is confirmed." Qi Qian only managed to doze for 2 hours before awakening due to hunger. She climbed up to the back mountain. The viewers had already lost hope in her. Upon waking, she rushed outside without any thought for the family still laboring in the fields. What is Qi Qian doing? They barely grasped how she had launched herself out when the scene froze again, revealing 2 gray wild rabbits in her hands. What just happened? Let me describe it. Qi Qian did this and that, and thus caught the rabbits. Your description is splendid, but do not attempt to describe it again next time. These rabbits are too foolish to run. They cannot be eaten. I suggest sending them over for me to test for poison. She washed her hands, and then reclined on a lounge chair in the courtyard. The photographer inquired, "Qi Qian, aren't you going to prepare the ingredients?" "I'm tired," she replied, placing her hands on her abdomen, her expression serene as she closed her eyes. "I am merely an idle ornament, so such arduous tasks should naturally be entrusted to my uncle. She was just a salted fish, and a salted fish ought to embody the essence of a salted fish." Redefining idleness. I now believe my brother is the true ornament, entirely reliant on his niece to succeed. I'm talking about you, the esteemed actor who labored for 2 hours only to earn 2 corn cobs. Soon, she was pleasantly surprised by the ingredients in the courtyard and eagerly went to prepare the rabbit meat. The residents of the Qi family have been compelled to live independently for quite some time. Such trivial matters cannot daunt him. "Qi Qian, where did you acquire these items?" Chief Fengxiao inquired while sought rabbit meat. "There's plenty in the back mountain," Qi Qian replied, reclining in a chair with the leisurely demeanor of a retired elder. Her youthful face creating a striking contrast. After a brief pause, Qi Fengxiao asked, "Then why didn't you tell me sooner?" "I wasted 2 hours laboring in vain." The bitterness of his own efforts, no matter how painful, Chief Fengxiao resolved to swallow alone. However, the enticing aroma of the rabbit meat lifted his spirits. Next door, Yuan Yuer was so tempted by the scent that she began to cry, clamoring for a taste. The other families were also tormented by the delicious aroma. Yet they maintained their dignity and refrained from inquiring. As Qi Qian was enjoying her meal, she noticed a small shadow at the door and walked over to ask, "What are you doing here?" Yuan Yuer was just, feeling hungry and came to smell the aroma. "Did I disturb you?" Qi Qian raised her eyebrows in surprise. The little girl before her was remarkably polite, a stark contrast to the raucous child from earlier. Chapter 19. Are we pickled fish? Qi Qian offered her an untouched rabbit leg from her bowl, saying, "Here, have some." Yuan Yuer's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really? Is this for me?" "Indeed." "Hurry and eat." Thank you, thank you." Yuan Yuer blushed as she accepted the rabbit leg, nibbling at it delicately. "Did you and your sister have another quarrel?" Qi Qian crouched at the doorway, eating while engaging in conversation with her. It sounded quite complicated. A squirrel in the tree chattered away, igniting Qi Qian's curiosity. Is that true? She exclaimed. And there is something even more outrageous?
Goodness. Qi Qian gasped.
Incredible. Yuan Yuer's father is a wolf. No wonder Yuan Yaya and Yuan Yuer had such a strained relationship. What a dramatic situation indeed. The tranquility lasted only until the following morning. The production team banged on doors, rousing all the guests, instructing them to don their personal cameras before whisking them away to the wilderness. Their eyes were covered with black cloth, which was only removed upon reaching the destination. The production team mandated that they could only retain 3 personal items. Other groups opted for knives or containers, while Xunzhi even brought out a folding tent. Has anyone informed me about what Qi Qian is doing? In the wild for 5 days, and she brought a thermos, lollipops, and a self-heating hot pot. What is she thinking? I can't believe it. Does she think this is a picnic? Will any of this be of use? Upon seeing the items Qi Qian had chosen, Qi Fengshao nudged her elbow and asked, "Can you help me decide what to bring?" Qi Qian pointed to 3 food items in a suitcase. "You're bringing all food?" "Yes, trust me," she replied confidently. Gu Hua chuckled. "Jian Qian, a few food items will suffice. What we truly need in the wild are survival tools that will allow us to venture further." Qin Yu nodded in agreement, affirming that bringing too much food would only become a burden. "If you're unsure about what to bring, I can assist." He smiled brightly, radiating positivity without a hint of gloom. Having been won over by Qi Qian's rabbit meat, Qi Fengshao retorted, "Mind your own business." Qin Yu sighed. "Brother Qi. I mean well, in circumstances like this, we cannot indulge a child who is unaware of the gravity of the situation."
Qi Qian smiled faintly.
"What are you laughing about?" Qin Yu furrowed his brow. Qi Qian replied, "I laugh at Zhou Yu's lack of strategy and Zhuge Liang's limited wisdom. I find it amusing that some, at such a tender age, carry the airs of their fathers. I offer you a gentle reminder. Do you know why Xiaoming's grandmother has lived to the age of 99? It is because she never meddles in others' affairs." Qin Yu's handsome face flushed crimson as he stormed away in indignation. Has the esteemed Qi fallen under a spell? How can he so blindly trust Qi Qian, without any tools at his disposal? You, do not concern yourself with them. Let reality teach them a lesson. It seems that once Qi is associated with Qi Qian, he becomes utterly incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. My brother protects his niece. Who are they to speak out? If they have any capability, let them go without food for these 5 days. The comment section was in disarray, embroiled in a heated dispute over the distribution of personal items. At the center of the storm, Qi Qian remained remarkably composed, hands tucked away. Even as she worked a summer job, she would ensure others starved while she thrived. Selecting her personal items, the director announced, "The Outdoor Survival Challenge officially begins. All guests must utilize their skills to survive here for over 5 days and locate a safe house to call for help. Of course, please do not forget your image. No matter the time or place, even in the face of life and death, one must remain elegant." Qi Qian understood. Even in death, one must do so beautifully. No wonder the show was titled Escape Charmer. Such absurdity. She relished it. After the production team swiftly departed, only a drone camera remained to track the live broadcast. Xunzhi proposed, "With our numbers, it is best to avoid splitting up." Qin Yu concurred, "I agree. First, we must locate a water source to establish our camp. Then seek food." Gu Hua volunteered, "I know how to find a water source quickly. Leave this to me." Ling Qian gazed at her with admiration, his eyes so gentle they could drown a person. Yuan Yaya softly chimed in, "You are all so impressive. It seems you have done your homework. My sister and I are just waiting to reap the rewards." Yuan Yuer rolled her eyes. Qi Fengshao instinctively asked Qi Qian, "Should we join them or separate?"
Qi Qian,
puzzled, replied, "You are the adult. You should decide." Indeed, Qi Fengshao nearly forgot that he was the one in charge. After more than an hour had passed without finding a water source, the group's impatience began to surface. "Gu Hua, how much farther to the water source?" Yuan Yaya's legs trembled. Gu Hua reassured, "We are close. It should be nearby." Another half-hour passed. "Gu Hua, how much longer?" Qin Yu gasped for breath. "Any moment now. It must be close." Another half-hour went by, and the group's expression soured. Gu Hua, meticulously assessing the soil's moisture, felt the weight of pressure. She had come prepared. Yet the first step had faltered. "Everyone, hold on a little longer. The soil is becoming increasingly damp, indicating that a water source must be nearby." Gu Hua blushed as she pushed aside the thicket on her right. Suddenly, Qi Qian interjected, "Let us go left. There's a river ahead. How do you know? Gu Hua smiled at her. You aren't just guessing, are you? What if everyone gets lost? He held little affection for his niece Gu Hua, only recalling how she clung to him while remaining indifferent towards the rest of the family. At that moment, he understood her strong utilitarian nature. Being family did not necessitate closeness. Gu Hua could hardly believe her third uncle would speak of her in such a manner, feeling utterly wronged. Ling Qian cast a cold glance at Qi Qian, then consoled Gu Hua, saying, You have done your best. Whether they heed your words is their concern. Let us continue. I trust your judgment. Gu Hua's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she replied, Thank you, Brother Qian. Qi Qian, growing impatient, realized that Gu Hua was merely gambling on an improbable chance. What a waste of time. She leapt a few paces to a nearby tree and called down to Qi Fengxiao, Uncle, keep up with me.
What?
Qi Fengxiao began to inquire, only to witness Qi Qian grasping a vine on the tree and swinging out far like a pendulum. She then seized another vine on the next tree and continued her forward momentum, accompanied by the sound of her exuberant calls. It was almost as if humanity had devolved into apes. Qi Qian's actions rendered everyone present speechless. Yuan Yuer in a daze asked, Uncle Qi, did Qi Qian turn into a monkey? Qi Fengxiao replied, You are mistaken. That is not Qi Qian. That is the Monkey King. Xunzhi kindly reminded him. Little Qi, aren't you going to chase after her? Qi Fengxiao suddenly snapped to attention, exclaiming, Oh no. Where did that monkey go? Chapter 20. The Monkey's Takeout. Is everyone a Tarzan? I'm dying of laughter. Brother Qi is shocked for 800 years. Is this something a human can do? Sister Qian, how much more can you surprise me? Where's the drone? I want to see Sister Qian swinging from her perspective. Qi Fengxiao sprinted ahead, finally catching up with the slowed-down Qi Qian. The Shun family, following closely behind, were astonished to discover a river nearby. The banks were flat and open, perfect for setting up camp. They found themselves grateful for not having followed Gu Hua further down the wrong path. After more than 2 hours, 3 other groups, having endured bee stings, fallen into mud pits, and narrowly avoided entering a black bear's territory, also found the river, right across from where Qi Qian and the others were. Exhausted, they gazed towards the opposite bank, where tents had already been pitched, and the delightful aroma of self-heating hot pot wafted over to them. Yuan Yuer's eyes reddened with frustration. I told you to find Qi Qian, but you wouldn't listen. What a waste of time. Indeed, Yuer, Gu Hua reassured. Taking a few detours now will save us from greater troubles later. Yuan Yuer felt like crying. Who enjoys taking the long way? Ling Qian glanced across the river, noting that the meager supplies Qi Qian had brought would not last long, and they lacked sufficient tools to even set simple traps for hunting. Regrets would come soon enough. He truly could not fathom how Brother Qi could indulge a child so. Qin Yu shook his head. Gu Hua smiled gently. Let us hurry and set up our tent to eat. With Qi Qian's temperament, she will surely be scolded in this variety show. No intervention would be necessary. Listening to Qian Mei for merely 10 minutes would have led them to the river, yet they insisted on expending several times that amount of time, leaving one perplexed as to what there was to take pride in. Perhaps Qi Qian was merely fortunate. After all, high-altitude operations naturally allowed her to locate the site more swiftly than they did. It was rather amusing to reinterpret high-altitude work. Despite the well-meaning advice from Qin Yu and Gu Hua, unfortunately, the esteemed actor Qi did not heed their counsel. Come what may, they ought not to seek their assistance later. On the opposite bank, after savoring a fragrant self-heating hot pot, Qi Fengxiao followed Qi Qian's instructions and gathered a substantial number of palm leaves for her. What do you need these for? As a bed? Are you planning to sleep on the ground tonight? Qi Qian had already secured a base between 2 trees with ropes. All that remained was to lay the palm leaves atop it, creating a sleeping surface elevated over a meter from the ground, effectively safeguarding against snakes and insects. Turning around, Qi Qian extended her hand. Uncle, lift me up. Qi Fengxiao, with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, teased. What? Can't you manage such a small height? Little shorty. Everyone else is over a meter tall. If you have the capability, grow to 2 meters before mocking me, she retorted. With a touch of humor, Qi Fengxiao lifted her by her armpits and placed her onto the hammock. Surprisingly, there was an undeniable charm in her diminutive stature. After testing the hammock's sturdiness and confirming its capacity for rest, Qi Qian reclined upon it. Aren't you coming down? Qi Fengxiao inquired. I'm feeling drowsy. I usually take a nap around this time, she replied, closing her eyes in serene tranquility. Remarkably, she fell asleep within mere minutes. Qi Fengxiao was astounded by her ability to drift off so quickly in such an environment. He decided to experience the hammock she had crafted for him. Before ascending, he worried whether it would hold his weight. To his relief, it steadfastly supported him. He marveled at how Qi Qian had managed to achieve such a feat below. Shun Jiaxu watched with envy. Dad, can you make a bed like that? Shen Jing fell silent for a moment. I'm sorry, son, but we have a tent. Yet at this moment, the tent seemed less appealing. Qi Fengxiao and Shen Jing departed to survey the terrain, leaving Shin Jiaxu behind to keep an eye on the slumbering Qi Qian, lest she be whisked away by a wild beast in her dreams. On the other shore, Gu Hua chuckled at the sight of Qi Qian doing nothing but sleeping soundly. Who can endure such a delicate person? An hour later, Qi Qian awoke with a stretch, her stomach growling with hunger. It was time for afternoon tea. She lay there, whistling, her hands crossed behind her head. Before long, a shadow appeared in the trees. A monkey dangled from a branch with one hand, cradling a bunch of bananas and chattering away. Is this the delightful monkey delivery you mentioned? Qi Qian said, unabashedly extending her hands. Thank you. 5-star review. The monkey tossed the bananas into her embrace before swinging away from the branch. Why did that monkey deliver bananas to Qi Qian? Was it really a delivery, or was it merely a case of the monkey accidentally dropping them? Monkeys are notoriously protective of their food. Last time I went to the mountains, a troop of monkeys snatched my chicken leg and ran off, leaving behind not even a plastic bag. I was even assaulted by monkeys on my way down the mountain. The milk I had tucked away in my back pocket was pierced by a monkey, which proceeded to lick its way along. I nearly lost my dignity. Crouched beneath the tree, Shin Jiaxu was utterly astonished. Why on earth would a monkey give you a banana? Qi Qian replied, I'm not particularly fond of bananas. If only it were a peach instead. Despite the bananas being quite delightful, Shin Jiaxu was still baffled. But why would a monkey give you a banana? His worldview seemed to be crumbling. Qi Qian nonchalantly divided 2 bananas and said with utmost seriousness, in truth, I have another identity. I am Princess Angelina Dreamy Midacrosasha of the forest, wrongfully cast away to this place. If you treat me to KFC for 50 yuan right now, I will immediately divulge my revenge plan. 10-year-old Shin Jiaxu was taken aback. Just 50 yuan to hear it? Your Highness, may I perhaps owe you the amount? Ha ha ha. Qi Qian, how can you deceive him like that? Doesn't to your conscience ache? Who would actually believe her nonsense? Brother Jiaxu, I'll give you 100 if you teach me how to swing on branches right away. How infuriating. Another KFC scam. Is there no one to intervene? Then they noticed an entire cluster of bananas beneath the tree. Where did these come from? The monkey brought them. Shin Jiaxu replied gravely. They were given to Princess Qi Qian. Qi Qian calmly munched on her bananas, showing no signs of embarrassment at being called a princess.
Qi Fengxiao chuckled.
Why don't you just say you ordered takeout? And why do you call her Princess Qi Qian? Shin Jiaxu repeated Qi Qian's earlier words, adding that he had surrendered a sausage to hear her revenge plan. The 2 adults struggled to contain their laughter. You've been fooled, child. She s merely after your sausage. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from across the river. A distant bear growl resonated through the woods, making the trees tremble. Gu Hua and her group had unknowingly provoked a black bear, which they could not shake off, and had even led it back to their camp. They barely had time to dismantle their tents, hastily grabbing their backpacks and fleeing across the river. The water wasn't deep. Even children could wade through it. After a challenging ascent to the bank, the group sat down in disarray, utterly disregarding their appearance. The black bear reached the edge of the river, seemingly intent on crossing. Qi Fengxiao's expression darkened, his brow furrowing fiercely. It's one thing for you to provoke the bear, but dragging us into this is unacceptable. Brother Qi, we can't just wait here to die. Qin Yu gasped. That bear surely won't come. We have more people. Before he could finish, the bear was already upon them. Yuan Yayao felt her legs turn to jelly and, in a moment of instinct, pushed Yuan Yuer, who was beside her, out of the way. Chapter 21. Hang him up to dry.
Ah!
Yuan Yuer screamed. Just then, a fierce gust of wind swept through. Qi Qian, having inexplicably dashed to the front, stood protectively in front of the fallen Yuan Yuer, grasping the furry paw of the bear. As the bear's paw was poised to descend, Qi Fengxiao's face paled, and without a second thought, he sprinted forward.
Ah! Qi Qian.
What are you trying to prove? Are you going to serve yourself up? Amidst the screams, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The black bear lifted Qi Qian effortlessly, cradling her as one might a delicate infant, before placing her upon its back and preparing to depart. No, put me down. Qi Qian protested, grasping the bear's ears. I am not your cub. You have mistaken me for another. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. That is a living bear, not the teddy bear beloved by girls. How dare she tug at its ears? Surprisingly, the bear showed no sign of anger. Its dark eyes regarded Qi Qian with curiosity as it leaned closer to sniff her. Indeed, it did not recognize her as one of its own. Chief Fengxiao felt a surge of anxiety and cautiously approached the bear, intending to seize Qi Qian while it was distracted. However, before he could act, the bear gently set her down.
Wow, he thought.
It seems that the bear considers her its own cub. The way it cuddles her reminds me of my mother. The black bear is one of the fiercest creatures of the wild. How can it behave like a living teddy bear in front of Qi Qian? Chief Fengxiao strode forward and grasped Qi Qian's shoulders, asking, Are you hurt? Did it bite you? Third uncle, are you worried about me? Qi Qian smiled, her eyes twinkling. It was unexpected, given his earlier disdain for her presence, to see him so concerned. Chief Fengxiao maintained a serious demeanor. I fear for your safety. I would have difficulty explaining to the old man if you were harmed. Speaking of which, the old man was still unaware of his decision to take Qi Qian on a variety show. A soft, sorrowful wail interrupted their moment. Yuan Yayao was crying uncontrollably, reaching out to embrace Yuan Yuer, who pushed her away with force. Yuer, I didn't mean to. I just slipped. Despite Yuan Yuer being the one nearly in peril, Yuan Yayao's cries were louder. Stop pretending. You are not my sister. Yuan Yuer's nose reddened as she sought refuge behind Qi Qian. Yuan Yayao's sobs intensified. The others remained silent, with only Gu Hua stepping forward to comfort her. Our Yayao did not mean any harm. She merely slipped. How could someone who cherishes her sister intentionally cause her pain? Please do not cast her in such a negative light. Yuan Yuer is the one being unreasonable. Since filming began, she has continually tormented Yayao, throwing tantrums like a princess. Yayao is unfortunate to have such a sister. Yuan fans, don't you miss home while you're in the mortal realm? Perhaps due to Qi Qian's earlier intervention, Yuan Yuer had become quite attached to her, following her wherever she went. Meanwhile, Yuan Yayao, anxious that the earlier incident would tarnish her reputation, sat nervously apart, neglecting her tea ceremony. What are you doing? You cannot waste food like this. Came a sudden rebuke from Xunzhi. Qin and had ripped all the bananas from the monkey's offering to Qi Qian, consuming them himself while carelessly dropping the remnants everywhere. If the remaining bananas were not consumed promptly, they would spoil. Qi Qian felt a pang of heartbreak. Those were her post-meal fruits. She hurried over to collect them, only for Qin and to deliberately make a face at her. In a swift motion, Qi Qian seized the back of Qin and's collar and, with a few quick strides, brought him up to the tallest tree, threading his jacket through the branches. There it hung, fluttering in the wind. Qin en, in a state of panic, dropped the banana from his mouth, his hands immobilized, while his feet flailed helplessly. His round face as pale as a ghost. Help! Brother! Hurry, and save me. I have a fear of heights. Qin Yu rushed over, visibly displeased.
Qi Qian.
Why are you competing with a child? Quickly put my brother down. It's our first time being human. Why should I yield to him?
Qi Qian replied.
You may release him, but first, you must compensate me for the banana he wasted. Those who waste food deserve to be hung up to dry. Qin Yu glanced at the mess on the ground, recognizing their lack of justification, and could only acquiesce. I don't have a banana. Can I offer something else instead? That depends on your sincerity. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, producing the only item in his backpack, a self-heating hot pot. I only have this. Will it suffice?
Qi Qian smirked.
A single hot pot for an entire bunch of bananas? Are you a master calculator?
What do you want then?
1 hot pot, plus a knife, and 2 containers. You're asking for too much. Do you have no sense of morality? Qi Qian replied nonchalantly. What is morality? I only possess a lack of it. Qin Yu's face turned ashen, but with the hostage in Qi Qian's grasp, he could only endure the pain of surrendering his belongings. As she accepted the items, she remarked, Teacher Qin, you are indeed correct. Bringing an excess of food is of little use aside from filling one's stomach, but tools are different. They will surely become someone else's possession sooner or later. Qin Yu nearly choked on his frustration. How could someone be so shameless? All the effort he exerted to carry those items had been for Qi Qian's benefit. He even suspected she had been waiting for a chance to seize their belongings, only now finding an excuse. Taking a deep breath to manage his expression, he smiled. Qian, I've given you the items. Can you now release Qinin? I apologize on his behalf for his misdeeds. I hope you won't take offense. I bear no offense. Qi Qian leaned against the tree. You're free to act as you wish.
What?
Why not climb up and bring him down yourself?
I'm not stopping you.
Qin Yu maintained his composure, thinking, stay calm, stay calm. His fans will surely help him reprimand her. Haha, this is the correct way to deal with unruly children. I've often wished to hang my brother from the ceiling fan but hesitated. He is so infuriating. What the? There's movement in the bushes behind Qian. Qin Yu climbed the tree, handing Qin and to Xunzhi, who was waiting below, before slowly descending. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the bushes. A massive bear's head peeked through, the same black bear from earlier. The other guests quickly retreated, leaving only Yuan Yuer to pull Qi Qian away to run. Qi Qian remained motionless, staring at the black bear. The bear approached, presenting a honey-dripping beehive alongside 2 freshly caught salmon, placing them before Qi Qian. Chapter 22. Your skin is thicker than that of a cow. These fish are quite delectable, rich in fats and proteins, capable of rapidly replenishing energy. The black bear relished this type of fish, but typically only consumed the roe from female salmon. It gazed at Qi Qian, seemingly conveying, take it. If it's not enough, I have more. As the negative emotions of Qi Qian, devastated by the destruction of her banana, began to dissipate, she expressed her gratitude. It was out of concern for Qi Qian, who was suspected to be a little bear cub starving outside, that the generous creature came to deliver her vegetables. The animals seemed to be quite fond of showering her with affection. Please refer to her as the forest princess, they insisted, instead of calling her by the casual name of Sister Qian. Was there no one to feel pity for Qin Yu, who had slipped down a tree in exhaustion? Watching him seemed painful, and one could only hope it wouldn't affect his future happiness. Qin Yu and Qian sat on one side, their expressions grim. Qi Qian paid them no mind, sitting with Yuan Yuer, indulging in sweet honeycomb. Qi Feng Shao approached Qi Qian, inquiring about the source of the honey in her hands. It was given by a bear, she replied, licking her lips with delight. Would you like a piece? Could it be that the bear truly harbored affection for Qi Qian? Qi Feng Shao clapped his hands and sat down beside her, mimicking her actions as he tore off a chunk of the golden honeycomb. The honey, favored by bears, was simply exquisite, pure, natural, and wild. Its mere presence was intoxicating. Qian, unable to contain himself, began to sob while pounding his chest. I want honey. I also want honey. Give me honey. Qin Yu pretended to be preoccupied with organizing his belongings, feigning ignorance. Qi Qian, deliberately in front of Qian, took a large bite of honey, exclaiming, it's sweet and not overly rich. It's truly delicious. It's enough to make the neighbor's child envious. The neighbor's child, Qian, wailed in despair. Observing the honeycomb and salmon on the ground, Gu Hua felt a surge of joy. Whose bounty is this? It seems so abundant. It was delivered to Qi Qian by that bear. Xin Jiashu, still convinced of Qi Qian's royal status, remarked that it was an offering for the princess. Gu Hua was taken aback.
Qi Qian.
How could she have acquired this? When did she become so capable? Without concern for their chatter, Qi Qian glanced at her sticky hands and asked Yuan Yuer, I'm going to wash my hands by the river. Would you like to join me? Yes. Yuan Yuer replied eagerly. The 2 little girls made their way to the riverbank, finding a stone to squat on, submerging their hands in the water. Thank you for stepping up to save me today, Qi Qian, Yuan Yuer said shyly, her cheeks flushed. You are truly kind. Qi Qian turned to her. It's nothing. You are wonderful too. But Qian says I have princess syndrome, a bad temper, and I always trouble others. Do you think Qian is a good person?
Qi Qian inquired.
Yuan Yuer shook her head, her cheeks puffed in indignation. He always takes my food, and Yuan Yaya insists I give him my things, or else she says I'm inconsiderate. Hearing such remarks repeatedly had begun to sow doubt in Yuan Yuer's mind about her worth. Qi Qian, parting the water's surface, reassured her, just be yourself. You need not concern yourself with the opinions of others, especially those you do not like. Yuan Yuer's face brightened, then I will listen to you, Qi Qian. As evening fell, a rich aroma of fish wafted across the camp. The food provided by the black bear was prepared by Qi Feng Shao, who boiled 1 fish for soup and grilled another, sharing half with Xunzhi and his son, as well as Yuan Yuer. Not only was there a proper meal, but there were also desserts to follow. In stark contrast, those gnawing on overly sour wild fruits found their meal somewhat lacking. After dinner, everyone gathered around the campfire, engaging in lively conversation. Without a mobile phone or a computer, this was the sole form of entertainment to pass the time. When the topic of romance arose, Gu Hua and Ling Qian exchanged a quick glance. It seemed that 24 hours in a day were insufficient for her exhaustion. One wondered if she truly no longer cared about the Ling family's pretty boy. Qi Qian, with a serious demeanor, remarked, for someone like Ling Qian, once you come of age, your uncle could easily find you a dozen or 20 suitors far more handsome than him. You could play with any of them. However, you must absolutely not engage in early romance. The mere thought of frolicking with a plethora of handsome young men was undeniably thrilling. Qi Fengxiao added, you better heed my words. After Xunzhi recounted the love story between himself and his wife, it was finally Yuan Yao's turn, who had been silent for the entire afternoon. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and shyly confessed, my family is quite strict. My parents forbid me from casually dating, so I have never truly liked anyone. As soon as the words left her lips, Qi Qian interjected, not necessarily. One cannot conceal their affections. Even if hidden away in a closet, it will eventually be discovered by their spouse. Yuan Yao's smile faltered. What did Qi Qian mean by that? Was it directed at her? No, that was impossible. Ling Qian frowned in her direction. At such a young age, how could one be so misguided?
Qi Qian,
Propping her chin on her hand, cheerfully dropped a bombshell. No wonder you would engage in an affair with a married older man and get caught by the original spouse. The revelation sent shockwaves through the group. Yuan Yuer's eyes widened in disbelief. Yuan Yao protested. You're talking nonsense. The original spouse must still be searching for you. Yet, you nonchalantly appear on a variety show. Surely that's not without consequence? I haven't done anything, Qi Qian retorted, raising her thermos towards the moonlight. Unable to resist the poetic inspiration, beyond the mountain stands a tower, your audacity rivals that of a bull. Qi Fengxiao was the first to crack, bursting into laughter. What a splendid poem. Yuan Yao, blushing, stood up. Qi Qian, stop slandering me. What have I done to deserve this? Why must you tarnish my reputation?
Qi Qian replied,
Why is it only permissible for you to morally bind and disgust me while I cannot speak the truth to infuriate you? One must not be so hypocritical. You Qian, refrain from making baseless accusations. I believe Sister Yao is not that kind of person, Gu Hua interjected with a frown. From which poorly covered sewer did you just crawl out of, spewing such rubbish at me? Qi Qian retorted, digging into her ear. Gu Hua was so exasperated she felt pain in her chest. Qi Qian dares to speak so boldly. Is she not afraid of Yuan Yao's agency suing her? After all, there's no cost to slander. She relies on being the niece of the esteemed Qi actor and fears no repercussions. What is Qi Qian even worth? All she does is slander my sister. Is Yuan your mute? She won't even defend her sister. Chapter 23. It's crucial to teach her a lesson. Just then, Yuan Yuer chimed in. No wonder you often come to my house to play. Once, I even saw you leaving my father's room. The atmosphere in the live stream room erupted with fervor. Yuan Yaya stared at Yuan Yu, in sheer terror. You, please don't. Without my mother, you wouldn't even be able to attend university. How can you betray me like this? Tears streamed down Yuan Yaya's face as she insisted. I didn't do it. I'm not guilty. I'm just an innocent little flower.
Others are slandering me.
Yuan Yuer's eyes reddened. I found your earring at home, and at that moment, I began to suspect you. But I had no evidence, so I didn't tell Mom. She's surely watching my live stream right now. Just wait. She'll know if the earring is yours once she checks the purchase records. The audience, both present and online, was left in astonishment. It turned out that Yuan Yaya and Yuan Yu were not biological sisters, but rather the daughter of the legitimate wife and the mistress. The audience was left speechless. Which unfaithful man would be so audacious as to bring his legitimate daughter and his mistress together on a variety show? Don't cry. We'll remind your mother on Weibo right away. I always thought Yuan Yu was the difficult princess, and that Yuan Yaya was the one suffering in silence. I've been deceived so thoroughly. Yuan Yaya is the older sister of Jenny Mart, isn't. I am Yuan Yu's mother. I thank Miss Qi Qian for protecting my daughter at a critical moment and for your advice.
I shall repay you in due time.
Moreover, I will not let this pair of scoundrels go unpunished. Bold, golden comments floated across the top of the live stream, lingering for quite some time. Netizens expressed their exhilaration. However, what did Qi Qian's advice entail? Did it refer to her exposing Yuan Yaya? In fact, yesterday in Xiaohe village, Qi Qian had called Yuan Yuer's mother to warn her about her husband's attempts to hide assets and sabotage her within her company. Yuan Yuer's mother was unaware of Qi Qian's identity until she recognized her voice during the live stream. Yuan Yaya collapsed helplessly to the ground, feeling utterly defeated. It was all over for her. This was all Qi Qian's fault. Why did she have to meddle? Consumed by rage, Yuan Yaya picked up a heated branch from the campfire and hurled it at Qi Qian. The turn of events was too abrupt. No one anticipated Yuan Yaya would act so desperately, leaving everyone stunned and unable to react. Qi Qian remained seated, unfazed, merely tilting her head slightly to avoid the incoming branch. She then leisurely sipped from her now flat cola. After finishing her drink, she stood up and approached Yuan Yaya, flashing her a smile. Yuan Yaya was taken aback. Suddenly, a powerful force struck her, sending her sprawling to the ground. An ambush? Qi Qian, with an innocuous smile, uttered, "I'll take you down." Qi Fengxiao was even more ruthless, seizing the branch from the ground and pointing it menacingly at Yuan Yaya's face.
Ah!
Yuan Yaya's face drained of color as she stumbled backward in panic. The branch was mere inches from her face, with Qi Fengxiao's grim visage looming above. When he smiled, it often gave the impression of amiability, but now, it revealed his darker intentions. However, in his early days, he had sent an investor, who attempted to harass him, to the hospital, leaving a pool of blood behind. He was certainly not without temper. Yuan Yaya, a mere lunatic, had not succeeded in provoking him for quite some time. That kick from my sister struck at my very heart. Well done. He is a limited edition wild wolf husband. So handsome, it makes my heart race. Anyone who claims that my brother and Qi Qian are not blood relatives shall feel the sting of my palm, awakening them in the mortuary. Yuan Yaya, should you dare to lay a hand on my niece, it seems you no longer wish to remain in this realm. Qi Fengxiao's harsh words rendered Yuan Yaya trembling, tears streaming down her face. No one showed her pity. Gu Hua realized the extent of Qi Fengxiao's protection over Qi Qian, a wave of bitterness rising within her. This protection was rightfully hers. Qi Fengxiao then turned his cold gaze toward the drone's camera overhead, stating grimly, "Have someone remove her. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my hands will remain bloodless tonight." The production team, intimidated by his threat, felt their hearts quiver. The decision to allow Yuan Yaya to finish recording this episode was promptly abandoned in favor of ensuring safety. Before departing, Yuan Yuer bashfully approached Qi Qian, asking, "Shall I hug you?" Qi Qian blinked and nodded. Yuan Yuer leaped forward, firmly embracing Qi Qian's waist. "Thank you. Wishing you all the best. I will watch your live stream from outside, cheering you on." "And you as well," Qi Qian replied, returning the embrace warmly. "You can do it." The sight of the two girls wrapped in each other's arms was captured by the viewers in the live stream. "Oh my wealth. It's all Yuan Yaya's fault." The bond between girls is truly beautiful, like the softest and most sincere flowers blooming in the darkest corners. "Yuer, go for it. We stand with you, and Qian." With Yuan Yuer and the others gone, the live stream continued. However, this incident stirred quite a commotion. Secretary Zhang, while taking a break in the restroom, happened upon the trending topic and hurried to find Shi Lisan. It was the variety show titled Escape Charmer, where the young lady was currently paired with a third young master. Secretary Zhang presented his tablet. "The third?" Qi Lisan inquired, watching as the video showcased several of Qi Qian's standout moments, running upside down like a spider, the Farah Bull carrying the Best Actor, and Extreme Gun Assembly, among others.
Qi Lisan scoffed.
Within 10 minutes, he had grasped the full context of the situation, including the second young master's reluctance to care for Qi Qian, leaving her in the hands of the third young master. As for the second young master, Qi Lisan coldly instructed Secretary Zhang, "Immediately cut off the funding to the second young master's studio." Lazy and greedy, she summons her fans with a mere few steps, demanding her dog fetch her snacks to the sofa. It was imperative to discipline her. Secretary Zhang felt a sense of foreboding at these words, wondering if the chairman might be upset with the young lady. With a heavy heart, he exited, but before closing the door, he heard Qi Qian's excited voice from the live stream. "The gunpowder is ready. Let us go blow up some snakes. By the way, is python meat delicious?" Secretary Zhang.
Qi Lisan.
Chapter 24. Things escalated. The flower of the bud felt nauseous. The genius awoke with the dawn's first light. Qi Fengxiao, ruffling his hair, descended from the hammock only to find his hands drenched. Had it rained last night? Puzzled, he suddenly felt droplets falling on his head. Looking up, he was met with the leering visage of a serpentine creature resembling a lecherous old man, its maw gaping wide, saliva dripping. "Oh no! A snake!"
Run!
Qi Fengxiao's shout startled everyone awake. He leapt off the hammock and dashed to Qi Qian's side, scooping her up and bolting away. The others, nearly succumbing to cardiac arrest at the sight, screamed and fled in panic. Qi Fengxiao's pace was unrelenting, his long legs carrying him swiftly as he ran with Qi Qian in his arms, barely breaking a sweat after 10 minutes. Glancing down, he noted that Qi Qian remained undisturbed in his embrace, her eyelids not fluttering. He couldn't help but admire her remarkable ability to sleep soundly, indifferent to the chaos around her. If not for their perilous escape, he would have praised her steadiness. The cacophony of screams echoed behind them, but fortunately, no one had fallen behind. "Uncle, run that way," Qi Qian instructed, awakening slightly in his grasp. Finally awake, Qi Fengxiao grunted, veering in the direction she indicated. "I've carried you for miles." Qi Qian yawned. "The hammock was too small. I didn't sleep well last night." "What's wrong with resting in my uncle's arms?" Qi Fengxiao retorted. "I see you consider me a free bed." A thunderous roar reverberated from the woods. Upon emerging from the forest into the open ground, they finally eluded the great serpent. "Where are we?" Qi Fengxiao panted. "I don't know, we were too busy fleeing." They collapsed onto the ground, breathless from their harrowing escape. Qi Fengxiao, who had carried Qi Qian the entire way, appeared slightly pale. She slid down, producing a lollipop and placing it in his mouth.
"Here, suck on this."
Qi Fengxiao's eyes widened in surprise. "You saved this for me?" "Yes, Grandpa mentioned you might have low blood sugar." The sweetness of the candy flooded his mouth, and he realized she had chosen the lollipop specifically for him. While others often saw Qi Qian as reckless and heedless of consequences, those who received her genuine care could appreciate the nuances of her thoughtfulness. Truly, she was a remarkable niece. "Uncle, are you feeling better? If so, it's time to get to work." Qi Qian shattered his reverie. Qi Fengxiao replied, "So this candy is merely an advance on my wages? What do you want me to do?" "The python is highly sensitive to scent, so it will likely pursue us again." The moment those words left her lips, Qi Fengxiao and the others turned pale. Qi Qian continued, "Moreover, that beast may have already consumed a human." "How do you know?" "Because one cannot communicate with creatures that have fed on human flesh. Such beings, even if slain, evoke no sorrow." "Is there a volcano ahead?" Gu Hua suddenly interjected. "I think I smell rotten eggs." Qin Yu grimaced in distaste. Ling Qian suggested, "Let us move toward it for cover. Surely the snake won't follow us up there." Xunzhi and his son instinctively looked to Qi Qian shallow. "Do you have any thoughts?" Qi Qian waved her hand dismissively. "Escape is impossible. We can only concoct gunpowder and confront the beast head-on, blowing it to bits." Ling Qian scoffed. "Do you think it's that simple? Do you even know how to make gunpowder? Be cautious not to overreach and entangle yourself." Qi Qian, "Before I even begin, you presume I cannot succeed. If I do manage to accomplish it, will you not be compelled to kneel and pay me homage, calling me father?" Gu Hua interjected promptly. Qian, Brother Qian is merely concerned for you. If your mouth is idle, perhaps you should clean the toilet instead of babbling here." Ling Qian, struggling to breathe, seized Gu Hua's hand and declared, "Let us depart. Let her march towards her doom." Qin Yu and Qinin, sharing no affection for Qi Qian, also turned on their heels to leave. Once the bothersome individuals had vacated the scene, Qi Qian remarked, "Ahead lies a volcano. Here we shall undoubtedly discover saltpeter and sulfur. We also require charcoal, as these are the principal components for crafting gunpowder. You all go in search of materials. I shall handle the remaining processes." She was aware of the high-powered ratios but could not disclose them, lest the live stream be shut down. Qi Fengxiao, astonished, asked, "Are you truly going to handcraft gunpowder?" He had assumed she was jesting. Qi Qian nodded earnestly. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat was excessively taxing, while a fiery confrontation would be far more time-efficient. "Let us swiftly eliminate that serpent, so we may seek refuge." Xunzhi chimed in. Qi Qian responded, "No, we shall finally enjoy breakfast. I am quite famished." Qi Fengxiao said, "You truly are remarkable." As anticipated by Qi Qian, the python followed the scent they had left behind. It bore deep gashes from bare claws, its tail in tatters, indicating severe injury, which only intensified its resolve to capture Qi Qian and her companions. As Qi Fengxiao lured it in, it took the bait, unaware that these humans had no scruples. It plunged into the trap they had deliberately set, and Xunzhi, concealed nearby, immediately ignited the fuse. The moment the fuse ignited the gunpowder at the pit's bottom, a thunderous explosion stunned the serpent.
Boom, boom.
The pit echoed with a series of deafening roars, shaking the earth beneath. When Qi Qian deemed the time was right to emerge, she found the python charred and battered from the relentless assault. Alarmingly, it still writhed, its gaping maw quivering incessantly. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Qian hurled a sharpened bamboo spear at it. The spear pierced the serpent's head, pinning it firmly to the ground. Not only was it utterly vanquished, but the air was now infused with the scent of charred flesh. Qi Qian inhaled deeply, pondering whether python meat was delectable. Xunzhi and his son shuddered. Even in death, they harbored no desire to consume such a creature. Qi Fengxiao decisively covered Qi Qian's mouth, exclaiming, "No, you mustn't. Your uncle forbids you from eating such things." What a thrill! A python as thick as a tree trunk, the four of us combined, do not match its size. And yet our collective effort proved so effective. Qi Qian, your strategy was impeccable, luring the python, pinpointing the trap, calculating the gunpowder's potency. Any misstep would have led to failure. Qi Qian, are you a devil? The serpent has been reduced to a lump of char, crispy and blackened. And you still wish to consume it. How outrageous. Delicious morsels await above, full of flavor. Emperor Qi, do not restrain her. Let her eat. If she does not endure some hardships, she will not learn next time. Qi Fengxiao swiftly dragged Qi Qian away, apprehensive that a moment's distraction could lead her to leap into the pit and take a bite of that grotesque creature. It was indeed a possibility she might entertain. At the base of the volcano, they stumbled upon a hot spring, albeit with scalding temperatures that could render a person 7/10 cooked upon immersion. Utilizing the local water, they hastily prepared a combat breakfast, resting in place as four. Qi Qian sat cross-legged upon a stone, employing Xunzhi's knife to slice and refine several pieces of wood. Resembling a child engrossed in a building block game, once they had rejuvenated, they ascended the volcano. The location of the safe house was exceedingly concealed. Perhaps a vantage point from above would yield some clues. Just as they reached the mid-slope, Qi Qian halted her steps, urging them not to proceed further. What's wrong? The volcano is about to erupt. Xunzhi expressed astonishment. This volcano was reputed to be dormant, having not erupted for many years, and thus should remain inactive. However, before he could finish speaking, they all felt a foreboding tremor beneath their feet. Without hesitation, Qi Fengxiao commanded, "Run." A scream echoed from above. It was Gu Hua and her companions. They, undeterred by danger, had climbed to the volcano's mouth for sightseeing, guiding their live-stream audience through the perilous yet enchanting natural scenery. And then, the volcano unleashed its fury with an ominous eruption. Chapter 25. The Return of Fortune. Amidst the earth-shaking chaos, the crater belched forth thick, black smoke. "We don't have time. Get in the car," she shouted. Qi Fengxiao was the first to react, taking a seat behind her, followed by Xunzhi and his son. Qi Qian clutched the front handle of her skateboard, pushing off with her foot as the wheels emitted a creaking sound, hurtling down the sloped incline of the volcano with unyielding momentum. Wahoo! Qi Qian spread her arms wide against the wind, in a moment of exuberance exclaiming, "It feels like flying." Qi Fengxiao grasped her collar from behind, admonishing, "Stop flying. The volcano is erupting." Xunzhi urged, "Qian Qian, steer towards the downward slope perpendicular to the lava flow." Yet, Gu Hua and her group remained oblivious to this crucial detail. The specter of death loomed ominously over them. I thought Qi Qian was merely playing with wood, but she was crafting skateboard components. How did she manage to create such smooth wooden wheels? I'm on the verge of panic. Facing such a massive natural disaster for the first time is overwhelming. Gu Hua and her crew are in dire straits. Foolishly ascending to the volcano's mouth, now they cannot even escape. Does your home in Dunhuang boast so many murals? Does Qian owe them something? The skateboard surged forward effortlessly, until it reached its limit with a crash. The force of inertia catapulted all four occupants 2 meters into the air. Qi Qian had anticipated this, executing a backflip in midair and landing gracefully on her feet. That was close. Almost faced a disastrous fall. The other 3 lay piled in a heap. You're so lofty, so proud, with your ability to blink away for self-preservation.
Ah,
that was thrilling. Yet seeing them play like that is exhilarating. I want to try it. Trying it could be fatal. The person in front might misjudge the angle, sending those behind tumbling to their demise. Exciting it may be, but it is genuinely life-threatening. Just as Qi Qian had foreseen, the eruption of the volcano ceased in less than half an hour. Qi Fengxiao brushed away the dust before him, lamenting that he should have worn a mask to avoid choking. Qi Qian remarked, "The amount of magma released during such a minor eruption is negligible, and the impact of airborne particulates and soil impurities on humans and the environment is minimal. We should maintain a safe distance." Qi Fengxiao playfully patted her head. "What occupies that clever little mind of yours?" "I don't have much in my head," Qi Qian replied, revealing her 4 teeth. "I only have you." Qi Fengxiao paused for 2 seconds, then pinched her cheek, gritting his teeth. "How dare you say your uncle is worthless?" "I didn't say that, but if you think so, what can I do?" Shun Jiashu hurried over to intervene. "Stop. How can you be disrespectful to the princess?" Shen Jing, suppressing his laughter, interrupted. "I just spotted the sign for the safe house to the south, about a few hundred meters away." As they spoke, Gu Hua and her group finally descended, their faces covered in a layer of black ash, mingled with sweat, looking quite disheveled. Qin Yu, noticing that Qi Qian and the others were relatively clean, his eyes flickering, asked, "You were up there too. How did you run so fast?" As he spoke, he sprayed black ash everywhere. Qi Qian chuckled. Pfft. Qin Yu's expression darkened, surpassing the grime on his face. Gu Hua, wiping her face, gently inquired, "Qian Qian, Senior Qin wanted to ask how you managed to run so quickly? We couldn't catch up to you from behind. Are you implying that we should have waited for you?" Qi Fengxiao's expression soured. The usually good-natured Shen Jing also expressed discontent. "You were the ones who insisted on going up there. If something went wrong, it's your own responsibility. Should we be expected to assist you? We have no obligation to help. Helping is a kindness, not helping is a duty. How can adults not understand this? If Qi Qian could make a skateboard, what harm would it do to make another as a precaution? You wrapped your feet, while you wrapped your head, begging so brazenly." In Gu Hua's mind, the system chimed, defaming task failed, the host is about to receive punishment, returning 1% of Qi Qian's fortune. Gu Hua nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Qi Qian's eyes suddenly lit up. Her fortune. The things Gu Hua consumed could actually be returned to her. Hooray! Qi Qian felt an overwhelming sense of joy at reclaiming control. At that moment, Gu Hua suddenly exclaimed in pain, her ankles swollen. Ling Qian squatted down and said to Gu Hua, "Hua Hua, hop on, I'll carry you." "But you just ran for so long, and must be tired too," she replied. "If you don't want to be carried, I can hold you." The face of Gu Hua, covered in thick ash, revealed a hint of blush. She glanced at Qi Qian and then leaned onto Ling Qian's back. "How does it feel? Shouldn't you be in despair and jealous now?" However, Qi Qian's only response was the back of her head and a remark, "My nap time is approaching. Let us find a place to eat first." Gu Hua retorted, "All you do is eat and sleep. Don't you have any ambitions as the villainess?" After the group distanced themselves from the volcano, they sought refuge in an open area to rest. Having consumed all their provisions, they were compelled to venture into the forest in search of sustenance. United by necessity, the 4 groups decided to collaborate temporarily. Initially, their endeavor proceeded smoothly until Qi Fengxiao inadvertently stepped into a swamp. When Xinjing attempted to pull him out, the more he tugged, the deeper Qi Fengxiao sank, prompting him to halt in fear. "Enough with the chest size. I don't need it any larger. Hurry and pull me up," Qi Fengxiao shouted. "Uncle, I understand your urgency, but please remain calm," Qi Qian advised. "Relax your body, take a deep breath, and avoid struggling." Heeding her counsel, Qi Fengxiao found that his descent slowed. "Now raise your arms above you, and try not to engage your lower body," Qi Qian continued. "And then what?" he inquired. "Next, lean your body forward as if lying atop the swamp," she instructed. As Qi Fengxiao bent down, he attempted to extricate his arms. "Will this help me get out faster?" Qi Qian replied calmly, "This position will offer some comfort." Chapter 26. A change of heart upon stepping outside. Despite the dire circumstances, Qi Fengxiao found himself amused by her words, and with a swift motion of his arm to point at her, the arm that had been trapped suddenly came free.
Qi Qian nodded in satisfaction.
"Now, support yourself with your arms, lean forward as I instructed, and gradually use your legs to push upward. Remember, do not rush."
Qi Fengxiao,
being inherently impatient, found it more challenging to remain calm than to face peril. Nevertheless, as he listened to Qi Qian's guidance, his anxious heart gradually settled. After considerable effort, Qi Fengxiao finally emerged from the swamp, assisted by Qi Qian and Xinjing, who pulled him up with vines. He was caked in mud, resembling a muddy creature rather than a celebrated actor, save for his face. Haha, though it's quite the disaster. I can't help but laugh. I get it. I understand your chest is ample. But how would I know if it's genuine without a little touch? Sisters, how about this? You take Qi the actor away, and I'll seize the opportunity to snatch Qi Qian. We'll work in tandem. Hey, you up there. I'm calling the authorities. Fortunately, a nearby water source allowed them to refill their supplies, and Qi Fengxiao took the chance to wash off. As his well-defined abs came into view, the camera promptly went dark. The live stream erupted in lamentations. Is this not a game we can afford? In his hands, he held something wrapped in palm leaves that resembled food. Upon unveiling it, Shen Jiashu's face turned pale as he hid behind his father. It was a worm, still alive and wriggling. Finding wild fruits proved difficult, and the only edible items available were these creatures. Gu Huai remarked gently, though they seem repulsive. We must adapt to the survival methods of the wilderness. Ling Qian nodded in agreement. Worms are high in protein. They may be unpalatable, but they are not inedible. Stop talking and start eating, he urged. Gu Huai and Ling Qian hesitated at once. Qi Fengxiao scoffed. The only thing you all have is a tough tongue. How can one who dares not partake in sustenance presume to dispense wisdom? Gu Hua's eyes were glistening with unshed tears, and Ling Qian, unable to bear her distress, resolutely seized a wriggling insect and swallowed it whole, eyes tightly shut. I have consumed it. Is that sufficient? Indeed, such fare is quite nourishing. Qi Qian leaned against a tree, speaking languidly, especially beneficial for the mind. She pinched her nose. Do refrain from speaking. Your breath reeks of insects. Ling Qian's complexion turned pale as he sealed his lips. Furthermore, when did we ever express a desire to feast upon your insects? Qian, please cease your sulking, Gu Hua gently coaxed. At present, these are the only provisions we can procure in the forest. One cannot always expect a bear to deliver sustenance, can they? That was merely a stroke of luck, and bears are not foolish. They have journeyed quite far. If Qi Qian wished to avoid the impression of being delicate in front of the audience, she must consume these insects. Suddenly, two distinct sounds emerged from the thicket and the trees. Remarkably, it was a black bear and a monkey. How they had managed to find their way here remained a mystery. The bear deposited several salmon at Qi Qian's feet, along with a half of what appeared to be a fresh wild boar leg. The monkey, swinging from a branch, dropped a bundle wrapped in banana leaves directly towards Qi Qian. She caught it deftly, only to discover it was wild peaches and apples. She had casually mentioned her fondness for peaches before, and it seemed this monkey had taken note. The others were left utterly astonished by the scene. Shun Jianshu exclaimed, Father, did you witness that? I told you, Qian Qian is the princess of the forest. Shinjing replied, My child, I too did not anticipate that you were speaking truthfully when you said the monkey delivered takeout to Qi Qian. Gu Hua stared in disbelief. What was the matter with these creatures? Was Qi Qian their deity or their sovereign, to be so eagerly courted? Did they not possess a shred of dignity as animals? An intrusive thought crossed her mind. Does this supporting character possess a system of her own? How else could she command such loyalty? Gu Hua retorted. If you inquire of me, to whom should I turn for answers? A mere supporting character. Did Qi Qian truly merit such treatment? Qian, you truly are the apple of your uncle's eye.
Qi Fengxiao exclaimed, affectionate litausling qui can ser.
What is it about you that endears you to these creatures? Could it be? Qi Qian felt a pang of anxiety. Would her secret of having raised pigs be exposed? Are you truly the transformed Monkey King? No. You are the one who has morphed into a monkey. Please spare my peaches and apples. Wait, I retract my previous statement. The group merrily engaged in boiling water and preparing meals, while Gu Hua and her companions felt as though they were stranded in the Arctic. Seeing that Qian need not consume insects has relieved my burden. Who wishes to eat such things? With Mama Bear and Little Brother Monkey around, there's no way Qian will go hungry. Indeed, is it possible that Qi Qian is truly a forest princess? Why else would the animals exclusively provide for her? Her words are mere fabrications to deceive the children. How could you all believe them? Could it be that the bear intends to fatten them up before devouring them? The intent behind this theme was to ensure that these illustrious celebrities faced genuine hardships, exposing their vulnerabilities before the camera, and inciting conflict rather than allowing them a leisurely outing. With merely the addition of a shallow pool, the instance transformed from a formidable challenge into a leisurely endeavor. They could hardly believe that the forthcoming challenges would still be manageable for Qi Qian. Meanwhile, after attending to his official duties, Qi Lisan casually opened the live stream, only to find Qi Qian indulging in food and drink, living more lavishly than at home. While she enjoyed her fish, Qi Fengxiao meticulously removed the bones before offering it to her. Qi Lisan thought to himself, this is yet another instance of being unable to restrain Qi Qian. However, when did she and Qi Fengxiao become so close? Just previously, she had professed her fondness for him as her grandfather. Had she so easily shifted her affections after a brief outing? The words of children are hardly to be taken seriously. After a while, Qi Muse called.
Dad.
I saw Fengxiao taking Qianqian onto a survival variety show. Did you approve of this? Qi Muse's words came out in a flurry. He was apprehensive about any potential mishap. Qi Lisan, expressionless, replied, she is bears bringing her honey and monkeys delivering her fruits. She is eating and drinking well. She is just shy of achieving immortality. What could possibly go wrong? No, I mean with Fengxiao being such a liability and Qianqian having to look after him. What if something were to happen and she got entangled in it? Qi Lisan fell silent, as did Qi Muse. Then a singular thought emerged in their minds. If Qi Fengxiao were truly that inept, they ought to intervene and sever his hindrance.
Chapter 27. Qi Qian.
More terrifying than a ghost. Unbeknownst to Qi Fengxiao, his position was precarious. The forest echoed with whispers of the wind and the calls of owls. While the weary guests had succumbed to slumber after a long day, the fire on the ground was dwindling. A shadowy figure stealthily approached Qi Qian's hammock, brandishing a small knife to cut the vines, intending to sabotage her restful sleep for withholding honey from him. Halfway through, Qian suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck. He absent-mindedly touched it, dismissing the sensation. In the next moment, something seemed to drop from above. Qian looked up and locked eyes with a ghostly figure dangling from the tree branch. The ghostly apparition spoke softly. Do you wish to die? Qian exclaimed. Ah. A ghost. The still-active live stream erupted with cries of alarm. The startled chubby boy collapsed, his face ashen, crawling forward in a panic, awakening the others. Xiao and what is happening? Qin Yu instinctively glanced in that direction. The long-haired shadow hanging from the tree appeared particularly chilling amidst the darkness of the wilderness. Qin Yu's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the hammock. The others, upon regaining consciousness, were equally terrified, nearly suffering heart failures. Then the ghost spoke again. What ghost? With such a timid demeanor, you dare to plot against me? Upon hearing Qi Qian's voice, Qi Fengxiao finally exhaled a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Sweating profusely, he questioned, Qi Qian, are you hanging from a tree at this hour like a spider? Or do you wish to frighten me into finding another uncle? Qi Qian replied, the hammock was too uncomfortable for me to sleep well, so I thought I'd climb up to enjoy the night view. She pointed at the fainted Qin and, this chubby boy came to cut my hammock with a knife. I kindly tried to warn him, and he mistook me for a ghost.
Do he truly resemble a ghost?
Qi Fengxiao, does it matter where we are? Do you have any idea of the psychological impact left on me by your last upside-down sprint? Xunzhi. Caught between laughter and tears, Qin is far too mischievous, and his brother pays him no mind, orchestrating such pranks late at night. Qi Qian, let him face some hardship, otherwise, he might think I'm easy to bully. Sister Qian, could you please sit upright while you speak? You're genuinely a bit frightening in that posture. Shun Jiashu trembles. Not just a bit. I was nearly scared to the brink of leaving this world by that scene. Qin, the top star, and his younger brother both fainted from fright, their family perfectly aligned and composed. It's hard to say whether the misfortune of Sister Qian, with her hammock cut, is worse than Qin's fainting. A rustle in the woods suddenly breaks the tension. Did you hear that strange sound?
Qi Fengxiao inquires.
Xunzhi, I did hear it. It sounded like crying. Ling Qian, already impatient, retorts, none of us here are crying. As those words hang in the air, a silence descends. If it's not us, then. The faint crying grows increasingly distinct, and a white shadow flits through the grass illuminated by the campfire. The remaining awake individuals feel a jolt of fear. Having just regained consciousness, Qin Yu opens his eyes and sees the white shadow drifting above. The word ghost lodges in his throat, unvoiced, and his head tilts as he faints again. With a second chance, the white shadow seems to consciously drift toward Qi Qian's hammock. Qi Qian, lying in the hammock, is already on the verge of slumber. The sobbing sound draws nearer. Qi Fengxiao extends a hand. Qi Qian. The white shadow hovers above her, swaying ominously, emitting a sound that sends chills down the spine. Qi Qian, unfazed, simply remarks, how noisy. The white shadow seems incensed by the provocation, its swaying becoming more vigorous as it circles her incessantly. The others are rendered speechless. At last, Qi Qian, growing impatient, opens her eyes and meets the gaze of two dark, hollow eyes above the white shadow. The white figure plunges downward, terrifyingly dark against the dim night. Qi Qian reaches out, seizing the white shadow, furiously mashing it into a ball before forcefully throwing it to the ground. Haven't I made it clear that it's too noisy? Can't you understand? Oh, you wretched ghost. Just because you're a ghost, can you frighten people at will? Have you no decorum? Be quiet. In the wake of her explosive outburst, a profound silence envelopes the scene. Everyone, the white shadow, crumpled into a ball and discarded like refuse. Truly, does no one care about the bullying of a ghost? How could anyone treat a ghost this way? It lets out a cry of despair. The white shadow trembles as it rises, as if it has suffered some unspeakable abuse and torment, drifting away with a forlorn silhouette. Suddenly, everyone feels a pang of sympathy for this ghost, encountering someone even more terrifying than itself, Qi Qian. Such is its fate. So, it turns out that the sleep-deprived Qi Qian is this fierce. I adore her. I'm laughing so hard. It's my first time feeling sympathy for a ghost. In this world, do ghosts even exist? Even if they do, all I need to do is slap a photo of Qi Qian on my forehead and see who dares to approach. 66,666, the production team, equally bewildered. Exchanges confused glances. Did we deploy a prank drone? No. The experiment has not yet been conducted, has it? Then who was responsible for the ghostly apparition we witnessed earlier? It remains unclear. Perhaps the drone flew off on its own? Thus, a mystery remains unsolved. The following day, after a restful slumber, Qi Qian was once again her amiable self. However, the glances exchanged by Qin Yu and Xin and towards her were akin to those directed at a nefarious character. They had heard that the previous night, Qi Qian single-handedly managed to confine the ghost. Without Qi Fengxiao, the starlet, she was rendered inconsequential. Qianbao, could you spare me another peach? I haven't had my fill yet. Qi Fengxiao, having devoured a wild peach, shamelessly approached Qi Qian for more. It must be said, the peaches brought by the monkey were far more delectable than any Hermes peach he had previously tasted. Qi Qian handed him two, advising, do indulge. But do take care not to choke.
Oh.
A familiar sound echoed from the tree above. Qi Qian looked up to find the adorable monkey once again. This time, it presented her with a generous bunch of purple grapes. Thank you, Qi Qian exclaimed, reaching up on tiptoe to pat its head. Oh. The monkey leaned in, chattering animatedly. Qi Qian, with her keen sense for gossip, leaned closer to listen. Did you hear that? My goodness. How thrilling. What else? Oh. Tsk. You're quite young, yet you seem to be lacking in certain areas. It's truly inconceivable. With such fresh and fragrant gossip at her disposal early in the morning, Qi Qian's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, her spirit soaring. As they prepared to catch fish, it was essential that their sunbathing was even, and they could not do without their share of gossip. Meanwhile, Qi Fengxiao observed the curious exchange between Qi Qian and the monkey with a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that something was amiss with his child? How could one engage so enthusiastically in conversation with a monkey? Chapter 28. Forced to perform Qi Qian. What were you just discussing with the monkey? Qi Fengxiao inquired, his expression a mix of concern and curiosity. Oh, just some light gossip. I'll fill you in another day, Qi Qian replied casually. The look in Qi Fengxiao's eyes darkened further. What if the child had become too immersed in her role, truly believing herself to be a forest princess? If she could converse with monkeys now, what might happen next? Absolutely unacceptable. After breakfast, the group prepared to embark on their journey to the safe house. The route arranged by the production team was treacherous, including a perilous cliff face towering hundreds of meters above the ground, devoid of any suspension bridge. How are we to traverse this? Fear not. We have cables among our supplies and Brother Qian knows how to operate them to get us across, Gu Hua reassured the group. Ling Qian nodded, retrieving the cable, spreading his arms wide, and flinging the clod end toward the opposite cliff. Once failed, then again. On the third attempt it finally succeeded, the claw securely wedged in the crevice of the stone. Once this is secured to you, even if you should slip, you will not fall. Ling Qian explained as he attached the active clip to his belt. Qin Yu observed for a moment before deliberately asking Qi Qian beside him, Qi Qian, as a girl, might you be too frightened to ascend? You are foolish. I see no sign of you being too afraid to continue living in this world, Qi Qian replied lazily. Qin Yu forced a grin, then I shall eagerly anticipate your performance shortly. Qi Fengxiao stood beneath a tree at the edge of a cliff, calling out to Qi Qian. Qianbao, come and take a look. Uncle, silence is golden when it comes to significant matters, Qi Qian replied. She approached and tested the resilience of the vines hanging from the tree. They were long and sturdy enough for them to swing across to the opposite side. Xunzhi expressed some concern. I have no issues, but Jiashu's arm strength may not be sufficient to hold on. Jiashu, still somewhat bashful, had gained considerable boldness over the past 2 days.
Dad, it's all right.
I can do it, he declared. Qi Qian glanced at the tree and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. With my friend watching, even if the vine breaks, we will be safe. A monkey perched on a branch, puffing out its chest upon hearing her words. Indeed, it's incredibly capable. With the little monkey as their safeguard, Xunzhi felt considerably more at ease. The strength of a long-tailed monkey can reach an astonishing 200 pounds, 3 times that of a human. If the vine were to snap, it could pull them up effortlessly. Moreover, since it was Qi Qian's friend, they placed their trust in it as well. Qi Fengxiao was to be the first to swing across, demonstrating for Qi Qian and Xunzhi. Brother Qi, isn't this a bit too perilous? What if someone falls? Gu Hua expressed her concern. Perhaps we should use a safety cable instead? Indeed. There are safer ways to seek attention. Qin Yu feigned sympathy. Ignoring their apprehensive chatter, Qi Fengxiao grasped the vine, took a few steps back, and leaped forward. The vine swung him to the edge of the opposite cliff, where he landed firmly, his tall figure steady and unwavering. Qi Qian clapped her hands. Uncle, you're amazing. Qi Fengxiao shot her a playful grin. Next was Qi Qian's turn. She waved goodbye to the little monkey before swinging across. This time, she accomplished what she had not managed previously.
Boo-hoo.
Jiashu, seeing her success, was determined not to be outdone by a girl and grasped the vine to jump. However, he miscalculated his landing, slipping perilously close to the edge. Qi Qian and Qi Fengxiao sprang into action simultaneously, each grabbing one of his arms to pull him back up. Once he had safely crossed, they waved farewell to the little monkey and departed. Meanwhile, Ling Qian, slowly ascending the cable, remarked, they must have paid for this. Qin Yu, skeptical, approached the tree, seizing the vine to give it a try himself. Just as he prepared to leap, the vine snapped. Can you even copy Qianbao's homework? Just go away. Haha. The monkey is indeed fiercely protective of its friend's belongings. Ling Qian has been stuck on the cable for nearly 15 minutes. I wonder if they can make it across before dark. I don't understand this laborious endeavor. Gu Hua mentioned that taking a few detours now would save time later. It's hard to assess, but I wish her success. While Gu Hua and the others remained stranded on the cable, Qi Qian and her companions descended along the mountain path until they reached the lakeside. As dusk approached, they paused to rest. A patch of green grass bordered the lake, where a few wild ducks floated lazily, appearing quite plump and appetizing. Moreover, the ability to catch them hinges on the guest's skills. Qi Qian's saliva was nearly flowing. After 2 days of consuming fish, she yearned for a change in flavor. She borrowed a knife from Xunzhi, snapped a few branches to sharpen one end, and tied a line to the other end before making her way towards the ducks. Qi Fengxiao and the others mistakenly believed she was going fishing and paid little heed. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, followed by 2 more. 3 ducks were pierced by the branches, their blood staining the lake's surface. The other ducks, startled, flapped their wings and fled in all directions, leaving the lake nearly devoid of them. Qi Qian grasped the line tied to the branches and hauled the 3 ducks from the water. They were plump and heavy, certainly delicious. What was that just now? I merely blinked, and 3 ducks met their demise. Sister Qian's arm strength is impressive, and her aim is remarkably precise. Otherwise, such a distance would be impossible to succeed at. Ducks, farewell, mother. Tonight, I shall embark on a journey to grace another's table with my nourishing broth. Without the support of the bear and monkey, Sister Qian was compelled to make her own efforts. It's truly remarkable. While they are about to feast, the others are still descending the cliff, and by the time they arrive here, there won't be even a drop of soup left. The campfire blazed, dispelling the surrounding darkness. On their descent, Jiashu had collected an abundance of wild vegetables, along with wild ginger and wild onions. Qi Fengxiao and Xunzhi, both skilled in culinary arts, prepared the 3 ducks exquisitely. The barrage of comments nearly moved to tears, questioning whether this was survival or merely an outing. Although 3 ducks appeared plentiful for Qi Qian and the others, who had engaged in a day of rigorous activity, it was barely sufficient. The aroma of duck soup and roasted duck lingered in the camp. As they relished their meal, an unexpected visitor arrived. Gu Hua and her companions approached in a disheveled state, nearly unable to move upon catching a whiff of the delectable scent, their salivary glands activated, eyes gleaming with desire. Chapter 29. The Young Lady of the Aristocracy. The most undisciplined among them, the chubby Qin, drooled uncontrollably, his gaze glued to the roasted duck. How fragrant! How he longed to eat. Qin turned away from his pathetic display, chuckling as he conversed with Xunzhi. Brother Xin, you all work swiftly. We have fallen significantly behind. May we shamelessly partake in this dinner? After explaining that they did not intend to freeload, they adopted a pleading demeanor that left no room for reproach. Xunzhi shook his head, stating, "These ducks were caught by Qian. You must ask her."
Qian.
Qin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Did she possess such skill? Surely, it wasn't he her uncle who provided them, merely claiming she had caught them to boost her popularity. Qian discerned the disdain in Qin Yu's gaze, realizing he was not genuinely seeking assistance. Unconcerned, she had no intention of allowing them to mooch off her.
No.
We do not have enough to spare. Please, we have been climbing all day, and are nearly starving, Qin Yu implored, flashing his trademark smile. My little one is so famished that his stomach is touching his back. Qian replied, if you're hungry, shouldn't you seek out food? Are we in the wilderness surviving or at a buffet? Am I your father or mother to indulge you? Qin Yu ground his teeth in anger, questioning how one could be so heartless. Ling Qian could no longer contain himself, asking how many of the 3 ducks they could possibly consume among themselves, emphasizing that they were not merely taking advantage of their hospitality. Chief Fengxiao coldly retorted, suggesting that their intentions were indeed to indulge for free. Gu Hua, with a pitiful demeanor, pleaded with Qian, shallow, if you still harbor resentment towards me, I shall refrain from eating, but please do not make things difficult for them. Her words immediately filled Qian with a heightened sense of animosity. Ling Qian looked on with a knowing expression, disdainfully regarding Qian. Qi Fengxiao, turning the roasted ducks, remarked coolly, some individuals should not be so presumptuous. Harbor resentment towards you? Qian laughed. Gu Hua, do you truly believe that if I do not clarify, you will misunderstand human speech? What have you done to merit my resentment? Is it the discarded trash beside you, or your so-called prestigious background? It appears neither holds any weight. Thus, what grounds do you have to act so arrogantly before me? Gu Hua, caught off guard by her retort, found her expression stiffen, realizing that the arrogant one had always been herself.
Qian, silence yourself.
Ling Qian roared, positioning himself protectively in front of Gu Hua. Why direct your ire towards her? It is I who wish to annul the engagement. He continued, are those 2 holes beneath your brows merely for breathing? The dissolution of our engagement was my proposal. I fear that associating with someone like you will jeopardize my fortune. The farther I stay from you, the wealthier I become. You. Gu Hua burst into tears. Please, do not argue on my behalf. It is all my fault for even being here. She sobbed as she fled, reminiscent of a bewildered heroine from a melodrama. Shun Jieshu, with an innocent expression, inquired, Father, is that sister experiencing menopause, thus affecting her mood? His father, Xunzhi, quickly covered his mouth, cautioning, son, such things are best left unsaid. It is enough for us to understand. What is happening? Did Sister Qian and young Master Ling have an engagement, only to annul it because of Gu Hua? Young Master Ling claims he was the one to propose the annulment, and the Ling family is a prominent household in Fugui City. Why would Qian willingly give up such an opportunity? Setting aside her uncle being the renowned actor Qingdi, the Qi family is not a notable lineage. Qingdi has made his way solely through his own efforts. Gu Hua intentionally fled to create the illusion of having been wronged, fully aware that her carefully orchestrated drama was about to unfold. She had been patient until now, biding her time for this moment of eruption. The dual radiance of the talented little fairy and the eldest daughter of the Gu family is not something one can possess simultaneously. She firmly believed that Qi Lisan, who insisted on fostering independence in his sons, would not permit the Qi children to exploit the family's influence. As Qian, being the granddaughter of Qi Lisan, could not be publicly acknowledged. The following day, Secretary Zhong detected the turmoil trending online and promptly relayed the information to Qi Lisan, who was still on a business trip in Nanshui City. Qi Lisan did not immediately investigate the trending topics, opting instead to finalize the documents at hand and complete a work-related phone call. Once he had a moment to spare, he picked up his tablet. Secretary Zhong succinctly recounted the events, explaining that Gu Hua had garnered attention due to the exposure of her dual identity. She captured everyone's attention, Yet the engagement between Qi Qian and Ling Qian was repeatedly mentioned. Many believed that the ordinary-born Qi Qian had previously climbed the social ladder by associating with the Ling family, while Gu Hua and Ling Qian were deemed a more suitable match. Online, some skeptics speculated that Qi Qian's remarkable performance during the live stream was orchestrated by her uncle, an award-winning actor, suggesting she was not as talented as she appeared. Upon hearing Secretary Zhong's account, Qi Lisan's expression darkened, subtle lines at the corners of his eyes revealing a chilling intensity. Those familiar with him recognized his anger. After a video concluded on the tablet before him, it automatically transitioned to another. This one showcased a whimsical act by Qi Qian after she had descended a cliff, where she carved a line of words into a boulder. Qi Qian, Qi Fengxiao, Qi Muse, Qi Lisan visited here. Upon seeing this, Qi Fengxiao chuckled and asked, "Why did you carve their names? Grandpa and your brother weren't even here." At the time, her action was fleeting, and the viewers in the live stream hardly paid it any mind. Qi Muse is the general manager of the Qi Group, a rising star in the business world, though some friends might be unfamiliar with him. However, Qi Lisan, the wealthiest individual, a paragon of success, is a name known to all. Reflect on how Qi Qian addresses her grandfather and uncle, friends. Ponder this carefully. Comments below read, "They all share the surname Qi. Could it be a coincidence?" Most likely a coincidence. Qi the actor mentioned he hails from a humble background. If he had a wealthy father, he would have surely boasted about it. What does this hastily scrawled message prove? I could claim Qi Lisan is my father too, yet he hasn't bestowed any riches upon me. Amusing. The moment Gu Hua's true identity was revealed, Qi Qian couldn't restrain herself, attempting to fabricate a wealthy persona. Alas, she is merely an imposter. How much dirty money has the original poster accepted from Qi Qian? No matter how much you attempt to exonerate her, even with Qi Lisan's name involved, your master will never transform into a wealthy heiress. The mention of Qi Lisan is undeniably resonant. If Qi Qian were claimed to come from another affluent family, they might believe it. However, Qi Lisan, let's be frank, everyone has dreamt of waking up one day as the daughter of a billionaire. Yet, when such claims are made, others are unlikely to accept them. Chapter 30. The Arrival of the Young Lady. Qi Lisan paid no heed to the comments from netizens, replaying the video of the carving again and again, unable to grow weary of it. Suddenly, he remarked, "Those little brats of mine have never thought of me this way, let alone perform such a romantic and heartwarming gesture as carving names upon a cliff." Secretary Zhong chuckled, "Chairman Qi. It is said that grandchildren are often closer to their grandparents, and the young lady is indeed fond of you. Of course, the third young master shares a bond with you as well." Qi Lisan's brow twitched. That lad could hardly compare to his sweet granddaughter, who would undertake such an endearing act. Qi Qian is the sole young lady of the Qi family, and I will not allow anyone to question this, Secretary Zhong affirmed. Indeed. Moreover, Qi Lisan's expression turned stern as he commanded, "Investigate who is orchestrating the smear campaign against Qi Qian. If it is the Gu family behind this, I trust you know how to proceed." Secretary Zhong wore a serious expression. "Rest assured, Chairman Qi, I know how to retaliate at this level. The child has endured significant grievances. She deserves some comfort. Girls have a penchant for clothing and jewelry. Let us purchase her a few sets of adornments." Secretary Zhong observed as Qi Lisan perused the auction catalog, circling several exquisite pieces of jewelry. He gently reminded Chairman Qi, "The young miss is still quite young. She may not require such an abundance of jewelry." Qi Lisan replied nonchalantly, "These are merely for her to play with. Who decrees that jewelry must always be worn? It is only fitting that my granddaughter has an ample collection of jewelry displayed in her wardrobe." Secretary Zhong felt a pang of envy, internally lamenting, "Chairman Qi, do you still lack a granddaughter? Might I be considered? Age is but a number, and gender is no barrier." Those even more envious than Secretary Zhong were the netizens who saw the latest announcement from the Qi Group's official WeChat account. The only granddaughter of Chairman Qi, the flawless young Miss Qi Qian, is now revealed. The internet erupted. The business community felt the tremors. It is well known that Qi Lisan has 5 sons, whom he governs with strict discipline, never allowing them to rely on the family name. The Qi Group's official WeChat has never issued personal statements. If this announcement was not sanctioned by Chairman Qi, who would dare to publish it? This signifies that, in Chairman Qi's heart, the significance of this granddaughter far surpasses that of all 5 sons combined. At this moment, who remembers Gu Hua or Ling Qian? Everyone flocked to the Qi Group's official WeChat, going wild. Who understands the feeling of being blindsided? Qi Qian is actually Chairman Qi's granddaughter. Before the Qi family, which family dares to claim nobility? They all pale in comparison. Gu fans, open your eyes and recognize the true noble young lady. Laughable. I thought Gu Hua's dual identity was impressive, but Qi Qian is the granddaughter personally protected by Qi Lisan. How can Gu Hua compare?
Damn.
Everyone else is dreaming of becoming a wealthy daughter, but Qi Qian's dream has come true. Qi Fengxiao previously stated he would sell sweet potatoes after stepping back from the limelight. It's true. If he were to falter, Chairman Qi would cast him out, indifferent to his fate. The ensuing shockwave lingered for quite some time, with the top trending topic followed closely by two explosive words. Who would dare to claim that the Qi family's young miss aspired to Ling Qian? Who would assert that Qi Qian is inferior to Gu Hua? Chairman Qi's granddaughter scoffs at deceit. It is others who aspire to her. Qi Qian remains unaware that when her grandfather acts, it is a seismic event. Her wardrobe is soon to be filled with new treasures. Gu Hua, too, is oblivious, believing that her external arrangements are secure and that she has already triumphed over Qi Qian. Thus, since morning, her gaze toward Qi Qian has carried a subtle air of superiority. Qi Qian suspects she might be experiencing a visual distortion. As Qi Qian appeared in the live stream, viewers collectively began to type, "The young lady has arrived. Everyone clear the way." Fortunately, Qi Qian could not see the barrage of comments. Otherwise, she might have remarked, "How overly dramatic." After finishing their breakfast, they prepared to cross the river. The dilemma was the absence of a boat. Swimming across was not an option for everyone. For instance, Qi Qian's uncle, who could not swim, would be at a disadvantage. Thus, Qi Qian directed them to cut bamboo and construct a raft on site. She herself stripped the birch bark, removing the outer layer to retain the flexible inner part, which could serve as a substitute for rope and was remarkably sturdy. Gu Hua observed their activities and suggested to her companions, "The method of constructing a wooden raft is rather cumbersome and labor-intensive. I have a more ingenious idea." Here we go again. This group is about to take another detour. Haven't they learned from the numerous past lessons that following the young lady means there's meat to eat? Even copying homework requires skill. Not everyone knows how to build a raft, you know. Let us not blindly praise Qi Qian just because she is the granddaughter of Qi Lisan. Building a raft is indeed time-consuming and labor-intensive. Who knows if it will even float? It will not sink. It is utterly impossible for it to sink, Qi Qian declared confidently about her bamboo raft. After they collectively pushed the raft into the water, Qi Fengxiao and Xunzhi took turns paddling. Following their departure, Gu Hua's group plunged into the river like dumplings dropping into boiling water. Hold onto your backpacks tightly, use their buoyancy to stabilize your bodies, and just swim forward. Gu Hua commanded loudly. "Hua Hua, you are brilliant," Ling Qian generously praised. In the next moment, a wave surged, sweeping Ling Qian away. Gu Hua hurriedly reached out to grab him, inadvertently loosening her grip on her backpack, which nearly got swept away as well. Qin Yu. Truly unfortunate. In truth, Gu Hua's concept was sound, but she had not adequately accounted for the wind resistance and the current of the river. Relying solely on assumptions would not yield results. Meanwhile, Qi Qian and her group reached the opposite bank in less than half an hour aboard their raft. They made a fire to dry their wet clothes. Qi Qian promptly fell asleep again, undeterred by the prospect of earthquakes or tsunamis. "I see the sign for the safe house above. We shall continue in that direction." Qi Fengxiao indicated towards the southern part of the forest. Shun Jiashu glanced at Qi Qian, who was deeply immersed in her slumber. "Uncle Qi, Sister Qian is still asleep. Let her be. I'll carry her," Qi Fengxiao resignedly replied. Having gained experience over the past few days, he was determined that no one would dare disturb Qi Qian's midday nap, except when it was mealtime. They hastened their pace towards the meal. Upon arrival, they were rendered speechless. Chapter 31. Dare you gamble with me? The safe house was perched on a rocky cliff, surrounded by an expanse devoid of any means to aid in climbing. To ascend, one could only rely on barehanded rock climbing. The nearly 50-meter-high vertical cliff was daunting. A monkey could manage this. I wonder if the Monkey King could. Don't joke. Climbing such heights is challenging even for professionals equipped with safety gear. Qi Qian is merely a child. How could she possibly accomplish it? My legs are already trembling. Qi Qian had awakened, yawning as if she hadn't had enough rest. "Wake up and come down quickly. I've carried you all this way," Qi Fengxiao reproached her. "Being this lazy, you would surely be scolded by your grandfather at home." Qi Lisan harbored a profound disdain for laziness and could not indulge Qi Qian's temperament. Qi Qian stuck out her tongue and descended from his back. Little Qi Qian, come and see, there are tools here, Xunzhi exclaimed, discovering a tool kit hidden beneath the grass, albeit with only 2 items. At least we have protective gear. How is your leg? Qi Qian unexpectedly inquired. Qi Fengxiao paused, instinctively placing his right hand on the side of his leg. How did you know? He replied. It doesn't affect anything. I've carried you for so long without issue. He had previously sustained a knee injury, which would ache if submerged in cold water for too long, yet he could endure it. Upon hearing this, Xunzhi offered. Let me take over. Though I lack experience, I am the most suitable for the task. Qi Qian, do you dare to wager with me? Came the breathless voice of Ling Qian from behind. Ling Qian, momentarily choked, provocatively declared, let us bet on who can ascend this cliff first. If you win, you may request any condition. If I win, you must publicly apologize to Gu Hua in front of the entire live stream audience. What do you say? Gu Hua looked at Ling Qian with a face full of admiration. Ignoring her, Ling Qian turned his attention back to Qi Qian and taunted, Qi Qian, are you afraid? If so, I shall take that as your concession. Qi Qian rolled her eyes and retorted, I have always believed that no one can be entirely foolish. However, encountering someone as foolish as you, worthy of being a national protected species, is a first for me. The term concede does not exist in my lexicon. If I do not carve the words I am your father on your forehead today, I shall write Qi Qian backward. Ling Qian cracked his knuckles. Let's see how long you can hold on. Gu Hua stifled a laugh at Qi Qian's folly. Ling Qian was an adept rock climber, having once claimed the runner-up title in a national climbing competition. It was audacious of her, a mere novice, to accept the challenge. Qi Fengxiao grasped Qi Qian's arm, but she calmly reassured him, Uncle, do not worry. I am the Monkey King. Qi Fengxiao nearly succumbed to laughter at her untimely humor. He reluctantly let her go, thinking that if she fell, he would serve as her cushion below. Once Ling Qian donned his protective gear and observed that Qi Qian had yet to move, he scoffed. You can concede now if you wish. Wearing protective gear to climb a mere rock face? You dare to wager with only 1 life. Qi Qian lightly dismissed him. Trash. Ling Qian retorted, you are all talk. Just wait and see if you don't end up in tears. With Qi Mu's command of start, Qi Qian and Ling Qian commenced their ascent simultaneously. Initially, they maintained equal speed, but gradually, Ling Qian surpassed Qi Qian, leaping significantly ahead, leaving her trailing behind. A gust of wind swept through, adding an intangible challenge to this extreme sport. I can't bear to watch. Qian Mei is going to lose. Just apologize if you must. It's fine if Qian Mei gives up now. Safety is paramount. Qian Mei has finally acknowledged defeat. She was just so enthusiastic moments ago. Is your young lady really so inept? Young Masterling is formidable. Go, defeat Qi Qian, and avenge Gu Hua. With a bold smile gracing her face.
Qi Qian suddenly accelerated.
Her hands were steady, gripping the crevices of the rocks for leverage, and each foothold was meticulously calculated. In the blink of an eye, she surpassed Ling Qian, ascending ever higher as if she had deliberately allowed him to revel in his momentary triumph. Ling Qian, witnessing Qi Qian's ascent towards the safety zone, was enveloped in profound astonishment. He could not afford to lose, his manhood was at stake. With a fierce roar, he exerted himself to climb higher. To his surprise, Qi Qian suddenly halted, gripping a crevice with 1 hand, her almond-shaped eyes gazing down at him with disdain. You have lost. With those words, Qi Qian scaled the rock face, rising to her feet and brushing off her hands like a victorious monarch claiming her spoils.
Qi Qian.
You are absolutely stunning. She has defeated Ling Qian. She truly accomplished it. I could cry. There is nothing she cannot achieve. Nothing. She is both audacious and confident, so utterly captivating. Qi Qian retrieved the communication device from the safety house and spotted a megaphone on the ground, picking it up as she stepped outside. Ling Qian had also made his way up, sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, his complexion markedly different from before. To be defeated in his area of expertise by someone he once despised was a bitter pill to swallow. Moreover, he had been wearing protective gear, while Qi Qian had ascended barehanded. Ignoring the defeated Ling Qian, Qi Qian approached the cliff's edge, megaphone in hand, and shouted, testing, 1, 2, 3. The crowd below took notice. Ling Qian has lost. Ling Qian has lost. Ling Qian has lost. In a state of despondency, Ling Qian nearly leaped up, glaring at her with incredulity. Was there anyone more humiliating than her? Once was not enough. She repeated it thrice. The announcement echoed down the cliff, initially unclear to the crowd until, at last, she proclaimed, "Dear friends, I have exceptional news. Ling Qian is lost. Ling Qian is lost." The crowd comprehended fully, and Qi Fengxiao and Xunzhi were overjoyed, their grins stretching from ear to ear. Gu Hua's group exclaimed, "Is Qi Qian out of her mind?" The exuberant scene atop the cliff was captured in the golden hues of the setting sun. Extreme sports challenge the nerves. The essence of humanity is to admire strength. The reigning champion of the previous national climbing competition commented on Weibo, "Incredible. You accomplished what I dared not attempt. I hope to compete alongside you in the future." Qi Qian's fanbase surged past 5 million, making her the most followed among the current cohort of guests. Her fans celebrated en masse. Upon returning to Xiaohe village, there was a brief respite before a heartwarming moment before the episode concluded. However, the tension between the two groups rendered any warmth impossible. Everyone gathered around a round table to share their experiences and insights from the recording process, unsure whether they were discussing dignity or something else entirely. Qi Qian turned to Qi Fengxiao and remarked, "Some cannot bear to lose. Their debts remain unpaid." Ling Qian glared at her, his eyes blazing with intensity. "What do you want? If it's me, I would rather die than comply." Chapter 32. Treading Six Boats. Gu Hua felt a pang of anxiety. Could Qi Qian be attempting to use this opportunity to drive Ling Qian away from her as a form of revenge? How utterly shameless of her. "Uncle, do you have any good ideas?" Qi Qian intentionally tormented Ling Qian and turned to ask Qi Fengxiao. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Fengxiao sincerely replied, "I am curious about the taste of cow dung, but I don't wish to taste it myself. Could you satisfy my curiosity?" Ling Qian's face shifted from blue to red, then to purple, a splendid spectacle. Shan Jiashu raised a hand. Let him sing the heroic song, but with the gestures of the drunken concubine. "Ha ha, you devils. What kind of demons are you all? If there were a pill for regret, young Master Ling would have gone bankrupt by now. I really want to see how Qianmei's punishment unfolds. It might just kill him." Gu Hua chimed in. Qian, don't go too far. It's just one loss."
Sigh.
Qi Qian extended a finger, stating that losing once meant losing forever. No excuses, or else one simply cannot afford to play. Ling Qian grasped Gu Hua's arm, his voice strained. "A bet is a bet. Just tell me what you want me to do." Qi Qian and Qi Fengxiao whispered conspiratorially, their eyes revealing mischief. "You will now record a video of yourself cleaning glass while declaring yourself a grandson, and pin it to your Weibo for a month." Qi Qian displayed a wicked smile. Ling Qian's eyes widened, his palm pressing down so forcefully it threatened to splinter the table. This was truly a matter of heart and soul. Such trivial punishments paled in comparison to the prospect of social death online, a crushing blow to his self-esteem. How dare Qi Qian treat him this way? With so many eyes upon him, no matter how furious he was, Ling Qian could not go back on his word. He swallowed the urge to spit blood and stepped outside to record the video. "Make your movements more precise. Do you truly clean the glass like this? Speak up. Haven't you eaten today? TSK, that physique is nothing to boast about. It's even worse than a little monkey." Ling Qian nearly choked on his own blood. Comparing him to a monkey? What madness is this? Tonight's glass cleaning would be at young Master Ling's expense. Perhaps due to a series of blows to his pride, Ling Qian sat on the side, lost in thought. Qin Yu laughed. "Qi Qian, your meticulousness toward Ling Qian and your desire for retribution make one suspect your feelings for him are not pure. With someone who has 6 girlfriends at once as the bottom, I see myself as the most innocent one," Qi Qian replied with a meaningful glance. Qin Yu's expression stiffened momentarily before he quickly composed himself. It was now Qi Fengxiao's turn to share his thoughts. "I have nothing else to say. This episode, I relied entirely on Qian Bao to carry me through. What a delight." Xunzhi and his son paid him respect with hearty laughter.
Qi Qian remarked.
"This is my first time on a variety show, and I may have faltered in some areas." Everyone anticipated a moment of sentiment, but she swiftly turned her words. "If you can't stand me, feel free to insult my uncle. I'm in the state. How good could he possibly be? If you insult him, you must not dare insult me again." Qi Fengxiao. Qi Film Emperor. "We have grown increasingly distant, becoming a pair of estranged relatives. All right, we shall only insult the Qi Film Emperor from now on." Having confirmed the family resemblance, she is undoubtedly the biological niece. Next came Qin Yu, who flashed his signature sunny smile. This recording presented many unexpected challenges, thrilling and stimulating, and also imparted a valuable lesson about life. Hard work can change everything. With sincerity. Qin Yu spread his wisdom among the group. Qi Qian glanced over, a smile gracing her lips. However, one cannot neglect the issue of kidney deficiency or halitosis. You must seek treatment. The room fell silent. All eyes wide. The live stream buzzed with anticipation. Qin Yu, under her penetrating gaze, felt a wave of unease wash over him. Maintaining his smile, he replied, "Thank you for your concern. I am in good health." "Oh, I don't believe that," she retorted. "I could swear to it." Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed outside, causing Qin Yu's mouth to twitch, his voice shrinking. "I swear." Another rumble of thunder followed, blinding white light illuminating the room. Qi Fengxiao wore a playful expression, questioning whether he would still dare to make that oath. "This is merely a coincidence," Qin Yu insisted. With a smile that seemed to hint at divine intervention, Qi Qian remarked, "Even if you were to date 6 girlfriends simultaneously, it would not alter the fact that you suffer from kidney deficiency." Qin Yu's eyelids twitched, his demeanor cooling.
Qian.
"Perhaps your parents neglected to teach you that words can bring misfortune. One should choose their words with care, do you understand? I don't even have half a girlfriend. And this guy is dating 6 at once? Qi Qian, please refrain from speaking so recklessly. My brother is pure and virtuous. He would never have such a flaw. It is you who, despite your youth, seems to know too much. I have long wondered, where did you hear such gossip, Qianjia?" Qin Yu has maintained a strict code of conduct since his debut, treating others with kindness, leaving no room for scandal. I refuse to believe he is that kind of person.
Iawait Qian esse come upans.
Unfazed by Qin Yu's veiled threat, Qi Qian continued unabated.
Tell me,
Will those 6 girlfriends of yours be watching the live stream? Are they aware that, aside from themselves, you have others? Qin Yu's complexion paled. Of course. They wouldn't know. Qi Qian's words danced through the air, as if teasing the very nerves of her audience. Among your girlfriends, there's one named Kiki. Does she know you did not accompany her for her birthday last week, and instead went on a road trip with Lamon? Qin Yu's body began to tremble, his expression faltering. Qi Qian continued, "Do you still plan to find a way to break up with them all to be with the daughter of your agency as president?" Qin Yu felt darkness closing in. He finally understood the overwhelming sense of dread that had consumed Yuan Yaya when the truth came to light. And all this unfolded before an audience of over 100 million. His future, his livelihood, were all at stake. Qi Qian was correct. Qin Yu's girlfriends were indeed watching the stream. Each believed she was his one true treasure, pouring her heart out to him. There was no way they would miss his live broadcast. And then, they were confronted with this shocking revelation. Though love may have clouded their judgment, it did not render them completely oblivious. All of Qin Yu's previous odd behaviors now served as irrefutable evidence of his infidelity. The 6 girls found one another, united in their outrage, and took to the internet to publicly denounce Qin Yu. This spectacle sent shockwaves across social media, leaving viewers nearly choked by this monumental scandal. A man straddling 6 boats and a spare rich heiress could easily gather enough for 2 rounds of mahjong. Indeed, what a tale it was. Reflecting on the live stream of Escape from the Heartthrob, where a rising star sought refuge in a closet, it concluded with the fall of a kidney-deficient top idol, caught in the web of 6 relationships. The situation was primarily exposed by Qi Qian. Netizens commented sharply, "This year's performance standard for paparazzi is Qi Qian." The chief director of the show was in a frenzy. "Can't you leave me a few people? Who am I supposed to invite for the next episode?"
Tell me.
With her dual radiance and the contrasting presence of Qi Qian, her popularity should have surged, making her the darling of this episode. As for Qi Qian, she was merely a supporting character and a stepping stone. Gu Hua waited in anticipation for the car to arrive at her home. Ahead, luxury vehicles approached in pairs, followed closely by a convoy of 4 more. The opulent procession immediately captured everyone's attention. "Qiango, are your parents sending a car for you?" Gu Hua's eyes sparkled. "They're so good to you." Ling Qian felt a sense of relief after a day of pent-up frustration, especially in contrast to the absence of Qi Qian and Qi Fengxiao's transportation. He wore a faint smirk, thinking they were simply overthinking things, creating such a spectacle. Chapter 33. No money, just a life. As those words fell, a group of bodyguards clad in black descended from the cars. Ling Qian, hands in pockets, lifted his chin and said, "You've worked hard." The guards bypassed them directly and approached Qi Qian. Ling Qian and Gu Hua froze in place. "What's going on?" Qi Fengxiao pointed to himself.
"What about me?"
"Qi Fengxiao, is he my biological father?" He turned to Qi Qian. Qian Bao, you wouldn't abandon your uncle, would you? Qi Qian shook her head. Uncle, look how well Grandpa treats you. He could easily ignore you, yet he still found a reason to involve himself. Qi Fengxiao, do you want this fortune or not? Joking aside, Qi Fengxiao eventually got into the car. The convoy sped away with great fanfare. Ling Qian's handsome face turned pale. He had never felt so self-deluded. During her years in the Qi family, she never received such treatment. Why did Qi Qian deserve it? Gu Hua suddenly recalled something and asked the system in her mind. How many fans do I have now? Shouldn't it be around 10 million as per the original plot? System. Still over 200,000, half of which were bought by your agent. What? Why is it so low? System. The Qi Group's official Weibo revealed Qi Qian's identity. Her performance in the live broadcast was exceptional, and her popularity has skyrocketed. Even the film emperor is overshadowed by her, let alone you. Gu Hua gritted her teeth in frustration. Are you mocking me? System. I am merely stating the facts. However, the host need not worry. The more glorious Qi Qian appears now, the more tragic her future will be. There can only be one heroine in the story. Gu Hua felt somewhat reassured. No matter how high Qi Qian jumped, it wouldn't change the fact that she was merely a supporting character. In another vehicle, taking advantage of the old man's business trip, Qi Fengxiao thought to himself that he must let her know that he, as her uncle, was better than Grandpa. Qi Qian, how did you know about Qin Yu's kidney deficiency? Qi Fengxiao casually asked, surprised by her detailed knowledge. Qi Qian leaned back in her seat, yawning. Uncle, do you know the Pythagorean theorem? Yes, it's a basic geometric theorem. After reciting it, Qi Fengxiao paused. But what does Qin Yu's kidney deficiency have to do with this? What I meant to say is, this matter has nothing to do with the Pythagorean theorem. Qi Fengxiao's hands itched with curiosity. Do you know Ohm's law?
Qi Qian inquired.
Qi Fengxiao, grinding his teeth, replied, of course. But what does that have to do with anything? Qi Qian innocently blinked. It has nothing to do with anything. I was just testing your awareness to keep you alert. Don't forget to buy me a late-night snack later. You're asking for a beating. Qi Fengxiao playfully swatted her head. Before returning to their apartment, Qi Fengxiao took Qi Qian to the mall. As he suddenly recalled that he had prepared nothing for her on the day she arrived. The toiletries had all been disposable. Feeling guilty, he noticed Qi Qian looking exhausted and asked if she wanted to rest in a shopping cart as he pushed her along. How could I, an introverted person, do such a thing in public? She retorted, yet moments later, she settled into the cart. Qi Fengxiao's lips twitched, had she hesitated for even a second. Not long after, a trending topic emerged online about encountering the illustrious Qi actor and his little companion at the mall, accompanied by a photo of Qi Fengxiao earnestly selecting items in front of a shelf, while Qi Qian lounged in the shopping cart, her slender legs swinging in the air. Ha, look at this brother taking his child shopping. Report. Little Qian has stolen spicy strips from the nearby shelf. Children shouldn't eat that. The cart is filled with pink items. They must be for little Qian. How thoughtful of the brother. Who remembers when this uncle and niece first recorded together? They were as awkward as strangers? Qi Fengxiao caught Qi Qian in the act of pilfering spicy strips and swatted her hand away. No more. You've already taken 2 bags. Fine, then get me 2 bags as well. Having not indulged in fast food for a long time, Qi Fengxiao conceded in an instant. After completing their purchases, they exited the mall with several large bags in hand. Qi Fengxiao received a call from his older brother and stepped aside to answer. What's up, second brother? A cool, jade-like voice came through the phone. How is Qi Qian doing these days? Is she still alive? Qi Fengxiao felt a surge of irritation. Did his brother think so little of him that he couldn't care for a child? It's just been raising a pet. One dies and you move on. You're in traffic. Are you not home? After a brief silence, his brother replied, Qianbao? When did you two become so close? Didn't you see us on the survival variety show we participated in together? I've never been interested in such things.
Qi Fengxiao scoffed.
So, why are you calling me? His brother replied, Dad has suspended the funds for my studio. That simple statement carried a weight of confusion. Qi Fengxiao chuckled. So, the old man knows about Qianbao being with me. Otherwise, he wouldn't punish you. His older brother, while earning a decent living, squandered it all on extravagant hobbies, forcing him to store part of his funds with their father, who managed a monthly allowance for the studio to prevent bankruptcy. Dad suspended my funds for Qianbao's sake? But doesn't he loathe children? His brother questioned, recalling how their father had often shown disdain for them during their childhood. Who can decipher the old man's thoughts? Perhaps he suddenly found you displeasing?
Qi Fengxiao replied. Auhict, do-me a favor.
Important matters cannot be assisted, and trivial ones are undesired. There is no money to lend. Only a life at stake. I shall repay you next month. Chief Fengxiao resolutely refused, declaring that your trove of antiques is but an insatiable abyss, yielding nothing in return. After a moment's contemplation, Qi Chaos Hen suggested, then send Qi Qian to me. I can take care of her for a few days. Before he could finish his sentence, Qi Fengxiao abruptly hung up the phone. Qi Chaos Hen was taken aback. He had previously referred to Qi Qian as a little brat, and now, the true annoyance was this third brother. Now that he was willing to exchange Qi Qian, why was he still displeased? What kind of sorcery had Qi Qian cast upon him? Chapter 34. Truly not treating Rusu as an outsider. Qi Qian, holding a bag of chips, inquired, Uncle, was that a call from grandfather? No, it was from your second uncle. Qi Fengxiao paused, shamelessly speaking ill of others before Qi Qian. He is in debt. The bank denied his loan application, and he came to me for a loan. Qi Qian blinked in surprise. Is second uncle that unfortunate?
Indeed.
Who told him to dabble in antiques? Those things are a financial black hole. If you encounter your second uncle again, keep your distance, or he might just kidnap you to extort a ransom from the old man. We are family. Surely that cannot be. Not necessarily. Your second uncle might feast on children. Qi Fengxiao widened his eyes in mock terror. Qi Qian, slightly exasperated, retorted, Uncle, do I look like a fool? Qi Fengxiao cleared his throat. Just be aware of what you're doing. If he tries to take you away, run immediately. Do you understand?
Qi Qian nodded confidently, assuring.
I will definitely not go with him. Qi Fengxiao was immensely pleased. Does the second brother intend to snatch her away?
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
On the first day following the conclusion of the live broadcast of Escape from the Charismatic, voting commenced. Only viewers who participated in the live stream were eligible to vote, with each allowed a single vote to determine the most popular contestant of the episode. Qi Fengxiao's popularity was unquestionable, and the veteran actor Xunzhi, renowned for his numerous classic works, was also a strong contender. Gu Hua and Ling Qian's fanbases had also grown formidable and should not be underestimated. Yet Qi Qian, an ordinary individual, garnered an astonishing lead in votes over all others. The reason was simple. Yuan Yayao had fallen from grace, and Xin Yu had too. The fans of the popular flower and the newly emerged top-tier star were heartbroken and retaliated by casting numerous votes for Qi Qian. Upon hearing this, Qi Qian felt as though the grand prize of 5 million was drawing nearer. The only drawback was that her leisurely life had been interrupted. For the past 2 days, whenever she ventured out for work, Qi Fengxiao accompanied her. Qi Lisin had ordered him to supervise Qi Qian, forbidding her from idling at home lest her youth be wasted away. Thus, Qi Qian found herself taken to an advertisement shoot amidst a bamboo grove. As Qi Fengxiao familiarized himself with the script, Qi Qian squatted beneath a tree, listening to the bamboo rats gossip. Yesterday, the granddaughter of my fourth uncle was captured. How pitiful! I wonder whose pot she will end up in. Just then, she spotted 2 humans kissing. Oh my eyes! She gasped. Did they undress? Not yet. But the man's hand slipped under the woman's clothes as he whispered, Little enchantress, I shall have my way with you today. The woman replied, You cannot. You already have a wife. And thus, the scene unfolded. Qi Qian and the other bamboo rats were left in awe, exclaiming, How stimulating. In the depths of the bamboo grove, an audacious skirmish unfolded, revealing a blatant disregard for the presence of outsiders. Whispers circulated that foul play had been afoot on the wire, aimed at incapacitating someone with the surname Qi. A bamboo rat murmured in hushed tones, and the unfolding drama struck close to home for Qi Qian, leaving her momentarily breathless. After all, there were only 2 individuals bearing the Qi surname present. Without hesitation, she sprang into action. Upon her arrival, Qi Qian discovered a figure shrouded in white cloth, lying motionless in a clearing before the bamboo thicket. She turned to Brother Zhao, present at the scene, and inquired, Is that my uncle? Brother Zhao nodded gravely. Rushing to the figure, Qi Qian gently prodded, Uncle, wake up. How can you just be gone? A surge of indignation coursed through her as she demanded,
Who is responsible for this?
Who has harmed my dashing uncle? I shall break their wings and shatter their paradise. Step forward. The onlookers exchanged glances, struggling to suppress their laughter. Only one individual in the corner was drenched in sweat. Approaching Qi Qian, he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and said, If your uncle is gone, how could I not know? The performer beneath the white cloth stirred, lifting the covering to clarify, I am not your uncle. Uncle? Please let me explain, Qi Qian pleaded. You need not explain, Qi Fengxiao interjected, pinching her cheek. Could you not wish for something better for me?
Qi Qian mumbled defensively.
It was Brother Zhao who suggested you had departed this world. Brother Zhao hastily shook his head, clarifying, that was not my intention. I merely meant to imply your uncle had left abruptly. My expression was merely an unfortunate choice of words. Qi Qian felt the pinch from Qi Fengxiao acutely. Her gaze darted around, searching for the suspicious figure, uncertain whether her recent performance might intimidate him. To be cautious, she divulged the matter to Qi Fengxiao. His expression shifted dramatically. Where did you hear this? It was through casual conversation, Qi Qian responded ambiguously. Brother Zhao's demeanor grew serious. Regardless of whether it was mere gossip or a genuine threat, I will have someone inspect the wire again. Upon investigation, they indeed discovered an issue. The screws on the wire were loose. Had Qi Fengxiao not experienced sudden abdominal pain and departed momentarily, a calamity could have occurred. An injury as trivial as a broken leg would have been a mere trifle compared to the potential loss of life. Qi Fengxiao's countenance darkened, and he scanned the gathering with a furrowed brow. Who harbors such jealousy of my handsomeness as to wish me harm? Brother Zhao inquired whether Qi Qian had any insight into the shadowy figure behind the plot. With a pointed finger, Qi Qian accused the furtive man lurking in the corner. It is he. Brother Zhao promptly instructed his assistant to apprehend the man. Sensing the impending danger, the man bolted.
Qi Qian pursued.
But the distance grew as she navigated the array of filming equipment. Undeterred, she adeptly ascended the nearby bamboo, leaping from one stalk to another to close the gap. In a swift motion, she found herself atop a bent bamboo, launching herself like a missile. With a decisive kick, she struck the man squarely in the back, sending him sprawling to the ground. Why flee when we could engage in a calm discussion? Why resort to violence? She exclaimed. The fallen man lay speechless, resembling a stubborn duck, while the surrounding crew erupted in applause, marveling at her remarkable agility and prowess that seemed straight from the pages of a martial arts film. Indeed, she is the niece of Qi, displaying such remarkable skills. This man must be from the props department. What trouble has he stirred? Qi Fengxiao and Zhao approached, relieved to see Qi Qian unharmed. The man was swiftly escorted to the police station. In light of these events, the director and the person in charge hurried over to apologize to Qi Fengxiao, acknowledging the negligence that led to this mishap. They offered to reschedule the shoot if Qi Fengxiao wished to postpone. However, he was unwilling to let such a trivial matter disrupt their work. The director gazed at Qi Qian as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Qi, would you consider bringing Qian along for this advertisement? There happens to be a role of a little fairy that would suit her perfectly. Chapter 35. The Turtle Sage is also a fairy. Qi Fengxiao raised an eyebrow and inquired of Qi Qian, would you like to participate? Is there money involved? Qi Qian asked earnestly. Working for free was out of the question. It was impossible to do so for a lifetime. The director replied, absolutely, I will prepare a generous red envelope for you. Qi Qian readily accepted. The director further informed her that the role was not particularly demanding, as long as she embodied a fairy's essence. The rest could be left to her creativity. Understood. Just being a fairy is sufficient. 15 minutes later, Qi Qian appeared before everyone, fully adorned. The collective response was one of shock, silence, and bewilderment. She wore a soft green gauzy skirt, layers of delicate fabric flowing gracefully. However, she also carried an enormous turtle shell on her back. Qi Fengxiao's eyes twitched. Qi Qian, what on earth is that on your back? It's a turtle shell, she replied. Have you forgotten your character is a little fairy? Which fairy would carry a turtle shell? I haven't forgotten, Qi Qian insisted, stepping forward with conviction. The turtle sage is still a fairy. I assent it. And turtles are symbols of longevity. Qi Fengxiao covered his face in exasperation. The turtle sage is not a little fairy. We brought you in to play a fairy, not to be the comedic relief.
Yet.
The director looked at Qi Qian with delight, immediately declaring, Qi Qian's idea is quite intriguing. We shall reimagine the role as the little turtle sage. The assistant director wholeheartedly agreed. Incorporating this into the advertisement will certainly be a highlight. Qi Fengxiao, at a loss for words, completed the shoot. Qi Qian joyfully received a substantial red envelope, overflowing with glee. As she tirelessly counted the bright red bills, Qi Fengxiao was taken aback. Doesn't your grandfather give you pocket money at home? You're so pleased with just a few thousand? He does, but it doesn't feel the same as earning it myself.
Qi Qian beamed.
The more she amassed in her little treasure chest, the larger her envisioned paradise of handsome men would be upon retirement. Even if the Qi family were to face ruin, she would still have a backup plan. After all, the protagonist has the halo of fortune, while the antagonist does not. Opportunities must be seized with determination. Seeing her avaricious demeanor, Qi Fengxiao generously transferred her some pocket money, quite magnanimously stating, "Spend it as you wish." Qi Qian opened it to find 100 yuan. Qi Fengxiao replied earnestly, "You are still young. Having too much money can lead you astray. Be prudent. This is your uncle's earnings for a week. You've already landed a role in an advertisement, and you only earn 100 a week?" Qi Qian sighed, "Well, my career is just starting, and expenses arise everywhere. Saving wherever possible is wise." One cannot help but acknowledge the tenacity of a film emperor. Once he is committed to a persona, he does not waver. Qi Qian reflected on his past as an extra, a truly arduous endeavor, and thus sent him a red envelope. Qi Fengxiao opened it, only to find a mere 888. Qi Qian patted his shoulder and mimicked his earlier tone, "Spend wisely." Accumulating money is not an easy feat. Zhao Go, the driver, nearly succumbed to laughter. Here was a film emperor, whose fees for a single appearance could easily exceed 10 million, alongside Qi Qian, the most favored granddaughter of Chairman Qi, both feigning poverty. After dinner, Qi Qian waited by the roadside for Qi Fengxiao and the others to bring the car. A vehicle halted before her. "Qi Qian, get in," commanded the man within the car succinctly. "I am your second uncle." What a handsome face. How could someone so striking possibly be a villain? Qi Qian thought whimsically, yet hesitated for a moment. "No, I cannot go with you."
Why? Qi Kaosheng inquired.
"Third uncle claims you eat children." "I do not eat children. Just get in. We cannot park here." In an instant, Qi Qian was persuaded and decisively entered the vehicle. Inside, she sat in the passenger seat, curiously observing the man behind the wheel. The Qi family undeniably boasted an unblemished lineage of beauty, each possessing a distinctive charm. The man before her, resembling a cold beauty, exuded an aura that deterred one from approaching easily, akin to a block of solid ice. "Why are you staring at me?" Qi Chaosheng's voice was cool. "Are you afraid I might devour you?" It was unclear what peculiar notions Qi Fengxiao had instilled in her. Qi Qian shook her head. "Second uncle, you are truly handsome. If you entered the entertainment industry, on second thought, my third uncle's supreme looks would only land him a role as an extra. Perhaps her second uncle could at least play a supporting character. With such striking features, whatever you say must be heeded." Qi Chaosheng glanced at her before retrieving his phone to make a call. "What is it?" came the authoritative voice of Qi Li's senator father. "Qi Qian is with me," Qi Chaosheng stated. "Yes, I believe you understand my meaning," he articulated delicately. Beside him, Qi Qian was taken aback. Third uncle truly did not deceive her. Second uncle, burdened by debts, intended to kidnap her for ransom from grandfather? This is a black car. Qi Li's son sounded somewhat exasperated. "Let her speak to me. I shall give her the phone now." Qi Chaosheng passed the device to Qi Qian, gesturing for her to converse. Startled by the situation and having overeaten, Qi Qian inadvertently released a resounding burp, echoing through the air. "Qi Qian?" Qi Lisan called. As she let out the sound, the thought of the earlier kidnapping incident surged through her mind. Instinctively, she exclaimed, "Grandfather, save me. I do not wish to die."
Qi Lisen. Qi Kaosheng.
Suddenly, the phone lost power, the screen darkening. Qi Qian gazed at Qi Chaosheng, who met her gaze. "I did not abduct you. You willingly got into the car, correct?"
Qi Kaosheng sought confirmation.
Qi Qian reassured him, "Do not worry, second uncle. Grandfather will surely bring the ransom to rescue me. Then you can use the money to repay your debts." If one were not driven to desperation, who would engage in such perilous endeavors? The plight of the second uncle is indeed tragic. A question mark materialized above Qi Chaosheng's head, perplexing him. Qi Qian's mind was racing with calculations. Thus, "This sum shall be considered a loan from me to you. Repay me once you find fortune in the future." Qi Chaosheng replied, "You overthink. Really, dear uncle, there is no need for formality between us. We are practically family. I comprehend the hardships of adulthood," Qi Qian asserted with earnest sincerity. Qi Chaosheng had never felt so speechless. "So, you intend to assist me in deceiving your grandfather out of his money?" "It's not deception if it concerns family matters." Qi Qian blinked innocently. "This is merely a benevolent fib." Qi Chaosheng fell silent, contemplating that had this not been their first meeting, he might have believed they were longtime comrades. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, Qi Fengxiao, unable to locate Qi Qian.
Dialect Kilisen. Dad.
This is bad. It seems my dear Qian has encountered a classic incident of aristocratic misfortune. She has been kidnapped. Chapter 36. Immediately apprehend her uncle. Qi Lisan responded, She S with your second brother. Do not panic. If you're not in your right mind, perhaps you should drink some water. Qi Fengxiao stood bewildered by the roadside, her thoughts in disarray. Qian kidnapped by her second brother. At Jingshui Yuan. Qi Chaosheng backed the car into the garage and beckoned Qi Qian to follow him into an upscale apartment. This was a single-unit residence. After swiping a card, the elevator ascended directly to the 15th floor. Compared to Qi Fengxiao's chaotic abode, Qi Chaosheng clearly exhibited traits of cleanliness and obsessive-compulsiveness, with everything meticulously arranged. The interior decor was starkly minimalistic. What would you like to drink? Qi Chaosheng inquired as he approached the refrigerator. Qi Qian, seated on the sofa with her hands tucked under her arms, displayed no awareness of her status as a hostage. Coke with a straw, please. No Coke? Would milk suffice? Only children drink milk. We adults prefer Coke. Is milk unacceptable? I can manage sweet milk, but not the unsweetened kind. Children are so troublesome. However, the studio's funds had yet to be deposited. A friend had mentioned a promising batch of Qing Dynasty antiques. He would reserve them for him. Presently, he had just over 10 billion on hand, insufficient for his needs, and could only wait for his father to relent. Qi Chaosheng pinched the bridge of his nose, charged his phone, and opened a food delivery app to order Coke and her toiletries. He then asked Qi Qian if she desired anything else. Qi Qian immediately sat up straight. Spicy strips, potato chips, dried fish, sour plum slices, beef jerky, and pickled chicken feet, with specific brands and flavors. I was referring to daily necessities. All is acceptable, I'm not picky. Half an hour later, the delivery arrived. Qi Chaosheng brought the items to the living room when his phone rang again, not from Qi Lisan. Upon seeing it was Qi Fengxiao calling, he promptly ended the call. Moments later, the phone rang again. This time, it was his friend who owned the antique shop. Did that batch arrive so soon? Yes. I have no surgery scheduled for tomorrow, so I'll come by then. After setting a time, Qi Chaosheng hung up the phone and turned to find Qi Qian peering at him curiously from the sofa. The sound of the waves ceased momentarily. What's wrong? Uncle? Please don't air. I just heard you mention that batch of goods. Qi Qian spoke in a whimsical tone, reminiscent of detective films, where such a term often alluded to smuggling or illicit contraband. Qi Chao sighed. It's not what you imagine. They are merely antiques. You're already buried in debt. Why indulge in antiques? Who told you I'm in debt? Qi Qian replied candidly, my third uncle. Qi Chao suspected that Qi Fengxiao hadn't spoken highly of him to Qi Qian, but he paid little mind to it. Your room is on the left side of the second floor. If you need anything, just let me know. I'm heading to bed now. Good night, second uncle. Qi Chao turned and ascended the stairs. Within moments, a deafening sound from the television echoed downstairs. Today, as health tips, let food be your best health supplement. These 8 foods can prevent wrinkles. Did you know these common facts? 3 things to avoid. Holding your urine. How old is she really? Surely 15, not 50? The following morning, Qi Qian awoke to find Qi Chao absent. He must have left without leaving her any food. She noticed a utility bill affixed to the refrigerator, adorned with a flamboyant signature, Qi Chao. Qi Qian was taken aback. Wasn't this the name of the individual who had been arrested for involvement in an antique smuggling case, only to be vindicated later? Yet had suffered a devastating downfall leading to the bankruptcy of the Qi family, one of the antagonists? To think that this unfortunate soul was her second uncle. The goods he mentioned yesterday were indeed smuggled antiques. Was he not departing, but rather heading off to prison? Without her phone, and unable to locate a landline in the house, she decided to venture outside. The door was locked. Qi Chao had likely forgotten she was still there and had secured the door. Frowning, Qi Qian turned her gaze to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. The 15th floor. She could manage that. Qi Qian, with effort, began to scale down the wall of the apartment building. Suddenly, she heard a scream emanating from a balcony below. Money, I'll give you all of it. Please, don't harm my son. Qi Qian paused, peered over the edge, and beheld a robber clad in a black stocking mask, brandishing a knife, while gripping a 5- or 6-year-old boy. The boy's mother was sprawled on the ground, clutching her abdomen in agony. Their eyes met, and Qi Qian signaled for silence before gracefully leaping onto the balcony. Silently and stealthily, she took advantage of the robber's distraction as he rummaged through a drawer. She swiftly kicked at his lower body. The robber let out a high-pitched, anguished wail, his form contorting, and he released the boy, collapsing to the ground. Qi Qian quickly disarmed him and bound him with bed linens. Call the police. Yes, yes. The boy's mother nodded vigorously. Thank you so much. I will repay you. No need for repayment. This is merely my obligation.
Huh.
Before long, the police car arrived, followed closely by a swarm of eager reporters. Meanwhile, Qi Chaosheng sat in the vehicle, instructing his assistant, drive faster, I am pressed for time. Yes, the assistant replied. Casually switching on the news channel, the voiceover began. A young girl, witnessing injustice, intervened to rescue a mother and her child from a brutal home invasion. But the truth behind the incident is truly astonishing. A reporter inquired, how did you manage to thwart the robber? I merely delivered a decisive kick. And he lost the ability to resist. Perhaps he was simply too weak, Qi Qian modestly responded. Hearing Qi Qian's voice, Qi Chaosheng was momentarily taken aback. The reporter continued. It is said that you witnessed the incident from outside a balcony. What were you doing there? Qi Qian sighed. My uncle locked me in the house. And with no food available, I was too hungry to resist the urge to climb out the window in search of something to eat. Qi Chaosheng straightened, seemingly forgetting that she was still in his home. The reporter pressed on. Why did your uncle confine you? Qi Qian replied earnestly, I don't know. But I trust my uncle didn't mean to starve me. The reporter's expression changed. Officer, this young girl appears to be a victim of familial abuse. You must apprehend her uncle immediately. Qi Chaosheng was left speechless. 2 hours later, after undergoing police questioning and admonishment, Qi Chaosheng emerged from the police station with Qi Qian. He was silent for a considerable time. It was the first occasion in his life that he had been summoned to the police station, accused of child abuse, while the minor in question had, just an hour prior, delivered a fatal blow to a robber, potentially condemning him to a life devoid of dignity. Truly, this day was surreal. Qi Chaosheng rubbed his temples and said to Qi Qian, I had no intention of letting you starve. I simply forgot you were home. Having lived alone for so long, he found it difficult to adjust instantly. Qi Qian waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. Thanks to my uncle, I was confined. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been in the perfect position to prevent a crime. The robber had confessed that he intended to kill after the robbery to eliminate witnesses. Hearing this, Qi Chaosheng finally remembered to ask, Are you hurt? No, I'm perfectly fine, Qi Qian replied, tucking her hands into her pockets. But uncle, where did you come from? I was preparing to meet a friend before I arrived here. Ah, that explains it. Good thing you were delayed. Otherwise, you would have arrived sooner.
Qi Chaosheng pondered.
Are you mocking me? Qi Qian then asked, Uncle, do you still intend to meet your friend later? Initially, that was his plan, but he replied, No. I will take you out for a meal first, lest your hunger lead us back to the police station. Qi Qian flashed a peace sign, realizing that if her uncle skipped meeting his friend, he would avoid being ensnared in an antique smuggling plot, thus preventing subsequent events from unraveling. However, what if he sought out his friend tomorrow? She needed to devise a method to make him aware that his friend was not a good person. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the dishes were promptly served. Qi Chaosheng's phone scarcely ceased ringing, with Qi Lisan and Qi Fengxiao taking turns calling to inquire about the situation. Qi Lisan, how can you, as an uncle, lock Qi Qianxua at home and deny her food? Qi Chaoshen, you are becoming increasingly outrageous. Just after the meeting, Qi Muzha remarked, Chaoshen, you are usually composed. How could you act so absurdly this time? You should take Qianxu out for a meal now. I will call later to check in. Under collective scrutiny, Qi Chaoshen thought to himself, how ridiculous. In such a short time, why do they all treat Qi Qianxua like a treasure? He couldn't discern anything particularly special about the young girl, aside from her sweet tongue. He glanced at the stack of 7 or 8 plates piled before Qi Qianxua and thought, oh, she also has quite an appetite. This incident had garnered significant media attention. Qi Qianxua's fans were utterly astonished to see their beloved idol featured in such sensational social news. Ha ha ha, climbing down from the 15th floor. Does she really think she is Spider-Man? What is the esteemed Qi actor doing, locking Qianxua at home and denying her food? The fans vehemently condemn this. Note: Qianxua referred to her second uncle. Qi Lisan has 5 sons. How is this second uncle so reckless, akin to my father? He rode his bike to take me to school, yet I ended up at home while he arrived at school. The internet erupted in laughter, and upon hearing it, Gu Hua merely scoffed. Second uncle Qi Chaoshen? In the original narrative, he was a pitiful figure, infamous for being caught smuggling antiques. During her time in the Qi household, she had made a point to avoid him to prevent being dragged down by his misfortunes. With Qi Qianxua now living in his house, it was impossible to remain unscathed. There would undoubtedly be a spectacle to witness. After their meal, Qi Chaos Hen took Qi Qianxua to a mall to buy clothes, considering it a form of atonement. Qi Qianxua insisted on trying them on herself and asked him to fetch her a milk tea.
Qi Chaoshen indifferently acquiesced.
He, with his grizzled beard, donned Taoist robes and a Taoist cap, carrying 2 flags adorned with inscriptions. The left read, "The immortal points the way," while the right stated, "The mysterious cannot save the unsavable," with a horizontal inscription proclaiming, "1 fortune for 100. As Qi Chaos Hen was about to leave with his eyes downcast, he was halted by a Taoist with a bushy beard. "My good sir, I perceive a dark cloud overshadowing your appearance. You may soon face imprisonment." Qi Chaos Hen remained silent. The Taoist stroked his long beard, exuding an otherworldly aura, claiming that for just 100, he could dispel the misfortunes surrounding him and protect him from malevolent forces. Qi Chaos Hen smirked slightly. "I do not believe in such nonsense." The Taoist paused for a moment, rummaging through his pockets to produce tarot cards, crystal balls, and various talismans. "Which do you believe in?" "I have them all," he inquired amiably. "What do you wish to calculate?" Qi Chaos Hen, for once feeling somewhat cornered, simply stated, "I do not wish to calculate anything. Please step aside." Very well then. "Allow me to gift you a fate charm," the Taoist said. "Your forehead appears dark. Recently, you are prone to encountering petty misfortunes, particularly related to recently unearthed items. Remember this well." After his proclamation, the Taoist departed without collecting any payment. Qi Chaos Hen stood there, his brow furrowed. Recently unearthed items. Could that not refer to antiques? Was there a connection to the shipment his friend had mentioned?
No.
Can the words of a charlatan be taken seriously? After the Taoist departed, he slyly removed the white beard from his face, revealing a cunning smile.
Huh?
"This ought to serve as a wake-up call for my second uncle, right? Hey, fortune teller, is your prediction accurate for 100? Tell me my fortune." A passerby, noticing the flags on Qi Qian's back, approached with inquiries. Qi Qian quickly slipped away. She hadn't even brought her tortoiseshell. How could she tell fortunes? She was no charlatan. 2 days later, the studio's funds were deposited. Qi Chaosheng let out a slight sigh of relief after finishing a call with a friend, arranging to meet shortly. Turning around, he caught sight of Qi Qian sneaking behind the curtains. "Qi Qian," Qi Chaosheng called her. "Please tidy up your things." Qi Qian was still pondering how to prevent her second uncle from meeting that friend when she heard him say this, feeling somewhat puzzled. Qi Chaosheng continued, "Your grandfather will be here to pick you up soon. I'll take you downstairs." Qi Qian exclaimed, "What a heartless second uncle. After just 2 days of care, he is already abandoning me." Qi Chaosheng's demeanor was resolute, leaving no room for her to dally. He was not adept at dealing with children, and tolerating her presence for a few days was already his limit. While escorting Qi Qian downstairs, Qi Chaosheng handed her a card. "Here, a million. Consider it a small gift from your uncle." Just as Qi Qian was about to feel elated, he added, "If your grandfather asks you to stay with me again, I hope you can refuse." He truly found it challenging to manage a child, and had little desire to do so. Chapter 38. I gave you an opportunity. Qi Qian seemed somewhat hurt, gazing down at the card. Qi Chaosheng, inexplicably feeling a pang of compassion, noticed Qi Li Sen's exclusive vehicle approaching and, with a curt farewell, left her behind. Qi Qian didn't notice his departure, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she beheld the bank card. 1 million for just a few days' stay. Could such fortune exist in this world? Her second uncle was indeed generous. Yet he didn't even say goodbye before abandoning her. Truly a misplaced sentiment. Upon returning to the manor, Qi Qian swiftly cast aside her feelings of being forsaken by her second uncle. "Xiao Bai. Xiao Xiang. Da Hei," she exclaimed, ready to dash off, only to have her collar yanked by Qi Li Senator after being outside for so long. "I see your heart has run wild. Come inside with me." He feigned sternness. Qi Qian, head drooping, followed her grandfather into the living room. Before Qi Li Sun could utter a word, she pulled something from her backpack, presenting it to him like a treasure. "Grandpa, look. This is a gift I brought for you from the variety show I recorded. Isn't it adorable?" Upon seeing the wooden turtle in her palm, Qi Li Sen's brow twitched, his serious demeanor beginning to crack. "Why did you carve me a turtle?" "Because turtles symbolize longevity. I wish for your health and a long life." Qi Qian poured out her sweet words like water. Do you like it, Grandpa? Qi Lisan took the clumsy wooden turtle, reluctantly nodding. It's acceptable. It's kind of you to think of me and bring a gift. I have another gift, too.
Qi Qian exclaimed.
Another one? Qi Lisan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Qi Qian then lunged forward, wrapping him in a big hug.
Grandpa.
I missed you so much. With her soft embrace, Qi Lisan instantly lost his stern demeanor, a smile deepening the creases at the corners of his eyes. He then feigned dissatisfaction, suggesting that she was merely yearning for the gift he had brought. Qi Qian's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, I have a gift too. Thank you, grandfather. You are truly wonderful. Qi Lisan found himself utterly at a loss against her charm. Butler Nan, observing the scene with a beaming smile, finally uttered the line he had long yearned to express. It has been a long time since I have seen the master smile so joyfully. Recalling the 2 large boxes of domineering literature tucked beneath her bed, Qi Qian mused about Butler Nan's tenacity. She then presented him with a carved wooden parrot, to which he responded with astonishment, I have a gift as well? Thank you, young miss. Soon. Qi Qian laid her eyes upon her own presence, a wardrobe brimming with the latest seasonal fashions, drawers overflowing with exquisite jewelry and accessories, and a wall left bare, awaiting the designer's arrival to tailor her preferences. Ecstatic, she twirled within the space, dazzled by the brilliance surrounding her. What girl could possibly resist an entire room filled with such sparkling treasures? Grandfather is simply the best. Just then, Butler Nan approached, reminding her, Miss, do remember to complete your summer homework. The master will be checking shortly. Qi Qian exclaimed in disbelief. Huh? Summer what? What homework? The assignments the master instructed your tutor to assign during the school break, he clarified. He said that, even during vacation, you must not neglect your studies. Panic surged through her. She hadn't touched a single page. With tears brimming in her eyes, she lamented, Butler Nan, must you awaken me from my blissful reverie in this manner? With a gentle smile, Butler Nan replied, Dear Miss, the gifts fate bestows upon you always come with a price tag, like your summer homework. Qi Qian sighed in resignation. Fine, I will write it. Is that not sufficient? On her first day back at the manor, she begrudgingly began to tackle the first week of her summer assignments. Meanwhile, Qi Chaosheng had already arrived at the antique shop. Accompanied by a friend, he was led to a storage area where an ancient, weathered chest was opened before him. Donning gloves, Qi Chaosheng lifted a Qing dynasty famille rose porcelain vase, dating back to the Qianlong era. Where did this come from? He inquired. From a wealthy merchant's collection, rumored to be a family heirloom passed down since the Republic era. Due to financial difficulties, he is selling these to raise funds, his friend explained. Qi Chaosheng remained silent, placing the vase back and examining other items. The merchant was eager to part with these treasures for quick capital, insisting, I cannot hold on to these for long. Other customers are also interested. Choose what you like, or they might be gone. Noticing a slight layer of dirt on the bottom of a vase, his expression darkened. Tell me honestly, where did these items truly come from? Just from a wealthy merchant's collection. Would I lie to you? His friend feigned ignorance. Qi Chaosheng's gaze turned icy, devoid of warmth. I gave you a chance. Before long, the wail of police sirens echoed through the air. His friend, along with the mysterious box of antiques, was taken away in handcuffs. Qi Qian, I bought fried chicken, just as you mentioned wanting yesterday. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Qi Chaosheng found himself frozen in place, met only by the emptiness of the room. It was merely the advertisement she had seen on the wellness channel last night that had her incessantly clamoring for fried chicken, declaring that she could not survive without it. That's why he remembered. Qi Chaos Hen placed the bag of fried chicken on the table, sighed, and began to tidy up the disordered surface. A paper bag fell from beside the sofa. Upon picking it up, he discovered Daoist robes, a Daoist hat, and familiar characters on the flag. Qi Chaosheng's expression shifted slightly. The Daoist from that day was Qi Qian? Had she known all along, deliberately masquerading in such a way to alert him? Smuggling antiques, betrayal from friends. Had he not reported it in advance, he would have fallen into his friend's trap, becoming a cog in their smuggling and money laundering scheme. At that point, extricating himself would be impossible. All of this stemmed from Qi Qian's painstaking reminder. She must have feared that he would disregard the words of a mere child, compelling her to don the guise of a Daoist. She was entirely concerned for her uncle, and yet he had driven her away. Qi Chaos Hen pressed his fingers to his forehead, feeling a sudden sense of helplessness. He was not adept at comforting children. Recalling the variety show mentioned by Qi Fengxiao, he turned on the television. In the manor study, Qi Lisan had finished reviewing Qi Qian's summer homework and casually picked up a wooden turtle from the table, rolling it in his hands. There were hardly any mistakes in her assignments. However, some of the questions pertained to high school material, and she had managed to answer them all correctly. It seemed she had indeed been lazy in the past. Qi Lisan huffed, setting her work aside and moving to the window to look down. On the lawn, Qi Qian was riding her pink pig, while Xiaobai was perched atop the large black dog, engaging in a game of bumper cars. How childish. Qi Lisan thought the assignments were still too few. The large black dog, in its exuberance, accidentally knocked Qi Qian off the pig's back. She had only been gone for a few days, and Xiaoxiang had already gained weight. If this continued, she would surely be taken to the kitchen by someone. Xiaoxiang, roar. I want the pink one. Big black. Woof woof woof. A proud black dog shall never lose to a pink pig. As Qi Chaos Hen approached the lawn, he chanced upon the entire scene. What is she doing? Butler Nan cleared his throat. Young master, the young lady is engaging in some friendly, physical interaction with her pets? Qi Chaoshen's lips twitched. It was nothing more than riding a pig and colliding with a dog. It seemed their father truly indulged Qi Qian, allowing her to act in such a manner. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Qi Qian turned her head, then huffed, turning away and presenting her back to Qi Chaos Hen, clearly still holding a grudge about being abandoned. Xiaoxiang, upon seeing him, had her eyes transform into two pink hearts, sticking out her tongue and sprinting towards him. Qi Qian hurriedly jumped down, only to see Xiaoxiang already lunging at Qi Chaos Hen. Qi Chaos Hen staggered back 2 steps, his hands hanging limply at his sides, looking bewildered at the pink pig clinging to his leg. Xiaoxiang. Humph. What is she doing? Qi Qian, blushing with embarrassment, stammered, Xiaoxiang says it wants to mate with you.
Qichaoshen.
Butler Nan, Xiaoxiang's wish remained unfulfilled. Under the gaze of Qi Chaos Hen, which seemed ready to annihilate her, Butler Nan forcibly pulled her away.
Qi Qian stood silently beside Dae.
Qi Chaosheng awkwardly broke the silence, saying, Qi Qian, please do not take to heart what I said the other day. I am simply not adept at interacting with children. Qi Qian, gazing at her fingers, feigned indifference. He then shook the paper bag in his hand, saying, you mentioned wanting to eat the fried chicken from Ji last time, so I brought it for you today. Qi Qian stole a glance, swallowing hard. Qi Chaosheng followed up by producing a small box, stating, I also bought you a turtle ornament. He paused, adding, it's pure gold. Qi Qian exclaimed in astonishment. Who could resist this? She swiftly ran over and embraced Qi Chaosheng, exclaiming, Uncle, you are my beloved uncle. The best uncle in the world. Where is the golden turtle? My adorable golden turtle. Qi Chaosheng could not help but laugh. His once cold demeanor brightened by a hint of warmth. Once she received the golden turtle, Qi Qian eagerly led Qi Chaosheng to her wishing well. Uncle, look. This is my wishing well. Qi Qian exclaimed, spreading her arms wide. As long as you toss money in, any wish can come true. Really? Qi Chaosheng recalled her pretending to be a fortune teller and asked, how much does it cost to make a wish? Qi Qian, with a mischievous glint, replied, 1,000 for each wish. Having no cash on hand, Qi Chaosheng tossed in a coin. Qi Qian's keen eyes caught the glimmer of the golden coin as it sank into the water. It must be worth more than 1,000. She tightened her grip on the golden turtle, suppressing the urge to fight for the money. She could retrieve it later when the well was filled. It was all hers. After amusing herself with the turtle for a while, Qi Chaosheng headed to the study. Upon seeing him, Qi Lisan was not surprised and asked, regretting your decision? How did you know? Qi Lisan replied, I saw you playing with Qi Qian and the turtle below. He raised a hand to adjust his glasses. A smirk playing on his lips. You used to despise children. You would immediately avoid them if they came near. Qi Chaosheng fell silent for a moment, then retorted. You were the same. You wouldn't allow us to keep pets in the estate, yet now you permit Qi Qian to raise pigs here.
Qi Lisan chuckled lightly,
dismissing it as mere jest. Qi Chaosheng could not decipher whether he was referring to Qi Qian or the pigs. Did you not just send her away? I was initially concerned about not being able to care for her. Have you determined that you can care for her well after only a few days? Noticing his second son's embarrassed expression, Qi Lisan relented. Ask her if she is willing. If she agrees, come to fetch her the day after tomorrow. Why the day after tomorrow? Tomorrow, I plan to take her to the auction. So suddenly? Qi Lisan casually picked up a wooden turtle from the table. Qi Chaosheng understood his father was intentionally showing off and lingered on the turtle with curiosity. A wooden turtle, so treasured? Meanwhile, Qi Qian, charmed by the golden turtle, readily agreed to spend a few days at her second uncle's house. Visiting even once would yield 100,000 in pocket money. Several visits would bring in a small fortune. Was there a faster way to earn money? Hee. The next day at the auction venue, which spanned 6 floors, 1 underground and 5 above, the second and third floors were accessible to the general public, while the fourth and fifth floors were reserved for VIPs holding platinum cards. The sixth floor possesses an air of mystery, reputedly for viewing rather than auctioning. Qi Qian accompanied her grandfather to the grand VIP seating on the fifth floor, surrounded by screens that offered a degree of privacy. This is the auction catalog for tonight. Circle anything you fancy, and I shall procure it for you, her grandfather remarked with an air of nonchalance as he handed the catalog to Qi Qian. Everything seems rather expensive, Qi Qian pondered, grandfather. Haven't you already purchased an abundance of jewelry for me? Wouldn't acquiring more be excessive? Not at all. You could change a piece each day, ensuring no repetition, he asserted with a commanding tone that left Qi Qian momentarily awestruck. Reflecting on the storyline, a surge of determination welled within her. Grandfather, even if you were to face bankruptcy in the future, I would collect bottles to support you. Her grandfather raised an eyebrow, dismissing the notion. With even a single truckload of these trinkets, I could never face ruin. Qi Qian circled a few pieces she admired, eagerly awaiting the auction's commencement. As the event began, a graceful auctioneer clad in a cheap house stood upon the stage, her cheerful demeanor illuminating the room as she introduced each item presented. Qi Qian eagerly pressed the button on her table, signaling her bids. A cluster of lights illuminated the VIP section, indicating her participation. However, fortune was not on her side. A rival in the lower VIP area contended for a set of sapphire jewelry. Squinting, Qi Qian recognized familiar faces: Xunzhi, Su Jiqing, and Gu Hua.
Oh.
Look who else gathered here, she mused, noting the presence of the lovesick male lead and the female protagonist, with only the unfortunate male lead absent. While others might shy away from competition, Qi Qian was different. Weighing only 80 pounds, her spirit was unyielding, relishing in the challenge. The sapphire jewelry began at 15 million, with Xunzhi raising the bid to 20 million and Qi Qian swiftly countering with 25 million. Xunzhi, having boasted he would win the set for Gu Hua, felt compelled to persist despite the embarrassment looming. 30 million. 35 million. He gritted his teeth, deciding that if the bid exceeded 50 million, he would withdraw for the sake of his pride. Yet, as he reached 50 million, his opponent suddenly ceased bidding, leaving the bid suspended in an awkward limbo. Xunzhi nearly choked in disbelief. Is this person unwell? They were so eager to compete, and now they back off. It must be intentional. Su Jiqing frowned, remarking, "You've made a grave mistake. You could have secured at least 2 or 3 sets of jewelry, and now all your funds are sunk into this one." Gu Hua glanced towards Qi Qian's direction, recognizing it as the exclusive seat of Chairman Qi, which explained much. Xunzhi's complexion darkened. Could it be that the one opposing us was Qi Qian? Gu Hua hesitated. She has always held disdain for me, and since you are my friends, she likely aimed to inconvenience you, causing you to waste your money. Xunzhi and Su Jiqing quickly reassured her. It's Qi Qian's poor character. She has been like this for as long as we can remember. Hua, please do not blame yourself. She only behaves this way because she has Chairman Qi as her backing. Once the Qi family falters, her arrogance will not last. A faint smile graced Gu Hua's lips. Thank you for your kindness. I shall not dwell on her. System. Host, the target individual is about to appear. Do not miss this opportunity to gain their favor, as it will greatly benefit your future. Gu Hua. Understood. Above, Qi Qian anxiously excused herself from the auction hall, her urgency pressing her forward. On the golden spiral staircase connecting the 5th and 6th floors, a roar akin to that of a lion echoed. Qi Qian listened intently, momentarily doubting her senses. The cacophony of chaotic footsteps and piercing screams erupted from above. Help! Someone, please! The lion has escaped. Be careful, Shao. In the next instant, a white figure tumbled down the staircase, landing on the central platform. The youth attempted to rise, only to be pinned down by a majestic American lion that leaped from above. The furry lion's south head loomed close, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped him, his trembling lips as pale as snow. Was he destined to perish? Hey, you're crushing my skirt. A languid female voice pierced through the tension. The boy's nearly closed eyes flew open as he beheld a girl standing beside the lion. She tugged at her skirt, her brow furrowed in apparent discontent. and even lifted her leg to deliver a kick to the lion's fluffy backside. "Did you hear that? Move your hefty behind." The youth's eyes widened in disbelief. Was she out of her mind? To his astonishment, the lion did not retaliate but instead withdrew its aggressive stance. It resembled a wronged spouse, lifting its substantial rear and using a paw to tug at the girl's skirt. Then, with a courteous gesture, it dusted it off and returned it to her. In that moment, the boy discerned a hint of obsequiousness in the lion's actions. Was it merely an illusion? "You've wrinkled it," Qi Qian grumbled as she reclaimed her skirt, her hand pinching the lion's thick paw. "What will you do to compensate me? You resemble those ruffians who intentionally provoke beautiful women." The lion, in response, extended both paws, its fierce visage appearing innocently bewildered, its eyes glistening with moisture. Anyone who gazed upon it would be captivated. Just moments ago, it had been roaring menacingly. Now it seemed almost endearingly meek. Once Qi Qian had savored her moment of triumph, she glanced at the boy still pinned beneath the lion. "Let him go. Your species is different. Forcing a union will yield no favorable outcome." The boy was at a loss. What is she talking about? The lion let out a disgruntled roar in Qi Qian's direction, its voice scarcely louder than a mewling kitten. The scent of a lioness? Qi Qian patted its shoulder, understanding dawning upon her. "Just wait a moment." She turned to the boy, commanding, "Remove your clothing." "What?" he stammered, bewildered. "Are you undressing yourself, or do you want me to assist you?" Seeing him still dazed, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, she squatted down to tug at his outer jacket. The boy's face flushed a deep crimson as he protested. "Stop. What are you doing? If you wish to avoid an interspecies encounter with this lion, do not resist," she declared, brushing aside his hands with the ease of a bandit coercing a compliant lad. Stripping away his jacket, followed by his shirt, and then his undershirt, Qi Qian, in a moment of kindness, left him with his trousers. The boy lay there, arms wrapped around himself, utterly dazed, his eyes vacant as if he had been thoroughly violated. From above, the boy's bodyguard shouted, "No one is allowed to look. Close your eyes." The young master lost his innocence when a girl stripped him bare, and I dare anyone to speak of it. I shall deal with you. Others, you're the loudest of all, aren't you? Qi Qian tossed the clothes she had removed from the boy to the lion. The lion eagerly pounced, engaging in an unsightly exchange with the garments. The boy's face turned pale. "Qi Qian, are you not leaving? What if it remembers you and drags you over for this and that?" Shi Jianchen stood up, trembling, his bare upper body revealing defined muscles, pale skin, slender and frail. The corners of his eyes glistened with red, his lips quivering like a frostbitten plum, both cold and delicate. Then he said, "Scoundrel, Qi Qian. Am I mistaken? She just saved him. Is she truly so ungrateful?" Qi Qian opened her mouth. "I'm sorry, I do not comprehend the language of beasts." Shi Jianchen, nonsense. Weren't you just understanding it well? Wait, who is she insulting if not a human? You stripped me of my clothes, and you have nothing to say? Shi Jianchen's complexion darkened. Qi Qian glanced him over. Well, frankly, whether clad or unclad, it was evident he was a boy. Shi Jianchen nearly spat blood. Is it necessary to even look? He was a male. What on earth did she mean? At that moment, Qi Qian remembered she hadn't visited the restroom and dashed away, lifting her skirt. Shi Jianchen's retort lodged in his throat, devoid of a target. His handsome face flushed with indignation. The bodyguard rushed over with a blanket, wrapping the precious young master securely. "Young master, are you all right? You frightened me to death just now. Where did that bold individual go who dared to lay hands on you and tarnish your innocence? I shall ensure she meets her end today. Shi Jianchen, if you keep shouting, I shall be the one to do away with you first." "Young master," the bodyguard felt wronged. "I just exerted great effort to protect your reputation from others. Useless thing, unable to even stop a lion." "Young master, that statement is unfair. That lion seemed infatuated with you, fixated solely on your beauty." Shi Jianchen's expression darkened. "What did you say?" "Nothing, nothing. Thankfully, you are unharmed, otherwise. The master would surely flay my skin to make sausages." The bodyguard exaggerated. Shi Jianchen's temples throbbed. He quickly ordered someone to remove the lion, ensuring he would not see it again. "Also, investigate what I was sullied with on my clothing." The sixth-floor exhibition was established by a wealthy individual who kept many dangerous pets. The cougar was his beloved, the star of the night. All other animals behaved. Yet the cougar suddenly erupted, charging solely at him. Initially, he thought it intended to devour him. However, it turned out to be something else entirely. Reflecting on this, Shi Jianshan's face darkened as if ink had been spilled upon it. And that girl who stripped him. She had the audacity to say there was no difference whether he was clothed or not. Such a profound humiliation. Chapter 41. Except for being a bit psychologically twisted. You, go find that girl from earlier. Shi Jianshan ground his teeth, determined to unearth her, even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground. Upon finding her and holding her accountable for your lost innocence, you will hastily marry, initially viewing each other with disdain, only to eventually fall madly in love. Am I correct? You, a mere tomato head. He is just 17. What absurdity is this about marriage? At this moment, Gu Hua spotted her target. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a flawless and gentle smile, and approached him with a polite inquiry. Hello. Is there anything I can assist you with? Shi Jianshan seemed to ignore her, lifting his leg to walk away. In a moment of urgency, Gu Hua exclaimed and leaned toward him. Having just experienced a disrobing incident with Qi Qian, Shi Jianshan swiftly evaded her approach. Gu Hua ended up falling onto the bodyguard. The bodyguard raised his hands, declaring, "Young master, please confirm." She initiated the contact. Leave, Shi Jianshan coldly commanded, departing without hesitation. The bodyguard, taken aback, quickly pushed Gu Hua aside and followed him. Gu Hua was left in a state of frustration, feeling utterly stifled. Am I supposed to knock him out right now? She fumed. The system replied, Host, please remain calm. If you break the law and get apprehended, you will have to rely on sewing machines to advance the plot. In the storyline, Shi Jianshan has already been bitten by a lion, and when you courageously stand before him, he remembers your face as a benefactor. But the plot takes another wrong turn. Again? This time, the narrative has collapsed, and the system requires assessment, estimating a repair time of 3 days. Please be patient. Qi Qian remains oblivious that her careless action has disrupted Gu Hua's system. After the auction concluded, Qi Lisin took Qi Qian to the reception room to greet his old friends. Present were influential figures from various industries, the CR de la CR. Knowing that Qi Lisin had intentionally brought Qi Qian for introduction so that they might look out for her in the future, it was evident that there were only a couple of juniors in the Qi family whom he cared for so deeply. Hence, after making her rounds, Qi Qian's bag was nearly bursting with red envelopes. She was on the verge of ecstasy. The substantial reality of cash was far more satisfying than the ephemeral balance in her bank account. How gratifying! Old friend, why haven't I seen your young lad? Qi Lisin casually inquired of a companion amidst the gathering. Chairman Shi replied, he went to the 6th floor to play. Unfortunately, he encountered a lion that went berserk. But thankfully, he was rescued. A riot? Was it orchestrated or merely coincidental? I suspect it is not a coincidence, however. Xiao Chun is aware and has already dispatched someone to investigate, Chairman Shi explained. The one who saved him was a girl. She should not be underestimated.
Qi Lisin remarked.
To be able to confront a lion is indeed impressive. Fortunately, my child merely rides pigs and teases dogs, avoiding such perilous escapades. Chairman Shi glanced toward Qi Qian. Old Qi, your daughter and my Xiao Chun are of similar age, aren't they? Qi Lisin's eyes squinted behind his glasses. Should our families consider a closer bond? Chairman Shi chuckled. I believe Qi Qian and my Xiao Chun make quite the pair. Moreover, Chairman Shi added, regardless of whether Qi Qian marries or not, I will support her. If she wishes to marry, I shall present her with a multitude of talented young suitors from which to choose. Should she prefer not to wed, I would gladly support her for a lifetime. Chairman Shi, upon hearing this, stared blankly, concerned that such indulgence might spoil the child. Humph. The subject of this discourse. Qi Qian had no thoughts of matrimony. Her mind was consumed solely with, this cake is delightful. That cookie is too sweet. The chocolate fountain is splendid. Wow. This is delicious too. Her thoughts were completely filled with food, devoid of any consideration for men. Meanwhile, Shi Jianshan continued his search through the auction hall for a girl to clear his name, having overlooked the reception area entirely. Early one morning, Qi Chao arrived to escort Qi Qian to his place. En route, he received an urgent phone call instructing him to come to his workplace immediately. He then inquired if Qi Qian would like to visit his place of employment. Qi Qian readily agreed, her curiosity piqued about what her uncle did for a living. He dealt in antiques yet seemed to be burdened with considerable debt. She vowed never to emulate his mistakes. Qi Chao led her to the first hospital of Fuguang City. Upon entering the lobby, Qi Qian looked around and asked, Uncle, why are we at a hospital? To which she exclaimed in surprise, the director? Chi Chao nodded slightly, leading her into the elevator. But aren't you supposed to own a shop? Chi Qian asked, bewildered by the title bestowed upon him. Her imagined shop consisted of a small convenience store, a car repair shop, and a breakfast diner. The reality, however, was that he was the director of the city's premier hospital. Her expression of astonishment was rather endearing, eliciting a chuckle from Chi Chao. My primary occupation is as the director here, with my shop being a secondary endeavor. Perhaps studio would be more appropriate. Directors must be quite wealthy then. How is it that you are still in debt? That's a misunderstanding from your third uncle. I am not in debt. The reason I brought you to my home that day was that a portion of my funds is held by your grandfather, and I cannot access it without his consent. Chi Qian understood. Her uncle, despite his age, still relied on family to manage his finances, unlike her, who maintained her own little treasure trove. She also had a whimsical wishing well that occasionally dispensed coins to support her. Chi Chao, feeling slightly embarrassed about his inability to hold onto money, reassured himself that it was merely a precaution. He was the director of this hospital and one of the most renowned surgical experts. With surgeries valued at tens of millions requiring a month-long wait, money was not an issue, but his antique studio was a significant financial drain. Upon arriving at his office, the secretary brought coffee and cola. "Uncle, I'm not sick," Chi Qian protested. "Your third uncle arranged this. He made an appointment for you with the best psychologist at our hospital." Chi Qian, feeling irked, replied, "I have no issues, aside from being a little eccentric." "Thank you very much." Chapter 42. The pretense ends. I shall no longer pretend. Chi Chao responded, "Isn't being a little eccentric still a problem?" Shortly thereafter, he emerged from his office clad in a white coat. Chi Qian took out her phone and began typing furiously to complain about Chi Fengxiao. "Well, he is still pretending," she quipped. "Uncle, if you channeled even a fraction of this energy into acting, your wealth would far exceed the grand visions you've painted for me."
Qi Fengxiao replied,
"Rest assured, my ambitions are already in motion. You will be well taken care of." Chi Qian retorted, "Following my third uncle, I might as well starve for 3 days out of 9. Chi Fengxiao, you foolish child, what nonsense are you spouting?" The conversation concluded. Chi Qian pulled a turtle shell from her pocket, casually divining for her 2 uncles. The third uncle is currently in the water, likely in a swimming pool. As for the second uncle,
"Oh dear."
The second uncle, a dire omen. What danger could there be in a hospital? 2 words immediately sprang to Chi Qian's mind as she rose to leave. At the second-floor railing, she beheld a commotion in the hall below. A middle-aged man brandishing a blood-red sign shouted, "Heartless hospital. Heartless doctors. My daughter's illness has not improved after so long. You exploit the funds of us poor families in every conceivable way. Return my daughter's health." At that moment, Chi Chaos Hen stepped forward from the path created by the surrounding doctors, standing before the middle-aged man. "Given your daughter's current condition, the probability of a successful surgery is 85%. However, you voluntarily chose to forego surgery and rely solely on medication, which will only provide temporary relief," he explained calmly. The middle-aged man retorted, "You lie. My daughter was perfectly fine until she entered your hospital. Her condition has deteriorated steadily since. You claim surgery will heal her, but I believe she will surely die." Chi Chaos Hen replied, "The efficacy of the medication is limited. Our doctors have warned you about this multiple times. I do not care about that. You must compensate me for all my daughter's losses." The middle-aged man's eyes reddened, revealing his true intentions. Chi Chaoshen's gaze grew colder as he continued, "If your daughter leaves the intensive care unit, her condition will worsen more rapidly. If the hospital is willing to cover her upcoming surgery and medical expenses, as her parents, would you agree to proceed with the surgery immediately?" The middle-aged man blurted out,
"No."
"You must give me that money." Chi Chaos Hen narrowed his eyes. "Give you? If I recall correctly, sir, you have a penchant for gambling, and have mortgaged all your property due to debt. Surely, you do not intend to use your daughter's life savings to fill that void." The crowd around them began to murmur. "What a person. I thought he genuinely sought justice for his daughter, but it turns out he is merely trying to extort money. How shameless." One by one, the onlookers spat their contempt, leaving the middle-aged man crimson with shame. He glared fiercely at Chi Chaos Hen and, with a low growl, charged at him. A fruit knife glinted coldly from his sleeve.
Whoosh!
A sound echoed from above. A pebble struck the middle-aged man's head with precision, and after a moment of dizziness, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Security swiftly apprehended him. Chi Chaos Hen, sensing something amiss, glanced up at the second floor. Qi Qian stood there, waving at him with a smile that revealed her white teeth. The hair tie she had used was still in her hand, clenched alongside several pebbles. A hidden talent revealed. Qi Chaos Hen chuckled softly and turned to the doctor beside him. Prepare for surgery. Director. Does the hospital really have to bear the costs of that girl's surgery and medical expenses? That is no small sum. If she consents to the surgery, she wishes to survive. Qi Chaoshen's expression remained tranquil. Charge it to my private account. A life should not be paid for due to the negligence of its parents. There are many unfortunate souls. I cannot assist them all, or I would surely exhaust myself. Simply the thought of Qi Qian being here evokes an involuntary sense that her uncle could perhaps do a better job. At worst, he could refrain from purchasing yet another antique. The girl consented to undergo surgery, writing an IOU, assuring that upon graduation, she would secure employment and gradually repay the debt. She is a student in the journalism department at Qingdao University, managing several accounts with considerable traffic. An inspiration struck her. She decided to pen this incident into an article and publish it online. To her astonishment, the blog post went viral, garnering significant attention for the first hospital and its young director. Henceforth, no one would ever associate Qi Chaosheng with the crime of smuggling antiques. Qi Qian received a message from her second uncle, instructing her to wait for him at the psychologist's office. He would arrive shortly. In a corner, a girl was crouched down, sobbing uncontrollably. Qi Qian approached her, hands tucked in her pockets, reminding her that they were in a hospital and could seek a doctor if she felt unwell. The girl, her eyes red, replied, I am not sick. I'm just too sad. Oh, Qi Qian nodded. As long as you're not ill, there's no need to call anyone. The girl wore a look of grievance. Annie, I also feel unwell. What's bothering you? You seem fine. Stop being willful. After observing for a moment, Qi Qian inquired, do you need me to assist in reporting this? They both froze momentarily. Involuntary blood transfusion constitutes a crime. You know, Qi Qian kindly reminded her. What we discuss is none of your business. The woman snapped. What do you understand? Qi Qian replied, I just got out of prison last week. How could I not understand? The woman immediately grew wary. You look at most only 10 years old. Qi Qian donned a weary expression. Once for attempted murder. Once for illegally coercing someone into giving me a blood transfusion. Attempted murder? The woman appeared horrified, dragging the girl away hastily. Qi Qian, hands still in her pockets, turned to leave when suddenly she felt a tight grip on the back of her collar. Uncle, it's all a misunderstanding. Let us talk this over calmly. Qi Chaosheng's expression was stern. I believe your third uncle was right to send you to the psychologist. Hurry along. I am quite curious to see just how deranged you truly are. He grasped her as one would a helpless but edible kitten by the nape, leading Qi Qian into the psychologist's office. Qi Qian's heart was as still as water. The facade was gone. She would no longer pretend. Her ability to start anew hinged entirely on her life's careful balance of indulgence and restraint. Having exhausted every resource, this was her fate. She was, indeed, a pervert. Chapter 43. What's wrong with being a lazy fish? An hour later, the psychological consultation concluded. The psychologist asked Qi Qian to step outside and retained Qi Chaosheng for further questioning. Perhaps brainwashed by Qi Qian, he immediately queried, So, does my niece seem deranged to you? The psychologist regarded the director with a complex gaze, momentarily tempted to inquire. Shouldn't you be the one in need of psychological counsel? He opened his mouth. Director Qi, your niece is not an ordinary pervert. On the contrary, she is exceptionally perverted? Qi Chaosheng interjected. The psychologist replied, perhaps you should take on the role of psychologist yourself. Qi Qian waited outside for about half an hour before Qi Chaosheng emerged, his expression conveying a multitude of unspoken sentiments. Would you like to see the results of your consultation? Qi Chaos Hen inquired. Qi Qian, indifferent, replied, no. It's not something that can be consumed or used as a blanket. Look at her, how carefree she is. Qi Chaoshen's gaze was laden with complexity. The Qi family harbors no fools. He should have anticipated this. Yet, he never expected to encounter someone so intellectually gifted, yet simultaneously lazy and gluttonous. What would become of her in the future? Uncle, your expression resembles that of someone observing a fool. Qi Qian suddenly became wary. Could it be that the psychologist's intelligence assessment did not pass? Qi Chaos Hen, feeling a sudden urge to tease her, responded, indeed. The doctor declared your intelligence to be rather low, labeling you a simpleton. To his surprise, Qi Qian accepted it quite readily, cheerfully asserting, if I'm a fool, so be it. With so many intelligent individuals in the family, there must be one to balance the ecosystem. Otherwise, we would all face extinction. As long as I strive to cling to this little life, my family will be safe. So, what if I'm a bit of a lazy fish? Chi Chaos-en. Have you just bolstered her confidence? Around the corner, an eavesdropper stifled their laughter, suppressing the urge to burst out, and messaged the class group. Classmates, that Chi Qian is absolutely hilarious. The intelligence test declared her a fool. Ha ha, the chief family revealing her identity is such a loss. It's bound to be a laughingstock. I told you the popular variety show has a script. Someone like Chi Qian couldn't possibly be that capable. Turns out it's all fake. I must expose her in the second live broadcast. Chi Qian spent several days indulging in a lethargic existence at her uncle's home. At 5:30, as dawn barely broke, they launched their surprise assault. The live broadcast room. Qianmei, I miss you like crazy. The program director and the cameraman entered the house. It was eerily quiet, and they skillfully made their way to Chi Qian's room, intending to frighten the younger one before dealing with the older. This time, they were well prepared and determined not to be caught off guard again. With confidence, the director pushed open Chi Qian's door, and the circular rope laid on the floor suddenly tightened as the door swung open, hoisting the director into the air. The cameraman, attempting to assist, inadvertently stepped into the trap, joining the director in a comical predicament. The two stared at each other, bewildered. Who set this trap? It was evident. However, they never anticipated someone would be so deranged as to lay a trap right at their doorstep. Were they not concerned about being hoisted up in the middle of the night when going to the restroom? Not far from the door, Chi Qian lay blissfully asleep, clutching the green turtle pillow her third uncle had bought for her. The director called her name several times, yet she remained undisturbed, sleeping soundly, oblivious to the chaos around her. It's hilarious. The two of them hanging there look like two sausages that haven't tea-dried yet. Qianmei, you thought to preemptively seal my movements? No worries, I had already anticipated your anticipation. Thus, the director and cameraman remained suspended until 8:30. Finally,
Kikian awoke.
she climbed out of bed, rubbing her eyes as she made her way outside. The director was on the verge of tears. The sun was high in the sky, and she had only just awakened. How can you sleep so soundly at your age? Amid their eager gazes, Chi Qian's eyes, clouded with a sense of detachment, drifted past them, as if gliding towards the restroom. Her body awakened, yet her spirit lingered in a state of slumber. The person in charge remarked, "Am I really that inconspicuous in my wait?" The photographer, wiping away tears, replied, "It's the first time I've been caught by a girl, even if it's just hanging at the doorway." Qi Fengxiao, yawning as he stepped outside, was taken aback by the scene before him. "What on earth?" he exclaimed, stepping back. The person in charge, maintaining his bravado, retorted, "Brother Qi, we are merely enjoying the view here. Those who hang high see far." Qi Fengxiao responded with an "oh," realizing he hadn't fallen into the trap set by Qian. "Well, take your time then."
Don't.
The person in charge lamented, "We've been hanging here for hours. Could you please let us down?" "Patience," Qi Fengxiao reassured them. "Everything has its destined timing. When the moment arrives, you shall descend." "Thank you," the person in charge replied, but that did little to comfort us. "Are you truly not planning to act like human beings?" After the impromptu shooting concluded, they prepared to embark for a new filming location by the seaside. Qi Qian and Qi Fengxiao, arriving last due to their distant lodging, found the other 4 groups of guests already waiting. Qi Qian stretched lazily and ambled into the line, catching the eye of the chief director. The guests invited this time had been meticulously selected for their positive reputations within the industry. If any of them faltered, he would leap from this very spot. With renewed confidence, the chief director picked up the microphone. "Let me introduce our 2 new guests. This is the well-known actress, Wen Li, along with her daughter, Tang Xian. Wen Li, with her tousled curls cascading over her shoulders, possessed a stunning visage untouched by the passage of time, exuding both intellect and grace. "Hello everyone, I'm Wen Li. I will be relying on your cooperation moving forward." Tang Xian stood timidly beside her mother, stuttering, "Hello, everyone." The actress is so beautiful. Every strand of her hair possesses its own charm. No wonder she's the daughter of the actress. She's quite adorable. Is it just me, or do these mother and daughter seem a bit distant? The chief director continued. This group features the popular idol, Luo Fan, along with his cousin, Luo Zichuan. Luo Fan, strikingly handsome with a gentle demeanor, performed an original song as an opening act, energizing the atmosphere. In contrast, Luo Zichuan remained silent, simply stating his name before closing his mouth again. Luo Fan is extraordinary. He can sing and dance, excelling in both arts and martial skills, a true multi-talented sweetheart. Come on, Fan. Your mother loves you. Both brothers possess remarkable looks. I'm completely smitten. Gu Hua observed the Luo brothers intently and inquired of the system, is Luo Fan one of my target characters as well? Although his appearance and demeanor could not compare to the young master of the Shi family, he was nonetheless a commendable supporting character. Chapter 44. To master this skill, one must first castrate themselves. The system replied, indeed, host. Gaining his favor will yield equivalent fortune points. It is advisable to cultivate a good relationship with the actress, as it will greatly benefit your future acting endeavors. Gu Hua's heart raced, envisioning countless fortune points soaring towards her. Brother Qian, I shall strive even harder this time. She turned to Ling Qian. Last time, I regret not preparing adequately, which made things difficult for you. Ling Qian's gaze was gentle as he replied, do not speak like that. I am a few years your senior, and it is my duty to look after you. Just stay behind me, and leave everything else to me. Thank you, Brother Qian. The director called out, now, everyone, please turn your attention to the back. All turned to see a massive spinning wheel set upon the beach, accompanied by several small boats. The first 3 vessels appeared relatively new, while the latter 2 were in a dilapidated state, certain to capsize if anyone dared to sit inside. The director continued, allow me to explain the rules of the parent-child spinning wheel game. Parents will lie on the wheel while our staff spins it, and children will stand 2 meters away to shoot arrows at the wheel. Qi Qian recalled a television drama he had watched the previous night and chimed in. Whoever the arrow hits becomes the prince consort, right? Qi Fengxiao chuckled. Pfft. The director proclaimed loudly, please note, we are not in Journey to the West, nor are we rehearsing. The children's arrows must strike the red area on the wheel to be considered a win. Each participant will have 1 chance across 3 rounds. The first to hit will have the privilege of choosing a boat. Now, let us determine the order through a draw. The staff brought forth a lottery box for the celebrity parents to take turns drawing lots. Oh dear, my luck seems to be lacking. I drew the first position. Luo Fan smiled. Fortunately, my brother has a keen interest in archery and excels at it. Xiao Chuan, I will rely on you. Luo Zichuan adjusted his glasses and nodded. Qi Fengxiao drew second, followed by Wen Li and her daughter, then Xin Jing and his son, and finally Gu Hua and Ling Qian. Luo Fan was secured in a starfish position on the spinning wheel, with a red line marking 2 meters away where Luo Zichuan stood, bow in hand. The arrow's tip was padded with cotton and painted, enough to sting upon impact but not lethal. An adequate sense of pressure hung in the air. The staff spun the wheel with force. It featured red, blue, green, and black sections, and once it began to spin, one's vision became disoriented. Luo Zichuan held his bow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and at the moment the wheel halted, he released his arrow. Thud! The arrow struck the wheel, leaving a mark in the blue section just shy of the red. Luo Zichuan bit his lip, a look of frustration in his eyes. Luo Fan approached him, exclaiming, wow, I almost felt sick watching that. Xiao Chuan, keep striving. You are just a bit unfocused. Next up was Qi Qian. Qi Fengxiao quietly inquired, will you be able to take a shot for your uncle? Do you know how to do this? Qi Qian pondered for a moment and replied, no. I have never used this kind of soft-headed bow. Back in the cultivation realm, I only used the golden crow divine bow, the kind that shoots little suns. Then take it easy. Losing is minor, but remember, you only have me as an uncle. Qi Fengxiao walked away, clearly concerned. Qi Qian reflected, perhaps the remaining 4 uncles will be at risk. Qi Qian, I didn't know you weren't familiar with this. Luo Fan smiled amicably. How about I have my brother teach you? Luo Zichuan promptly declined. I don't want to. Luo Fan sighed. Xiao Chuan, you must be polite to girls. Be a gentleman. Afterward, he addressed Qi Qian. I apologize. Would you like me to teach you? Before he could finish, Qi Qian had already released the arrow without even aiming. The wheel had yet to come to a halt, its dizzying speed rendering the color zones indistinguishable. Luo Fan smirked. Was this not sheer folly? Qi Fengxiao's heart nearly ceased, on the verge of exclaiming that his uncle's life was also at stake. The cotton arrow struck the area beside his head, and shortly thereafter, the entire wheel, along with Qi Fengxiao, was propelled into the air.
Crash. Bang.
The wheel slammed against the ground, producing a thunderous noise. Lying upside down on the wheel, Qi Fengxiao's gaze gradually turned vacant. Who was he? Where was he? What had transpired? Qi Qian, all present. What on earth is happening? Help! My brother just flew out like an Indian pancake. Was that thing Qi Qian shot a real arrow? Surely it can't be a nuclear weapon? I've called the police. I truly have. A group of staff hurriedly righted the wheel and untied Qi Fengxiao's restraints. Wow, Director, there's a massive hole in the red zone of the wheel. A staff member reported loudly. Qi Qian appeared innocent, swearing she had merely exerted a modicum of force. Perhaps it was just her recent state of fullness that had lent her an excess of energy. Qi Qian. He looked incredulous. He had nearly lost his life, and she had the audacity to reset her ranking? How could she? Chief Director, Brother Qi. Take a look at the wheel behind you. Chief Fengxiao turned his head, falling silent. Not only was there a hole, but the area surrounding it crumbled into dust upon the staff's touch. He was gravely injured. Chief Fengxiao suddenly felt that his ability to stand here unscathed was solely due to ancestral blessings. Otherwise, he would have long been finished. I refuse to accept this. Qi Qian huffed. I hit the target. Resetting the score is fine, I don't care.
Qian's demeanor shifted dramatically.
There was no way she would part with a single penny. Luo Fan maintained his smile as he reassured Qi Qian. Although your score has been reset, you truly excelled. I should have had my brother seek your guidance earlier. But that might be impossible. Qi Qian replied blankly. This secret technique of mine is passed down to females only. For a male to practice it, he must first undergo castration. Luo Zichuan felt a tightening sensation and retreated several steps. Luo Fan, you truly are humorous. You've left him utterly bewildered. Qi Qian set down her bow and prepared to leave, only to see Tang Xian, her face flushed with anxiety. When Liping spoke gently, you are my daughter. There is nothing you cannot accomplish, even if you have not learned it. If you fail, it is merely a sign that you have not exerted enough effort. Tang Xian's expression instantly shifted to one of near tears. She hurried closer to her. Stand firm with the bow, position your body sideways, slightly spread your feet, and when nocking the arrow, ensure that the main feather is perpendicular to the arrow's tail groove. The base of the tail groove pressing against the bowstring. Yes, that's right. Study it.
Qi Qian stood behind Tan Xin,
guiding her step by step on how to draw the bow, knock the arrow, and push the bowstring. Gu Hua's eyes glimmered with derision. Qian Qian. It's quite difficult for someone who has never practiced archery to grasp the essentials. You just destroyed the wheel with one arrow. That doesn't necessarily mean you can teach others well. Chapter 45. Create flight for them. Qi Qian held her bow and aimed it at her, declaring, I could easily shatter the turntable with a single arrow, or I could pierce your head. Do you believe me? Gu Hua recalled the previous incident when Qi Qian had fired at her in a fit of anger, and her lips curled in a slight smirk. What audacity! A mere supporting character, yet she fancied herself a savior. Once Qi Qian finished her instructions, the staff had also repaired the turntable.
Tan Xin, demons thinking inside.
Successfully released an arrow. The tip struck precisely at Wen Li's side on the turntable, right along the dividing line of the red and black zones. Ecstatic. Tang Xian nearly burst into tears. I hit it. She had not disgraced Qi Qian. Qi Qian inquired of the chief director. What does it mean to hit the center? Surely you won't reset the scores again? The chief director's lips twitched. The red zone had a greater proportion of paint. So she was declared the winner. Tang Xian leaped with joy, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Qi Qian, exclaiming, Thank you, thank you. Qi Qian waved her hand dismissively and went to comfort her uncle, whose feelings were hurt. The final results were announced. Wen Li's group took first place. Gu Hua's group secured second, and Xinjing's group came in third, granting them the choice of a good boat. The others were left with subpar vessels, including the banned Qi Qian, who had damaged property. Qi Fengxiao tapped her on the head, saying, Tell me, who is your enemy? The turntable or me? You exert yourself so much. In a fit of rage from her disqualification, Qi Qian retorted, I shall turn them into bean paste.
Qi Fengxiao replied,
You need to regain your composure first. What good is it to remain calm and restrained all day? It would be better to go a bit mad. Alas, the child had been pushed too far. It was evident that the ban had dealt a blow to her, leaving her in a childish state. The Qi family ought to reflect on whether they had given her too little pocket money. Meanwhile, Qi Chaosheng, watching the live broadcast, fell into deep contemplation. Just the day before, he had transferred 100,000 yuan to Qi Qian. Could it be that it was insufficient? An hour later, the cruise ship reached the open seas off the coast of Zililai, where a small black appeared on the horizon. The chief director spoke again. Do you all see that island ahead? The theme of survival on the island is about to commence, Strive to survive for over 7 days until rescue arrives. The additional task is to clean up the trash on the island and the sea surface. Always remember to maintain your image. Then, with a mischievous glint, the chief director added, "Now, please select 3 items to take with you, and then dive into the sea." A stir swept through the cruise ship. They were still quite far from the island, and the director wanted them to jump in? Apparently, the small boat they had won was their current means of transport. "You have 10 minutes to prepare, so please make haste." Upon hearing the limited time, Qi Fengxiao hastily grabbed 3 food items and ran off with Qi Qian. He first lowered her down with a rope, and once she was on the small boat, he followed suit. They moved quickly, but unfortunately, the small boat was lacking in power. While others had already paddled far away, they had barely managed to move a few meters. "Take your time." Qi Ge and Qian Qian. "No need to rush." Gu Hua and Ling Qian paddled over, beaming as they spoke before swiftly departing, as if to flaunt their progress. Luo Fan and Luo Zichuan were also in a substandard boat, but fortune favored them, allowing them to sail slightly faster than Qi Qian and her companion. Luo Fan, Qi Qian, Brother Qi, we rarely have such an opportunity for a delightful experience. We must cherish it this time. Luo Zichuan, let us go. We're leaving now. Qi Fengxiao felt a twitch at his temples. Did these people have a screw loose? He glanced at Qi Qian, who was staring at the ground in silence, and thought she was upset. He comforted her. "It's all right. Just take a rest. Uncle will row. After all, I have all this strength with nowhere to expend it." Qi Qian lifted her head with a hint of melancholy. "Uncle, do you know? The boat ahead is approximately 14 meters away from us. No matter how I look at it, that number feels like a mockery directed at us. A whole crew wishing for our demise. Can you tolerate this? It's unacceptable. If they dare mock us with death now, they might very well attempt it later. We cannot sit idly by." Qi Qian exclaimed passionately, "I shall confront them and avenge the souls we have lost." Qi Fengxiao replied, "I understand your anger, but please, do not let it overwhelm you. Firstly, our shabby boat, even if we confront them, will only lead to our own demise. The vessel is severely damaged, and we lack the power to launch a significant attack. It's truly a case of inflicting 100 points of damage on the enemy while suffering 8,000 ourselves." Qi Qian whistled a bright, clear note, then dipped her hand into the deep blue sea. Moments later, she felt the cold touch of a fish fin. "I'm in a hurry. Let us speed up," she urged. Qi Fengxiao, holding the paddle, noticed that the little boat seemed to be moving faster.
No.
It wasn't he just faster, it was flying. Qi Fengxiao stood there, a question mark hovering above his head. "Qianbao, do you feel that? Our boat seems off." "I don't need your feelings, I need my own," Qi Qian retorted, already spotting Luo Fan's small boat obstructing their path. Taking a deep breath, she commanded, "Let us charge through." The little boat surged forward, leaving a white trail on the water surface. Qi Fengxiao was bewildered. He hadn't even paddled. How was the boat moving? "Uncle, hold on tight."
Qi Qian warned.
Qi Fengxiao instinctively grasped both sides of the boat. In the next moment, the bow crashed directly into the stern of Luo Fan's boat, flipping them over and sending them splashing into the water. "First kill," Qi Qian shouted. "Keep going." What reason? What clarity? Living in this world, who remains sane? If not mad by noon, one will surely go mad eventually. The rickety little boat, with astonishing speed, propelled across the sea as if it were a Maserati, heedlessly sending the obstructing boats flying. "None of you shall survive." Second kill. Even Xunzhi and his son could not escape, their boat capsizing directly. Third kill. Ha ha ha. Everyone perish. The surface of the sea echoed with a boisterous and slightly unstable laughter, gradually fading into the distance. Shen Jieshu clung to the edge of the boat, bewildered.
"Dad."
"What just passed by?" Xunzhi replied, "Perhaps it was some fish that disregards traffic rules, giving me a fright. But I think I heard Sister Qian's laughter." "You must have misheard, silly child. Qian isn't ta fish." "What the heck? Why is Qi Qian's rickety boat moving so fast? This is unreasonable." In the serene waters, I surmise that Qian Mei has installed a rocket propulsion device at the stern of the boat, enabling it to reach a velocity of 1,000 meters per second. Alas, I find myself unable to continue. Chapter 46, Treasure Amongst Trash. The Bias of Disqualification. "Do you wish for it?" Emperor Qi's demeanor turned rigid. It seemed the child had suddenly gone mad, and I could not restrain her. When Li and Tang Xian, who had arrived early at the island, watched helplessly as several boats suffered calamity in succession. The second group to arrive was unexpectedly Qi Qian and Qi Fengxiao. The others? Well, they managed to swim quite well. At least they all made it ashore. Gu Hua's expression darkened as she confronted Qi Qian upon landing. Qian, that was utterly excessive. Why did you suddenly collide with us? Do you not realize how dangerous that is? Although there were no explicit rules. Gu Hua's complexion flushed with indignation. If she had meant to collide, she would have done so sooner. Ling Qian sought to console her. Hua, let us not stoop to the level of such uncouth individuals. Qi Qian retorted, I have dedicated my life to virtuous deeds, even if I lack refinement. I do not vocalize it like some. Unlike certain individuals who incessantly declare their undergarments, as if afraid others might not realize they possess them. Ling Qian's face turned ashen, rendered momentarily speechless. Qi Fengxiao removed her sun hat from behind and placed it atop Qi Qian's head, admonishing her, I told you not to converse with animals. You never listen. Qi Qian suppressed a smile and obediently donned the sun hat. The two bystanders appeared increasingly vexed. Xunzhi interjected to mediate. At this juncture, establishing camp and locating water and food sources are of utmost importance. Otherwise, we shall encounter difficulties when night falls. Luo Fan approached, wringing water from his clothing, stating, I possess some knowledge on converting seawater into fresh water, though it requires certain tools. There is an abundance of trash on the island. Perhaps we might discover something useful. Gu Hua suggested. Let's divide into groups, one team for water, another for food, and a third to search through the refuse for useful items, while the remaining two teams stay here to set up camp. With a subtle smile, Gu Hua proposed a draw to determine the groups. Simultaneously, she called upon the system. System, leave it to me. Ultimately, the groups remaining at the campsite were Gu Hua's and Wen Li's. Aware of Wen Li's secret, Gu Hua aligned with her intentions, swiftly forging a connection. Tang Xian squatted nearby, overlooked, observing the ants on the ground that seemed to revel in their own little world. The other three groups ventured into the forest. Luo Fan, seemingly casually, approached Qi Qian, his damp clothing clinging to his chest, his muscular physique enticing. Qi Qian, your assigned task is to collect trash, correct? That is rather filthy. How can I permit a girl like you to undertake such a task? Would you like to switch with us? Qi Qian yawned and replied, what is wrong with picking up trash? Who knows, this experience might prove useful in the future. This fellow dared to covet her task. How outrageous. Luo Fan chuckled slightly. You are quite unlike the other girls I have encountered. Though petite, you carry an air of aloofness, which is quite unique. Yet, if you were a touch more gentle, you would be even more endearing. Qi Qian found his words peculiar, but chose not to engage further, directly stating, aloofness is merely my protective guise. It is my lethal skill that is my true essence. Do you wish to perish? I think not. Then refrain from pointing fingers at me. I owe you no allegiance, nor do I require your judgment on my character. Qi Qian rolled her eyes and walked away. Qi Fengxiao glanced at Luo Fan with a dismissive snort and followed her. Luo Fan couldn't help but twitch her lips. This was troublesome. The young lady certainly had a fiery temper. Perhaps it would be best for Luo Zichuan, her peer, to handle her. Unbeknownst to Qi Qian, she had become an object of admiration. As the granddaughter of Qi Lisan, her aura was undeniably radiant. So much so that even the supporting characters were disregarding the female lead to focus on her. The island was truly littered with debris, but fortunately, there were also numerous treasures to be found. She even managed to uncover pots and stoves. Uncle, Qi Qian suddenly called out, come take a look. What happened? Qi Fengxiao kicked aside some trash and approached, squatting down to take a closer look, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is... Qi Qian held up the object. Wow, it's a gold ingot. A fist-sized gold ingot. The thrill of treasure hunting amidst the rubbish was exhilarating. Qi Fengxiao, filled with joy, exclaimed, it doesn't have a name on it. Round it up, it's unclaimed property. Whoever finds it, it belongs to them. Perhaps there are more nearby. Let's keep searching.
All right.
Without a moment's hesitation, they began to act, and the pile of garbage before them transformed into a mountain of wealth. Quickly tell me the location of this island. Gold or not, I merely wish to contribute to the ecological preservation of the island.
Ah.
Even Emperor Qi has found some. I'm so excited. While others scavenge for survival, they gather riches. Who would dare feel envious? Unfortunately, there was only that one substantial gold ingot. The rest were merely half the size of a fist, but even combined, they amounted to a significant treasure. Chief Fengxiao remarked, Jianbao, do you think this island could be a gold mine? How else could there be so much gold? Qi Qian shook her head. These ingots were buried too shallowly, making it more likely that someone else had dropped them here. How many have we dug up in total? How should we divide them? Let me see. Qi Qian placed the gold ingots into the bucket she had found and began to count. 1 for grandfather, 1 for me. 1 for uncle, 1 for me. 1 for second uncle, 1 for me. 1 for third uncle, 1 for me. Qi Fengxiao playfully grabbed her head. Hey, looks like you've got the division figured out. Qi Qian squealed in protest. Uncle, actually I have a theory.
Speak.
When we arrived this morning, wasn't there fog near the island? I suspect that a ship may have crashed here in the past, leaving these items, which later sank into the sea. Are you suggesting? Qi Qian lowered her voice. It should be a treasure ship. The gold is scattered too close to the sea, buried in the mud not too deep, and logically, it shouldn't be more than 50 years old. That's a fair point. Delighted, Qi Qian lifted the bucket, feeling that this was more than enough. They returned home laden with a bucket of gold ingots, and soon topped the trending charts. I collect trash and you collect gold? Before clicking in, what nonsense is this marketing account spouting? After clicking in, I'm about to lose my mind. A bucket of gold. I wish I could dive in and help Emperor Qi carry it. The way Sister Qian divides the spoils is hilarious. Grandfather, uncle, second uncle, third uncle. Aren't you being polite? What's the meaning of Gu Hua's statement? What does she mean by saying that the items found by Qi Qian are communal property to be shared among everyone? Is there no sense of shame? Chapter 47. The Consequence of Recklessness. Not only were the comments bewildered, but Qi Qian and Qi Fengxiao were equally perplexed. What had instilled in Gu Hua the mistaken belief that they could communicate amiably? Perhaps it was her waterlogged brain? Qi Qian, Qi Ge, we are a team. All resources must be shared, such as water, food, and shelter, Gu Hua said with a beaming smile. If you find gold nuggets, you cannot keep them to yourselves. Ling Qian furrowed his brow. The gold on this island does not belong to you. It's to be shared among those who discover it. When Li interjected, Fengxiao. Gu Hua is correct. None of us are hoarding anything, and your behavior is rather inappropriate. The items you found are not of equal value to the gold that Xiao Qi and the others discovered, Xunzhi stated. Moreover, those treasures were unearthed by them. Whether they choose to share them is entirely their prerogative. There is no obligation to yield. Qi Qian and Qi Fengxiao owed them nothing. Luo Fan stood quietly to the side, refraining from comment. He had also glimpsed those gold nuggets and, to be frank, felt a twinge of envy. After all their toil that afternoon, only Qi Qian's group had found gold. It was only natural for everyone to feel a sense of inequity. However, would Qi Qian truly relinquish the gold? Is this what you seek? Qi Qian inquired, retrieving a gold nugget from the barrel and tossing it lightly in her hand. Gu Hua exclaimed, Qi Qian, this belongs to everyone. Everyone? Qi Qian smirked, then, with sudden force, hurled the gold nugget into the sea. With a splash, it vanished from sight. Gu Hua's eyes widened. What are you doing? Qi Qian, with her hands in her pockets, nonchalantly replied, Did you not want it? Go fetch it yourself. What's the matter? Do you not have arms and legs? Oh, and I see you lack even a shelter. That barrel of gold was hers to claim. Tang Xian weakly protested. This is unfair. When Li cast her a dispassionate glance, Xian, do not meddle. Tang Xian anxiously looked toward Qi Qian, wishing to assist but feeling powerless. Qi Qian remained unfazed. Uncle, grab your gear. We are leaving. Ling Qian attempted to intervene but was brushed aside by Qi Fengxiao. Do you really think we care to be with you?
Qi Fengxiao's mird.
You can entertain yourselves. After they departed, Xinjing and Xinjiashu quietly gathered their belongings and followed suit. Only 3 groups remained. In truth, did they truly need the gold? Luo Fan remarked lazily, they've left. Now we appear to be in an awkward position.
Oh?
They have no tent, no water, nor food. They won't last long. Ling Qian agreed. Qi Qian's madness is one thing, but Qi Fengxiao is following her into insanity. It is merely a barrel of gold. Would relinquishing it lead to death? Now they stand against us. Let us see what they can accomplish. Gu Hua smiled confidently, remaining silent thereafter. They had secured the prime location on the island for their camp, sheltered from the wind and boasting a fine view. Qi Qian and her group would have to establish their camp at the windswept edge, where a single wave could sweep them away. Qi Qian is rather stingy, isn't she? It's just a barrel of gold. Gu Hua and the others aren't taking anything for free. The gold discovered on the island does not belong solely to her. Such selfishness warrants abandonment by the group. The brilliance of the saintly light from above is blinding. It's utterly amusing to see Qi Qian's hurried steps, as if she were to etch the words "don't bother me" onto Mo's forehead. If it were me, I wouldn't cherish being among this group either. Especially when they so brazenly attempt to seize the fruits of my brother and sister's labor. They may insult her brother, but dare they insult her future sister-in-law? I'd smash their heads. Soon after, Qi Qian and her companions discovered their campsite. Nearby stood a cluster of palm trees, nestled against the forest, approximately 20 meters from the shoreline. What was termed a tent was actually a structure crafted from palm fronds and bamboo, just large enough for one person to sleep comfortably. Is there a reason for the tent being so elevated from the ground? Qi Fengxiao inquired as he transported bamboo. Qi Qian replied, "The tide may rise tonight." You wouldn't want to awaken adrift at sea, would you?
How do you know that?
Qi Qian produced a turtle shell from her pocket, stating confidently, "The turtle shell informed me." Qi Fengxiao touched his nose, having grown accustomed to her eccentric manner of speaking. As they continued to erect the tent, Qi Qian led Xunzhi to the beach, where they intended to gather shells. Having reached the shore, it was only natural to collect treasures from the sea. Besides shellfish, the tidal flats were teeming with resources. She stood idly, preferring to use her words rather than her hands, adhering to the principle of letting the salty fish do the work. Xunzhi's bucket grew increasingly heavy, nearly beyond his capacity to carry. The tent was now complete, and Qi Fengxiao was laboriously climbing a coconut tree, having been stuck halfway for quite some time. "Who is the Monkey King here?" Qi Qian chided. "Do not speak nonsense and tarnish my reputation. I'm far too introverted to even dare to kiss a relative in public. How could I be the Monkey King?" Qi Fengxiao, clinging to the tree trunk, laughed heartily. "I'm so shy that I only dare to sleep under the bed. Don't compare your introversion with mine. Come help me." Qi Qian instructed him to descend. "You all should stand back." The three complied immediately. With a deep breath, she lifted her leg and delivered a powerful kick to the coconut tree. Thud! She swiftly retreated several steps as green coconuts plummeted to the ground, creating a small crater in the sand. Qi Qian counted, finding 8 coconuts. "Is this sufficient?" "More than enough, my treasure. Today, you are my deity." Qi Fengxiao blew her a kiss. "My brother truly cannot bear to see. Without Qi Bao, he is like a fish out of water, utterly lifeless. Qi Bao, free from him, is at peace. Do not be so harsh. My brother is at least a competent appendage. Our Shunge is much the same." Before the group disbanded, he was bustling about. Now he has entered retirement mode. "I've come to realize that this family, without Qi Mei, is bound to fall apart sooner or later." Chapter 48. What will you exchange? On the other side of the island, 6 individuals gathered around a fire, sharing a meager dinner and water. Barely enough to satisfy their hunger. "Tomorrow will be better. I've crafted a fish trap by the sea. Perhaps we'll catch a few large fish." Gu Hua reassured everyone. Wenli smiled gently. "You're quite clever. You possess such a rare skill." Gu Hua humbly remarked, "Oh. It's merely that I have a wide array of interests and dabble in various subjects, so I possess a bit of knowledge in many areas." Wenli nudged Tang Xian beside her, saying, "You should learn from Hua Hua and engage in something. Don't just sit there lost in thought." Tang Xian bit her lip and reluctantly nodded. "I wonder how Qi Qian and the others are faring," Luo Fan sighed. "They might still be sulking over the issue with the gold. She certainly has quite the temper." Gu Hua's smile deepened. "Indeed. Qian has been like that for quite some time, frank and innocent in nature. The underlying implication being that she is reckless and thoughtless." Luo Fan suggested. "Why don't we bring them a few items? After all, we came together, and it wouldn't be good for things to remain too strained." Gu Hua and Ling Qian were already eager to witness the aftermath of Qi Qian's departure and promptly stood up. In the end, all 6 of them ventured forth together. Upon their arrival, they found Qi Qian engaged in a barbecue. The campfire crackled merrily as they joyfully gathered around the grill, cooking seafood, with opened coconuts piled nearby, adorned with reed straws. In front of Xunzhi, a pot simmered with soup enriched with wild scallions, ginger and garlic, exuding a delightful aroma. "I will strive to procure more seasonings tomorrow," Shun Jiashu declared. Qi Fengxiao glanced at Qi Qian, who was lazily sipping coconut juice beneath a tree, and chuckled. "You seem quite comfortable lying there. Would you like me to feed you dinner later?" Qi Qian blinked. "Is that an actual offer? How embarrassing, but thank you, uncle." Xunzhi added, Qian has worked hard today. Lil Qi, you should put in a bit more effort and feed her. Uncle Qi, if your hands tire, I could assist you. Xunjia Shu chimed in, eager to compete for the role with his bamboo utensils at the ready. Go away, all of you.
Who said my hands are tired?
Don't even think about competing with me, Qi Fengxiao retorted. Gu Hua and her companions were utterly captivated. The enticing aroma of grilled seafood, mingled with scallions and garlic, wafted irresistibly into their nostrils, causing their mouths to involuntarily salivate. How delectable! What are they consuming? It doesn't seem like wild fruit, they mused. Qi Fengxiao, spotting their presence, immediately quipped, I wondered why the crows were cawing. It turns out we have unwelcome guests. Gu Hua chuckled awkwardly, Brother Qi. We were concerned that you might be lacking in food, so we thought to bring you some provisions. By no means. How could we possibly accept your food? What if you demand gold in return? You would be so persistent that we wouldn't be able to shoo you away, Qi Fengxiao replied playfully. Luo Fan interjected, Brother Qi, how about we trade? These seafood delicacies appear quite appetizing. Qi Fengxiao smirked. What do you have to offer in exchange? Gu Hua had entered with confidence, yet upon arrival, their offerings of wild fruit and half a bottle of water paled in comparison to the lavish coconut water and seafood feast, making them seem like impoverished relatives seeking handouts. At that moment, Qi Qian inquired, Have you all eaten? Luo Fan, sensing a potential shift, smiled broadly, Not yet. We merely had a light snack earlier. Are you inviting us to dine? If you haven't eaten, then savor the barbecue flavors of the sea breeze here. It's a local specialty not easily found elsewhere.
Qian smiled warmly.
I suggest you open your mouths wide and savor the experience. Luo Fan inquired, Are you a devil? Luo Fan thought to himself, I've already taken a step forward, and you tell me this? Even through the screen, I can sense the aroma. Is it reasonable not to let me have a taste? Is this what Gu Hua meant when she said they would regret it?
Indeed.
I regret not having taken a few more detours with them. Qian Mei remarked, taking one more step is impossible. I can only awkwardly turn over to ensure an even tan. Gu Hua and her companions arrived with exuberance, only to leave dejectedly, putting on quite a pre-meal entertainment for Qi Qian and the others. The seafood tasted even more exquisite. After satisfying their hunger, the group nestled into their tents to sleep. The bonfire still flickered, and with the stark temperature differences between day and night on the island, without the fire, they would surely freeze in the middle of the night. When the tide rose, the bonfire extinguished. Gu Hua's side was not so leisurely. One by one, they were awakened by the cold in the dead of night, forced to climb trees, sitting there shivering and questioning their existence. As the sun rose, the tide had yet to recede. Qi Fengxiao poked his head out of his tent. Qian, are you awake? Is everything all right on your end? Qi Qian wrung the water from her pant legs and said gloomily, At this moment, I wish I were a turtle. What's wrong? If I were a turtle, I wouldn't have to wake up early in the morning to have my hand pinched by a crab. I would definitely crush its claws.
Qi Fengxiao suppressed a laugh.
Once the tide recedes, my uncle will help you cook it. Without its claws, how am I any different from a salted fish? Over there. Xunzhi was filled with worry, pondering when the seawater would recede. Thankfully, they had placed their pots and pans on the tree yesterday, preventing them from being washed away. Xunjia Shu rubbed his eyes. Dad, without ingredients, what are we going to eat? That's simple. Qi Qian pulled a bamboo pole from the top of the tent, placed it on the water, and directly jumped onto it. She stood firmly, her posture unwavering. Xunjia Shu gasped in amazement. Sister Qian, you're incredible. Qi Fengxiao was momentarily stunned, clapping his hands. Qian, well done. Your sense of balance is remarkable. Because not a single meal I've had is without merit. Qi Qian feigned profundity, then continued to walk with the bamboo pole in hand. Qi Fengxiao, belatedly, asked the Shun family, Did she just imply something about me? The Shun family looked silently at the sky. The sky is so blue. A blessing for the early risers. Upon entering, I saw Sister Qian's youthful face, and my mood lifted immensely. Wait, is Qian crossing the sea on a bamboo pole? What else is she incapable of? What on earth is she doing? Having had a restless night on the hard tent floor, Qi Qian wished to stretch her body. This was a daily ritual for her, a habit carried over from her time in the cultivation realm. Perhaps due to this, her physical strength exceeded that of the average person. She held the bamboo pole with one hand, stood on one leg, and suddenly lifted the other leg high above her head, grasping her ankle with her hand. Chapter 49. It will delay its pursuit of stardom. Qi Qian maintained this pose as she moved forward for about 7 or 8 meters before finally lowering her leg. Then she switched to the other leg. She moved with such ease that the audience in the live stream was left utterly dumbfounded. The barrage of comments became so overwhelming that it turned into a jumble of characters. The topic of Qi Qian's performance quickly ascended the trending charts. Bystanders remarked, "Qi Qian paddling? When does she not paddle? What? You didn't mean this kind of paddling? I'm a fan now." In Fuguang City, as they descended the stairs, a friend was exclaiming into his phone, "Wow, what a talent. Her sense of balance is remarkable." The shock was palpable. Shi Jianchen approached, intrigued by the commotion. "Brother Chen, look at this. It's incredible." His friend turned the phone towards him, showcasing a girl who appeared to be 2 years younger than him, yet exuded an impressive aura. Shi Jianchen cast a casual glance, but his expression instantly froze. He snatched the phone from his friend, staring intently at the girl on the screen. Though she was a partial savior in his life, recalling that day ignited a flicker of anger within him. However, fortunes fluctuate. After 30 years in the East, 30 in the West, one should not underestimate youth in poverty. "Do you know her?" Shi Jianchen inquired. "Don't you recognize her? She's quite popular in our circle lately, especially among pet owners. Every time her variety show airs, the pets act as if they've seen their beloved partners, going wild and affectionately pawing at the screen." His friend slapped his thigh in realization. "My lazy cat is the same. She's completely smitten, and now she hardly pays attention to me." The lazy cat referred to his orange tabby, who was notoriously indifferent to humans. Shi Jianchen scoffed, "That's just your cat's lack of ambition. My spicy hot pot wouldn't forget its owner for the sake of appearances." Just then, a white ragdoll cat approached, prancing with tiny steps, meowing insistently. Shi Jianchen picked it up. "Spicy hot pot. What do you think?" The cat ignored him entirely, snatching the phone from his grasp and leaping away to chase after something. "The caretaker is utterly useless, only hindering its star-chasing aspirations," Shi Jianchen lamented. His friend burst into laughter. On the island, their tent was half submerged in water, leaving only the triangular top exposed. Gu Hua and her companions sat atop a nearby tree, drenched through, with hair plastered to their faces and scalps, looking utterly disheveled. Qi Qian leisurely paddled over on a single bamboo pole, glancing up at the tree. "Oh my, this tree is quite splendid. It inspires a sudden surge of creativity," she mused. 10 years of life and death, of vast uncertainty, joyful sheep, gray wolf. One can draw a bough like a full moon, a tree, riddled with scars. The individuals perched in the tree retorted, "Don't think we can't tell you're mocking us. Is there really a need to kick someone when they're down?" How was she able to maintain her balance on a single bamboo pole? Ling Qian was perplexed. Had Qi Qian possessed such skills before? No, she hadn't. She used to be an oblivious young lady, and while she still is, she has only become more brazen. Luo Zichuan explained, "It's about leveraging her position. When she stands on the bamboo, she utilizes its buoyancy, and the pole in her hand helps maintain balance when she tilts. Moreover, moving forward and backward requires harnessing the reactive force generated by the pole. But understanding the principle alone isn't sufficient. It demands exceptional skill and practice technique." She's rather impressive. Lo Fan's lips twitched slightly, and he decided against adding any further remarks. Praising the opponent would only serve to dampen the spirits of his own team. Luo Zichuan shrugged indifferently, choosing to remain silent. After the tide receded, Qi Fengxiao and Xunzhi quickly set up the boiler in preparation for breakfast. Qi Qian had spent the entire morning rowing and was finally able to sit down, retrieving her thermos to revive herself. "Sister Qian, what are you drinking? Is it tasty?" Shun Jiashu had long been curious about her thermos, having seen her sip from it intermittently in the previous episode. Qi Qian sighed. "It's herbal medicine, not pleasant at all, quite bitter, in fact." Just then, Qi Fengxiao accidentally bumped into Qi Qian's arm, causing a small spill from the thermos. Sizzle. A dark brown, sweet-smelling liquid bubbled forth, adorned with 2 goji berries floating atop. Shun Jiashu leaned closer to sniff. "It smells like cola." Qi Fengxiao immediately held Qi Qian's head down, exclaiming, "I just told you to cut back on cola for the sake of your teeth, and here you are sneaking sips. It's herbal medicine." Qi Qian defended her thermos fiercely, retorting, "There are goji berries in it. Do you think adding a few goji berries to cola makes it healthy? Goji berries are good for health. But how can they possibly make cola healthy?" Qi Fengxiao tugged at her collar. "If you can eat 3 meals a day, can you not just combine them into one?" Qi Qian hugged her head, refusing to listen. "I can't hear you, uncle. You're just reciting a mantra." To think I actually believed her thermos contained herbal medicine for health. My sympathy lasted barely a second before it turned to a slap in the face. How amusing. Who taught her to do this? It's a classic case of burying one's head in the sand, isn't it? Why did Xunzhi confiscate the child's sugary drinks? In my view, they should be disposed of to prevent her from sneaking a sip when you're not looking. You are truly heartless. Do you even care about Sister Qian? I report that she has hidden chocolates and lollipops in her pockets. With her thermos confiscated, Qi Qian fell into a sulk. Qi Fengxiao was not indulging her. Carbonated drinks were the quickest route to cavities, and if he didn't keep an eye on her now, she would surely face the consequences later. After breakfast, Qi Fengxiao turned to Xunjing. Brother Shen, I recall that you used to work in construction. Can you assemble a simple wooden cabin? It's not for me. Qianbao mentioned her back hurts. She might not be accustomed to sleeping in a tent. Upon hearing this, Xunjing's demeanor shifted to a serious one. Qi Qian is a girl. She definitely shouldn't be sleeping in such rough conditions. I'll gather materials shortly and construct a wooden cabin during the day. I'll even make her a bed. Shen Jishu chimed in eagerly. Daddy, I want to sleep on a bed too. You're a boy. You can endure it for now. Shen Jiashu was taken aback, pondering whether it was too late for him to become a girl. If Shen Jing were aware of his thoughts, he would likely whip up a hearty dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork out of love. They split into two groups. The adults remained at the campsite to construct the cabin, while the children set out to collect litter. Shan Jiashu had developed the self-discipline of a little brother, adeptly carrying all the tools without letting Qi Qian lift a finger. Qi Qian, with her hands tucked away, led her little brother on their quest. They arrived at the site where they had discovered gold the previous day, only to find that Gu Hua and her companions had already beaten them to it. Chapter 50. Who is the fool? Shall we go over and drive them away? Shin Jiashu asked, fuming. Qi Qian remained remarkably composed, suggesting they let them be. Did they truly believe that the assignment was so easy to copy? For the underperformers, even the answers laid before them could be miscopied. She and her uncle had thoroughly searched the area the day before. Not a trace of gold, nor even a bird's droppings remained. If these individuals were eager to snatch, let them flounder in their futile endeavors. Gu Hua, upon seeing Qi Qian come and go, inwardly questioned the system. Cannot you detect if there is gold nearby? The system replied, I am a strategy-based system, not a treasure-finding one. This is beyond my capabilities. Then how does Qi Qian know there is gold here? She is simply fortunate. Gu Hua pondered, just how much luck does she possess? Have I not absorbed the majority of it already? The system reminded her, do not forget, you have recently returned a significant amount of luck points to her. The implication being, how many times have you failed your tasks? Gu Hua gritted her teeth. She could not allow the situation to spiral further out of control. She needed to take the initiative. By afternoon, all the guests were prepared to set sail. However, the small boat belonging to Qi Qian and her group had vanished, as had Shen Jing's. Qi Qian, where has your boat disappeared to? Luo Fan feigned concern. Gu Hua smirked slightly. Perhaps it was washed away last night due to the high tide. It may not have been secured properly. I suspect one among you, oblivious to the consequences, might have orchestrated this. Qi Qian stated flatly, if you cannot control your hands and feet, perhaps they should be severed. Luo Fan raised his hands defensively. Hey, it wasn't me. I had nothing to do with it. Ling Qian, with a stern expression, advised, do not speak carelessly without evidence. As if we would even covet your dilapidated boat. Who can say for certain? What one has not tasted may seem appealing. Who knows if someone among you finds our misfortune delectable and swoops in when we least expect it?
Qi Fengxiao retorted coldly.
Wen Li's expression was somewhat difficult to describe. Fengxiao, your words are rather unrestrained. Such remarks would be deemed uncouth coming from others, marking them with a significant blemish. Yet, Qi Fengxiao's standing and prowess in the entertainment industry allowed him the liberty to speak freely, without concern for others' opinions.
Qi Fengxiao ignored Wen Li,
which left her feeling quite unsettled. Tang Xian whispered to Wen Li, Mom, we can only secure a good boat with Qi Qian's assistance, can we not?
No.
Wen Li replied curtly, we are not part of the same group. What benefit would helping her provide?
But she has helped me.
If you hold her in such high regard, you might as well join her. Tang Xian looked at her, bewildered. Gu Hua smiled gently, attempting to ease the tension. Xin, Qi Qian is quite proud. Even if we were to rush to assist her, she would likely refuse our help. She might even think we are merely pitying her. Wen Li's expression softened somewhat. Gu Hua's analysis was not without merit. Xin, perhaps you should learn from her. Tang Xian nodded hesitantly, unsure of what to say. Was it because she had declined to donate blood to Yanran that her mother remained upset with her? What could she do to earn her mother's forgiveness? She felt utterly lost. With the boat missing, Qi Qian had effectively lost the most crucial tool to complete their task. Those who had long awaited an opportunity in the live stream room were instantly exhilarated. They were the same students who had previously ostracized Qi Qian at school, spreading malicious gossip about her. In reality, they could not confront Qi Qian directly, so they resorted to voicing their disdain online, believing that disparaging someone was not a crime. I am curious to see how Qi Qian will manage to maintain her facade. Now that she has deviated from the script, she is nothing without it. Qi Chaosheng received a phone call from Qi Muzhe inquiring about the situation. Qi Chaosheng promptly forwarded Qi Qian's psychological evaluation report to him, explaining that he was merely joking with her that day, unaware that a rat was eavesdropping. Qi Muzhe responded, "Someone is inciting public opinion. Do not react immediately. Let us identify those involved and compile a list to settle scores later. When the time is ripe, you can release the evidence." Those who surf the internet understand that if discussions are open, the frenzy will eventually subside. However, if we suppress the heat by deleting posts and silencing netizens, it will only provoke a hornet's nest. Qi Qian's popularity had recently surged. Although she was no longer in the entertainment industry, her legend lingered everywhere. If this public relations crisis were not handled adeptly, the repercussions would be dire for her and for the Qi group as well. As the two brothers deliberated on a solution, the situation continued to escalate online. Accusations emerged, claiming she had cheated on exams, leveraging her family status to gain access to questions beforehand, thus securing her consistently high rankings. Others alleged that she was arrogant and dismissive, with classmates expressing their grievances against her. Even former close friends began to distance themselves, revealing her true character. Amidst the mingling of truth and falsehoods, the tide of public opinion threatened to engulf Qi Qian's reputation. Seeing the moment had arrived, Qi Chaosheng finally took action. He instructed the Qi group's official Weibo account to publish Qi Qian's report card from middle school, showcasing that she had never fallen out of the top 3 in her grade, along with trophies and certificates earned from local and provincial youth competitions. The accolades she had worked tirelessly to achieve in order to please her family adorned an entire wall. While school exams could be subject to cheating, what about provincial competitions? Those who deemed Qi Qian a fool, does that not make me a level 10 imbecile? How clever are those who spread the rumors? Let us see their own report cards. Qi Qian is isolated? I believe it is she who has single-handedly distanced herself from that group of foolish classmates. Do those who enter provincial competitions require cheating? Ordinary individuals, do not measure Qi Qian's boundless brilliance with your narrow-mindedness. Even if Qi Qian is genuinely intelligent, that does not imply her live stream lacks a script. What about the swift ships and gold? Indeed, if so many people at school despised her, isn't that indicative of her own flaws? How can such a person possess over 10 million fans? Have they all lost their sight? Chapter 51. Hurry. Ride me. Still. Some stubbornly clung to their assertions, refusing to relent. Qi Qian's fans immediately rose to defend her. Firstly, we declare our support for our beloved Qian. Her character is irrelevant to our admiration. On the contrary, our ability to support her indicates that we are not paragons of virtue ourselves. Since we have all accepted our flaws, what grounds do you have to impose such lofty expectations upon us? The fans follow the main character. And this flavor is just right. What flavor? That chaotic, carefree, slothful essence that disregards others' fates. Rest easy, dear friend. We are resilient and unafraid of challenges. A tempest of public opinion online ultimately dissipated through the actions of Qi Chao and the whimsical antics of the fans. The individual at the heart of the incident, Qi, remained blissfully unaware. Qi Fengxiao and Xunzhi were deliberating on the construction of a raft. However, this meant that the cabin project would be delayed.
Qi,
with her hands tucked into her pockets, suggested, "There's no need for such trouble. I have an idea." Qi Fengxiao glanced at her, replying, "Building a raft is too exhausting. You should rest while we handle it." Xunzhi nodded in agreement. "Yes, you taught us last time, and I recall the steps well."
no, no.
She replied as she crouched down to pat the surface of the sea. "I meant, why don't we just hail a taxi?" "Hail a taxi?" Gu Hua laughed out loud. "You still haven't shed that fanciful notion, have you? What taxi is there on this island? A ghostly floating vehicle, perhaps? Let's board the ship. We cannot afford to waste time." Gu Hua dismissed Qi's playful remarks and spoke to her teammates. They all boarded the vessel, leaving only a few of Qi behind on the shore. Qi waded into the water and whistled at the surface. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A series of chirps echoed from the distance. Two large black and white creatures leaped out of the water, swiftly swimming towards Chi upon seeing these gentle giants. Resembling harmless pandas of the sea with their wagging tails and friendly smiles, Chi fell silent. Oh no. What if the taxi falls into the sea, and we end up with a killer whale? Can we still cancel the order? The first killer whale grumbled. You traveled all this way, and you want to cancel? Absolutely not. You must ride with us. The second killer whale continued. I am so angry. I still haven't had a brawl with the sharks today, and that foolish killer whale bumped into my tail yesterday, which only adds to my fury. Research indicates that killer whales often communicate with an abundance of profanity, with a high frequency of derogatory remarks. In 10 utterances, 9 are insults directed at their companions. This includes phrases such as "you useless waste," "get lost," and "you think you deserve to be my teammate?" She was taken aback. Their vocabulary was surprisingly extensive. In just a minute, they had already cursed nearly every creature in the ocean. The first killer whale noticed her gaze and huffed, "Well, considering your cuteness, hurry up. Ride me." Then it flicked its tail vigorously. Okay, a bit cute, Chi mused as she patted its head and turned to say, "The taxi has arrived. Let us go." Chi Fengxiao and the others were left bewildered, questioning, "Is this really a taxi? You're not deceiving us, are you? And this is a killer whale. The ocean's ruler that dares to battle humpback whales and emerge victorious." They were filled with trepidation. However, Chi was unfazed by their fears. They were here now, and they had to embrace the adventure. Seeing that she had climbed aboard, Chi Fengxiao reluctantly followed suit, while Xin Jing and Xin Jiaxu cautiously trailed behind. I seem to have encountered a taxi resembling a killer whale. You heard correctly. This peculiar creature is indeed called a killer whale, and it is currently the steed of the shallow sister and her companions, casting aside all reason. A script? Who on earth would dare to call this a script? Write me a script where a killer whale willingly carries me. I am on the verge of madness. What is the principle behind this? Can anyone elucidate? The black bear offers food. The monkey delivers fruit. These can all be interpreted as acts of familial affection among animals. However, despite how friendly killer whales may be towards humans, there is no documented case of them voluntarily allowing a human to ride on their backs in the ocean. For the bewildered onlookers who stumbled upon this trending topic, could it be that this is not the sea at all, but rather a grand aquarium? Moreover, a netizen tagged marine knowledge and inquired, "If I were to search the beach for a killer whale, would it permit me to mount its back?" Marine knowledge replied, "My dear, I suggest you first make a pilgrimage to the temple." The netizen responded, "Does the temple even concern itself with such matters?" Marine knowledge clarified, "While the temple may not intervene directly, in a moment of peril, perhaps the bodhisattva might grant you mercy." Thus, the question arises, how on earth did the shallow sister manage this? Not long ago, there was a scandal involving her. Aside from the perpetually busy Chi Lisan, both of her uncles were glued to the live broadcast. They too were perplexed, unable to fathom why both terrestrial and aquatic creatures showered such favor upon the shallow sister. It is utterly baffling. In the open waters of the West Sea, 2 killer whales carried the shallow sister and her companions, charging forth and scattering numerous small sea creatures in their wake. These 2 behemoths exhibited a remarkable lack of decorum, opting to bulldoze directly through schools of fish rather than take a detour, sending them soaring into the air with a flick of their tails, side by side with the seagulls. Innocent fish cried out, "Mother, I seem to be flying. I can see paradise." Meanwhile, the shallow sister and her companions did nothing but collect the dazed sea creatures that had been sent flying. When they encountered a group of sharks, the 2 whales charged in with a singular purpose: to engage. Several great white sharks were left reeling, their eyes swirling with confusion and despair. The shallow sister gently stroked the dorsal fin of the first killer whale, signaling that they had played enough and should spare the fish. The 2 whales obediently halted, proudly flicking their tails as they swam ahead. She had no desire to become a mere cog in their chaotic play. "Let us not play any longer. We have work to do," she insisted. The first killer whale protested, "No, no. I still wish to play with you, dear sister. Don't you want to play with me? Have I done something wrong to upset you?" The second whale interjected, "Get lost. You're not a green tea whale. You reek of tea." The first whale retorted, "You're just jealous that I am the one riding with her, hee. There's nothing you can do about it. She simply adores me." The second whale shot back, "Shut your whale nonsense. I could fetch sister some sperm whale droppings, and she would surely prefer me. What else do you have besides whining?" The first whale boasted, "Sister would never fancy the stench of a whale's droppings. She loves me the most, haha. The shallow sister pondered. Are sperm whale droppings not quite valuable? Nonetheless, they are still droppings. The orca number 2 was incensed by green tea number 1, and with a determined rush, it aimed to teach it a lesson. If it failed to knock the wind out of it today, it would consider itself fortunate. Pool Fengxiao swiftly embraced Pool Qian, exclaiming, Qianbao, hold on tight, be careful not to fall. Xunzhi and Xinjiashu were even more anxious, clinging to the dorsal fin of orca number 2, afraid to let go. Suddenly, Pool Qian had a brilliant idea. Whoever helps me clean up the trash in the ocean first, I will favor the most. The two colossal creatures exclaimed in unison, that, most certainly, shall be me. Chapter 52. Sister, I will catch sharks to raise you.
Whoosh.
They darted away like arrows, each gripping a fishing net in their mouths, charging towards the areas littered with refuse. There was no need for Pool Qian and the others to lift a finger. The waste in that expanse of ocean was swiftly collected. After the task was completed, the two orcas began to bicker once more. Even Pool Fengxiao, who could not comprehend their conversation, sensed that they were quarreling. As they swam, they encountered Gu Hua and her party's small boat. Luo Fan, bored, was picking up debris from the sea when a glimpse caught his eye, causing him to freeze in disbelief. What is that? Look quickly. How can Pool Qian and the others be floating on the water? Gu Hua turned her head, her smile frozen in place. Internally, she screamed, System. Do you see this? Is this even remotely reasonable? Riding horses, bikes, cows, or pigs is one thing, but have you ever seen anyone riding an orca? This ISNTA movie. The system responded with silence. The current storyline task has collapsed and will soon restart for repairs. Please be patient, host. I cannot wait. Just knock me out instead. This Pool Qian is utterly bizarre. Gu Hua was frantic. The system remained speechless. The others were equally dumbfounded. The two orcas surged towards them, their tails splashing waves that drenched the boat's occupants. The sound of water was deafening, and those on the three small boats were soaked to the skin. Left gasping for breath, Luo Zichuan exclaimed, How is this even possible? Why can they ride on the back of an orca? This defies all logic. With a slap, orca number 1's tail struck the rear of their boat. The three small vessels spun in circles, as if caught in the strongest of fans. Screams of terror pierced the air, accompanied by bouts of nausea. Orca number 1 emitted a sound akin to laughter, reminiscent of a mischievous child who had successfully pulled off a prank. This is what you get for bullying my sister, ha ha ha. Pool Qian laughed heartily. The two giants chirped in agreement, but harmony lasted but a moment before they resumed their quarrel. Sister is praising me, you shameless one. Go away. Who is more shameless? I clearly contributed more, stealing your glory, you green tea. Before entering, what grand scenes have I not witnessed? Upon entering, this I have truly never seen. I am in awe. How frustrating. In which direction must I bow to nurture such a pair of treasures? With a single tail, they can send sharks flying and chase down a few tons of humpback whales? Even 10 of you would not suffice against their might. I am in stitches over these two chubby creatures, so plump yet insufferably adorable. Be they a film queen or an idol, they show no mercy. The two orcas did not merely play pranks on Gu Hua and the others, they also diligently collected all the refuse from the surrounding waters, leaving nothing behind. Each group of guests was required to gather a certain amount of trash daily, and failing to meet this quota would result in punishment. The orcas, however, bore no malice. Their sole intention was to delight their beloved sister. Upon returning to the shore, the two orcas, seizing the opportunity while others had disembarked, attempted to whisk Qi Qian away. Alas, their plan was thwarted when Qi Qian spotted them and hastily leapt into the water. Orca 1 exclaimed, Sister, come with me. I will catch sharks to keep you. Orca 2 chimed in, I can fetch a baby humpback whale for you to kick around. Just come with me. Qi Qian responded, Spare them. What wrong have the sharks and baby humpbacks done? Despite their reluctance, the two orcas swam away, only to reappear moments later, playfully spraying water towards Qi Qian. Sister, sister, look at me. I can spout water the highest. I will return to find you tomorrow. With a splash, Qi Qian grasped their fins, playfully squeezing them. They were slippery, their texture unlike that of furry creatures, yet they possessed a peculiar charm. Orca 1, blushing and covering its face, thought, She truly likes me. Orca 2, attempting to maintain composure, declared, I will return shortly with a bride price to propose. After reluctantly departing, Qi Fengxiao and his son Xunzhi remained in a state of exhilaration, unable to calm their excitement. Dad, did I really ride an orca just now? This isn't a dream, is it? Little brother Xunzhi's cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. Xunzhi ruffled his hair, assuring him it was real and not a figment of imagination. He too found the experience astounding. To have such an encounter in one's lifetime was truly remarkable. Whether it was riding on the back of an orca, witnessing the breathtaking marine scenery, or observing the sharks being reprimanded, these were sights that could not be fully appreciated from the confines of a boat. Qi Fengxiao, feeling a surge of emotion, suddenly had a thought and gently pulled Qi Qian closer. Lowering his voice, he inquired, "How did you summon the orcas?" He had previously found it curious how that rickety vessel had moved so swiftly, as though something beneath the surface was propelling them. Now, with the appearance of orcas, he had to wonder. He was no fool to believe it was mere coincidence. Qi Qian mirrored his lowered tone. "Uncle, given the circumstances, I shall not conceal the truth from you any longer. In fact, I am." Qi Fengxiao held his breath in anticipation. Qi Qian continued, "I am a witch residing in the deep sea, having sold counterfeit goods in a transaction with a mermaid without offering any aftercare. Consequently, the Dragon King banished me, forcing me to come ashore in search of an opportunity for revenge." Qi Fengxiao quipped, "Do I need to pay you 50 to hear your revenge plan?"
No.
"Grandfather Ken has raised the price. It's now 60. Qi Fengxiao chuckled as he playfully tugged at her ear. "Even your uncle is being deceived. It seems you are feeling rather mischievous." In light of this, it was clear that Qi Qian's character for this episode was that of a deep-sea witch. Is the identity of the forest princess, Crickshaw, no longer of interest? Grandfather Ken has hiked the prices on Crazy Thursday. What a shock.
Kimei.
Let us join the ranks of the My Men and achieve immortality. Such burdensome tasks, Qi Fengxiao would never allow Qi Qian to undertake. He tossed her a coconut, sending her off to play elsewhere. Qi Qian leaned against a tree, indulging in a peaceful slumber, when suddenly the distinctive call of Orca number 2 pierced the tranquility. Rising to her feet, she cradled a coconut and made her way towards the shore. Emerging from the water was a rusted iron box tethered to a chain. "Elder sister, I have just salvaged this treasure from the depths of the sea. It seems humans have a fondness for it. I shall present it to you, and when I grow up, will you be my bride?" Orca number 2 shyly inquired. Qi Qian responded, "How old are you?" "I am 10 years old this year," came the enthusiastic reply. "That's unacceptable. You are 5 years my junior. Relationships between siblings rarely yield favorable outcomes." Orca number 2 appeared crestfallen. "But I will grow up."
Sighing,
Qi Qian remarked, "In your ocean, perhaps early romance is not frowned upon, but here, it invites the ire of parents and teachers. How unfortunate for you. I have an 8-year-old brother who embraces multiple relationships daily, swapping girlfriends without a care. Can his girlfriends truly tolerate that?"
she queried.
Chuckling, Orca number 2 replied, "Indeed. He manages his affairs quite adeptly, unlike the neighboring great white shark, who, despite having a wife, strays and was chased for miles by her yesterday, nearly losing his composure."
Kikian grimaced, what a scandalo stal.
Chapter 53. A True Treasure Chest. Is it merely an illusion, or is Sister Qian truly conversing with this whale? You are not mistaken. I overheard her mention something about not being biologically related and helping to raise children. The ocean world is truly chaotic. Am I the only one curious about what lies within that box? Hurry and open it. The box was indeed left for Qi Qian, who was informed that it paled in comparison to the excitement of hunting sharks, and they should strike before nightfall completely enveloped them. The rust covering the box was excessive, and she would need gloves to avoid injury. As she approached, she declared, "Why are you all gathered around my possession? Step aside." "Yours? Don't be ridiculous. We were the ones who discovered it first." Ling Qian sneered, preparing to pry it open. Without hesitation, Qi Qian executed a swift strike, targeting the nerve in his arm. He winced in pain, releasing his grip on the box. Gu Hua interposed herself, saying, Qian, it is indeed the box we found first. Do not behave irrationally." Qi Qian retorted, "It's amusing how you all seem drawn to my belongings. It's as if you can't resist." When Li interjected, "If you claim it as yours, what proof do you possess? And how can you prove it belongs to you?" Luo Fan chuckled, Qian, you have unearthed so many gold nuggets. Surely there is no need to monopolize everything. Allow us a taste of the treasure hunt as well."
Kikian scoffed.
"Have you grown a brain made of tofu? Is that why your thoughts are so vacant? With so many drones and cameras, do you think you can outsmart me? Gu Hua and Luo Fan are being utterly ridiculous, wanting to claim everything. It infuriates me. That was a gift from the baby orca to Sister Qian. How can they lay claim to it? Qi Qian is truly selfish. Did the orca ever say it was meant solely for her? Why can't it be a gift for everyone? The atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, Qi Fengxiao's chilling voice pierced through the air. I dare anyone to snatch away my Qianbao as belongings. How audacious to bully a girl like Qian just because of their numbers. Xunzhi retorted, stepping protectively behind Qi Qian, towering over her. Ling Qian and Luo Fan possessed impressive physiques, quite remarkable among their peers, yet before them, Qi Qian barely reached their chests. Gu Hua interjected, Brother Qi, Brother Shen. It's not that we are bullying Qian. She insists that our belongings are hers. Ling Qian scoffed. How shameless can she be? Wen Li shot her a warning glance. The implication unmistakable. Tang Xian silently sealed her lips. Lo Zichuan, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. This box shows clear signs of being corroded by seawater, indicating it had been submerged for a considerable time. The remaining 99 of the likelihood lay solely with the 2 orcas that Qi Qian and the others had just ridden, possessing the strength to haul the box from the ocean depths. His analysis was astute, leaving Luo Fan perplexed. Whose side are you on exactly? Lo Zichuan adjusted his glasses and replied, I stand on the side of truth. Qi Fengxiao disdainfully remarked, Look at this. A group of adults who are less reasonable than 2 children. Gu Hua and her companions felt a sting of embarrassment, not anticipating a betrayal from their ally. With Qi Fengxiao and Xunzhi present, their ambitions to claim the box were dwindling. Just then, driven by curiosity, Wen Li opened the box. The lock, corroded and ineffective, yielded easily. A dazzling light emanated from within, revealing a treasure trove brimming with gold, silver, and jewels, igniting fervent desire in the eyes of those present. Heavens! It truly is a treasure chest. This immense haul must be worth several hundred million. Oh my! So many gold bars, pearls, agates, and jade. These orca babies are indeed remarkable. They truly deliver treasure. Don't stop me. I want to go to this island and collect riches. Faced with such enticing prospects, there was no room for compromise. Gu Hua swiftly proposed, since we cannot provide evidence of who discovered it first, how about we divide it evenly? It would be fair for everyone. Nonsense, Qi Fengxiao retorted, seeing through her intentions. You think you deserve a share? Even if I tossed it aside, I wouldn't let you lay a finger on it. Qi Qian mused that her third uncle was quite dependable today. In the next moment, Qi Fengxiao declared, If you wish to take this box, you must first step over my Qianbao's corpse. Qi Qian thought to herself that such reliability was merely an illusion. A fierce confrontation was imminent. No one wished to let such a fortune slip through their fingers, and thus, they were left with no choice but to confront one another head-on. The moral standards of survival live broadcasts are notoriously low, often resulting in internal strife and disputes over resources. They were unconcerned that this might alienate their audience. In the harsh reality of survival, those who do not seize the opportunity are deemed foolish and inept. Gu Hua was tasked with dealing with Qi Qian and Xin Jieshu, while Ling Qian and Luo Fan occupied Qi Fengxiao and Xunzhi. Wen Li and Tang Xian aimed to seize the moment and transport the box away. However, they found themselves utterly incapable of moving it. Qi Qian picked up a wooden stick from the ground and struck Gu Huan's back, pushing her aside before rushing to assist Qi Fengxiao, who was entangled in a struggle with Ling Qian. The stick in her hand was initially aimed at Ling Qian's back. To her surprise, as Qi Fengxiao landed a punch to Ling Qian's abdomen, he doubled over in pain, causing Qi Qian's stick to jab sharply into his back. With a loud yelp, Ling Qian leapt away, twisting in agony, his usually handsome face turning as pale as a ghost. Gu Huan, in a state of panic, exclaimed, Brother Qian, are you all right? The atmosphere was thick with tension and concern. Qi Qian, unfazed, discarded the stick and retorted, what kind of martial arts technique would cause such suffering? Meanwhile, Qi Fengxiao laughed heartily. Xiao Qian, that move was quite effective. It deserves a place among the martial arts legends. Chapter 54. Our Qi family is now affluent. This battle concluded with Ling Qian sustaining grievous injuries. Luo Fan shuddered as he glanced at Ling Qian, who lay on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. The thought of the wooden stick's brutality was chilling. Fortunately, he had not faced Qi Qian directly, otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Shouldn't we be curious about what treasures lie within that chest? Luo Fan pondered, contemplating the possibility of rare artifacts hidden among the gold and silver. Qi Qian closed the treasure chest and calmly countered, "If you are so eager to meddle, do you rush towards every foul-smelling cart you encounter?" "Oh dear. Your concern is truly chilling," replied Luo Fan, exasperated. "Miss, you are truly difficult to deal with," he added, while Qi Qian's companions left, supporting the injured with expressions of dismay, seemingly embarrassed by the earlier scuffle. Suddenly, Qi Qian recalled the melon they had tasted at the Orca 2. Tang Xian and Wen Li were there. It seemed the Orca I remained oblivious to being overtaken by its brother. Xunzhi, with unwavering conviction and hands clasped in prayer, declared, "This must be a gift from the sea to Princess Klika Shasha of the forest." Despite the passage of time, Jiashu still did not recognize that he had been deceived. Qi Fengxiao began to waver. "Xiao Qian, you wouldn't truly be a deep-sea witch, would you?" Qi Qian opened her mouth. "I'm 60. "Enough, cease your chatter," Qi Fengxiao interrupted, covering her mouth. "Children shouldn't ask for money. They should eat more pancakes to grow strong." Qi Qian mumbled in protest, while the treasure chest proved too heavy for Qi Fengxiao and Xinjing to move. Qi Qian, donning a pair of latex gloves she had found, effortlessly lifted the chest and walked away. Shun Jiashu's eyes sparkled with admiration. "The princess is amazing. Wait for me." "Dear princess." Xunjing responded in disbelief. "Could you repeat that? What do you mean by old servant? You're only 10. The atmosphere here is harmonious." With no disputes arising over the treasure, it is implicitly accepted that the items belong to Qi Qian and she may dispose of them as she pleases. In stark contrast, a cloud of tension looms over another corner. Wenli halts, turning to confront Tang Xian. "Did you deliberately hold back just now? Are you trying to assist Qi Qian?" Tang Xian's complexion pales instantly, astonished at being discovered. She had intentionally refrained from exerting herself while moving the box, as she did not wish to compete with Qi Qian for the items. However, she dared not defy her mother, resorting instead to subtle maneuvers. "If you are so fond of her, why not simply seek her out?" When Li's simmering frustration is evident, even in her calm demeanor. "Are you even aware of what you are doing?" Wening is rather harsh on her daughter. It seems she treats Gu Hua with more leniency than she does Tang Xian. Isn't it unreasonable to criticize Tang Xian, who is merely caught in between? Even if Tang Xian had not held back, they would still be unable to lift the treasure chest. It is perplexing why she is being blamed. Tang Xian stands there, tears streaming down her face, utterly at a loss. The ever-pleasing Gu Hua and Luo Fan remain silent, their own anger simmering within. They endure meager rations while others feast lavishly. They are impoverished while others strike it rich overnight. Nothing stirs the heart's imbalance more than such disparities. As Tang Xian absorbs the reprimand, the image of Qi Qian striking decisively earlier flashes in her mind, so swift and unhesitant. She truly envies her. The treasure has become a trending topic. Netizens are abuzz with speculation over whether the treasure chest contains artifacts. Affluent families with ties to the Qi family are flocking to Qi Li Sr. One individual's wife desires a box of exquisite black pearls from the chest to fashion into a necklace. Another sister longs for a ruby the size of a pigeon egg to create an entire jewelry set. Yet another sister-in-law covets the bloodstone agate within the chest. They are willing to pay handsomely or offer other benefits in exchange for these treasures. For the first time, Qi Li Sen's phone is incessantly buzzing, all for personal matters. The items belong to Qi Qian, and how she chooses to handle them is her prerogative. The Qi family is not in need of such monetary gain. However, one wonders why the simple-minded girl has undertaken such a significant endeavor without a word. Qi Li Sen shifts aside a pile of documents and opens his tablet to indulge in a bit of leisure during work hours. Qi Qian is also taking a break. The fresh salmon she has just caught appears to be wonderfully fatty and feels delightful to the touch. With swift, deft strokes, Qi Qian slices it into sashimi, arranging it on clean leaves. These fish are not dead. They have merely transitioned to another form, swimming into her belly. Amen. After savoring a dinner of sashimi and grilled oysters, Qi Qian finally finds the time to inventory the contents of the treasure chest. She examines each item carefully.
Oh.
There are indeed many fine treasures. Countless gold and silver jewels, a box for pearls crafted from precious wood, and exquisite lacquerware and porcelain that are simply breathtaking. Some spices even retain a hint of fragrance. Unlike the treasures recovered from recent shipwrecks, these seem to possess a certain historical value. Judging by their quality, they resemble a dowry. The orca baby is discerning when it comes to gifts. Qi Qian has only glanced at the upper section. her eyes nearly dazzled by the wealth before her. So much money. She has become quite the affluent individual. When Qi Fengxiao overheard her murmuring, he callously shattered her illusions. Wake up. This amount of money is insufficient for you to simply lounge about. Consider your expenses at home. The premium fruits and ingredients airlifted from abroad, the luxurious snacks, not to mention the crystal figurines in your cabinet. With each calculation, Qi Qian's heart shattered a little more. She was astounded to realize that her daily sustenance cost such an exorbitant sum. Was she consuming food? Or was it gold and diamonds? Observing her despondence, Qi Fengxiao chuckled. Now you understand how hard it is to earn money and how challenging life can be, right? You think you can just relax and enjoy with this little fortune? Qianbao, you have much more effort ahead of you. Qi Qian appeared thoroughly disheartened, contemplating that if she began to strive from this moment, she could retire comfortably by the age of 65. Why should I take the long route when the short one is available? Chapter 55. Begging for alms. Her reasoning was quite sound, nearly convincing Qi Fengxiao. What will you do when your money runs out? He inquired. Uncle, I still have you, Qi Qian winked. If we run out of money, I will take you to the overpass. Qi Fengxiao responded. To earn money by rapping people's phones? Qi Qian retorted. No, we will beg. I will hold the bowl, and you will kneel and shout, begging for alms, begging for alms. Why should it be me shouting? He asked. I have already planned your lines, Qi Qian said with great foresight. You just need to say that your niece at home has a problem and needs money for treatment. Please, aunts and uncles, have mercy. Meanwhile, Qi Lisan, who was watching the live stream, pondered, why has our Qi family produced a person who would rather beg on the overpass than put in the effort? During the summer break, she wouldn't write a single word without prodding. Yet when it came to begging, she spoke eloquently and with experience. Had his education truly failed? The next morning, Qi Fengxiao was considerably alarmed by Qi Qian's remarks about begging and firmly prohibited her from being idle. He pulled her from her warm bed early and sent her out to collect garbage to meet her daily task quota. He even assigned Xunzhi to supervise her, ensuring she remained occupied. Inactivity breeds trouble, and if she were to be idle, she might truly believe she had marinated in laziness. As noon approached, Qi Fengxiao and Xunzhi finally completed the bamboo hut. Xunzhi used the remaining materials to craft a simple bamboo bed for Qi Qian. Qi Fengxiao remarked that the bed need not be overly comfortable, as Qi Qian wouldn't be sleeping there for long. Indulging her would only make her lazier. After saying this, he turned and ventured into the forest. Upon his return, he carried a bundle of reeds and palm leaves, managing to make the rigid bamboo bed soft and inviting, rivaling even a mattress in comfort if only in appearance. Witnessing all of this, Xunzhi thought, I truly do not wish to say who is spoiling Qian. Meanwhile, Qi Qian was yawning with fatigue. Xunzhi diligently collected garbage, striving to do more himself and let Sister Qian do less, ideally not at all. It was evident that he had adapted well to his self-proclaimed role as the chief steward of Qi Qian. Qi Qian idly played with fish before using tongs to pick up trash from the grass. Suddenly, she heard a wailing sound. As she approached, she recognized a familiar face. Tang Xian concealed herself to weep quietly, only to be discovered, her eyes reddened with embarrassment. I'm sorry, did I disturb you? Qi Qian shook her head. This isn't my territory. There's no need for apologies. Tang Xian assumed she must have been disliked, awkwardly rising to her feet. I truly apologize for yesterday. We shouldn't have taken your things. It's fine. After all, you couldn't take anything away. The atmosphere grew tense. Qi Qian was not adept at offering comfort, and given their unfamiliarity, she turned to leave. However, she soon heard the sound of soft footsteps trailing behind her. Turning around, she saw Tang Xian retreating behind a tree, resembling a startled rabbit. Why are you following me? Tang Xian hesitantly stepped out, clutching the hem of her garment. I wanted to give you this. Yet upon seeing Qi Qian, she hesitated again. Thank you. Tang Xian's anxious heart eased considerably as she followed Qi Qian at a respectful distance. Sister Qian, I've finished picking up the garbage here. Xunzhi approached with a cheerful smile, but upon noticing Tang Xian behind Qi Qian, her demeanor shifted to one of caution. Tang Xian pursed her lips and softly greeted her hello. Xunzhi ignored her, leaning in to whisper to Qi Qian, Sister Qian, why are you with her? She belongs to the opposing faction. We happen to cross paths. Qi Qian replied, hands tucked in her pockets, I'm hungry. Her gaze swept across the woods. Let us catch a chicken to eat. A little over 10 minutes later, the three had roasted wild chicken on the spot, the aroma wafting far and wide. Xunzhi was well-versed in herbs and excelled at gathering seasonings. If only we had lemon juice, Qi Qian remarked as they cooked. Tang Xian timidly produced 2 green lemons from her pocket. I just picked these from the tree. They're quite sour. Qi Qian's eyes lit up. This will do. She squeezed a few drops of lemon juice onto the roasted chicken, which turned a golden brown and glistened, the fragrance intensifying. The 3 of them shared 2 roasted chickens, just enough to satisfy their hunger. Initially a bit reserved, Tang Xian gradually relaxed as she observed Qi Qian enjoying the meal. Once they were full, the trio leaned against a tree to rest. Just as Qi Qian was about to take a nap, she suddenly heard Wen Li's loud voice calling for Tang Xian. Tang Xian's complexion paled, and she quickly stood up to rush over. Mom, I'm here. Smack. Wen Li raised her hand and struck Tang Xian, causing her cheek to swell immediately. Have I not told you not to run off? Why don't you listen? Wen Li's eyes were filled with urgency, her voice trembling. Tang Xian's eyes also reddened as she stared blankly at Wen Li. Goodness. If she hadn't scolded Tang Xian, would Tang Xian have hidden away to cry alone? Tang Xian has been gone for quite some time, but that doesn't mean Wen Ho is without fault, does it? What do you know? Li is simply too worried about her child. Can't you see she was almost in tears looking for her? But that doesn't justify hitting the child. Mom. Tang Xian held back her tears, wanting to explain. After speaking, Wen Li turned and walked away. Tang Xian chased after her, only to be harshly pushed aside by Wen Li. Xunzhi was left stunned. Sister Qian, Wen Ho is quite fierce. Luckily, her father is very gentle. Qi Qian walked over to help Tang Xian up, brushing the dirt off her clothes. Tang Xian looked at her, tears streaming down her face. Qi Qian recounted the events that had just transpired. Why was Wen Li so harsh with her own child? She was not known for such temperament in public. Could it be that she was not her biological mother? Qi Qian replied earnestly. She is indeed her biological mother, though she may be unaware. Qi Fengxiao, not grasping the situation, wondered what this was all about. However, he cared little for others' affairs and took Qi Qian to see the bamboo house and her new bed. How is it? Qi Qian lay down and rolled around, exclaiming, so comfortable. Uncle is truly wonderful. She playfully called out to him, expressing her affection, while Qi Fengxiao poked her forehead, reminding her that he had made her the bed and that she should begin to put in some effort.
Qi Qian,
with a solemn expression, replied, Uncle, success is born from diligent effort, which is why I plan to rest for the next couple of days.
Qi Fengxiao retorted.
In simpler terms, you intend to be lazy, right? Chapter 56. Indeed, competing for affection. The sudden arrival of Tang Xian was well received by everyone. The adults were confused, but the children remained innocent. Only Xunzhi had objections. With Tang Xian's presence, she had usurped his position as the chief steward. The tasks of peeling shrimp and sprinkling sauce on sashimi, which were originally his, were now all taken over by Tang Xian. She must be seeking to claim his title. Xunzhi thought to himself, Sister Qian will not be so easily swayed by her. Thank you. Qi Qian bit into the sashimi that Tang Xian had offered. Her cheeks slightly puffed. Tang Xian blushed, smiling with satisfaction. Xunzhi was infuriated. It was clear she was competing for his affection. After lunch, Qi Qian went to bed for a nap. Shortly after, Qi Fengxiao called from outside, Qianbao, your friends have come to visit. Qi Qian remained still, peacefully lying there, pondering. What friends? The 2 rotund figures, resembling orcas, appeared. With the last remnants of her waking thoughts, she recalled his words. Oh, it's those 2 orcas. She got up and walked outside, where indeed, Orca 1 and Orca 2 awaited her. However, Orca 2 was missing a piece from its dorsal fin, as if it had been nibbled on. Orca 1, with a cheerful grin, remarked, how could such a darling creature be responsible for that? It must have been a certain scheming whale trying to curry favor with my sister while I wasn't looking. Then, Qi Qian received a rather peculiar gift from Orca 1, a sizable lump of sperm whale feces. Truly, no matter how valuable or rare it might be, it was still excrement. Isn't the sperm whale feces? Also known as ambergris, it may be feces, but it is more precious than gold. Sister Qian's expression of despair yet unwillingness to refuse is hilarious. Do orcas bring gifts when they visit? I don't mind that it's feces. I can take as much as they give me. These 2 hefty orcas are pampering Sister Qian with treasures and ambergris. Could they be raising a daughter-in-law? Qi Qian hesitated, feeling conflicted about handling the large, fecal mass from the sperm whale. Ultimately, she reluctantly accepted it. Upon contemplating the matter at hand, it is conceivable that the orca, designated as Orca 1, along with its companions, pursued the sperm whale across the vast ocean at the break of dawn, resulting in an unfortunate incident that might have led to the release of excrement. Consequently, Qi Qian found it increasingly difficult to refuse the call of compassion for the unfortunate whale. Concerned for her well-being, Chief Fengxiao insisted on accompanying her. Meanwhile, Xunzhi and his son felt it prudent to remain behind to safeguard the campsite and the treasure, thus refraining from joining the expedition.
Tang, exile.
Observing the unfolding events with eager anticipation, caught Qi Qian's attention. Would you like to join us?
Qi Qian inquired.
Tang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement at the invitation. As they ventured onto the sea, the refreshing ocean breeze struck them like a slap, invigorating yet startling. The orca's remarkable speed caused Qi Qian's hair to whip across her face, obscuring her vision entirely. Suddenly, a fish collided with her forehead before sliding down her brow. I shall certainly file a complaint, which ride-sharing service operates without a windshield. Meanwhile, the live stream erupted with fervor as distressing news broke of a cruise ship in peril on the open sea, with rescue efforts hindered by various obstacles. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Every passing second could yield incalculable consequences. A dull yet piercing siren echoed from a distance, prompting Qi Qian to perk up her ears. Did you hear that alarm? She asked. Tang Xian nodded affirmatively, while Qi Fengxiao's expression grew serious. That is a distress signal from the sea. It may indicate that a vessel is in trouble. Should we go investigate? Qi Qian proposed. Indeed, Qi Fengxiao agreed. The viewers in the live stream were on the verge of tears, realizing the gravity of their discovery. However, a moment of clarity struck. Even if they found the ship, what assistance could they possibly render? They might even find themselves in peril. With this thought in mind, it seemed they would have been better off remaining oblivious. From a distance, Qi Qian spotted the distressed cruise ship, which had run aground and was sinking, surrounded by frantic figures in the water. Tang Xian covered her mouth in horror. Oh my goodness! The ship is on the verge of capsizing. Qi Fengxiao's brow furrowed with concern. If the situation continued to escalate, these individuals would not survive until help arrived. Yet, what could be done? The orca's size could not accommodate so many passengers. Determined to act, Qi Qian clenched her fists. Disregarding her reservations, she raised her thumb and index finger and emitted a sharp whistle. Instantly, the previously tranquil ocean erupted into frothy white waves as several orcas surged toward them. Flanked by the great white sharks that had been harassed by Orcas 1 and 2 the previous day, along with other sizable marine creatures, Tang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, her heart racing wildly within her chest. Despite having accompanied Qi Qian for the past few days, Chief Fengxiao found himself momentarily speechless, awestruck by the magnificent spectacle before him. As they turned their heads, they observed Qi Qian raising her arm, reminiscent of a commanding general issuing orders. Follow me. Chief Fengxiao's blood surged with fervor, adrenaline coursing through his veins. The scene unfolding before his eyes was a thrill far beyond any extreme sport he had previously indulged in. A free spirit by nature, he had always sought excitement. Moments later, the 2 orcas they rode surged ahead, clearing the path. Behind them, a multitude of fish swarmed like an army, their collective presence exuding an aura akin to that of 1,000 galloping steeds. The current cameras are remarkably advanced. The special effects are astonishingly lifelike, one commenter noted.
Haha.
I feel like I'm witnessing a cadre of deep-sea giants trailing behind Sister Qian, looking to settle some scores, another quipped. Come on, stop deluding yourselves. Is it really that hard to admit your eyes are deceiving you? There was a brief lull in the barrage of comments before an explosion of excitement ensued. Marine knowledge was inundated with countless mentions, as one user lamented, if I knew how Qi Qian achieved this, I wouldn't be here. I would have long since ridden an orca out to sea for a joyride. Spare me. Coincidentally, Qi Muse, who was also watching the live stream, suddenly had an epiphany. On the day of their first encounter, Qi Qian had mentioned her ability to understand animal languages. He had been skeptical until today. She was not merely comprehending. She could command these colossal sea creatures. A legion of towering beings followed her like obedient minions of a gang leader. Chapter 57. I simply lack a heart. Qi Qian did not perceive them as obedient. She feared their sheer strength might lead them to inadvertently swallow a person whole, as she skillfully maneuvered Orca number 2. Fortunately, This school of fish was quite considerate, refraining from any sneaky antics amidst the chaos. However, the individuals who had fallen into the water were another story. As the large fish approached, those struggling in the sea feared they were being targeted for a meal, screaming in terror. Qi Qian picked up a horn from the water. "Everyone, please remain calm. We are here to rescue you. Do not thrash about violently. Orderly climb onto the nearest fish's back. Sir in the upper right, please step out of the whale's mouth for a moment. I fear you may be too small for it to swallow whole." The man who was singled out responded, "What?" The others were left bewildered. Did this little girl think they were filming a movie? Asking them to climb onto the backs of these massive fish felt like an invitation to disaster. How could she assure them that these great fish would not harm them? Then they discovered something astonishing. Indeed, the creatures posed no threat. They even demonstrated the ability to grasp their clothing gently, hoisting them onto their backs. Those who had been floundering in the water, on the verge of cramping, breathed a sigh of relief, joy flooding their eyes as they realized they had escaped peril. It soon dawned on them that they were atop a great white shark.
No.
They dared not move. The shark, noticing their gaze, recalled Qi Qian's repeated instructions to be friendly towards humans. Thus, it offered a toothy grin to the tiny beings on its back. The shark's formidable teeth gleamed ominously, instilling a sense of trepidation in any onlooker. The individuals were rendered pale with fear. "Help! The shark is going to eat us. Mommy, save me. I do not wish to perish." The great white shark, bewildered and somewhat indignant, remained silent until its attorney arrived. Meanwhile, Qi Qian and the others busied themselves, swimming about to rescue those in peril. Qi Qian hoisted 2 children, around 5 or 6 years of age, and placed them securely in front of her before proceeding to assist others. Tang Xian, though slender, demonstrated remarkable resolve and tenacity in her actions. Qi Fengxiao, with a boat full of people surrounding him, astonishingly bore individuals on both arms, showcasing incredible strength. The audience in the live broadcast was left utterly speechless. They often boasted about Qi Qian's boundless capabilities and fearlessness, yet this time, no one harbored any expectations of assistance from the trio. However, to everyone's amazement, they succeeded. How was it that Qi Qian commanded these marine creatures so effectively, orchestrating a systematic rescue? Qi Fengxiao, unlike the previously reported diva with a bad temper, exhibited remarkable composure when a child inadvertently ticked his face, not even furrowing a brow. Tang Xian, who was often perceived as timid and introverted, revealed a different facet of herself. It seemed as though something had shifted within her. At long last, before the cruise ship sank completely, everyone was rescued. When the rescue boats arrived, they initially believed they had arrived too late, spotting only the railing of the submerged ship. However, upon turning around, they were met with a bewildering sight: a dense congregation of marine life, orca, great white sharks, manta rays, dolphins, and more, each bearing passengers upon their backs. The rescue team was left dumbfounded. Surely, they must still be dreaming or experiencing some sort of mirage. Otherwise, they must be out of their minds. Such a fantastical vision could not arise without a decade of cerebral misfortune. Soon, they realized it was no illusion and hurriedly began to transfer the rescued individuals onto their vessels. Ultimately, only Qi Qian and Qi Fengxiao remained, along with the 2 little sisters. "Come aboard, quickly," called the rescuers, extending their hands. The rescue team, still in disbelief, questioned, "Where did all these fish come from?"
Oh.
"It's just a special effect. They will vanish shortly," Qi Fengxiao replied calmly. The rescue personnel thought to themselves, "We may play the fool, but do not presume us to be truly gullible." One of them inquired, "Could you share your names? We would like to honor you later." Qi Qian's eyes sparkled with delight. "Oh, how embarrassing. We prefer to remain anonymous. I am Qi Qian and this is my uncle, Qi Fengxiao. Please inscribe on the banner. May you eat well, drink well, and enjoy eternal life." "Thank you," the rescuer retorted. "Did you not just say you wished to remain nameless?" Tang Xian stifled a laugh, finding Qi Qian utterly charming. "Sister, sister," exclaimed the pair of twin girls rescued by Qi Qian, extending a lollipop towards her. "Thank you. When we grow up, we aspire to be just like you." Qi Qian accepted the lollipop, her expression earnest. "You may, but it is not necessary. For I am not a good person." The twins responded, "We do not believe that. You are undoubtedly a good person." Qi Qian, "In the past, I used to pilfer vegetables from others' farms when I was feeling down, and I often found solace in squeezing instant noodles at the supermarket. Just last week, I even gave my uncle's little chick from Ant Farm a good beating." The once cheerful Qi Fengxiao. Why on earth did you hit my chick? Qi Qian lit a cyber cigarette, her voice heavy with experience. Do not emulate me. The splendor of my past is not something you can replicate. The twins, having previously been sheltered from the harsh realities of society, now found themselves enlightened. So, this is how intricate the world of adults truly is? I was initially crying so hard that tears streamed into my mouth and out through my nostrils, but the moment Xunzhi spoke, my tears reversed course. Little sister, heed my words. In the realm of good people, nothing comes easy. Don't follow in my footsteps. Laughing so hard I nearly fell over. Is it true that Xunzhi enjoys fooling children? No. She also delights in deceiving adults. There's a victim right beside her. I was wondering why my chicken always had bumps on its head. It turns out you were the one beating it daily. Qi Fengxiao gritted her teeth, saying, You let your chick steal my chick's feed, and now you have the audacity to hit it. Qi Qian, you are heartless. Qi Qian clutched her chest, saying, Dear uncle, my heart was taken by the Queen Mother on the day I descended to endure mortal trials, lest I be tainted by worldly desires and lose my place among the immortals. Speak plainly. Oh, I simply lack a heart. The two continued their playful banter as they rode off on a killer whale. The rescue team members stared in stunned silence as they departed. An indescribable shock and confusion erupted within them, causing their worldview to collapse entirely. Captain, how should we write this report? I can understand whales and dolphins rescuing people, but a shark doing the same is beyond my comprehension. How could they ride on a killer whale? Rescue captain, have you considered that I am also at a loss?
Oh.
Good heavens. I recognize the girl. A gasp arose from the crowd. She is a celebrity, and her uncle is a film emperor. As this revelation spread, everyone immediately flocked to him. What is her social media handle? Chapter 58. Draw a few fans for me. The cruise ship incident stirred quite a commotion, and the live stream featuring Qi Qian and Qi Fengxiao soared to the top of trending topics, with constant notifications flooding in. The variety show Escape Charmer also skyrocketed in popularity. Some attempted to uncover evidence of deception in the live stream, hoping to prove it was merely a scripted performance. Soon after, the officials issued a statement specifically praising Qi Qian, Qi Fengxiao, and Tang Xian. With the official endorsement, the incessant chatter of detractors and critics was swiftly silenced. Qian fans, it seems like the main characters are taking us along for the ride? Obediently munching popcorn. Sister Kite. Today, my brother also got carried along by Xunzhi's charm, with a satisfied expression. Film Queen fans, our beloved Heart has truly made it. Lily will surely be proud to hear this. The number of talent agencies seeking to sign Qi Qian increased, as everyone wished to claim this golden goose. Brand companies approached Brother Zhao, expressing their intent to collaborate with Qi Qian through him. Meanwhile, Qi Lisan received a call from the Oceanic Administration. They earnestly hoped that Qi Qian could join their efforts to contribute to marine ecology. Qi Lisan, is it possible that his child is still a minor? 2 orcas guided them to a southern expanse of water. One orca, significantly larger than the others, thrashed in the sea, emitting mournful cries. Orca 1 exclaimed, Sister, please help it. Orca 2 responded, Its tail is ensnared by a fishing net on the seabed. We must rescue it without delay. Qi Qian patted her pockets, finding them empty. Uncle, did you bring a knife? This orca's tail is entangled. Qi Fengxiao shook his head. I left it at the camp.
Tang xin timili opfer.
Would this work? Qi Qian noticed the scissors she extended and replied, Of course, may I borrow them? A smile spread across Tang Xian's face. She had been teased by Gu Hua for bringing such a seemingly useless item instead of a dagger. Qi Qian leaped into the water, swiftly using the scissors to sever the fishing net binding the larger orca's tail. I also have some wound ointment. Can I use it on it?
Tang xin inquit.
Qi Qian praised. Xian, you are truly resourceful. Tang Xian's cheeks flushed with delight. After applying the ointment to the larger orca, it affectionately nudged her with its head, pressing against her insistently. Taken by surprise, Qi Qian felt the weight of the orca against her midsection. Do these colossal creatures have no sense of their own weight? What a display of affection. The larger orca whimpered, Whine, whine, whine. Am I not a little darling weighing several tons? After bidding farewell to the larger orca, the 2 orcas led them to a small island, about the size of half a football field. What are these 2 bringing us here for?
Qi Fengxiao inquired.
They want us to wait here for a moment, Qi Qian replied. Very well. The 3 of them circled the tiny island, which was indeed small enough to traverse in under 10 minutes.
Suddenly, Kikianalted.
What's wrong? Qi Fengxiao turned to look. I haven't taken a nap today. I'm feeling sleepy. Qi Fengxiao's lips twitched. It was amusing how, even while out in the wild, her essence remained unchanged. Nothing could deter her from her afternoon slumber. While teasing her, he adeptly gathered a pile of leaves to lay on the ground, ensuring her clothes wouldn't get dirty. Tang Xin contemplated for a moment before venturing into the woods. Qi Qian lay down and instantly fell asleep. Qi Fengxiao fanned her with his hat. Even though he too felt tired, his hands remained in motion. Who would have thought that my brother, the epitome of a blunt and straightforward man, could possess such a gentle side? Wasn't Xingdi always gentle? The word gentle does not align with him. He is known for his brashness, be it with nature or air. Previously, a female actress had deliberately flirted with him, claiming to feel hot, only for him to douse her with a cup of ice water, asking if that felt cooler. Qi Qian must be the tether keeping the wild dog at bay. As long as she is present, my brother will not go mad. Qi Fengxiao had initially thought that laying down leaves for Qi Qian was quite an extravagant gesture. However, Tang Xin surpassed him. He mused that if this continued, Qi Qian would surely become a spoiled little brat. Suddenly, he turned and froze at the sight on the surface of the sea. Qi Qian was jolted awake. Qianbao, there's trouble. We are surrounded by sharks. The surface of the sea was adorned with the dorsal fins of sharks, a sight so startling that it could cause one's heart to skip a beat. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the finned creatures were a swarm of great white sharks. The leading shark flung a devil ray onto the shore, followed by a sea turtle, a ribbonfish, a king crab, and a mantis shrimp. Soon, the beach was piled high with freshly caught seafood, boasting a variety surpassing even that of a seafood buffet. Most importantly, it was all remarkably fresh. The alpha great white shark said, "You may eat." Qi Qian blinked her eyes in gratitude. The alpha shark continued, "If you find it insufficient, just call out to my brethren. In this sea, I hold dominion." Suddenly, a theft was discovered. Orca 1 shouted, "Could you repeat that? Who claims authority over the sea? Do you take me for air?" Orca 2 added, "While we were away, you slyly sought favor with my sister. What audacity! A horde of calamity-bringing temptresses. If I do not perish, you shall all be mere concubines."
Let us deal with them,
exclaimed Orca 1. Qi Qian then witnessed a splash as the 2 orcas plunged into the water, mercilessly attacking the group of great white sharks. "Dear sister, do not be deceived by these treacherous sharks. They seek to ensnare you," warned Orca 1. "Indeed," echoed Orca 2. "Do they not see how old they are? What reason does our sister have to associate with them? Is it for their age or their unattractive appearance?" Qi Qian decided it best to remain silent, having already accepted the seafood. The 2 orcas proposed to take her to collect shells, leading the trio to a beach. To Qi Qian, shells were small and charming. However, the orca spoke of shells that were pearl oysters, notably large. Countless pearl oysters lay hidden beneath the rocks. The live stream erupted with excitement. Who could resist such a spectacle? How could one reach such a place? The allure of the shells was paramount, far beyond the worth of the pearls themselves. Using fishing nets, they gathered a multitude of pearl oysters and settled on the beach to unveil their treasures. Each oyster contained an unpredictable number of pearls, heightening the thrill of the gamble. After all, if durians could be wagered, what of pearls? Dozens of shells yielded a mountain of pearls, each one plump and lustrous, with shades of pristine white intermingled with rare pink and peacock green. Qi Fengxiao mused, "With so many pearls, our viewers must be envious. Uncle, you must have amassed quite the following now, given your advertisements." "Not many, still fewer than yours," Qi Fengxiao replied, eyes wide with exaggeration. Qi Qian was astonished. "I have followers too?" Tang Xin shyly interjected, "Yes, many. I even follow you." Qi Fengxiao chuckled. "Don't you ever go online?" "Oh, I'm quite busy. Where would I find the time?" Qi Qian thought to herself, busy with feasting and esoteric wellness practices. Qi Fengxiao poked her forehead. "You, who dwell in fortune." "No, not your fortune. Your Weibo account boasts 10 million followers and they are affectionately called Qian fans." "I actually prefer yellow and green," Qi Qian replied earnestly. "Yellow in the literal sense and green like the color of a turtle shell." Qi Fengxiao remarked, "With 10 million followers, shouldn't you consider some fan benefits?" Qi Qian contemplated. "How about a lottery? What do you intend to raffle off? Free to draw a few fans for me?" Chapter 59. Does Sister Qian still need a dog? In the live stream, Qian's fans expressed their admiration. Excellent. Truly the main character. She hasn't disappointed us at all, wiping tears. Just joking. Qi Qian grabbed a handful of pearls, saying, Then I'll take some of these pearls for a giveaway to my fans, shall I? I've been watching your live streams since I was young. I've always liked you. Please be sure to draw me. A fortune teller said my 5 elements lack water. I pondered on Qi Qian, and isn't she all water? It indicates that I lack Qi Qian in my life. Sister Qian, marry me. I stand at 187 meters tall, a doctorate, and when it rains, I run home on my own. Does Sister Qian still need a dog? Sister Qian, draw me. Whip me hard with a little whip. Puffed. The above calculations are hitting me in the face. Qi Qian's mention of a giveaway triggered a seismic reaction in the live stream. The abundance of exquisite natural pearls she possessed was a rarity in the market, valued exorbitantly. Yet, Qi Qian nonchalantly offered them, showing no remorse. After all, she was a frugal girl who hesitated even to pay the penalty for the big spinning wheel. How touching! If this isn't mutual devotion, what is? At that moment, Qi Fengxiao voiced the sentiments of the fans. Hey, why the sudden generosity? Qi Qian replied earnestly, given my current state, how well can those who support me be doing? A little compassion is in order. Fans. Ultimately, it was a misplaced affection. Back on the island, Qi Qian and her companions, brimming with vitality, approached the camp carrying pearls, their appearance radiant as if nourished by wealth. Their bucket was astonishingly filled with pearls. Where did these come from? Ling Qian, upon seeing Qi Qian, felt an acute pain, memories of his past haunting him. Tang Xian, where have you been all afternoon? Wenli frowned, calling out to Tang Xian. You actually mingled with them? How could this child be so thoughtless? Tang Xian instinctively shrank behind Qi Qian, mumbling, I went out to sea with Qian Qian. Gu Hua remarked, Xian, this is where you went wrong. We've been busy all afternoon, and you were the only one absent. Tang Xian bit her lip, motionless, trembling under Wenli's cold, disappointed gaze. Still not coming over?
Ben li esa display asura dapanat.
Qi Qian grasped Tang Xian's trembling arm and turned to Wenli. Miss Wen, I actually admire you. Wenli was taken aback, then quickly resumed her aloof demeanor. Oh really? Indeed, Qi Qian replied earnestly. Because I believe that a person can be so foolish to the point of offering their own daughter as a sacrifice to please others. That is truly exceptional. What do you mean? Qi Qian lightly remarked. You have a good friend whom you consider a sister, right? Your bond is truly remarkable. Even when her daughter suffers from a blood disease, you are willing to allow your own daughter to donate blood. What a touching and heartbreaking sisterhood. Tang Xian's eyes widened in shock. How did Qian know about this? Wenli's expression turned icy. What exactly are you trying to say? Oh, nothing much. Just curious about what brand of bed you have at home. It seems quite comfortable. Otherwise, your close friend and your husband would not frequently find themselves on that very bed. Qi Qian pondered for a moment, tilting her head, engaging in some extreme physical exchanges. Qi Fengxiao's temples throbbed, who had taught Qianbao such phrases. Who was responsible for leading his innocent and naive Qianbao astray? Which rascal was it? What just rolled past my face? Here she comes, the gossip queen, accompanied by her juicy tidbits. I mean, can Qi Qian stop spreading rumors? Li Li's husband is notoriously devoted to his wife. How could he possibly cheat? Nonsense. My best friend and my husband hardly interact. Actually, they do. Qi Qian smiled. They've known each other 5 years longer than you, and they were together back then. Impossible. Did you perhaps give birth to a stillborn child? In truth, she is still alive. Qi Qian's final remark shattered Wenli's composure. Her eyes reddened as she fixated intensely on Qi Qian. Do you know where my child is? You must know.
Qi Qian shrugged, I'm angry.
Unintentionally blocking Wenli's impulse to confront Qi Qian, she called out, Qi Qian, wait.
Ben li, ansios, exclaimed.
You haven't finished your words. Or, are you indeed fabricating lies? As Wenli attempted to pursue her, Tang Xian grasped her arm. Mom, Qian said she's hungry. Perhaps we should wait a bit. Tang Xian froze, her blood running cold from head to toe. Suddenly awakened from a dream, she dazedly followed behind. Yet, Wenli neither noticed her nor acknowledged her presence.
It had always been this way.
Wenli was powerless to stop Qi Qian, watching helplessly as she departed, her chest heaving. Gu Hua stepped forward to comfort Wenli. Sister Wen, don't pay attention to Qi Qian's wild claims. How could she possibly know something so specific? It's likely just to frighten you. Wenli seemed lost, as though she had not heard her words. She would rather that Qi Qian's assertions were true. If that were the case, perhaps her beloved daughter. At the campsite, a bonfire crackled to life. A few individuals gathered around a makeshift bamboo table to dine. Chief Fengxiao glanced at the dazed Tang Xian and asked, Qian, were those words you just uttered true? Absolutely genuine. Qi Qian bit into a crab leg, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Xunzhi, puzzled, inquired, why is Wenli so harsh with her own daughter, yet so kind to others' children? Tang Xian lowered her head. Because I am not her biological child. I am merely the one she adopted. What? The others present, aside from Qi Qian, displayed expressions of shock. Qi Fengxiao quietly asked Qi Qian, I recall you mentioning that Tang Xian is Wenli's biological daughter, but she remains unaware? Qi Qian nodded. Indeed, they are both oblivious. What sort of situation was this? The situation was precisely as it appeared. For further clarity, one must await developments. Having spoken, Qi Qian received a playful tug on her hair from Qi Fengxiao. Qi Qian, lost in thought while gazing at the sashimi before her, caught Qi Fengxiao's attention. He shifted from tugging to gently massaging her head, trying to comfort her. Don't overthink. Let others worry about their own affairs.
No, Qi Qian replied.
I was merely contemplating that this fish was alive until its very end.
Qi Fengxiao slowly responded,
Well, what else would it be? Chapter 60. Pirates, this way, please. At that moment, a figure approached, revealing itself to be Luo Zichuan. I wish to join you, he stated plainly. Qi Fengxiao was momentarily taken aback. Was this a refuge of sorts, with everyone flocking here? Come now, do you have ulterior motives? Luo Zichuan ignored him and turned to Qi Qian. I will be of use to you. Qi Qian, biting on a reed straw and sipping coconut juice, replied, Do tell. What skills do you possess that would benefit our company, and can you accept our 007 work policy? Luo Zichuan, still a minor, was oblivious to the harsh realities of adult society. At Qi Qian's inquiry, he was rendered speechless for a full 5 seconds, questioning whether he had stumbled into a devilish interview. Adjusting his glasses, Luo Zichuan said, I can convert seawater into fresh water. Additionally, I have crafted a set of refining tools. Besides fresh water, I have also attempted to extract salt and sugar, as well as my understanding of marine life. That will suffice, Qi Qian declared decisively. We need individuals like you in our company. Congratulations, you are hired. Luo Zichuan hesitated. Thank you, President Xi. Was this some novel workplace? Qi Fengxiao saw through Qi Qian's intentions. You merely wish to keep him around to provide you with sweets, don't you? Qi Qian rested her chin on her hand, sighing, Without sweets, what distinguishes me from a salted fish? Qi Fengxiao chuckled. You with sweets are no different from a salted fish, perhaps even salter. Tang Xian made space beside her for Luo Zichuan and quietly inquired why he had come over. I told my brother that the seaside smells of sodium chloride. He asked me what that was, and I explained it was the smell of seawater, rich in salt. Then he suggested, if one bites into food along with seawater, there would be no need to painstakingly extract salt to enhance flavor. I found him rather foolish, and chose not to linger with him. Qi Qian remarked. He could easily earn a living with his mouth, yet insists on starving himself with thoughts. Silence reigns over tonight's island. This Luo Zichuan seems promising. Knowing whom to associate with here. Following Sister Qian guarantees meals of king crab. After Luo Zichuan's arrival, Qi Qian's sweets began to materialize. The forest was abundant with wild fruits and sugarcane. He transformed most of the sugarcane into brown sugar blocks, refining the remainder into white sugar. As Qi Fengxiao passed by, he observed Luo Zichuan inserting finely carved sticks into the brown sugar blocks, crafting them into lollipops that Qi Qian adored. He remarked, Here we go again. Another who indulges Qi Qian. At this rate, she'll become utterly spoiled. Luo Zichuan, hand over that jar of sugar for safekeeping, Qi Fengxiao instructed. Luo Zichuan looked up. Why? One must not allow her to consume excessive sugar. If you give it all to her, won't she face cavities? I won't give it all to her. She'll have to ask me when she wants some, Luo Zichuan replied slowly. Moreover, cavities from sugar occur due to a lack of prompt rinsing, leading to sugar accumulation on the tooth surface. The thin film of dental plaque harbors bacteria that decompose sugar. Qi Fengxiao felt overwhelmed. Fine, keep it. But do not let her have too much. Understood. When did Luo Zichuan and Qian Mei become so close? He even made lollipops for her. Qiangdi looked on with a sardonic expression, wondering why someone so skilled at reciting sutras didn't he embark on a pilgrimage to the West. I understand the reasoning. Are they here to survive? Or are they on holiday? Luo Fan felt a pang of jealousy as he witnessed Luo Zichuan presenting candy to Qi Qian. When he was told to curry favor with the young lady, he refused, but when he was forbidden, he willingly offered himself. It was utterly absurd. An ominous atmosphere began to envelop them. A pirate ship emerged from the sea, anchoring at the shore. On board, a pirate wearing an eye patch brandished a weapon, commanding Gu Hua and her companions to raise their hands and remain still. Gu Hua and the others exchanged glances and complied, lifting their hands in unison. This was far more entertaining than scavenging. Luo Fan mused, "Ah, Mr. Pirate, we possess no valuables. However, we are aware of someone who has acquired a treasure from the depths of the sea, concealed within her camp." The pirates exchanged glances, their avarice unmistakable. "Hurry and lead us there, or you shall face dire consequences." A gunshot rang out, echoing in the air.
Goodness.
Luo Fan's complexion paled. "This way, please." In the forest, Qi Qian, Qi Fengxiao, and Luo Zichuan had completed their garbage collection for the day. Upon returning to the camp, they discovered chaos. Xunzhi and his son, along with Tang Xian, were bound and kneeling on the sand. The pirates were ransacking the bamboo hut with brutish abandon, but yielded nothing. The pirate captain kicked Xunzhi, demanding, "Where is the treasure? Surrender it at once, or none of you shall live." Xunzhi, gritting his teeth, remained silent, protecting Shun Jiaxu and Tang Xian behind him. The pirates then turned their ire towards Luo Fan, slapping him and demanding, "Where is the treasure you spoke of?" Luo Fan was nearly in tears. "I saw it with my own eyes. It must be there." Hearing this, Qi Fengxiao's expression darkened. "What a fool. What is happening? Is this a script? How could a script allow actors to carry real weapons? They might be genuine pirates."
Wait.
Qianmei and Xiangdi haven't been captured yet. There may still be hope. Can Qianmei summon Orcus to the shore? If not, she should remain silent. Without them, she is nothing. Have they truly waited this long? Qi Fengxiao then noticed that Qianmei had been silent, assuming she was frightened. "Qianmei, don't be afraid." Qianmei, with a stoic expression, fixated on the pirates. "They have destroyed my bamboo hut. And my bed, they dared to touch my bed. They are finished." Qi Fengxiao gasped, "You need to stay calm. They are armed. What is there to fear? Everyone has their own skills." Qianmei tightened her grip on the bow and arrow she had crafted for convenience during her outdoor excursions, now proving to be most fortuitous. Chapter 61. A Skill to Shake the World. Luo Zichuan was skeptical of her bow and arrow. "There are 13 of them, and more than half are armed. We may not survive a direct confrontation." "Confrontation? Don't you think this forest makes for an excellent hunting ground?" Qi Fengxiao swiftly grasped her intentions. "What do you propose we do?" "I have a plan." Half an hour later, a piercing scream echoed through the forest, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Luo Fan, battered and bruised by the pirates, exclaimed, "It's that girl. The treasure is in her possession." The pirate captain waved his hand, ordering 2 men to stay behind as the others followed him into the woods. A dozen men advanced rapidly, recklessly pursuing their prey, utterly oblivious to the imminent danger looming over these defenseless victims. Qi Fengxiao and Luo Zichuan split into 2 separate paths, desperately forging ahead. The gusts of wind generated by the bullets grazed their bodies, their hearts racing as if on the verge of escape. The group of pirates trailing behind remained completely unaware of the peril that approached. A wooden arrow struck the neck of the last pirate in line, rendering him unconscious instantly. Qi Qian clutched the vines of a tree, swinging from one branch to another, swiftly and silently changing her vantage point. One by one, the pirates behind the captain fell. "What the hell? I have a whole gang of subordinates." He roared in fury, firing several shots into the air. "Who's playing tricks?" A haunting voice echoed from above. "It's your Grandpa Qi here." As the pirate captain looked up, a shadow suddenly swung down from the tree, delivering a swift kick to his face, sending him tumbling to the ground.
Ah!
The Monkey King has arrived. Qianmei, I've finally awaited your arrival. Who dared to claim that without the Orcus, Qianmei is nothing? Open your eyes and behold. Qianmei, you carry weapons with you? No matter. I'll bring you to your demise with a single arrow. The pirate captain lay on the ground, his face marked by a distinct shoe print, blood trickling from his nose. He attempted to grasp the gun lying nearby. Qi Qian landed gracefully, stepping on the pirate captain's right hand with a fierce grind. "Damn it!" He cursed in agony. "You are the one who wrecked my bed, right? You're getting bold. Who do you think you are?" Qi Qian retaliated with another forceful stomp to his face, finally releasing her pent-up frustrations as she noticed the symmetrical shoe prints adorning his visage. These blind fools truly believed that wearing an eye patch made them one-eyed dragons. Qi Qian bound all the pirates and set off to find her uncle and Luo Zichuan. After splitting up, they reconvened ahead, luring the 3 pursuing pirates into a pit. By the time Qi Qian arrived, the 3 pirates were attempting to climb out of the pit's depths. She seized a wooden stick and struck down upon their heads, commanding, "Down." Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic blows felt akin to a game of whack-a-mole, and she found it rather relieving. Unable to resist, she delivered a few more strikes. With 3 more blows, she became addicted to the thrill, squatting beside the pit, eagerly awaiting the next head to emerge. Alas, they were all out of commission, breathless from their exertions. Qi Fengxiao and Luo Zichuan emerged. "Have you dealt with them all?" Qi Qian nodded. "Only the 2 left to guard the camp. Let us go." An exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded in the forest. A group of scarred pirates, wearing eye patches and exuding ferocity, found their arms ensnared by a long vine, trailing behind a young girl in single file. Why was no one resisting? The pirate captain, having just suffered 2 broken ribs from her intervention, found himself at the edge of the forest where Qi Qian halted. She removed the cloth that had been stuffed in the pirate's mouth and delivered a sharp slap, commanding him to speak. The pirate's face was a mask of defiance, resolutely refusing to yield. Qi Fengxiao interjected, "Hey, Qianbao. This fellow clearly has yet to witness your unparalleled skill. Pierce the heavens. Show him just how formidable you are." Qi Qian dismissed the notion. "How unimpressive. I refuse."
Lo Zichuan,
Observing the scene, exclaimed, "Oh no, that pirate is bullying Tongxin." The pirate left behind to guard grew impatient and threatened Tongxin. "Little girl, tell uncle where your treasure is hidden. If you lie, I'll end you right here." Wen Li, also bound, instinctively shouted, "Don't you dare touch her. If you have a grievance, direct it at me. I am her mother." Tongxin's eyes widened in shock. "Did I permit you to speak?" Silence. The pirate barked,
interrupting Ben Li.
"If you don't hand over the treasure, you will all perish." Gu Hua and Ling Qian exchanged silent glances with Luo Fan, who was sweating profusely and feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. Had he known it would come to this, he would have kept his mouth shut. As the pirate continued to press for answers, he raised his hand to strike Tongxin. Just then, 2 flaming wooden arrows shot from the forest, striking the pirates squarely on their posteriors. Moments later, 2 more arrows, dark-tipped and swift as lightning, flew through the air. Upon impact, they erupted in an explosive display.
Ah!
What in the world is happening? The flames shot high from their backsides, quickly consuming their trousers and revealing their charred skin. That's inappropriate. Qi Fengxiao quickly covered Qi Qian's eyes, admonishing, "Children mustn't look. It's vulgar." Qi Qian queried, "What's the situation now?" Qi Fengxiao glanced at the 2 pirates literally ignited and with a feigned nonchalance replied, "Well, their backsides have exploded."
Lo Zichuan stared in disbelief.
The 2 pirates writhed in agony on the ground, unable to extinguish the flames, and sprinted a few steps before jumping into the sea to douse the fire. They cursed, "Damn it, if I find out who's behind this, I'll shoot them." Before he could finish, the surrounding waters began to stir. With a tremendous splash, great white shark surfaced alongside Orcus 1 and 2. They emerged from the water, encircling the pirates, baring their sharp teeth in a menacing display. The pirates huddled together, trembling in fear, nearly fainting as they swallowed hard.
"Nana."
"Help!" All the pirates fell into the net. Qi Fengxiao rushed to untie Xunzhi and his son, lifting them from the ground. "Are you all right?" Xunzhi rubbed his shoulders, relieved. "I'm fine. Thankfully you arrived in time." Once freed, Tongxin dashed into Qi Qian's embrace, her nose red and shoulders trembling. Shun Jieshu chimed in, "I want to hug Sister Qian too." Qi Qian gently pushed his head away, soothingly patting Tongxin's back. "It's all right now." Tongxin sniffled, her words tumbling out in a rush. "I knew you would come to save us. I didn't hold you back. You displayed remarkable bravery just now, well done." Qi Qian's eyes sparkled as she gazed at her with an innocent smile. "Shallow treasure, how shall we deal with these ruffians?" Qi Fengxiao inquired, having bound the 2 pirates. Qi Qian stroked her chin thoughtfully, then approached the pirate leader, revealing a devilish grin. "Where is your pirate ship docked? If you fail to surrender all your supplies today, none of you shall live." The pirate leader retorted, "You go too far. This is clearly my line." Chapter 62, Supplies Delivered to Our Doorstep. Upon discovering the pirate ship along the coast, Qi Qian beheld the bountiful supplies on board and whistled in delight. Chief Fengxiao mused that her demeanor was even more piratical than that of the pirates themselves. The task of transporting the goods was swiftly undertaken by Chief Fengxiao and Xunzhi, who soon left the pirate ship utterly stripped of its treasures. The pirate leader watched this unfold, his heart bleeding. Qi Qian was relentless. With such meager possessions, you can at most compensate me for my emotional distress. You and your crew have also damaged my bamboo hut and bed. How do you intend to make amends for that? The pirate leader, utterly bewildered, exclaimed, "You've emptied our ship and even dismantled the planks. What more do you want? Who is the real thief here?"
Is it not you?
To my astonishment, I discerned a glimmer of despair on the face of this outlaw. Ha ha ha, why rob anyone else when you could rob Shallow Sister? Isn't this just delivering a bounty right to her? Sister Qian. Oh dear, how embarrassing, but do bring me a bit more. Since they could not produce any goods, they would have to toil to repay their debt. Qi Qian pointed at the pirates. Get up and start working. None of you shall escape. You will all construct a house for me and make me a bed. To ensure the pirates worked diligently, Qi Qian tied their leader to a tree. Clutching the whip she had taken from him, she occasionally swung it through the air. Move faster. You seemed quite vigorous when binding others. Exert some strength now. Who dares to slack off? Do not blame me if my whip finds your leader's face. They were not only subjected to physical torment but also endured Qi Qian's relentless psychological assaults. The agony they experienced was known only to themselves. By heavens! I never wish to be a pirate again. If they moved too slowly, a fierce little girl nearby would swing her whip. If you work this slowly, do you wish for your leader to meet his end? Hurry up. And what of the pirate leader? Bound to the tree, his face bore the marks of shoes. His eyes hollow, entirely devoid of hope. In that moment, it was unclear who truly was the pirate and who the victim. Upon the arrival of the Coast Guard, the pirates nearly wept in relief. Finally, help had arrived. The Coast Guard was bewildered by such an absurd scene. The pirates not only refrained from resisting but also gratefully extended their hands for handcuffs, awaiting their escort. Quite perplexing. Before departing, they expressed their gratitude to Qi Qian, leaving behind the supplies she had confiscated. After all, it was merely food and no matter. The production team hoped Qi Qian would surrender the supplies. Otherwise, with their bellies full, how could they continue the theme of survival? However, upon witnessing the pirate captain, who had been utterly tormented within a mere half-day, and Qi Qian's unwavering gaze fixed upon their cruise ship, bearing an expression that hinted at his intent to seize it, the production team concluded that the instinct for survival outweighed any other consideration. Their own lives were paramount. After leaving the final task card behind, they hastily made their escape. Meanwhile, Qi Qian once again surged onto the trending topics. Bystanders speculated that she had brought along 2 orcas to raid someone's home, only to discover that she had, astonishingly, captured an entire pirate crew. The pirates sought to steal her treasure, yet she had turned the tables and commandeered their ship instead. It was utterly outrageous. Even the head of psychiatry would need a dose of medication to regain composure after viewing such events. Why does Qi Qian always trend in such bizarre ways? I almost feel sympathy for the pirates. They seem to have endured quite a lot at her hands. I genuinely suspect Qi Qian is either a forest princess or a deep-sea witch. Just consider her actions. What sane person would do such things? Thanks for the invite. But when has Qi Qian ever been normal? That notion is non-existent. Don't speak nonsense. She appears quite normal when she's being abnormal. Following this incident, Qi Qian's fan count surged past 15 million, marching boldly towards 20 million. On the island, Chief Fengxiao gazed at the half-constructed bamboo house with a hint of regret, thinking that she should have made the pirates endure their punishment before letting them leave. Qi Qian replied, "It's all right. There are still others." She raised her bow and aimed at Luo Fan and the others who were attempting to discreetly depart, releasing the arrow. Whoosh! The rounded wooden arrow whizzed past their heads. "Qi Qian, have you lost your mind?" Ling Qian exclaimed anxiously, shielding Gu Hua with a glare directed at Qi Qian. "Do you intend to kill us?" Qi Qian merely chuckled. "The score has yet to be settled. Do you think I would let you leave?" Luo Fan, recognizing that her ire was directed at him, stiffened slightly. "Qi Qian, this is a misunderstanding. I did not intend for this to happen." In an effort to garner goodwill, Gu Hua chimed in, "Qi Qian, look at how gravely Luo Xianbei has been injured. It's clear he did not mean it. Now that everyone is unharmed, you didn't tea brew the 1982 Westlake Longjing tea long enough. I almost vomited." Qi Qian interrupted. "You are all on the same team. Don't presume I am only settling accounts with him." Ling Qian frowned. Then what do you intend to do? Is this how you speak to your savior? Qi Fengxiao crossed his arms. If Qi Qian hadn't intervened, would you even be alive to stand here? They were truly testing her patience. Ling Qian, his face pale, retorted, who begged her to save us? How self-important. Isn't she just trying to flaunt her abilities and show off? Uncle, he asked, disturbing my vision. Throw him into the sea to cool off, Qi Qian instructed. Qi Fengxiao raised 2 fingers to his brow in a salute. Understood, Commander. He promptly tossed Ling Qian into the water. As Ling Qian regained his footing, the 2 orcas and a swarm of great white sharks surfaced. He stood frozen, paralyzed with fear, his legs nearly numb. Qi Qian, please make those creatures retreat. Gu Hua exclaimed in a panic. What on earth do you intend to do? Qi Qian leisurely accepted the lollipop handed to her by Luo Zichuan, stating, My labor has fled, yet my bamboo house and bed remain unfinished. If you do not wish to end up languishing in prison like him, then you must get to work. Complete the tasks before nightfall, and I shall spare you. Luo Fan took a deep breath. Very well, we shall proceed as long as it appeases you. His earlier act of safeguarding her stemmed from a sense of duty. However, should he show her too much kindness, Wenli might feel remorseful towards her own child. Thus, they resolved to proceed with this arrangement. Gu Hua and the others were compelled to undertake the arduous labor imposed by the pirates, erecting bamboo huts. The sun had yet to set, and the heat of the day was at its zenith. They were exhausted, breathless, and the thought of constructing a home for others while reaping no rewards for themselves was vexing. The crucial question lingered. What were Qi Qian and her companions doing? In Chapter 63, they were indulging in watermelon. The watermelons, retrieved from the supply crates, were plentiful, large, and seedless, exuding a sweet aroma upon being cut. Not only were they eating, but they also made a deliberate noise, smacking their lips. Gu Hua and her companions spent the afternoon merely salivating at the sight.
Qian Bao.
Let us host a bonfire barbecue tonight. There are so many ready ingredients,
Proposed Qi Fengxiao.
Shun Jiashu immediately raised her hand. I will be in charge of finding the seasonings. Shun Jing added, Then I shall prepare some bamboo skewers. There are plenty of bamboo here. Luo Zichuan adjusted his glasses. I shall make a glucose solution to cut through the richness. There are wild grapes aplenty in the forest.
Qian,
with a slice of watermelon in hand, said casually, I will take it upon myself to consume everything. Qi Fengxiao ruffled her hair. You wish to slack off. No work, no food. After much deliberation, he inquired of Qi Qian, How do you manage to make the arrows explode upon striking the target? Despite his contemplation, he found no clarity. Qi Qian took a bite of watermelon and replied nonchalantly, The first arrow is set ablaze, and the second is tied with potassium nitrate. But where did you acquire potassium nitrate? Baguano. Luo Zichuan suddenly understood. Indeed, baguano contains a high concentration of potassium nitrate, and many bats reside in the caves of the forest. While they were digging, she had gone in search of bat droppings. Every step had been meticulously calculated. Tang Xian did not join them for watermelon. Instead, she went to assist Wenli. Mother, allow me to help you. Please take a moment to rest. No need. Wenli replied, regaining her initial calm demeanor. You may leave now. Tang Xian stood her ground. Mother, thank you for earlier. No need, Wenli interrupted her, upon reflection. I realize you are merely my adopted daughter. Calling me mother seems inappropriate. After the recording concludes, you should address me as aunt. The knowledge that her biological daughter still lived in this world rendered her unable to tolerate others calling her mother. Such a title would be unfair to her daughter. Tang Xian clenched her fists, forcing a smile. Very well, aunt, I shall heed your wishes. It matters not. Qi Qian, sucking on a lollipop, inquired. Is it the Shadow Empress who sent you to ask me about her daughter? How could you possibly know? Tang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Can you divulge this information to me? What could you offer in exchange? Qi Qian fixed her gaze intently on the watermelon in Tang Xian's hands. She had just consumed 5 pieces when her uncle warned her that continuing to eat would lead to bloating, thus forbidding her from indulging further. Tang Xian decisively handed the watermelon to her, saying, Qian, you eat. All right, Qi Qian cheerfully accepted it. Please go and call Wenli over. Tang Xian immediately went to summon Wenli. Wenli appeared somewhat awkward, her initial arrogance having dissipated. Miss Qi, that child is very important to me. I only wish to know where she is and how she is faring. I beg you to tell me. To be frank, I harbor a strong dislike for you and had no intention of disclosing this information, Qi Qian replied. However, considering Xian's special request, I might make an exception. A flicker of surprise crossed Wen Li's eyes at Tang Xian's unexpected willingness. Wen Ho, I present you with two choices.
What?
Tang Xian or your biological daughter. You may choose only one.
Who will it be?
Wen Li hesitated for merely 2 seconds. I choose my biological daughter. Oh, and what is your reasoning? Wen Li organized her thoughts. Truthfully, I have always known she is the child born from my husband's infidelity with another woman. I have verified this. And the findings are consistent. Is it possible that all these years, Wen Ho has been raising someone else's child? What a model husband. Li was deceived by that scoundrel. No wonder Wen Ho despises Tang Xian. It all makes sense now. Wen Li continued. Last time you informed me that my husband's affair partner is my close friend. I deduced that Tang Xian must indeed be her biological daughter. After uttering these words, Wen Li felt a wave of relief wash over her. Tang Xian was already in tears, leaning against Qi Qian, seeking solace. Qi Qian held her hand, smiling gently. Well then, I shall tell you. In fact, your biological daughter has always been by your side. Wen Li hastily inquired. Where is she?
Who is she?
Is she my friend's daughter, Yan Ran? But the ages don't match. Qi Qian replied lightly. She is right here, before you.
What?
Wen Li was taken aback, following Qi Qian's gaze to see Tang Xian beside her. How could this be? Are you deceiving me? How can it be Tang Xian? Qi Qian stated. When you conducted the paternity test, I assume you did not test against Tang Xian, because you never considered she could be your daughter. Otherwise, you wouldn't have allowed your biological daughter to serve as a blood donor for someone else's child. As a side note, your close friend and your husband have always been aware of this matter. Qi Qian's final words detonated in Wen Li's mind like a bomb.
Tang Xian,
whom she had always believed to be an illegitimate child, was actually her own flesh and blood. This is impossible. How could this be? I can't believe they are actually biological mother and daughter. How on earth did Tang Xian get mistaken for Wen Ho's adopted child? There must be some intrigue here. Most likely, it's the doing of Wen Ho's scoundrel of a husband. The mistress even allowed Xian to serve as a blood donor for her daughter. How brazen. Wen Li's faith shattered as she gazed at Tang Xian's bewildered expression, tears welling in her eyes.
Tan sin instinct that chat behin Qi Qian, avoiding Wen Li Dik.
Wen Li's expression crumbled in despair. Qi Qian smiled gently at Wen Li, exclaiming, Oh dear. What shall we do? You just pushed away your own daughter, with your own hands. You did it deliberately. Wen Li's voice was hoarse. You know very well that Xian is my daughter, yet you intentionally forced me into a choice that would sever our mother-daughter bond. Sever? Qi Qian chuckled derisively. Forgive my candor, but has there ever been a genuine mother-daughter bond between you and Xian? Have you not already resolved to cast her out of your home?
I
haven't, Wen Li stammered. The one who truly forsook her is you, Empress Wen. Qi Qian delivered a merciless blow. If you had truly cared to observe Xian over the years, you would never have doubted that she is the spitting image of your husband. Chapter 64. Indifferent. She remains unperturbed. Wen Li felt her strength drain away, her lips trembling as tears cascaded down her cheeks. I, too, was kept in the dark. You may do as you please. Qi Qian, uninterested in her justifications, retorted, What use are your grievances to me? Wen Li, awakening from her stupor.
Ugenti tun to tan sin, I am sorry.
Mother merely misunderstood. I did not know you were my biological daughter. Tang Xian seemed to draw a flicker of courage from Qi Qian, bravely asserting, Grandma is the one who loves me most in this family. Wen Li began to unravel. No, Xian, you cannot treat your mother this way. I cannot bear to be without you. Qi Qian explained. What you mean is that you cannot be without your biological daughter. The original author intended to convey that no matter her mistakes, they stem from love for you. Qi Feng Xiao nearby stifled a laugh, reveling in the irony of watching Qian tease others. Delightful. Tang Xian wavered momentarily, but soon regained her resolve. Thank you. But I do not wish to hear any more from you, Aunt. Mama is pleading with you, Wen Li implored.
Qi Qian stretched lazily. I am angry.
Qi Feng Xiao interjected. Did you not just consume 7 pieces of watermelon? That piece of Tang Xian's, and that piece from Xunzhi, all went into her belly. Do not think I did not see. Qi Qian retorted with conviction. Fruits consumed before a meal occupy the fruit stomach. They do not encroach upon my appetite for the main course. How can I not feel hungry? Qi Feng Xiao muttered. This sly and indulgent creature. Hearing Qi Qian's words, Tang Xian resolutely addressed Wenli. I'm sorry, aunt, but I must go find something to eat for Qian. I cannot continue this conversation with you. Wenli was rendered speechless, her tears flowing more fiercely. She suddenly realized that in her daughter's eyes, her act of seeking food for Qi Qian held more significance than her presence. It revealed the depths of the hurt she had inflicted upon the child in the past. The pursuit of women. Cremation package is being delivered. Please, Empress Wen, receive it properly. Qian is not mistaken. Had Wenli truly cared, she would not have been deceived for so many years. She bears responsibility as well. Curious as to where Qian obtained her information? It's as if she eavesdropped from the ceiling. The details are too intricate. Do not inquire. The answer lies within the magic of the deep sea witch. Wenli walked away in a daze. This incident did not dampen the enthusiasm for the bonfire barbecue. Some tended to the fire, others washed the ingredients, while others skewered the meat. Luo Zichuan ingeniously assembled a rudimentary barbecue grill using components salvaged from the pirate ship. As dusk settled, their revelry was approaching a euphoric crescendo. Meanwhile, Ling Qian remained ensnared in the frigid sea, under the watchful gaze of a throng of deep-sea predators, essentially imprisoned in place. Gu Hua and her companions had finally completed their bamboo hut and bed, exhausted to the point of pallor, ready to collapse on the spot. Qi Qian kindly greeted them, bestowing upon them a bundle of bamboo skewers, devoid of meat. You've worked hard. This small token is merely a gesture of goodwill. The essence lies in participation. I trust that with your talents, you could transform even the most mundane air into a feast fit for an emperor. Gu Hua and her companions clutched their empty skewers, their eyes reddening with indignation. How utterly humiliating. Haha, Qi Qian has truly become a sentient bamboo shoot, hasn't she? Hey, you're quite generous. Enjoying your meat while leaving others in a fit of envy. Straying off the path and facing adversity are vital experiences in life.
Gu Hua.
It feels as though Gu Hua and her friends are genuinely fighting for survival, while Qian is merely enjoying a leisurely vacation. Different fates for different characters. This phrase had once been spoken by Gu Hua in reference to Qi Qian. She was the protagonist, while Qi Qian was merely the villainous supporting character destined for a tragic end. Yet now, system. Hosts need not worry, following this live stream. Qi Qian will encounter an inevitable peril. After all, cannon fodder remains cannon fodder, never to ascend to the role of protagonist. Gu Hua felt a sense of reassurance. Nodding in agreement. Little did she know, the system's words had reached Qi Qian's ears. An inevitable peril? She scanned the original text but found the narrative so distorted that it bore no resemblance to its former self, leaving her at a loss. Nonetheless, it mattered not. She had her own defenses. When faced with challenges, one need not fear. Simply lying down could resolve half of life's dilemmas. The bonfire party continued late into the night. Qi Qian and Tang Xian shared a bed, hands clasped together. Thank you for today, Tang Xian said bashfully, scratching her cheek. I appreciate you standing up for me in front of Annie. Qi Qian lay comfortably, because the watermelon you provided was sweet. Tang Xian giggled. But how do you know all these things? I have my ways, Qi Qian replied, producing a turtle shell. Care for a fortune-telling? Tang Xian, intrigued, responded eagerly, yes, please. Qi Qian shook the shell, and 3 coins clinked to the ground. Ah, the greatest obstacle in your fate has passed. The future shall be smooth sailing. Really? That must be the luck you've bestowed upon me. Oh, I forgot to mention. I do charge for fortune-telling. Tomorrow's lollipop is my fee.
All right.
And the one for the day after shall be for you too. Wait, how much does she love turtles to carry a shell around with her? These 2 girls are so sweet, I might just switch allegiances. Who will relay the message to Emperor Qi? His child is once again up to mischief. The following morning, the production team left an envelope behind for them to open today. All guests are requested to form pairs and pick up the litter scattered across the island. The more you collect, the more substantial the rewards. The first-place winners shall enjoy a luxurious suite aboard the cruise ship, complete with a candlelit dinner prepared by a gourmet chef. The second-place winners will receive a suite as well, accompanied by an adult meal. The third-place winners will find themselves in a standard room with a children's meal. Those who rank lower will have to wait on the deck of the cruise ship, with no dinner provided. Now, let us all endeavor to gather the litter. As Xunzhi finished her last word, a profound silence enveloped the group. Shen Jiashu pondered aloud. Why does this task seem tailored to target Qianjia? Without work, there would be no food or shelter. Moreover, the task directly struck at Qi Qian's lifeblood, sustenance, rest, and comfort. It was evident that she could not survive without any of these essentials. Chapter 65. The Wild Chicken Guides Humanity. The rules were limited to collecting trash from the island. She could hardly enlist the help of orcas or sharks to assist her. Qi Qian, with her hands tucked away, was more intrigued by another matter. When do we have breakfast? Qi Fengxiao was taken aback. Even at a time of crisis, she was preoccupied with food. Did she not see that the other groups had already rushed off to gather as much litter as possible? After a moment of speechlessness, Qi Fengxiao resigned himself to prepare breakfast for her. Truly, he felt he had raised a little tyrant. Qi Qian eventually savored a steaming breakfast, slowly sipping the milk from a glass bottle in their supply box. Observing her leisurely pace, Qi Fengxiao urged, "You need to eat faster. If you don't hurry, all the trash will be picked up by others and will be left on the deck, drinking in the cold wind tonight. There's no need to rush. Eating too quickly can burn the digestive system and is detrimental to health," Qi Qian replied nonchalantly. Besides, the garbage remained stationary, whether she participated or not. It would only accumulate. Are you seriously considering surrendering? How could that be called surrender? There's a saying that true heroism lies in recognizing the harsh realities of life while still embracing it with love. And so, upon seeing life's true visage, I merely wished to give it a resounding slap. Qi Qian smiled, assuring him that it was impossible to defeat her. She would simply lie down in response. Qi Fengxiao's frustration boiled beneath the surface as he hoisted her up and carried her outside. Today, you shall collect trash, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Ouch, uncle, I haven't finished my milk. Qi Qian protested, extending her hand towards the remaining half bottle. She merely wished to have a meal. What had she done to deserve this? Qi Fengxiao thought that by taking Qi Qian outside, she would obediently work. However, that was a fallacy. He watched in disbelief as this nimble creature climbed a tree and nestled into a branch. He attempted to coax her down, but to no avail. Qi Qian, come down this instant. Qi Fengxiao ground his teeth in irritation. If you continue to be this lazy, you'll surely develop problems. At your age, how can you sleep so soundly? Get up. Is your life's purpose merely to lie around and sleep? In response, all he received was the sound of Qi Qian's steady breathing. Qi Fengxiao sighed in exasperation. Help. I'm going to be utterly amused to death by this uncle-niece duo. Qingdi, I've exhausted all my words. Do you think I'm singing a lullaby for you to sleep so soundly? Qi Go merely boasts, without the courage to use force to shake Qian Mei down from the tree. Indeed, who is indulging the child? Let us not speak of it. The bullet comments guessed correctly. Despite Qi Qian's laziness, Qi Fengxiao could not bear to let her sleep on the deck and instead took up tools to collect trash. Qi Qian's slumber lasted until noon. Brother Qi, you only collected this little in the entire morning? Gu Hua approached, seeing Qi Qian asleep in the tree, and remarked with a smile, I truly envy Qian Qian, spending the entire morning doing nothing but enjoying herself. My dear Qian Bao is fortunate to have me as her uncle to assist her, unlike some unfortunate souls who lack such blessings. Qi Fengxiao retorted coldly. Gu Hua tugged at the corners of her mouth. Brother Qi, to be honest, you are indulging Qian Qian too much. One day, you'll spoil her completely. Moreover, if Qian Qian continues this way, the audience in the live stream will find her off-putting. Qi Fengxiao replied, if you have nothing to do, go find a factory to twist some screws instead of chattering in front of me. His disdain for Qi Qian's laziness stemmed from a concern for her health if she continued in such a manner. What was Gu Hua, after all, to critique her? A soft chuckle came from the tree as Qi Qian awakened, stretching languidly. Gu Hua, with a smile that did not reach her eyes, said, Qian Qian, you may not appreciate my words, but I am considering your well-being. Qi Qian replied, knowing I want tea like it, yet you still say it. How many mothers are so audacious? She wiggled her legs, feeling that life was indeed dull and tedious, akin to a wild chicken pointing fingers at humans. Feigning a wronged yet enduring expression, Gu Hua said, since you all disapprove of me, I shall take my leave. Ling Qian approached Gu Hua, casting a cold glance at Qi Qian upon hearing this. Hua Hua, you are too kind-hearted to everyone, which is why you are often bullied by those who do not appreciate it. He took Gu Hua away, not forgetting to mock. Let us wait and see when she fails to complete her tasks and has to sleep on the deck in disgrace. They departed swiftly, evidently experienced enough to know that lingering even a moment longer would invite Qi Qian's sharp tongue. Seizing the opportunity to motivate Qi Qian, he exclaimed, will you allow them to mock and deride you, ultimately triumphing while you lie beneath their feet? Uncle understood the art of provocation, Qi Qian mused, rubbing her eyes. She glanced at the sky. Was it noon already? Indeed, if she began to exert herself now, perhaps there was still a chance for redemption. Qi Qian slid down the tree trunk and declared, I'm starving. Let us go have lunch first. Qi Fengxiao was taken aback. Despite the gravity of the situation, her mind was only on food. Heartbroken, he prepared a meal for her. As expected, once she finished eating, she was ready to drift into an afternoon nap. You still want to sleep? Because I need to rest well during the day to sleep soundly at night, Qi Qian replied serenely. Qi Fengxiao suspected she had been out all night, otherwise, how could she be so exhausted? When Qi Qian awoke again, 2 hours had passed. Qi Fengxiao was not in the bamboo house, still diligently collecting trash to support his slothful niece. Qi Qian wandered to the edge of the forest, letting out a long whistle. Plop, plop. In the underbrush, a rustling sound emerged, and a spotted leopard poked its head out, leaping gracefully to the shallow pool's edge and crouching down. Qi Qian sat atop its back, instinctively tucking her hands away. Let us go collect some litter. The leopard affectionately brushed its tail against her arm before darting off with agility. It is well known that leopards possess keen eyesight and a remarkable sense of smell, capable of spotting litterers from afar. At that moment, Luo Fan was picking up the last piece of trash in the area. Wiping his brow, he turned around only to be startled by a swift shadow leaping toward him. The leopard pinned him down with its paw, baring its teeth. Almost paralyzed with fear, Luo Fan caught sight of Qi Qian perched on the creature's back.
Qian?
It's me, she replied with a cheerful smile. Now, tell me, how much trash have you collected today? Chapter 66. She takes everything away. A chill ran down Luo Fan's spine, and an ominous premonition crept upon him. Swallowing hard, he stammered, Not much, I just picked up 4 bags. 4 bags, you say? Qi Qian declared with delight. Well done. Now those are mine. Luo Fan. How did it become her trash? His heart raced, nearly choking on his disbelief as he faced the fierce leopard, struggling to utter a single word of protest. Ultimately, succumbing to Qi Qian's domineering presence, he relented. I'll give them to you. Qi Qian was elated and dispatched 2 wild wolves to escort Luo Fan. Keep it away from me. Before long, Qi Qian turned her gaze to the next unfortunate target, Wen Li. The 2 bags he collected also fell into her possession. Next was Luo Zichuan, who, upon seeing Qi Qian ride forth on the leopard, instinctively focused on the trash at his feet. Without her prompting, he dutifully surrendered his litter. Qi Qian amassed a considerable collection of trash, her account swelling.
Well,
if the trash was acquired by her means, why shouldn't it count as her own? Lastly, Gu Hua and Ling Qian faced Qi Qian's unwavering threat, attempting to resist. This is clearly unjust. Don't you think your actions are shameless and despicable? Ling Qian exclaimed, infuriated. Calmly seated upon the leopard, Qi Qian replied, Am I not negotiating with you? Gu Hua, eyes reddened, pointed at the 5 crocodiles encircling her and Ling Qian. Is this what you call negotiation? You are clearly threatening us. Why don't you go and take it yourself? Oh, since you've discovered my intentions, I shall no longer feign innocence. Hand over your trash quickly, or I will send you to share a kiss with the crocodiles. Gu Hua. Ling Qian. Is Qi Qian out of her mind? Yes, even stealing trash. Your trash, the next second. I thought she was slacking off. But she was actually waiting on the 5th tier, letting others finish their trash collection while she reaped the benefits. One must admit, this is indeed the most effortless approach. However, first, one must possess a leopard as a steed, 2 wolves as bodyguards, and 5 crocodiles. Qi Qian is unwilling to walk a few steps, yet is eager to run through the forest to snatch others' trash. Truly, I am at a loss for words. Your excessive flattery knows no bounds. How is Qi Qian's behavior any different from that of a thief? This is a blatant violation of the rules. It infuriates me. Does Qi Qian possess no sense of shame or morality? The audacity of Qi Qian to seize refuse has propelled her into trending discussions. Consequently, when Qi Lisin received the report from Secretary Zhong, he initially believed that his foolish niece had fallen so low as to resort to scavenging for a living. Regrettably, both Qi Muse and Qi Chaos Hen shared the sentiment. They hesitated before clicking the link, but after perusing the content, a heavy silence enveloped them. Was that refuse truly essential for her to pilfer? Moreover, did she have to mope about, utterly lethargic? How could Qi Fengxiao raise a child so indulgently? On the island, Qi Qian lounged at the entrance of the bamboo hut. A languid spotted leopard sprawled beside her, allowing her to pet its fur at will. Qi Fengxiao exclaimed, "Don't tell me you slept the entire day away, only to awaken here, indulging in petting this fluffy creature?"
How could that be?
"I just went to collect some refuse," Qi Qian replied, blinking innocently. "Look at those garbage bags, they are all ours." "All of them?" Qi Fengxiao's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. "When did you collect this much?" "In just a few hours." "Because we gathered it." A chilling voice, belonging to Ling Qian, emerged from behind. "Your delightful niece, accompanied by a leopard and an alligator, threatened us and took all our garbage." Gu Hua was equally indignant. "Brother Qi, do you not think she has gone too far? I spent an entire day collecting, and she came and took it all." Luo Fan ground his teeth in frustration.
Qi Fengxiao, bewildered, exclaimed, "Stealing?
Garbage? All of this refuse was seized by Qian Bao. He was utterly astonished and raised his thumb in admiration towards Qi Qian. "Qian Bao, well done. How did I not think of this clever tactic?" "Keep it low-key, low-key. This is merely basic practice," Qi Qian replied. Gu Hua and the others were fuming. "You must give us an explanation. How can it be justified that Qi Qian behaves like a brigand?" Wen Li hesitated, saying nothing. She felt grateful to Qi Qian and could not muster any resentment over the pilfered refuse. As for Luo Zichuan, he had willingly surrendered his share. The only ones spared from this robbery were Shen Jing and his son, as well as Tang Xian. Strangely, they felt somewhat flattered. Qi Qian could have easily taken from them, yet she refrained. What did this signify? It revealed her gentle and kind-hearted nature. If Gu Hua and the others were to hear this, they would undoubtedly erupt in anger. In response to their outcry, Qi Qian remained silent. The leopard at her feet rose, casting a menacing glare at them, issuing a threatening growl from its throat. They were instantly silenced, not daring to utter another word. Suddenly, Qi Fengxiao recalled something. "Wait a moment. You had intended to take their garbage all along. Why did you not mention it beforehand?" "I too spent the entire day collecting refuse." Qi Qian feigned innocence. "Uncle, you appeared so proud of your refuse collection that I could not bear to dampen your enthusiasm by informing you. I believe you are deliberately being mischievous." Qi Fengxiao playfully tugged at her hair. "You mischievous child. Always tricking your dear uncle. You deserve a good scolding."
Ouch! Ouch!
The cruise ship of the production team emerged amidst the anguished cries of the shallow pool. They counted the number of garbage bags collected by all the present guests, then fell into silence. Why were there so many garbage bags from Qi Qian? Just as the chief director was about to speak, Qi Qian interjected, "I call you foolish. Yet you still draw breath." Ling Qian's expression shifted. "You are exploiting a loophole." Qi Fengxiao quickly added, "If you possess the skill, you too may exploit loopholes. If not, then obediently accept your fate without uttering a word, lest others remain unaware of your foolishness and ineptitude." Ling Qian, the problem is that only Qi Qian has discovered and exploited this rule's loophole. The crux is that Sister Qian can command orcas and sharks, and ride leopards while leading wolves. Few can break the rules as she does, dominating the entire scene. I adore her reckless abandon, leaving no room for others. Chapter 67. Just take me away. The chief director felt a profound numbness. He was so focused on defending against Qi Qian's orcas and sharks that he overlooked the animals on land, which she could equally command. What astonished him further was her audacity to pilfer the guests' trash. Did she not care for her image? The chief director coughed up a dry lump in his throat, reluctantly admitting, the rules do not prohibit guests from competing against one another, thus Qi Qian's actions are, in theory, permissible. Little did she know, the chief director was even more intent on outmaneuvering Qi Qian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hastily devised a garbage-clearing operation to counter her. As a result, had she saved the lives of all animals in her previous life? Why did they all heed her commands so readily? Did they possess no pride or dignity as wild creatures? Urgently awaiting your response, upon securing first place, do you have anything to say? The chief director inquired. Qi Qian immediately responded, I would like to thank the friends watching on television, my grandfather and uncle, every morsel of food I've eaten, every sip of soup I've savored, and my unwavering perseverance that has led me to this victory. The audience. I especially want to express my gratitude to the guests who tirelessly collected trash for me today, without their strenuous efforts under the scorching sun. I would not have this luxurious first prize voucher. The audience. Ling Qian could no longer contain himself, his eyes reddening. Don't pull me back. I want to confront her to the death. Luo Zichuan hesitated, pondering the fact that no one was restraining him. Ling Qian. Would it kill you to expose her? If looks could kill, Qi Qian would have likely been dismembered by Gu Hua and her companions. Yet, she remained unfazed. After all, to be unenvied is to be mediocre. The second place was claimed by Xunzhi and his son, with 5 bags of trash. Tang Xian had only 2 bags, but due to other guests performing poorly, she secured third place. The others, no trash, all zeros. Qi Qian stood at the railing of the cruise ship, gazing down at Gu Hua and her companions, who wore expressions of despair. Seizing the staff's megaphone, she proclaimed, "Let us congratulate the unfortunate few who have failed in this competition. The deck of the cruise ship and the northwestern winds await you. Do not lose heart. Do not despair. Believe that the joy that rightfully belongs to you will undoubtedly be bestowed upon Qi Qian." Gu Hua and her companions. Haha, she truly deserves it. Is she not afraid of being ambushed? Emperor Qi, you ought to discipline your mischievous child. How can she lean over the railing? Gu Hua, Ling Qian, and Luo Fan. After enduring hardship for half a lifetime, she returns only to make sacrifices for others. How splendid. Having secured first place, Qi Qian was utterly elated. The luxurious suite, candlelit dinner, all were hers. She indulged in a soothing hot bath and, after donning her attire, proceeded to the second-floor dining room with Qi Fengxiao. Xunzhi and his son, along with Tang Xian, were also present. Qi Qian even requested them to summon Luo Zichuan. After all, they were on the same team, and fairness must prevail. The chef had prepared an extravagant array of gourmet dishes, complemented by champagne and adorned with fresh flowers and candlelight, creating an ambience that was simply enchanting. In stark contrast, Gu Hua and her companions, seated on the deck, munching on steamed buns and sipping plain water, appeared quite miserable. Subsequently, the chief director approached them, reassuring the guests who had faced setbacks in the grand competition, "Do not lose hope. You shall have another opportunity." At the dining table, as Qi Qian relished her creamy baked shrimp, she inquired, "Excuse me, how many days have we been recording today?" Life had been so delightful that she had completely forgotten. Shun Jieshu counted on his fingers. "I believe today is only the 6th day?" With varying answers from everyone, they decided to cast their concerns aside and simply enjoy their meal. As Qi Qian slept soundly, she was abruptly awakened by the announcement echoing through the room. "Attention, attention! All guests will soon receive an identity card and a mission card. Please adhere to the instructions provided and complete your respective tasks within the allotted time." A knock resonated at the door. Qi Qian approached and found 2 cards wedged beneath it. Identity card. You are a pitiable, frail prey. Soon to be surrounded by hunters wielding rifles. Flee. Escape to a place where they cannot find you. Mission card. You must procure the golden identity card from the hunters without the use of weapons. The rifle is your vulnerability. If struck by a hunter-s rifle, you shall be eliminated. At this late hour, who would wish to engage in such a game? Qi Qian yawned. Just capture me already. It matters not where I sleep. They all knew that Qi Qian was the most difficult to handle among the guests. The announcement continued. Failed players will not only face punishment, but will also be deprived of breakfast tomorrow. No breakfast will be provided. No breakfast will be provided. Qi Qian, expressionless, felt her anger simmer. How dare they withhold her breakfast? She made a mental note of this affront. I thought the Survival Live broadcast would conclude in 6 days. Turns out they were waiting for them here. The hunters must gather clues to identify the prey. As long as Qian Qian makes a concerted effort to hide, she should be fine, right? Aren't you always praising Qi Qian for her boundless abilities? In this scenario, I wonder what she can conjure. As she stirs the waters, who knows? She might just sink herself. The critics would never miss an opportunity to disparage Qi Qian. The chief director beamed with pride in front of the monitor, exclaiming, "For this script, my head has been considerably cooler lately. I refuse to believe that Qi Qian can prevail." The staff echoed his sentiments, declaring, "Only someone as astute and resourceful as you could conceive such an excellent idea. That rebellious Qi Qian is the most challenging to deal with. It is only fitting that she be the prey." The delightful spectacle of cat and mouse is about to commence. Chapter 68. Can her actions be any more audacious? The insidious intentions of the production team were laid bare here. They yearned to witness Qi Qian's downfall. She must be sanctioned. In the room, Qi Qian heard footsteps approaching. A group led by Ling Qian arrived at the doorway. They had searched the preceding rooms to no avail. Their quarry was likely concealed within this one. "Kick the door down," one commanded. With a resounding crash, the door was forced open. Upon discovering the empty room, Ling Qian furrowed his brow. Not here either? Unbeknownst to them, a figure clung to the ceiling, stealthily inching toward the exit like a spider.
Kikyanshakkol inwardly.
Want to catch me? Your century's too early. She skillfully traversed the ceiling and slipped out of the room without drawing any attention. Unfortunately, Luo Fan was approaching from the opposite end of the corridor, oblivious. He walked past, completely unaware that Qi Qian was precariously perched on the wall above him, observing him in a rather peculiar position. Had he looked up at that moment, he would have been struck with terror. Qian, what on earth are you doing? How can anyone scale a wall so smoothly? Confirmed. She must have been either a spider or a monkey in her past life. Where will she hide next? Hide? Such a notion was absurd. Qi Qian had no intention of concealing herself. She glided down the wall and swiftly made her way to the opposite side of the cabin, only to collide with Tang Xian.
Qian.
Tang Xian was about to rush over, but suddenly halted. Qian, what identity have you obtained? She was slightly cautious, though not overly so. Tang Xian quickly shook her head. Not me. I'm a hunter, just like you. Then what is your mission? Tang Xian, without any defenses, revealed her mission card, a golden identity card, held by a hunter symbolizing the sun, music, poetry, prophecy, and medicine. Qi Qian pondered this for a moment. Only Luo Fan's profession was related to music, and Xunzhi had some medical knowledge. However, she felt this clue had little to do with their professions. A suspicion began to form in Qi Qian's mind as she spoke. Xian, let's split up. If you discover any clues, be sure to inform me. Tang Xian, trusting her, replied, all right, but you must be careful. She assumed Qi Qian meant to investigate discreetly. Little did she know, upon turning away.
Tansin wine set cheeky and knocking loudly on auto door.
Is the prey inside? If so, make a sound. I advise you to surrender promptly. Do not impede my sleep. Is anyone here? Tang Xian exclaimed, Qian, you are terrifying. Which prey would dare emerge after being intimidated like that? As Qi Qian continued her relentless knocking, the sounds attracted the attention of Xunzhi and his son, who were descending the stairs. They were momentarily taken aback by the commotion, yet did not suspect her motives. Is there any prey that can outshine the hunter in audacity? Sighed Qi Qian, her task card indicating that the quarry resided in this building. Yet her search yielded no results. Shunzhi remarked, Sister Qian, with the way you knocked on the door, even if the prey were here, you would have scared them into the sea. Do we have any leads? Xunzhi inquired. Qi Qian replied, my task card states that the prey is on this floor. What about you? The prey symbolizes bounty. A hunter with a silver bow and arrows. Does the prey also symbolize abundance? Qi Qian mused, feeling a sudden itch in her head, as if she were gaining insight. I just heard strange noises from a room over there. Would you like to investigate together? She proposed. Shunzhi eagerly agreed. Sure. The more, the merrier. Qi Qian led them to the storage room and swiftly bound them. Xunzhi and Shunzhi exchanged glances, tears of regret welling in their eyes. Sister Qian, you have no heart. Shunzhi lamented. I have yet to experience any enjoyment in this game. Qi Qian produced a strip of cloth and flashed a benevolent smile. Now, open your mouth. Shunzhi complied, only to have his mouth gagged with the cloth. Congratulations to Qian for achieving a double kill. In a daze, one can only blame her for being so persuasive. She captured both Xunzhi and his son, yet spared Xian. Qian savored the sweetness of friendship. Having dealt with the father-son duo, Qi Qian turned to leave. Upon reaching the second-floor dining area, she unexpectedly collided with Luo Fan. Unfortunately, he had already acquired a hunting rifle.
Qian.
Luo Fan raised the rifle towards her, declaring, I know you are the prey. Stay right there. Aren't you fond of eating? He thought to himself, planning to make her suffer the fate of a meal consisting solely of steamed buns and water. Surely you don't think you can hit me? Qi Qian maintained her composure, challenging his marksmanship. Luo Fan, self-assured, laughed. Who do you underestimate? Don't come crying to me for mercy later. He had played a police role in a previous script and had practiced, believing he was well prepared to handle her. Oh dear. I'm so frightened. Qi Qian feigned fear. You should be, Luo Fan replied, taking aim and pulling the trigger.
Bang.
The paintball shot forth, and just as it was about to strike Qi Qian's forehead, she deftly dodged and sprang into action. With agility that created afterimages, she evaded Luo Fan's barrage of shots, closing the distance to him in an instant, and delivered a swift strike to his wrist. With a thud, the The rifle clattered to the ground as Qi Qian delivered a punch to Luo Fan's abdomen, twisting his arm behind his back to subdue him. "Are you posing for a human outline, rookie?" she taunted. Luo Fan cried out in pain, utterly perplexed. What kind of person could evade 7 consecutive bullets? Could her skills be any more audacious? Qi Qian snatched Luo Fan's task card and picked up the rifle, breaking it apart with her bare hands and discarding it into the trash. Luo Fan felt a chill at his neck, as if his own head had been snapped off. Did she grow up on spinach? What on earth does the Qi family teach her? Just as Qi Qian was about to stuff Luo Fan into the storage room, she caught sight of someone approaching.
It was Luo Zichuan.
He silently observed the scene before him, hesitating for a moment. Should I surrender? Ha ha ha. At least put up a fight. His younger brother, having witnessed Sister Qian's display of violence, expressed a desire to live a few more years. Luo Fan's face turned pale. To surrender at the very outset, what ambition did he possess? Unwilling to accept this, Luo Fan seized the opportunity while Qi Qian conversed with Luo Zichuan to stealthily escape. To prevent his flight, Qi Qian had been stepping on his shoelaces all along. Unaware, he suddenly turned, and the force of his movement sent him crashing to the ground. His sweatpants waistband loosened, and with a whoosh, they fell to his ankles. Luo Fan felt a chill enveloping his legs, akin to having consumed 2 peaches. Even colder was the exposure of his bright red undergarments to the air. The words emblazoned on the back of his pants were strikingly attention-grabbing. Luo Fan, the unparalleled badass. Chapter 69. Your father remains your father. These words shone like a blinding light, illuminating the entire corridor and live stream room, dazzling everyone as corneas. What on earth, ha ha ha. I nearly got caught by the chef for laughing in the cafeteria. Luo Fan's facade. The versatile little pup. The reality of Luo Fan. Look how badass I am. Inscribed on my underwear. Over 90 million viewers are currently tuned into your red bitter tea. The younger brother was terrified. How is my brother such a weirdo? Qi Qian exclaimed, reading it aloud. Luo Fan, the unparalleled badass? Which unparalleled and which badass? Is it the one with the bright red floral pants that could easily rob a bank? You? Be quiet. Luo Fan tugged at his waistband, filled with a mix of shame and fury, wishing he could simply jump into the sea. Qi Qian retorted. If you hide your badassery, how will others see it? You should emulate superheroes and wear it on the outside, boldly and confidently showcasing yourself. What is there to fear?
Ha 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 ha.
Luo Fan was utterly distraught. Are you a devil? Stop laughing. The public humiliation felt far worse than losing the game. And Qi Qian's arrogant laughter was enough to make one want to vomit blood. Luo Zichuan consoled him. Brother, it's all right. Life will pass in the blink of an eye. Luo Fan, where's the window? Where's the sea? Qi Qian showed no regard for Luo Fan's sensitive and fragile idol persona, binding him up and stuffing a rag in his mouth to silence him. Luo Fan, filled with humiliation, thought, at least let me pull up my waistband first. Luo Zichuan, still very much in tune with the situation, instinctively extended his hand to assist Qi Qian in binding. Just then, Gu Hua's voice rang out sharply. Qi Qian, release Senior Luo and Zichuan at once. You are surrounded. Ling Qian followed closely behind. Qi Qian glanced at their numbers, chuckling, realizing it was just the 2 of them. Their bravado so grand that one might think they had brought a truckload of reinforcements. What if I add this? Gu Hua and Ling Qian simultaneously raised their hunting rifles. Qi Qian tossed Luo Zichuan aside after binding him. Then let us see what you can do. She dashed to the edge of the staircase, sliding down the handrail with thrill akin to riding a roller coaster. Gu Hua stood above, aiming at her, exuding confidence. Shallow. Don't struggle in vain. You will inevitably face defeat. It would be wiser to concede now. Do not shout at me. I have harbored a fear of dogs since childhood. It seems you will only realize the gravity of the situation when it is too late. I possess a firearm. What do you have to contest my supremacy? Merely the fact that I am your father, a variable as unpredictable as the wind. Gu Hua choked momentarily and, with no further ado, unleashed several shots toward Qi Qian.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Qi Qian grasped the stair railing and somersaulted downwards. As she evaded the final paintball, she landed gracefully, unperturbed. How amusing. She couldn't possibly hit me. Ling Qian untied Luo Fan, urging him to assist. He disregarded Luo Zichuan, knowing he would side with Qi Qian, and deemed it better to keep him bound. The trio rushed downstairs together. It was then that Qi Qian realized the doors to the hall below were all securely locked. Run. Why are you not fleeing? Ling Qian taunted. She then unlocked the cage behind her. A cacophony of unsettling sounds erupted from within. Subsequently, a horde of white, menacing creatures surged from the cage, charging towards Gu Hua and her companions. Gu Hua's expression shifted dramatically.
Geese.
How could there be geese here?
Ah.
Don't nibble my backside. Get away.
Help.
Get away. It is well known that the formidable goose reigns as the rural tyrant, its combat prowess rivaling that of crocodiles, tigers, and elephants. One lone goose is troublesome. What of an entire flock? Gu Hua and her companions were pursued chaotically by the aggressive geese, darting about in disarray, their bodies beset by bumps and bruises. The traps they had set for Qi Qian had now ensnared them instead. Qi Qian stood on the staircase, observing the trio's frantic cries as they were besieged by the geese, and let out a whistle. Be as strong as you wish. When the geese enter the fray, let's see how bold you remain. Ha, help. How is it that she can command any creature? The Goose Legion, charge forth. It is our honor to protect the princess. Onward. Qi Qian, I am accustomed to being the one causing others distress. No one else has the right to vex me. Gu Hua and her companions are on the verge of being thoroughly pecked. Even from afar, I can feel their pain. Amidst the tumult of flapping wings and frantic movements, Qi Qian whistled again, calming the geese. The trio had never envisioned themselves encircled by a flock of geese. Their backs burned, limbs tingled, and their vision darkened, as though the stairway to paradise was slowly revealing itself. Gaggle? The leading goose turned to Qi Qian, seemingly inquiring, Boss, shall we stew them? I've heard everything tastes delightful in a cast-iron pot. Qi Qian replied, True, but the real delicacy is a goose prepared in such a manner. The goose retorted, Then you may feast. We too will ultimately meet our end at human hands. Qi Qian directed her gaze at Gu Hua and her companions. Whosoever possesses the golden identity card, surrender it, and I may grant you leniency. It's not with me. Luo Fan hastily protested. I've never even seen the thing. His sweatpants were already loose. If the geese continued to peck at him, he might well flee in panic. Ling Qian's complexion twisted in anguish. It is not with me either. Nor with me. Gu Hua implored, her eyes glistening. Qi Qian, please, make these geese go away. It is merely a game. Is it truly necessary to be so excessively cruel? When you pointed guns at me, weren't you quite audacious?
Qi Qian smiled.
And one might think you were akin to a pencil case, with so many pens to contain. With her hands tucked into her pockets, Qi Qian remarked, Indeed, indeed. You are the most beautiful, the most outstanding. My family's pig has not a fraction of your charm. Ling Qian mused. It appears that whether one is a hunter or prey depends entirely on Sister Qian's mood. Why does everyone assume they can outshine Sister Qian? Just moments ago, Gu Hua was saying, Admit defeat, you cannot win against me. Now Gu Hua declares, it is merely a game. Without relying on weapons or external force, your father remains your father. Qi Qian instructed her army of geese to keep watch, ensuring they did not escape, before ascending to seek out other guests. Shortly thereafter, Wenli fell victim as well. Miss Qi, could you please assist me in explaining things to Xian? I truly recognize my mistakes, yet she refuses to acknowledge me, Wenli implored. Qi Qian swiftly bound her, replying, No, this is what you deserve. With that, she departed without hesitation. Now, only one hunter remained. Qi Qian arrived on the third floor and, from a distance, spotted her uncle on the deck. Uncle, uncle,
she waved.
Qi Qian thought. He is the hunter, and she is the prey. Why is he fleeing? Chapter 70. Embarrassment beyond measure. Qi Qian dashed after him. Uncle, why are you running? Do not concern yourself with why I am fleeing. Could you please stop chasing me? I do not have urgent syrup. No, you must halt. Absolutely not. The two engaged in a series of artistic pursuits of chase and evasion upon the deck.
Ouch.
Qi Qian collided with the railing, nearly toppling over. She spun around and lunged onto his back, laughing triumphantly. Ha ha ha, I have caught you. Qi Fengxiao, both exasperated and amused, exclaimed, Oh, you clever one. Exploiting even the slightest shred of sympathy from your uncle. Uncle, this is what is known as cunning warfare. I have won. You think capturing me equates to victory? Qi Qian felt in his pocket and, indeed, discovered the golden identity card. Qi Fengxiao poked her forehead. Did you rummage through all the guests' pockets to ascertain that the card was with me? Not at all, I knew all along. Qi Qian replied with satisfaction, symbolizing the sun. Music, poetry, prophecy, and medicine, along with the silver bow and arrows, These traits refer to Apollo in Greek mythology. Qi Fengxiao was astonished. How did you make that connection? Qi Qian explained, I hadn't initially considered it. Shunjiashu's mission hint indicated that the prey symbolizes abundance. Apollo is the most handsome god in Greek mythology. This characteristic clearly points to you. The goddess of abundance, Demeter, can bring forth bountiful harvests or wither the earth. She can bestow wealth or leave one destitute. Clearly, this refers to me, who possesses treasures. Without going far, just yesterday, she had caused the pirates to go bankrupt. Qi Fengxiao was at a loss for words, cradling her head and exclaiming, Is your mind not quite capable? Why do you not utilize it more often? Link now. I wish to purchase. The riddle intriguingly intertwines with Greek mythology. No wonder the task card features ancient Greek architecture. Who could have guessed without 100 keen eyes? My treasure simply lacks the inclination to think, not the capacity for it. As the two departed from the deck, Qi Fengxiao inquired, Why have we not seen anyone else? I've captured them all, Qi Qian replied cheerfully, adding, But that's a tale for later. Our hunt has only just commenced. Qi Fengxiao couldn't shake the feeling that her expression heralded impending misfortune for someone. Who could it be? The production team shared their confusion regarding Qi Qian's words. Just as they were about to announce the conclusion of the game, to their astonishment, they found both Qi Qian and Qi Fengxiao had simultaneously vanished from the surveillance feed. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the monitoring room. When the door opened, Qi Qian stood outside, presenting a seemingly innocuous smile to the gathered staff. Good evening, my dear prey. The production crew gasped in unison. Half an hour later, on the cruise ship's deck, several individuals were strung up on the sails, fluttering in the wind. Qi Qian sat cross-legged below, cradling half a watermelon, scooping it with a ladle meant for soup. Nodding with satisfaction, she remarked, This melon is delightful. I made a splendid purchase. Would any of you care for a taste? Upon realizing her audience could not partake, she sighed. Alas, how could I forget? You may simply watch me enjoy it. The chief director, suspended at the highest point, had tears of regret whisked away by the sea breeze. The staff pleaded earnestly. Qi Qian, Miss Qi, have mercy and spare us. We were merely following the chief director's orders. We never intended to disturb your slumber. It was just breakfast. Whatever you desire, we can have the chef prepare it for you. Please lower us. Qi Qian replied, Oh no, where has your earlier bravado gone? The staff lamented. Indeed, they had resisted. Over 20 of them. Yet they could not even close the distance to a single young girl, and were ultimately outmaneuvered by her. What a disgrace. Qi Qian, dear, what must we do to earn your clemency? The chief director implored, rubbing his hands together in a sycophantic manner. After a moment's contemplation, Qi Qian sighed, awoken in the dead of night by your ruckus, and having run about for so long, I am utterly famished. The chief director exclaimed, I shall rouse the chef immediately to prepare you a midnight snack. Plus, an array of desserts. For tomorrow's breakfast, order whatever you wish.
Qi Qian pondered.
Is this solely for me, or will the other guests also partake? The chief director felt a chill run down his spine, forcing a strained smile. It is all for you. Every last morsel. Very well. In light of my inherent kindness, Qi Qian mused. The chief director countered. Is it not due to my humble demeanor, sacrificing my dignity as a director? Qi Qian commanded. Release us at once. I want to see my midnight snack within half an hour. Very well, the chief director responded, his face a mask of frustration as he led the team away.
Ah.
How the tables have turned for you, frog fun. Over 20 individuals bested by a mere girl, truly ineffectual. If you cannot manage it, let me take the reins. I assure you, with a single slap from Sister Qian, I can make her beg for mercy. You are merely suspended in the wind, while she has been famished all night long. The barrage of comments was filled with laughter, with only a handful of naysayers fixating on Qi Qian. But they were soon drowned out. Not only were they required to watch her eat, but they also had to endure the penalties of failing the game, especially concocted bitter gourd and devil pepper juice. The dark red liquid in the glass emanated an ominous aura, causing everyone's faces to pale. Director, are we really supposed to drink this? Luo Fan swallowed hard. The chief director nodded coldly. What choice do you have? You can't handle a mere little rabbit. Noticing Qi Qian looking his way, he swiftly amended. You can't even manage a charming young lady. Come, everyone, take a cup. Luo Fan reluctantly picked up a glass of the concoction, bringing it closer to his nose to inhale the bizarre scent that nearly made him retch. The others, witnessing his reaction, hesitated, their hands trembling slightly. Qian Qian. I lost because of you. You can't just stand by and watch. Qi Fengxiao exclaimed. Qi Qian blinked. Don't be afraid. Just drink boldly. My heart is with you. Why don't you lend me your mouth and drink for me? A piercing scream erupted as Luo Fan gulped down the juice. His features contorted, his complexion turned ashen, and he collapsed to the floor, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. The others were in shock. What? Is this potion truly lethal? The chief director urged. Stop dawdling. You all must drink it. It's better to finish it in one go. It's easy for you to say. You go first. Ling Qian frowned and said to Gu Hua, Hua, don't drink it. I'll finish this cup and then drink yours. Gu Hua looked touched. Thank you. Qiange, you're truly wonderful. Chapter 71. Still want the recipe? Ling Qian gallantly closed his eyes and downed the concoction. In an instant, his expression changed, and he froze in place. Gu Hua sensed trouble and nudged him. Qiange. Before she could finish, Ling Qian toppled to the side, convulsing for a moment before falling silent. Help! Another one has collapsed. Trembling. Is this fruit juice or poison? Ling Qian's thought echoed. You let me drink it. Next second. I'm taking my leave. Gu Hua trembled. Director, are you certain this is safe to drink? 2 people have already fainted. The chief director reassured. Fear not. It merely tastes a bit unpleasant. The nutrients in the juice are beneficial to the body. The others exchanged skeptical glances. Really? I don't believe it. One by one, the guests succumbed. Finally, it was Chief Fengxiao's turn. Feeling that death was inevitable, he resolved it might as well be swift. He downed the concoction in one gulp. Huh. Chief Fengxiao gazed in astonishment at the cup in his hand. Surprisingly, it wasn't tea unpleasant. Moreover, it had a hint of mulberry flavor. Why does it seem like Qi the actor is unaffected? Could it be that it's actually not bad? The 8 individuals sprawled around him certainly disagreed. Perhaps Qigo's taste buds had mutated. The only one who smiled in the end was the ever-enthusiastic Qi Qian. Chief Fengxiao leaned closer to her, whispering, Did you secretly swap it out for me? Qi Qian did not deny it. Did you not say you did not wish to drink? Qian Bao, though nice. Chief Fengxiao was moved to tears, embracing her tightly. Truly, my affection for you has not been in vain. Then you must peel the shrimp for me. Shan Jieshu has fainted, and no one is here to assist me. How premature her sentimentality was. Chief Fengxiao resignedly donned his gloves, expertly peeling the shrimp for Qi Qian, dipping it in sauce, and casually offering it to her lips. Wait a moment. Why is he so adept at this? Qi Lisan, who was watching the live broadcast, scoffed. It appeared that the educational shortcomings stemmed from this 3rd child. It was he who had spoiled Qi Qian. A night passed. Today marked the 7th day of the live broadcast, nearing its conclusion. All the guests gathered in the dining hall, yet only Qi Qian had breakfast before her, while Chief Fengxiao hovered nearby, hoping for a morsel. However, the others were not particularly inclined to eat. The mixed juice consumed the previous night still lingered in their stomachs, tormenting their fragile nerves. Noticing Qi Qian yawning repeatedly, Chief Fengxiao inquired if she had not slept well. To be honest, if it were not for historical records, I would think I built the pyramids overnight, she replied, utterly exhausted. At that moment, the chief director spoke. Dear guests, this cruise ship will reach its destination in 1 hour. During this time, we shall engage in one final game. Upon hearing the word game, all the guests exhibited expressions of discontent. If we fail at the game, we'll have to drink that concoction again? Absolutely not. I would rather perish than take another sip. Can we not have a moment of peace? My mouth still tastes of that juice. The chief director cleared his throat, assuring everyone that there would be no punishment this time, merely a selection of questions from the live chat. Upon hearing this, the guests finally relaxed. The chief director continued. The first question from the audience is, what has been your greatest gain from participating in this variety show? Luo Fan, with a practiced smile, replied, I have begun to rediscover myself, realizing that one must not be arrogant or complacent, but rather embrace humility. A voice chimed in from beside him. Is Luo Fan the most formidable under heaven? Luo Fan's face flushed instantly, his toes curling in embarrassment as he awkwardly lifted his cup. Ha ha ha. Luo Fan wakes in the middle of the night. Is she unwell? Let us bid farewell to the versatile young pup and welcome the prince of bitter tea. Shun Jiashu's younger brother raised his hand. Me. My greatest gain is following Sister Qian and living to 99. Working with Sister Qian, I get to share the treasures, join the Qian faction, and attain immortality. Once again, Qi Qian's voice floated in. Those who believe in me Bind yourselves and seal your lips in a dark room. Shunjeshu. He fell silent. Why must even our allies attack? Qi Qian, striving tirelessly is in vain. The garbage I painstakingly collect goes into my pocket. Gu Hua, and this is merely the first question. Qi Qian single-handedly raised the hostility level for the entire gathering. Awakened from insufficient sleep, Sister Qian loses her sanity and begins a rampage. This sword, must she truly sell it?
Ha ha ha.
The chief director continued. Next question. Has this survival challenge strengthened the bonds of kinship among you? Shan Jiaxu replied. Director, there is a group among us that is not related by blood. Everyone turned their gaze towards Gu Hua and Ling Qian. Qi Qian took a sip of milk and remarked, You wouldn't understand this, would you? Although young Master Ling is merely in his teens, he is already someone else's son. The expressions on Gu Hua and Ling Qian's faces changed simultaneously.
Qi Qian.
Would it kill you to refrain from nonsensical chatter for a day? How could I possibly be a mother to Hua Hua? Ling Qian questioned through gritted teeth. Qi Qian replied innocently. Oh? Did I ever claim that you two were mother and son? Aren't you someone's son? Ling Qian was momentarily at a loss. Realizing he had fallen into Qi Qian's verbal trap, and his expression soured further. Gu Hua smiled gently. Our families are quite close, so we consider each other as one. Upon finishing her words, the two exchanged a knowing smile. Shan Jiaxu chimed in. It truly resembles a mother and son dynamic. To which both of them retorted. You certainly have a lot to say, don't you? Shun Jing added, I tell my son that we are father and son, but in truth, we are more like friends. So, I feel nothing has changed. Dad, can I call you Big Brother from now on? Absolutely not.
Oh.
When it came to Wen Li's turn, her smile appeared somewhat forced. I previously committed some errors due to my biases, which have driven my daughter, who once relied on and admired me, further away. If possible, I wish to make amends. Tang Xian averted her gaze, lowering her head to sip water, remaining silent. Qi Qian remarked, I shattered the mirror. Oh dear, I glued it back together. The next day, when I looked into the mirror, I was startled by what appeared. Wen Li interjected, how does Qi Qian choose madness so steadfastly between radiance and chaos? No one could survive a minute under Qi Qian's blade. If they did, they would surely face another strike. Qi Fengxiao couldn't help but cover his face, genuinely fearful that Qi Qian's unfiltered tongue might lead to her demise at the hands of the others. He thought this, and thus cautioned her. Qi Qian shrugged nonchalantly. If they can't beat me, I'll just spit at them. The chief director then announced, the final question is directed at Qi Qian. Noticing the gleeful smirk on the director's face, the others sensed that the forthcoming question would likely be rather unfriendly. As anticipated, a viewer inquired, Qi Qian, what do you eat every day that your farts are so foul? It was a double entendre, to say the least. Ling Qian laughed out loud. Good question. I, too, am curious. Gu Hua's eyes glimmered with amusement. Qi Qian responded leisurely, I might let you catch a whiff, but you want the recipe too? Qi Fengxiao burst into laughter. And the others joined in. The inquiring viewer exclaimed, Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Just then, a staff member rushed in. Director, it's bad. Our cruise ship has been surrounded. Chapter 72. I wonder if it has been written. The director's hand trembled. Pirates again? No. It isn't. It's a massive pod of orcas, sharks, and dolphins. The director exclaimed in disbelief. On the surface of the sea, a throng of marine creatures encircled the cruise ship, resembling a gathering for a brawl. A timid soul might faint at the sight. I can't believe it. I thought I had forgotten something. It turns out it's a baby orca. Upstairs. Your thought is quite morbid. Qi Qian set down her milk and followed her uncle outside. Approaching the railing, she observed two orcas swimming over, tails swaying playfully. Orca 1. Sister, are you leaving? Orca 2. No. I don't want you to go, sister. I can hunt and take care of you. Build you a palace beneath the sea. Please stay. The two chubby little ones bounced joyfully, leaping from the water to nudge the outstretched palm of Qi Qian. She had almost forgotten how clingy these two were. At such a tender age, their minds were already occupied with thoughts of finding a bride. Here, play with this. In the future, consider it my presence beside you. Orca 2 used its head to nudge the ball, engaging in a playful game of toss with Orca 1. A shark eyed their game, contemplating a theft, yet hesitated, wary of retaliation. Sister, we brought you a gift. The two hefty creatures sank into the depths, only to resurface shortly thereafter, balancing an ancient chest atop their heads. It bore a striking resemblance to the treasure chest Qi Qian had received previously. Orca 1. Sister, The sea is poor, and we have little to offer. Orca 2. You mentioned liking such chests last time, though it may be a bit shabby. I don't think it's worthy of you, but since you like it, it's all yours. They had ventured to distant waters last night, selecting the largest chest from the seabed, and then journeyed under the stars to present it to their princess. Oh, I must be dreaming. Surely this chest cannot be another one. The orca babies came to Annie's home. Auntie is willing to care for you both. They chased a cruise ship all night just to present a farewell gift to Qian. My boyfriend doesn't even remember to bring me a flower for our anniversary. I'm not envious. Not at all. The production team and other guests were left speechless upon witnessing the treasures they had brought up. Could it be true? Surely no one would return with another chest after already possessing one full of treasure. Isn't there any justice? They could at least share a chest. This time, Qi Qian refrained from opening the chest in public. She expressed her gratitude to the two orcas. Thank you. I truly adore it. Orca 1. Sister. As long as you whistle, I will come to you from 1,000 miles away. Orca 2. I'll make sure the sperm whales produce plenty of waste to deliver to you in the future. Qi Qian. No, that is quite unnecessary. She took out her phone, declaring her desire to capture a commemorative photo with them. At that moment, the multitude of animals surrounding the cruise ship erupted with excitement, all vying to join Qi Qian for photo. Qi Qian handed her phone to the staff and called for her uncle and others to join in. The staff, holding the phone, attempted to position themselves further back to include the animals in the frame. This was essential, as a few white sharks glared at him, poised to leap and bite his head if they were not included in the shot. 1, 2. The click of the camera perfectly captured the scene at the railing of the deck, marking the final moment of this live broadcast. Upon reaching the shore, the convoy dispatched by Qi Li-sun had been waiting for some time. The production team's hopes of claiming the treasure were dashed as they watched the bodyguards lift the two treasure chests, along with a large bucket of pearls and sea delicacies, into the vehicles. Qi Qian and Qi Fengxiao settled into the car as it pulled away. Some individuals are enviously pained. 8 vehicles arrived at once to receive the guest, more imposing than any princess. How fortunate it is to be the granddaughter of Qi Lisun. Have you forgotten about the illustrious Qi actor? Are you suggesting that if he withdraws from the industry, he would end up selling sweet potatoes by the roadside? How reckless. The Qi family's convoy was captured on video and shared online, igniting a fervent discussion. Fans frantically tagged Qi Qian, hinting that she should not forget certain transactions. While in the vehicle, Qi Qian recalled this and accessed her long-abandoned Weibo account, posting a lottery announcement. In less than 10 minutes, it had garnered over 1 million shares. What is the fuss over a few measly pearls? Listen to me, don't share anymore. It's a lost cause. Better let someone else have the chance.
Bah.
I can hear your scheming from the Arctic. I initially thought Sister Qian would only offer 20 pearls for the lottery, yet she surprisingly provided 50 for each person. Enough to make a necklace. Sister Qian, I would transform myself for you. Look at me. These pearls were not only cherished by netizens but also favored by wealthy socialites in the industry who eagerly shared the post. After posting, Qi Qian set her phone aside. Aren't you curious to see how fans praise you? Qi Fengxiao scrolled through her phone, noting that their chatter was as abundant as if they were in wholesale. Qi Qian tucked her hands away, feeling apprehensive. What if she encountered negative comments? Her fragile heart could hardly withstand such torment. Qi Fengxiao, say that again. Whose heart is fragile? Nonetheless, this was rather advantageous. His image as a struggling actor in the 38th tier could persist. Qi Fengxiao observed Qi Qian playing with her turtle shell, nodding in satisfaction. By the way, young lady, the bodyguard in the front seat respectfully stated, before departure, Uncle Nand instructed us to remind you about your summer homework. Qi Qian blinked, huh? The bodyguard continued, Uncle Nand mentioned that he noticed you appearing lazy during your live stream. So he had the tutor assign you double the tasks. Furthermore, upon returning home, he intends to check the summer homework you've completed since leaving. With a clatter, the turtle shell slipped from Qi Qian's grip. Qi Fengxiao, unconcerned, thought that the amount of homework was trivial and could be finished in no time, requiring no special reminder. As he spoke, he noticed Qi Qian's expression, blank and seemingly soulless, which filled him with a sense of foreboding. Qianbao, please tell me you've completed it? Qi Qian, dazed, replied, I didn't even bring my homework to my second uncle's house. How could I write it? Her mind could not comprehend such a dreadful notion. Then where did you leave your homework? At home, in the dog's den. Qi Qian lamented. It's the black shepherd we keep. I told it to keep an eye on it. Whatever it could write, it would write. I have no idea if it did.
Qi Feng Xiao.
The bodyguard. Wait, are you seriously asking a dog to do your homework? Isn't that a bit excessive? Chapter 73. What does it mean to be a girl? There is only one solution now. Qi Qian's countenance began to shift dramatically. I'll call Uncle Nan and have him get the dog on the phone. I'll instruct it to chew up the homework and erase all evidence. If the homework is gone, how can it be said that I didn't do it? Hee. Please don't laugh, so ominously. Qi Fengxiao's body was covered in a sheen of sweat, yet the fact that she had not completed her homework was hardly the end of the world. The dog was innocent. It had merely lost its innocence, while I have lost my freedom. Qi Qian was gradually losing her sanity. Qi Fengxiao hastily snatched her phone away, fearing that she might actually commit some unthinkable act. How terrifying it was. What monstrous burden had homework become for children today? Just look at how it had driven a normal child to such despair. With tears brimming in her eyes, Qi Qian exclaimed, Really? Uncle wouldn't deceive you. With me around, there's no way I would let you face that old man's wrath. Uncle, you are the best uncle in the world. In unison, the uncle and niece turned their gazes toward the bodyguard driving, a clear threat lingering in their eyes. The bodyguard broke into a sweat, stammering, I didn't hear anything. Surely, he wouldn't be silenced forever, would he? Half an hour later, the convoy arrived at a service station for refueling. Qi Qian needed to use the restroom and took the opportunity to ask her third uncle to buy her some snacks at the convenience store for the journey. However, while in the restroom, she found herself ensnared in a plot. The thrill of the situation struck her as exhilarating. Perhaps this could serve as an excellent excuse to avoid doing homework. Thus, she feigned fainting. Before long, she overheard voices. So, this is the son of Qi Lisan? How did he end up in the ladies' restroom? A response came in a local dialect. How would I know? Celebrities are afraid of being recognized, so they disguise themselves. But he is so short. Someone exclaimed. Oh, I swear I saw him get out of the car. There's no way I could be mistaken. Even if he is short, at least they didn't kidnap the wrong person. Qi Qian thought to herself, how could such a universally adored, breathtaking beauty, who could make flowers bloom and cars burst a tire, be mistaken for her uncle, a tall, burly, bumbling fool? It must be that her uncle's masculinity was not pronounced enough. Just then, a slender man yanked away the black cloth covering her head, pointing at her. See? I told you this must be the famous Qi. Why is she a girl? The rotund driver glanced over. His face contorted in rage. Didn't you say you wouldn't make a mistake? This is your won't make a mistake? You fool. The slender man retorted. Don't insult me, all right? We can just take her for ransom, can't we? How much could she possibly be worth? She might even be related to that celebrity. The slender man then asked Qi Qian, Girl, what is your name? What is your relation to Qi Fengxiao? With a quick thought, she replied, I'm Qi LL. And Qi Fengxiao is my brother. Brother and sister, huh? Siblings must have a strong bond. How much do you think your brother would pay for your ransom? I don't know, but my brother is wealthy. The rotund man chimed in. Wealth is good. Being a celebrity is great. Money comes easily. Unlike us, toiling away all day without even managing to kidnap a single person. The market is getting worse by the day. The slender man added, Girl, don't blame us for being cruel. Blame it on your wealth. My third uncle is just an extra. His pocket's cleaner than my face. How much money could he possibly have? Qi Qian thought to herself, but said aloud, My brother doesn't have much money. But he would find a way to pay for me, so you needn't worry. Life is not easy for everyone, and I understand that. The slender man seemed to have found a kindred spirit as he remarked, You young lady are quite charming despite your age.
Qi Qian replied.
I felt an immediate connection upon seeing the two of you. Although you have bound me, you have not harmed me, which distinguishes you from those nefarious kidnappers. You possess both a moral compass and a sense of boundaries. Who would risk their life if not compelled by circumstance? Alas, your struggles are indeed profound. These words moved the hefty man. Indeed, we are not like those unscrupulous kidnappers. We possess a conscience and a moral code. We are righteous abductors. We seek only monetary gain and will not inflict harm upon you. The slender man untied Qi Qian, reassuring her, You need not worry. With an innocent smile, Qi Qian inquired, Do you have any food? I am quite hungry. Yes. What would you like? We shall ensure you are well fed. Splendid. Thus, amidst the swift chase by Qi Fengxiao, Qi Qian engaged in light-hearted banter with her captors. Meanwhile, Qi Fengxiao contacted Qi Lisin and Qi Chaoshen to inform them of Qi Qian's kidnapping. Their eldest brother, Qi Muse, was abroad, rendering notification futile. Qi Lisin was in a meeting and could not respond. Only Qi Chaoshen, who had just emerged from surgery, received the call. He promptly reached out to a high-ranking friend at the police station, requesting assistance. The police set up roadblocks and checkpoints along routes the kidnappers might traverse, awaiting their capture. However, the kidnappers deviated from the expected path, taking a longer route through the mountain roads. Qi Fengxiao's vehicle pursued them relentlessly. His usually cheerful visage was now icy cold as he pressed the accelerator, the car darting forward like a wraith. With a final, deft drift, he positioned the car squarely in the middle of the road. The kidnapper's vehicle screeched to a halt, narrowly avoiding a collision. The hefty man leaned out, exclaiming, "Are you seeking death?" Qi Fengxiao, with a fist imbued with fury, struck the hefty man's nose and seized his collar, demanding, "Where's my niece? What have you done with her?" The hefty man, blood streaming down his face, shouted, "She was just taken by our boss. She's not with me." "What?" In a remote area, an abandoned villa, the slender man spoke to his boss. "She is Qi Fengxiao's niece. She can be a bargaining chip. What good is she for? We are not doing this for mere pennies." "Then for what?" "For ideals, for grand ambitions. Why do you concern yourself with the details? Hurry and call Qi Fengxiao. Tell him to come alone, or we will dispose of this girl." Qi Qian, chewing on a milk candy, asked with her hands tucked into her pockets. "Are you looking for my uncle? You can tell me the same." The leader of the kidnapper scoffed at her. "We intend to ruin your uncle's reputation." "What good would telling you do? Though you are not our target, since you are here, you shall not leave. If you must blame someone, blame your ill fortune." Upon hearing this, Qi Qian realized they intended to eliminate her once their objective was achieved. Oh dear. Could it be that the system had warned Gu Hua of this inevitable fate? Chapter 74. Where is my meal? Before I meet my end, may I at least have a hearty meal? My greatest aspiration is to enjoy a satisfying feast, Qi Qian expressed earnestly. The leader of the kidnappers burst into hearty laughter, incredulous that Qi Lisin's granddaughter was starving. "All right, I shall ensure you have a hearty meal today." Qi Qian found herself confined to a room, the kidnappers seemingly convinced of her inability to escape, thus neglecting to bind her. A lanky figure entered to deliver food, casually informing her, "Feel free to request anything. This may well be your last meal. How pitiful." Qi Qian promptly listed a series of dishes. After hearing her wishes, the lanky man exited to procure her meal. Shortly after, he returned, reporting to the leader that their funds were insufficient. Less than 10 minutes passed before he returned again, lamenting that the money had been spent. The leader, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, "You are depleting my personal savings. What on earth are you purchasing that costs so much?" The lanky one replied, "Boss. She claimed that the previous offerings were inadequate. She remains hungry, so I went to buy her more." "Did you purchase shark fins and birds' nests?" the leader inquired incredulously. "No, just some regular meals and snacks." "Then she must be a bottomless pit. She has devoured 10,000 yuan worth of food and still dares to complain of hunger." The leader's fury was palpable. "I have no more money. Let her consume me instead." But she keeps insisting she is hungry. How can we let a child suffer?" The lanky man protested. The leader, in a moment of exasperation, declared, "At this juncture, we have no other choice. What shall we do? Leave her behind. We must evacuate." He grimly reflected that if she continued to eat at this rate, their mission would fail, and they would face bankruptcy. Which hostage eats like this? Is she a reincarnation of a starving ghost? Just then, Qi Qian's voice echoed, "Brother Lanky, I've finished my McSpicy chicken wings. I'd like 10 more buckets. And 20 boxes of egg tarts, please." The leader felt as though he could hear the sound of his wallet weeping. To avoid detection by Qi Qian, the group of kidnappers stealthily began their retreat, hauling away their vehicle under the cover of night. When Qi Qian eventually realized her takeout was delayed, a loud whistle resonated throughout the villa. Windows shattered, and doors flew open as a pack of wild dogs surged into the building, racing up to the second floor. Woof! The alpha dog sauntered in with an air of pride, approaching Qi Qian. The other dogs glared at their leader with envy. Qi Qian, savoring the last bite of her egg tart, affectionately patted the dog's head, grateful for its timely arrival. Woof woof! The alpha dog panted, behaving as obediently as a husky. It then crouched down, signaling to Qi Qian, "Climb on, I will carry you." The other dogs gathered around, barking woof woof. "Alpha, You lack loyalty. Why must you monopolize all the good fortune? We want to turn too. The alpha dogs stubbornly nudged them away, refusing to let them approach Qiqian. It must be said, the jealousy among the dogs was quite intense. Qiqian climbed onto the alpha's back, and together they dashed off. Woof woof. The pack of dogs raced out of the villa, following the scent of the fleeing kidnappers. Within 10 minutes, they spotted the kidnappers' vehicle on the road. Boss, there are dogs chasing our car. One of the men exclaimed. What is there to fear from a single dog? Another scoffed. Not one. There are dozens. What did you say? The leader of the kidnappers turned his head and nearly lost his composure. The glutton they had just shaken off was perched on the back of the first dog, pursuing them at a steady pace. Cold sweat trickled down the leader's brow. Who on earth is this person? Hey, hey. Qiqian's voice echoed from outside. Listen, everyone in the car. Didn't we agree that I could eat whatever I wanted? Didn't we agree that I would be treated to a hearty meal? Where is my food? Where is it? Trying to shake me off when TV's so easy. The leader of the kidnappers was on the verge of a breakdown. Is something wrong with her? Is 10,000 not enough for her appetite? The other kidnappers murmured in confusion. Who brought her here? This is a malicious attempt to undermine our internal cohesion. Their intentions are sinister. The thin one trembled, too scared to speak. Qiqian declared, when you make a promise, you must keep it. If you promise to fill my belly, you cannot abandon me halfway. Little sister, no, big sister, can I just call you sister? Please. Find someone else. We swear we will never kidnap you again. But I am still hungry. The leader's mental state shattered. Sister, earning money is not easy for me. After feeding you, how much will I have left? I truly cannot afford this. He had aspirations, but one cannot survive without funds. Is this girl a demon? You deceitful scoundrels, you have betrayed my trust.
Qiqian fumed.
Wong Wong team, charge. Wong Wong. A pack of wild dogs surged forward, shattering the car windows, causing a cacophony of screams from within. The vehicle halted, and the wild dogs dragged the kidnappers out by their collars, tossing them onto the ground. Occasionally, cars passed by this road. Upon witnessing the commotion, they stopped to capture the scene on their phones. Hey. That little girl on the dog looks a lot like Qian. Impossible. How could Qian be in such a place? What is going on with these people? Passers-by whispered among themselves. Qian used the kidnapper's phone to contact the police, and then called her uncle. Upon seeing an unfamiliar number, Qi Fengxiao's heart tightened. He immediately exclaimed, Do not harm her. No matter the cost, I will give you whatever you want. In just 2 short hours. He felt as if he were losing his sanity. The mere thought of Qian being harmed rendered his heart numb. Soon, Qian's voice came through, Uncle. It's me. I'm on the highway. Can you come pick me up? Stay where you are. I'll be there in no time.
Qi Fengxiao responded.
Half an hour later, Qi Fengxiao arrived, accompanied by the police. Qian, he called, striding over with long strides and enveloping her in his embrace. Are you hurt? Is anything wrong? The sudden embrace caused Qian to let out a prolonged burp. Oh, Uncle, can you loosen your grip a bit?
IM fine.
The police handcuffed the kidnappers. You have quite the nerve, daring to kidnap Mr. Qi's granddaughter. The leader of the kidnappers sobbed, Officer, I want to report this girl. She swindled me out of over 10,000. The officer responded, What did you say? The leader lamented, recounting how Qian had devoured their 10,000 in just 2 hours and still deemed it insufficient, ultimately chasing them down on a dog, demanding they ensure her satisfaction. We all abandoned her and fled, yet she insisted on pursuing us, refusing to let us go. Officer, is this not fraud and robbery? For so long. He has played the villain without ever facing such humiliation. Chapter 75. Cast out of the house. The police officers present stifled their laughter, with one young officer unable to contain himself and bursting into laughter. This, of course, cannot be classified as fraud or robbery. It is simply a case of righteous retribution. After hearing this, Qi Fengxiao simply remarked, Serves him right. To dare to kidnap my Qianbao, it is a miracle he hasn't had his legs broken yet. Bystanders enthusiastically uploaded videos online, discussing the unprecedented case of a hostage who impoverished her captors. I was curious about what social news this was, and upon clicking, I thought, It's you again, Qianmei. The pitiful sight of the kidnapper, weeping and wailing, reminds me of The Pirates by Daming Lake. What has Qianmei eaten? Did she devour 10,000 yuan in one go? To be honest, I want the link. Wait, your main character has been kidnapped. And you are only concerned about what she ate? Little kidnapper, how laughable, brandishing a big knife before Qian Mei. The comments were filled with laughter, proving that Qi Qian's fans were indeed formidable. Not long after, Qi Chaos Hen arrived as well. Two uncles flanked their niece in the back seat, resembling an Oreo. How are you raising this child? Indulging her during live streams is one thing, but you cannot even protect her. Qi Chaos Hen scolded his unreliable brother. Qi Fengxiao touched his nose, admitting, "It is my fault for not keeping a close watch on her, allowing the villains to seize the opportunity." Qi Qian, with her hands tucked away, responded, "Uncle, those kidnappers were unfortunate to encounter me. Consider it a service to the public." Qi Chaos Hen glared at her. "I ask you, now that the kidnappers have abandoned you, are you still chasing after them for alms? Have you been starving at home?" "But at home, they do not let me eat junk food," she retorted. She had to take this chance to indulge herself, after all. This was what one would call a counterproductive effect. Qi Chaos Hen rubbed his temples, wanting to scold the child further, but he softened his tone. "Were you hurt?" "Yes, my fragile heart was severely wounded by their deceit. I require some ice-cold cola to mend it." He found himself asking this unnecessary question. In the manner, Qi Chaos Hen and Qi Fengxiao faced a barrage of reprimands. "You can't even take care of a child, and you call yourselves capable? Have you spent all these years merely growing taller, without developing your intellect, losing your basic judgment and vigilance to feed the dogs? I fear you have grown too complacent in your comfortable lives. One day, you may awaken to find your throats slit in your slumber." The two brothers hung their heads in shame. It was also Qi Qian's first time witnessing her grandfather's wrath, and she was taken aback, swallowing hard as she tugged at his sleeve. "Grandfather, it is not Uncle's fault. It is all the kidnappers' doing, and they have already faced punishment." "I have not yet scolded you," Qi Lisan replied coolly. "Do you think you are blameless? Chasing after kidnappers has made you quite bold. Do you wish to strike a pose?" Upon hearing this, the chastised brothers sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Is this truly a reprimand, or merely flattery? Qi Qian chuckled foolishly, thinking to herself that with such an impressive grandfather as his granddaughter, she ought not to fall short. After all, it would be evident to all that they belonged to the same family. Qi Lisan maintained a stern expression, forbidding her from grinning foolishly. "If you act so recklessly again, do you believe I'll toss you out?" Children are indeed rebellious and troublesome. Qi Qian shook Qi Lisan's arm, asserting, "I'm so adorable. Grandfather would surely never part with me." Unable to maintain his stern demeanor, Qi Lisan raised his hand to poke her forehead, teasing, "You're just full of chatter. I wonder where you learned that." "Uncle says I'm exceptionally gifted," she retorted. Qi Lisan could only smile helplessly and gently smooth her unruly hair. The chastised brothers remained silent, pondering, why does it feel as if the crisis has been averted? They had anticipated that Qianbao would receive a severe reprimand and perhaps be confined by the old man for reflection. They even envisioned her having to write a 5,000-word self-critique, followed by a 20-kilometer weighted run for self-reflection. And yet, what was the outcome? Just this? Qi Chaosheng and Qi Fengxiao felt no sense of imbalance. After all, Qi Lisan had always treated the five of them equally, without bias. In their family, there was no favoritism. If no one was the spoiled one, then none would feel discontented. Even Qi Qian's mother held no distinction in Qi Lisan's eyes compared to his sons. The affection bestowed upon Qi Qian was singular within the household. Nevertheless, Qi Chaosheng and Qi Fengxiao, feeling sympathy for her lack of parental figures, could not possibly harbor jealousy. "Grandfather, where are my two precious chests?" Qi Qian inquired, glancing around. Qi Lisan instructed someone to bring the two chests into the living room. Upon opening them, the dazzling gold and silver within could no longer be concealed. The first chest contained valuable, yet not particularly collectible treasures of gold and jewels. The second chest, however, was different. Qi Chaosheng stepped forward in astonishment, exclaiming, "Are these antiques?" Indeed, this chest was filled with exquisitely crafted gold and porcelain artifacts, along with an array of gemstones and currency. Though they appeared aged and scarred, their worth was undeniable. Qi Lisan picked up a cup from the top, his fingertips brushing over a Qing dynasty Yongjing-era blue and white dragon cup, which alone was worth tens of millions. Beneath it lay numerous pieces of enameled porcelain. Even the usually composed Qi Chaosheng could not remain indifferent. For an antique enthusiast, nothing in the world holds greater allure than such relics. Qi Fengxiao mused, "Qianbao, those two chubby fellows are truly devoted to you. Why not consider marrying one of them?" Qi Lisan's gaze sharpened instantly, retorting, "Marry? She's barely of age. It would be considered early romance before she turns 30. Qi Fengxiao choked, realizing his jest had provoked an overzealous response. "What do you intend to do with this chest of treasures?" Qi Lisan inquired, his tone softened considerably as he looked at Qi Qian. Had there been only one chest, she would have claimed it without hesitation. However, possessing two chests now meant that should she desire, she could simply call out at the seaside and acquire as many treasures as she wished. Thus, she contemplated that this might indeed be a splendid opportunity. In the original narrative, the catalyst for the decline of the Qi family was her demise. Her grandfather, in a fervent quest for vengeance, devoted everything and disregarded all else. However, the true architects of the Qi family's ruin were Gu Hua and her numerous admirers. The text describes them as individuals of exceptional caliber, boasting illustrious lineages, including sons of high-ranking officials and scions of prominent families. Yet, they reserved a unique adoration for Gu Hua, willingly revolving around her and serving her every whim, essentially an advanced breed of sycophants. Together, they systematically undermined the very foundation of the Qi family, leading to its inevitable collapse. Qi Qian had never experienced warmth within the Gu household, and the sycophant Ling Qian was hardly worth mentioning. "Therefore, grandfather, let us surrender these matters," Qi Qian stated. Qi Lisan expressed mild surprise. Qi Qian earnestly replied, "I have a premonition that our family will one day face bankruptcy. By relinquishing these, we might secure a talisman that could prove useful in the future." Qi Lisan questioned, "Can't she wish for something more favorable?" Suddenly, Qi Chaosheng recalled how not long ago, Qi Qian had disguised herself as a swindler, warning him that he might be deceived by friends. Her so-called premonition might not merely be childish babble. Could it be that the Qi family is truly destined for calamity? Chapter 76. The Big Black chewed up the homework. Qi Chaosheng, filled with doubt, turned to discuss with Qi Fengxiao, only to find him gazing at Qi Qian with an expression of sheer adoration, as if she were his own daughter. Instantly, Qi Chaosheng lost the desire to engage with this fool. "Have you truly considered this?" Qi Lisan inquired of Qi Qian, "Once the die is cast, there is no turning back."
Qi Qian nodded.
"Then let us proceed as you wish," Qi Lisan declared. Qi Qian tugged at Qi Lisan's sleeve and whispered a few more words into his ear. Qi Lisan slowly turned to Qi Chaosheng, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Qi Chaosheng responded, "All right, I understand." Qi Lisan acquiesced. "Thank you, grandfather." Qi Qian then quietly asked Qi Chaosheng, "Second uncle, will you be disappointed?" Qi Chaosheng's gaze softened. "This has always been yours. You may handle it as you see fit. Moreover, your uncle believes you are doing splendidly, embodying the spirit of the Qi family." Qi Fengxiao interjected, "Qianbao, don't overthink it. Rather than these matters, you should focus on the old man's wealth. He possesses enough money for you to squander across lifetimes." Qi Lisan scoffed, "So you've been coveting my fortune all along? What good would that do me if you won't share?" "At least you know," Qi Lisan retorted. "The Qi family does not sustain idlers." Thus far, Qi Qian had been the one indulged without consequence, feeling somewhat slighted. Yet the support she felt was truly irresistible, making her want to wield a sword in defiance. "Uncle, don't be disheartened. At the very least, you possess something more abundant than grandfather's wealth." Qi Fengxiao's eyes brightened. "Is it my intelligence or my charm?" "It is your troubles. You little rascal, a day without a beating, and you're tearing down the house." The two of them began to chase each other playfully, with Qi Chaosheng caught in the middle, pulled aside by Qi Qian, laughing helplessly.
Qi Lisan,
seemingly irked by their incessant chatter, suddenly inquired of Qi Qian, "Have you completed your summer homework? Bring it to me for a glance." The air momentarily froze, presenting a question that could be perilous. Qi Qian, feigning frailty, replied, "Grandfather, I just experienced a tremendous fright at the hands of the kidnappers. It may leave me with lasting psychological scars." Qi Lisan scoffed, "You seem quite sprightly, not at all like someone who has been startled. That is merely an illusion. Grandfather, do not be deceived by my apparent strength. I could very well perish if struck by a vehicle." Qi Lisan fell silent for a few seconds before bluntly asking, "So, have you not written it?" Qi Qian's gaze drifted, and suddenly, she had a brilliant idea. "Dad, my homework is with me. I simply did not bring it along." The three of them, uncle and niece, spoke almost in unison, and once more, the air thickened with tension. Qi Qian looked desperately at her two uncles, who gazed back at her in sheer disbelief. Qi Lisan rotated the jade ring on his thumb, chuckling ominously. You are indeed her good uncles. Each one providing cover? Chief Fengxiao chuckled awkwardly. No, really, her homework is with me. The second brother must have misremembered. Yes, I vaguely recall seeing her workbook at home, which is why I mentioned it, Qi Chaosheng calmly interjected. Qi Lisan narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the three.
Suddenly,
A booming bark echoed from outside. Woof woof. Dehay's voice rang out. Uncle Nan strode into the living room, exclaiming, Sir, it's terrible. Dehay shredded the young lady's workbook to pieces. The heartbreak was far greater than that of a delicate heroine who, after divorcing a domineering CEO, fled to a foreign land with a child. Truly lamentable. Qi Qian exclaimed, Help. Dehay, why did you choose this moment to act? I had resolved not to implicate you.
Qi Lisan merrily chuckled.
Qi Chaosheng and Qi Fengxiao exchanged glances with Qi Qian, their expressions conveying helplessness. Qi Qian watched as Uncle Nan brought in the shredded workbook. A glance offered her a sliver of solace. It was indeed torn beyond recognition, rendering any writing indecipherable. Dehay, you earn a point, she quipped. However, when Qi Lisan had someone piece her homework back together, he discovered not a single word had been written. Grandfather. This exceeds the limit, Qi Qian protested. Qi Qian, go upstairs and reflect upon your actions, Qi Lisan commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Write 100,000 words of self-reflection and present it to me after dinner. Qi Qian lamented. 100,000 words. Have I breached some cosmic law? Almost on the verge of tears, she implored grandfather. Do you despise me now? Qi Lisan grimaced at her, wailing. Enough. 100 words will suffice.
Yet,
even that seemed an insurmountable task. With a pitiful expression, Qi Qian pleaded, Grandfather, I fully understand my mistake. I vow to amend my ways and become a better person. Qi Lisan frowned. Her words struck an odd chord. Meanwhile, Uncle Nan silently pondered. The heroine, wronged by her tyrannical white moonlight, would see such slogans in prison. Qi Fengxiao cleared his throat and, lowering his voice, urged Qi Qian, quickly ascend, or you may truly find yourself writing 100,000 words. In the past, those who erred were required to submit no less than 5,000 words with plagiarism checks to pass through the old man's scrutiny. The old man initially mentioned 100,000 words, clearly to intimidate Qian Bao. Otherwise, he would not have quickly revised it to just 100 words. It was evident that he was going easy on her. Still, she hesitated to move forward. Qi Lisan furrowed his brows, exuding an inherent authority without displaying anger. I will send you up shortly, he stated. At this point, Qi Qian had no excuses left and could only obediently ascend the stairs to write her self-reflection. After disposing of 2 boxes, Qi Lisan finally settled down, lifting his teacup for a sip. He then addressed the matter at hand. Have the kidnappers revealed their motives for abducting Qi Qian? Qi Chaosheng replied solemnly. They had mistaken their target. They originally intended to target Feng Xiaoxiao. Qi Fengxia bit her lip, explaining that the police had discovered prohibited items on the kidnappers, likely intended for her use. But their plans were thwarted by Qian Bao. Had she been the one abducted today, those kidnappers would have shown no mercy. Their intentions were clear, and they were well prepared, only to encounter Qi Qian, who defied expectations like an unpredictable wild card. Have you uncovered the mastermind behind this?
Qi Lisan inquired.
It is an actor with whom I share a personal grudge. He is engaged in illegal activities that I exposed, and now he seeks to drag me down with him. Rest assured, I know how to deal with him to eliminate any future threats. A glint of determination crossed Qi Fengxia's eyes. No one from the Qi family was weak or easily bullied. Even those who appeared harmless possessed an unconventional ferocity. Qi Lisan, meticulously wiping his glasses with a handkerchief, stated, I will handle this matter. You alone may struggle to extricate yourself entirely from this situation. However, this is a one-time exception. It will not happen again. The butler, Nan, felt a wave of emotion. Sir, once again, you have made an exception for the young lady. I have never seen you so protective. Chapter 77. This is indeed imported sausage. Yet, Qi Fengxia wore a look of shock. Had the old man changed his ways? In the past, when he was nearly blacklisted, the old man had not lifted a finger to assist him. Now no, the old man was not helping him. He was seeking to avenge Qian Bao. Qi Fengxia felt a surge of dissatisfaction. No need, I can handle it myself. He wanted to personally avenge Qian Bao. How could he allow the old man to steal that opportunity? Qi Lisan was not open to discussion. It was settled just like that.
Qi Fengxia?
You all should not rush to leave just yet.
What?
As an uncle, not only had he failed to set a good example, but he was also aiding Qi Qian in deceiving and sheltering her, leading her astray. Qi Lisan coldly declared, "Each of you will write a 5,000-word self-reflection. Finish it before you leave."
Qi Fengxia. Qi Chou Sheng.
That night, the three of them lamentably sat together, writing self-reflections. After dinner, Qi Qian knocked on the study door, holding her self-reflection. Standing before Qi Lisan, she began to read aloud. Self-reflection. I deeply acknowledge my mistakes. Due to being kidnapped today, I consumed several plates of charcoal grilled ribs, fruitwood roasted duck, kung pao chicken, cherry meat, Buddha jumps over the wall, 12 portions of spicy chicken wings, 9 boxes of Portuguese egg tarts, and 5 large cups of cola. Qi Lisan's brow twitched subtly. Was this a self-reflection or a menu? Grandfather, there's more to come. Qi Qian continued. I have come to realize that I should not have eaten so little, and because I was still hungry, I chased after others for food. Despite the aroma of delicious food, one must not lack principles, much like how cola cannot exist without ice, and a wife cake must have a wife.
Qi Lisan.
With patience, continued to listen. After a brief silence, he looked at her and asked, Is that all? Grandfather, I have written 130 characters, which exceeds the limit significantly, Qi Qian said, playfully massaging her grandfather's shoulders like a little dog. This is my limit. Your reflection begins with I was wrong, yet the entire text is filled with filler? Qi Fengxiao and Qi Chaoshan's 5,000-word reflections could not compare to her ability to embellish. Qi Qian responded, as long as the sentiment is conveyed, whether it is written or not is inconsequential. For instance, I adore you, grandfather, yet I never vocalize it. Qi Lisan attempted to maintain a stern expression to intimidate her, but it proved ineffective against this clever little girl. He beckoned her over. Qi Qian scampered over, only to receive a playful tap on the head. Using cunning and trickery, Qi Lisan commented on her behavior. You know how to flatter me with sweet words. So, are you pleased, grandfather? Seeing your haphazard reflection, how could I possibly be pleased? Qi Qian retorted, then I will share half of the treasures from my box with you. Please do not be angry. Do I really covet your trivial possessions? Then, do you treasure my gifts? Qi Lisan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her words. Ding ding ding. Qi Qian exclaimed as she produced a shell necklace from behind her. Grandfather, I found this beautiful shell by the seaside, and I thought it would be perfect for you. Qi Lisan's gaze softened slightly. This was the second time she had brought him a gift. The first was a wooden carving, and now, a unique shell necklace crafted by her own hands. Admittedly, it held no significant monetary value, yet the essence of heartfelt intention can never be measured by price. In contrast, Qi Fengxiao had not even thought to bring back a pebble for his father. Qi Lisan fought back a smile, feigning discontent. You think a few shells will endear you to me? If you do not like it, I shall wear it myself. Not that I dislike it. It is, at the very least, tolerable. Qi Lisan placed the shell necklace down and continued, Your performance during the live stream has attracted some attention, and they may wish to exploit your talents for their own benefit. I cannot always keep an eye on you. You must remain vigilant and steer clear of those with ill intentions. Upon hearing this, Qi Qian recalled the agreement between her uncle and grandfather. She was only permitted to stay at her grandfather's house for a month. Half of that time had already passed. Although she felt a twinge of reluctance, she wondered if her grandfather would be as generous as her second uncle and perhaps shower her with a few million.
No.
Perhaps even tens of millions. As Qi Lisan continued his admonition, he noticed Qi Qian grinning foolishly, and a hint of exasperation crossed his eyes behind his glasses. Even if she could command dinosaurs, it would not change the fact that she was a silly little girl. Ultimately, the necklace found its place atop the desk, beside the wooden turtle carving. The following day, Qi Qian awoke to the consequences of her overindulgence, which manifested quite visibly. At the dining table, Qi Lisan observed Qi Qian, who had her head lowered and was not eating properly. He raised an eyebrow, inquiring, What are you dawdling about? Qi Qian stammered, unable to utter a single word as she kept her gaze downcast. Qi Lisan set down his newspaper and commanded, Lift your head. Qi Qian shook her head vigorously in refusal. Do you want me to take action? With no other choice, she slowly raised her face. After a few moments of scrutiny, Qi Lisan chuckled. Grandfather, why are you still laughing? Qi Qian exclaimed, visibly displeased. I'm in this state. Well, you certainly didn't consume any junk food for free, he retorted. Qi Lisan pinched her face and examined her closely before instructing Butler Nan, have the doctor come over. Butler Nan stifled a laugh and complied. The doctor soon arrived. and upon seeing Qi Qian's face, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. Qi Qian, sporting a red, swollen pout reminiscent of a sausage, resembled a little duck filled with questions. Quacking, "What's so funny? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful girl?" The doctor responded, "Well, I must admit, I've never encountered a beauty with a mouth swollen to the size of a sausage." Butler Nan offered her some consolation, "Miss. Your swollen lips are quite unique. They appear to be a premium imported sausage." This did little to comfort her. "Flowers wilt, and I, too, will truly wither," Qi Qian lamented. After the doctor examined her and left behind a plethora of medication along with a 3-page list of precautions, he departed. Qi Lisan unabashedly teased Qi Qian, "Let us see if you dare to indulge in gluttony again." Qi Qian retorted, "I swear to the deities, anyone who laughs at me shall be transformed into a turtle." This only made Qi Lisan laugh all the more heartily. Butler Nan remarked, "Ever since Miss Qian arrived, the master's mood has greatly improved, and this household has transformed." Qi Qian quipped, "Uncle Nan, just how many quotes from domineering CEOs have you accumulated?" Butler Nan, oblivious to her mental commentary, received a phone call. He stepped outside and soon returned with a young man clad in black attire. "Sir, your guest has arrived." Qi Qian cast a curious glance at the newcomer. He wore a high-necked work shirt, his stature tall and imposing, with a dignified appearance, though there was a hint of worry etched across his brow. The young man approached Qi Lisan and respectfully bowed. "Mr. Qi Zhu, it has been a while," Qi Lisan replied. "The last time we met was several years ago." Jiang Zhiji responded, "Indeed, 3 years ago. Thanks to your assistance, my son was able to survive."
How is he doing now?
"Yes, thanks to your blessings. He is doing well. However, he has entered a rebellious phase and speaks even less now." Qi Qian thought to herself, "That name sounds oddly familiar. This is Jiang Zhiji. You may call him Uncle Jiang," Qi Lisan introduced.
Qi Qian obediently greeted, "Hello, Uncle Jiang, I'm Qi Qian."
"Hello," Jiang Zhiji replied, his eyes revealing a subtle appraisal. "Mr. Qi's granddaughter resembles a little duck." Qi Lisan continued, "From today onward, Uncle Jiang will be your personal bodyguard, primarily responsible for ensuring your safety."
Qi Qian chirped excitedly.
"Grandfather, I know about this. It's one of the 4 essential elements for a wealthy family's outings." 4 essential elements? 1. Luxury cars. 2. Assistants. 3. Bodyguards. 4. The ability to read documents steadily even in a moving vehicle, like a domineering CEO. Qi Lisan's expression darkened, while Butler Nan's eyes sparkled with interest. Jiang Zhuji was not at all present in the channel. "What is a domineering CEO? What do you watch every day?"
Qi Lisan pocket Qi Qian se forged.
Reminding her of her mother in her youth, always babbling about the tyrannical president, ultimately forsaking her family for a penniless boy. Contemplating this, Qi Lisan's expression turned cold. "If you were to emulate your mother in the future, I would be the first to break your legs." Qi Qian waved her hand dismissively. "Grandfather, rest assured. I've already made arrangements with heaven." I told him that whether the blossoms of romance bloom in this lifetime is inconsequential, as long as the money tree flourishes. Qi Lisan smiled faintly. "You are indeed more promising than your mother."
Hihi.
Qi Qian was well aware that nothing could eclipse the importance of making money. The more wealth she amassed, the larger her future paradise of handsome men would be. What types could she not indulge in? The plan was foolproof. Qi Lisan continued, "Your Uncle Jiang will also serve as your tutor. Henceforth, you must allocate 2 hours daily to attend his lessons." Qi Qian immediately lay down. "Grandfather, my mouth hurts." "It's your mouth that hurts, not your hands or your head. My heart aches too. I feel like you must not like me as much today, otherwise. How could you utter such cold and hurtful words?" Qi Lisan's lips twitched. "Then you shall have 2 days to rest, no more negotiation. Also, who taught you to sit so improperly? Sit up straight." Qi Qian huffed and puffed, refusing to budge, resembling a sulking duck.
Nearby,
Jiang Zhuji revealed her first smile since arriving. At present, it seemed that Mr. Qi's granddaughter was innocent and charming, unlikely to engage in reckless behavior like others. Then, on her first day at work, Jiang Zhuji was nearly trampled by a pig. Upon spotting the handsome uncle, Xiao Xiang was unable to contain herself and rushed toward him without a thought for her own weight. That collision could have been fatal. Jiang Zhuji, a skilled martial artist, found it quite daunting. He initially thought the pig was merely seeking to play, only to be taken aback when it flopped down on the ground, posing provocatively. Jiang Zhuji thought, "This does not seem to be a proper pig at all.
Dai.
Do not lose focus in class. Quickly show me the blackboard." Qi Qian had set up a blackboard on the lawn. teaching Dahe to recognize words and perform calculations.
Dae barked, ufi ufi.
Little master, I want to play. Qi Qian lamented, no, you are so unambitious. When will you graduate and help me with my homework every day? Don't you want to play with me daily? Dahe replied, woof. I do. For you, little master, I will strive to learn. Qi Qian was very pleased, good boy. Tomorrow, I will arrange for higher quality dog food for you. Woof woof. Jiang Zhuji mused. So this is where the real absurdity lies. She genuinely seems to be attempting to teach a dog arithmetic and writing. What manner of job is this? Soon enough, Jiang Zhuji would have the answer. It was a task beyond the capabilities of any mere mortal. In the evening, Qi Qian was in her room doing homework when she suddenly stepped onto the terrace and began reciting a math problem to the moon. Jiang Zhuji inquired about what she was doing. Qi Qian, this problem is exceedingly intricate. I am disinclined to ponder it further. Thus I shall inquire whether the heavens might provide insight, for human calculations pale in comparison to divine foresight. Did you receive an answer?
No.
It proclaimed that my fate is mine to dictate, not ordained by the heavens. Such manifestations are merely mild, as she often recites the problem aloud while doing her homework. Only to commence, given the equation of the line, the angle of inclination is seized by me as a mighty weapon, transforming those who pose such questions into a salad. It is known that the solution to this problem is. Jiang Zhuji felt a chill run down her spine, watching in disbelief as she chanted incantations, subsequently inscribing the correct answer onto the paper. This, indeed, is difficult to assess. Is her mental state truly sound? Qi Qian believes she is in excellent spirits. Ever since she acquired this mental illness, she feels more invigorated. She must quietly strive to surpass everyone in due course. What tranquil times and resilient grace. Merely IFA Ade. A couple of days later, the maritime rescue team presented a banner to the manor. The police department followed suit with another banner, and shortly thereafter, the Cultural Relics Bureau contributed yet another. Qi Qian received 3 banners in one breath, almost overwhelmed by this extravagant fortune. One proclaimed longevity and abundance, another denounced malevolence and upheld justice, and the last celebrated exemplary citizenship, serving as a model for our generation. Admittedly, the second banner is quite ostentatious, yet having it is better than lacking it. Qi Qian joyfully hung the 2 banners in her room, posting a photo to her social media. At such a young age, I have secured 3 banners entirely on my own, without relying on family or others, solely through my audacity. As soon as she posted it, comments flooded in. Shunjiashu, the princess's banner is uniquely distinctive, starry-eyed. Yuan Yuer, where did you get this made? I wish to gift my mother one that severs all ties and ascends to immortality. Luo Zichuan, impressive. Tang Xian, I stand tall for Qian Qian. Before long, Tang Xian sent Qi Qian a private message, informing her that she had arrived at her grandmother's house. Despite Wen Li's honest attempts to persuade her otherwise, she remained resolute. Recently, the news of Wen Li's marital discord had become common knowledge online. The mistress, a friend of hers, was dismissed from her job at the television station following the scandal, and her husband sought a divorce. Both have become notorious, facing disdainful glares from passers-by. Tang Xian, Qian, thank you. I have longed to express this. If you had not appeared before me, if you had not bestowed upon me the courage to change, I might still be the same weak person as before. Tang Xian, from now on, I shall study diligently, urging myself to run forward, escaping the shadows of my current state. I shall never forget you, not ever. After responding to the message, Qi Qian heard rapid footsteps outside her door. Soon someone knocked. Upon opening the door, she found Jiang Zhuji standing there, his face etched with urgency. Qi Qian thought to herself, I can afford to be lazy again, haha. Jiang Zhuji's eyes sparkled with gratitude, mingled with a hint of shame for his previous biases against Qi Qian. Chapter 79. Where did you acquire that peachwood sword? Qi Qian waved her hand, inquiring, by the way, which hospital do you intend to take your son to for treatment? The first hospital is relatively close to home. Take me along, I'm going to visit my second uncle.
All right.
20 minutes later, they arrived at the residential building on South Lane. Qi Qian ascended the stairs alongside Jiang Zhuji. The Jiang family's home, a 3-bedroom apartment, bore signs of age. The walls reflected the passage of time, marked by the traces left by a family that had lived there for many years. However, only Jiang Zhuji and his son remained now. Qi Qian had expected Jiang uncle's son to be tall and robust, just like him, but was taken aback by the sight before her. Jiang he lay in the bedroom, breathing laboriously on his side. His features were delicate, his cheeks flushed with a sickly hue, and his light brown eyes shimmered with a damp mist. He was a frail, beautiful boy with rosy lips and white teeth. Qi Qian nearly whistled in admiration but restrained herself, fearing discovery. Water, water, murmured Jiang He. His consciousness muddled. Qi Qian glanced around and picked up a cup from the table, tilting it towards his lips. Jiang He eagerly opened his mouth to receive it, the water trickling down his chin and soaking his collar. Regaining some strength, he opened his eyes, only to find a strange girl standing by his bedside. Unpleasant memories surged within him, causing him to bristle instinctively and cast a dark look at Qi Qian. She, in turn, assessed him, noting his frail condition. Evoking an urge within her, would a single slap extinguish his life? No, that seemed unlawful.
Who are you?
Jiang He asked, his voice hoarse yet imbued with youthful clarity. Laced with wariness. Qi Qian replied, "Can you see me? Haven't you lost your senses?" Her words interrupted Jiang He's train of thought. She. Jiang He felt a shiver run down his spine, gripping the blanket tightly. It was said that when one is ill, they might see things that shouldn't be seen. And this girl clad in white, was she here to claim his life? His heart raced, and in a sudden panic, he drew a peachwood sword from beneath the bed, pointing it at Qi Qian. His voice trembled but remained resolute. Evil spirit, begone. Qi Qian was taken aback. Just then, Xunzhi entered, bewildered. Where did you get that peachwood sword from? What's wrong? Xunzhi approached, urging him to lower the sword. It's impolite. To a female ghost, what courtesy is necessary? Jiang He feigned calm, though his hand trembled around the sword. Xunzhi was caught between laughter and exasperation. Female ghost? You must be mistaken. Can you see her? Jiang He pointed at Qi Qian. Xunzhi hesitated. Qi Qian stood before the wall, her white attire blending in, making it difficult to discern. He pondered whether Jiang He had misinterpreted due to this. Then Jiang He caught on to his hesitation. You can't see her, can you? I told you she's not human. Qi Qian feared that if this continued, the ailing boy might lose his sanity on the spot. She spoke softly. Do not be afraid. I merely came up to alleviate my boredom. Jiang He's trembling intensified. I'll leave shortly, Qi Qian reassured him. Jiang He, breathless, retrieved a talisman and pressed it against his forehead, promptly losing consciousness. Qi Qian, startled, quickly hoisted Jiang He onto his back and made his way outside. Just as Qi Qian was about to follow, a rustling sound emanated from a cage atop the table. Diverting his attention, he noticed two small chinchillas inside. The white chinchilla remarked, "Poor Jiang. Those students, driven by a disdain for the less fortunate, always bully him, even confining him in a mall restroom and drenching him." The gray chinchilla replied, "Yet Jiang does not wish for his father to find out. He can only confide in us." Qi Qian pondered this revelation, realizing that Jiang's son's high fever stemmed from a cruel prank by classmates. Today's children truly lack any noble pursuits. The white chinchilla continued. Why does this little girl keep staring at me? Is she captivated by my charm? Qi Qian averted his gaze. The white chinchilla teased. She is shy. Oh dear. My allure is too much for her. In silence, Qi Qian lowered the cloth covering the cage, concealing the loquacious chinchilla. Meanwhile, outside the residential building, Gu Hua crouched in an alley, incessantly checking her phone. System. Are you certain there's no mistake with the timing? My legs are nearly numb from squatting. Where is my target? The system replied, soon. The narrative specifies that the future arms magnate, Jiang He, will leave at this moment and subsequently faint by the roadside. You merely need to feign passing by and offer your assistance, stepping into his world, becoming his salvation, ultimately transforming him into a tormented male counterpart who harbors an unrequited love for you. Rest assured, Jiang He's circumstances are dire. He endures constant bullying at school and has no friends. Such a childhood overlord is the easiest to manipulate. Gu Hua responded, all right. Keep an eye out and inform me when he arrives. However, as Gu Hua waited, time dragged on, and Jiang He did not appear. Instead, he was taken to the first hospital. Upon awakening to find Qi Qian still present, he instinctively reached for a peachwood sword, only to realize he was not in his own bed. Why do you persist in following me? Jiang He asked, his voice tinged with distress. Qi Qian calmly replied, you fainted because of me. Naturally, I had to check on you. Now that I have, I shall take my leave. As a spirit, she exhibited a commendable sense of conscience. Jiang He pressed his lips together, thanking her, I hope you fare well in that world, and do not seek me out again. He was genuinely frightened of ghosts. Qi Qian, bewildered, inquired which world. The world of madness? She quickly composed herself. I will, farewell. Qi Qian exited the ward and took the elevator to Qi Chaoxing's office. Upon her arrival, Qi Chaoxing appeared surprised, asking, Aren't you meant to be at home completing your assignments? Uncle, even prisoners are entitled to a breath of fresh air, Qi Qian replied, feigning profundity. I came specifically to deliver something to you. Deliver what? Qi Qian opened her backpack and produced 2 boxes for Qi Chaoxing. Curiosity piqued, he opened them, rendered speechless. Haven't you already submitted those antiques? Well, that day I noticed you fixating on these 2 items, so I deduced you would appreciate them and persuaded grandfather to keep them. The sound of the pool stirred deep emotions within Qi Chaoxhen, and his heart, already on the brink of collapse, softened to an almost unbearable degree. He lowered his head, concealing the growing mirth in his eyes, yet felt an inexplicable warmth in his gaze. With his mother having passed away at a young age, and his father assuming both parental roles, their interactions were often marked more by sternness than affection. It had been a long time since Qi Chaoxhen had experienced such unadulterated warmth. Chapter 80. Let us dispose of him. If your 3rd uncle finds out, he will surely be upset with me. Qi Chaoxhen could not help but chuckle softly. Qi Fengxiao had always prided himself on being Qi Xiaoqian's favorite uncle. Yet it was Qi Qian who had presented him with a gift first. No, I've prepared other gifts for the 3rd uncle as well, including for the eldest uncle. Qi Qian counted on her fingers, suddenly recalling. Oh, it seems there are other uncles too? I have yet to meet them.
Qi Chaoxing replied.
Your 4th and 5th uncles are abroad. We seldom see them. He then abruptly remembered his father's adopted son. Technically, he could also be considered Qi Xiaoqian's uncle. But it was inconsequential. That fellow was a peculiar one. Qi Chaoxhen swiftly dismissed the thought. Curious about her other 2 uncles, Qi Qian asked, How are the 4th and 5th uncles faring now? I heard from the eldest uncle that the 4th uncle is foraging for wild vegetables abroad, while the 5th uncle is tightening screws in a factory. Qi Qian remarked, Those jobs sound quite arduous. Even when the electronics factory is on holiday, the 5th uncle is still tightening screws. What drives them to persist? Is it love, ideals, or responsibility? No, it's none of those. It's poverty. Utter poverty. Not everyone finds life so easy. Qi Qian's respect for them deepened. Qi Chaoxhen interjected, Why is my elder brother misleading the child? Is it to educate Qi Xiaoqian about the hardships of work, to help her cherish the hard-earned life she currently enjoys? Believing he had deftly made his point, he nodded. Indeed, your 4th and 5th uncles endure great hardship, working 9 to 5 for a meager income, drinking tap water and eating leftovers. He added, If one day you meet them and they invite you to join them, do not heed them. They likely wish to take you to experience hardships. It was prudent to offer Qi Xiaoqian a word of caution, for if she could be swayed by him, she might just as easily be led astray by her other uncles. Brothers? What brotherhood could exist before a charming niece? Qi Qian mused, considering that her uncles might struggle to sustain themselves and would hardly desire to take her along as a burden. Nevertheless, she agreed to her 2nd uncle's suggestion. Qi Chaoxhen was thoroughly pleased and allowed her to play for a while longer, promising to take her out for a delicious meal once he finished his work. He instructed his secretary to prepare a plethora of snacks and comic books to keep her entertained. Qi Qian switched on the television, deftly tuning into the wellness channel, munching on her snacks while watching today's wellness highlights. The dangers of crossing one's legs, which can lead to uneven pressure distribution on the lumbar and thoracic vertebrae, potentially compressing spinal nerves over time. Preventing liver diseases is crucial. Hygiene plays a significant role, and certain foods are beneficial. Limit staying up late to no more than twice a week and manage sleep schedules responsibly. As the program came to a close, Qi Qian had nearly finished her notes. Gazing at the densely filled pages, she mused, Surely, this must grant me eternal life, equal to that of the heavens. In her elation, she downed most of her icy cola. Once her uncle had wrapped up his tasks, Qi Qian followed him out of the hospital. Upon reaching the park downstairs, she caught sight of a familiar figure by the lotus pond. Seizing the opportunity while her uncle went to fetch the car, she strolled over. 3 impeccably dressed young men surrounded Jiang Hui, pointing and jeering at him. Your father is a bodyguard. You're destined to live a life as someone else's servant. Xianqian expects you to work like a mule for her. How dare you refuse? How could you defy her when she is a young lady of privilege? The ringleader jabbed his finger at Jiang Hui's shoulder, incensed that he had driven away the girl he fancied. Throughout this ordeal, Jiang Hui remained silent, his slender frame resolute and unmoving. He had perused numerous medical texts, mastering the intricacies of human anatomy, aware of how to swiftly and silently bring a person to their end. Just a little longer, he thought. Not far off. Qi Qian crouched with her hands tucked into her pockets, eavesdropping on the unfolding drama. A calico cat wandered over, commenting, "Today's youngsters lack substance. They resort to bullying the few for their own amusement." "Did you hear that?" Qi Qian inquired. The calico replied, "Indeed. It seems this boy has caught the attention of a girl, and she has taken to bullying him. When he fled, she was displeased. Her family is affluent. Her father is in real estate, quite impressive. These boys are either her lackeys or sycophants, eager to defend her and compel the boy to apologize." Qi Qian held an imaginary melon in her hands, bemused. Is this a miniature version of extortion? How audacious at such a tender age. "Do you know why the girl fancies this boy?" the calico asked. "What do you mean?"
Qi Qian responded curiously.
The calico, in a mock tone, explained, "Everyone else laughs when they see me, except for him. Either he is simply not inclined to laughter, or he is deliberately trying to capture my attention."
Qi Qian exclaimed, "Oh, dear.
Can these little rascals not entertain a more positive thought? Perhaps he is merely naturally stoic?" After a lengthy exchange of banter with the calico, the troublemakers eventually departed. Jiang Hui turned around, spotting Qi Qian crouched there, and a flicker of emotion broke across his otherwise impassive face. Has she not already transcended to another realm? He pondered, momentarily stunned, his gaze subtly stirred. He had no friends, nor did anyone wish to associate with someone as peculiar as he. This was the first time, apart from his father, that someone had shown him such concern, even if she were merely a ghost. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Hui asked, "Did you witness everything just now?" "You needn't worry, I cannot read." Qi Qian reassured him, "I barely discerned what you all were saying." Jiang Hui replied, "Do you not find the situation absurd? Why do you constantly appear in my vicinity? Is there something remarkable about me?" Suddenly, he was eager to know. You do possess a certain striking quality?" Just then, Qi Qian heard her uncle calling her name and waved back, making her way toward him. He caught only a fleeting glimpse of her figure before she vanished behind the trees, sending a shiver down his spine. Yet compared to his initial reaction, he found himself less resistant to her presence. Perhaps solitude had dulled his sensitivity over time. He chuckled to himself, feeling inexplicably uplifted. At Baiyuan, in a booth on the terrace surrounded by folding screens, one could both enjoy the scenery and maintain privacy. Chi Chao had called ahead to make a reservation, so the dishes arrived shortly after they sat down. As they dined, Qi Qian overheard a conversation from the neighboring terrace. "If it were just one, it would be fine. I recently discovered he has been unfaithful with more than one. Weren't you the one who said there was only one? I never anticipated he would betray me with so many. By the time I found out, it was too late. I was already pregnant." "Then you should just have the baby. What else can you do?" The conversation seemed fairly normal until Qi Qian realized it was two men speaking. Chapter 81. "Will you give me your autograph?" The voices next door suddenly lowered, prompting Qi Qian to lean over the railing, eager to listen longer. She edged closer, unknowingly extending herself far over the terrace. Then she heard, "Just take him to the hospital and terminate the pregnancy. Once he loses his means to deceive, he won't stray anymore."
Qi Qian gasped.
Was this truly the path they were suggesting? Honestly, I've always found it difficult to be so ruthless, especially since he can be quite kind at times. Upon hearing this, Qi Qian nearly smacked her thigh in disbelief. "Dude, your husband has been cheating like an octopus. And you still feel sympathy for him? Wait a minute, isn't that strange? Your current mercy towards him will only lead to future cruelty towards yourself. Have you considered how many lives he has already ruined? 1 or 2 might be forgivable, but 5? Are you planning to keep cleaning up his mess? How absurd." Qi Qian inhaled sharply, realizing the depths of this cad's depravity. 5 affairs. What on earth were they waiting for? Such a husband is hardly worth keeping around. On the adjacent terrace, 2 handsome young men sat by the dining table. One was Shi Jianchen and the other was his friend, Qilan. Qilan owned a ginger cat named Dead Ghost, who roamed with other cats, leaving them pregnant while shirking responsibility, lazing about at home. He epitomized a scoundrel of a cat. At that moment, Shi Jianchen remarked, "If you had taken him for surgery sooner, would all this chaos have ensued?" Qi Qian nodded in agreement. "Exactly, my friend. The difference between a single act of infidelity and countless betrayals is significant. If you don't resolve this promptly, aren't you just encouraging him? She became so engrossed that she didn't realize she had crossed over to their side, sitting in their chair with a slice of melon, joining their condemnation. With tears in his eyes, Qi-lan lamented, I thought he would change. He promised me that when I left. Qi-qian, frustrated, retorted, who doesn't he know how to make promises? When a man opens his mouth, even a pig can outrun him. Trusting a man's words will lead you to ruin. As the conversation unfolded, Qi-lan opened her mouth in confusion. What man are you referring to? Aren't we discussing my cat? Qi-qian was taken aback. Aren't you talking about your unfaithful husband? Husband? Qi-lan was utterly perplexed. It was then that Shi Jianchun realized something was amiss and turned to face the unexpected guest. Both of them simultaneously directed their gaze towards the sudden arrival. Upon recognizing Qi-qian's face, their expressions shifted in unison. Qi-lan pointed at her and exclaimed, You're the one my deceased cat is particularly fond of. That Qi-qian. Shi Jianchun gritted his teeth, scoundrel. Qi-qian blinked. Oh dear, what's happening here? One of you looks somewhat familiar. Do you know me? My cat is quite enamored with you. She sits in front of the television every day watching your live stream and has even learned to steal my card to reward you. Qi-lan said, excitement flushing her cheeks. Could you sign something for my cat? Qi-qian found this request to be quite absurd. That's not the point. If I may ask, how old are you this year? I'm 16, about the same age as you.
Qi-qian
was momentarily speechless. So the unfaithful partner you mentioned is a cat? Haha. Did I mislead you? I thought it would be inappropriate to speak too directly. So, I was a bit vague, Qi-lan explained. Indeed, I was talking about my cat. Qi-qian mused to herself. You are quite vague. You've left me utterly confused. Nevertheless, she accepted the pen Qi-lan offered and signed for her cat. What is your cat's name? Deceased Ghost. Isn't it adorable? Adorable is hard to say, but it certainly is a handful, Qi-qian remarked casually, only to hear a voice interject. My cat's name is Spicy Hot Pot. Noticing her glance, Shi Jianchun crossed his arms and turned his head away, muttering, It's nothing. I just mentioned it casually. Qi-qian responded, That's nice. But it doesn't hold up well to hunger. Sure. Would you like a signature too? She nudged Shi Jianchun's arm playfully. He lifted his chin, stating, I'm not interested in such trivialities. Qi-lan thought to herself, Of course. Why would he want a girl's signature? But your Spicy Hot Pot adores her. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Jianchun relented, Fine, I suppose. However, they soon spotted Qi-qian sitting next to them, happily eating watermelon. The distance between them was only a few dozen centimeters, and with some agility, she could leap across. Qi-qian watched in alarm as she jumped over, extending his hand to catch her. He then admonished her in a low voice, What are you doing? What if you fall? Why did you go over there? I'm going to eat watermelon, Qi-qian replied obediently as her uncle set her down. Although she was no longer a child, she remained shorter than her peers for reasons unknown. Now, what kind of watermelon do you want? I'll have him bring it to you, her uncle asked. Ice-cold watermelon. Hummy melon.
All right.
The screen was drawn again, blocking Shi Jianchun and Qi-lan's view. Qi-lan observed Shi Jianchun's evidently displeased expression and tentatively inquired, Brother Jianchun, would you like me to give you the signature? No. Shi Jianchun flatly rejected her. I'm not interested in that. It's just a signature, she replied. Qi-lan merely spoke in jest, his eyes gleaming with delight as he gazed upon the signed photograph. To his surprise, Qi-qian appeared far more endearing than she did during the live stream. No wonder his deceased partner held such affection for her. Was it possible that his reluctance to take responsibility for those cats was somehow linked to Qi-qian? A sudden wave of suffocation washed over Qi-lan, leaving him momentarily dazed. Shi Jianchun cast a glance at the seemingly stupefied individual, letting out a cold snort. Another one gone mad. Qi-lisan, seated behind his desk and engrossed in documents, inquired without lifting his gaze, What did you have for lunch today? Grandfather, rest assured, my meal was particularly light today. Qi-qian replied with an unabashed smile. After all, barbecue devoid of chili could hardly be considered heavy. As for fried chicken, removing the crispy skin rendered it nearly calorie-free. Wasn't that what one termed light? Qi-lisan slowly raised his eyes, the gaze behind his spectacles seemingly capable of penetrating through all facades. Your snacks have spilled out of your bag.
Huh.
Qi-qian quickly looked down to check. Chapter 82. You've been removed from the group chat.
Qi-lisan scoffed.
I knew it. Hand over all the junk you've hidden in your bag. I haven't hidden any junk.
Qi-qian retorted defiantly.
These are my sustenance for the spirit. With a sense of grievance, Qi Qian slowly opened her bag, retrieving her items at a leisurely pace. Take out whatever you've tucked away in your wallet as well. Don't think I'm unaware of the hole you've carved in the middle of your notebook to stash things away. In this world, for every grandfather gained, a child with a passion for snacks is lost, she lamented. In the end, a small mountain of snacks tumbled out of Qi Qian's bag, leaving one to wonder how she managed to conceal so many. Qi Lisan, for once, was rendered speechless, promptly sweeping the items into a drawer. He had remarked that children of this age were quite rebellious. The more one prohibited them, the more spirited they became. Have you completed the summer assignments I assigned?
Qi Lisan asked.
Qi Qian nodded sullenly, secretly relieved that the spicy strips she had hidden in her dark lair remained undiscovered. At least she had preserved one precious item. In this round, she was victorious. Noticing her protective demeanor towards her snacks, Qi Lisan chuckled softly. ISN to your birthday approaching?
Mine? Qi Qian blinked in confusion.
I'm not sure. You don't even know your own birthday? The Gu family insisted that children shouldn't celebrate their birthdays too flamboyantly, lest it bring misfortune. Initially, they would prepare a bowl of noodles for her, but eventually, they simply forgot. The Gu family, like frantic mice, would accuse her of blaming them for neglecting her birthday, subsequently discarding her cake. She had been furious, especially since she hadn't even taken a bite of that cake. Was there ever a more wasteful act than this? Such occurrences had become commonplace for Qi Qian, yet it was the first time Qi Lisan had heard of them. He was aware that Qi Qian had not fared well in the Gu household, despite her title as a young lady. Her material conditions were inferior to those of an ordinary person. To think the Gu family treated her so poorly. Now, let us talk about your birthday. How would you like to celebrate? Why, it must be a grand affair, a magnificent celebration. Qi Qian exclaimed, without hesitation.
Once this one assaults.
The whole village shall await the feast. Qi Lisan raised an eyebrow, bemused. Qi Qian suddenly realized they were discussing a birthday, not a funeral, and promptly corrected herself. No. What I meant was, I can do whatever I like, right?
Qi Lisan replied,
Then I shall hold the celebration in front of my wishing pool. Qi Lisan raised an eyebrow. Why there? Because the wishing pool hasn't had any donations for several days. Seizing this opportunity, I wish to profit from it. Why not just lie inside with a turtle shell on your back, do nothing, and wait for others to toss you coins? Qi Qian's eyes sparkled. Grandfather, you are so clever. How did I not think of such a comfortable way to earn money? When shall we start? Can I buy a turtle shell in time? She was promptly shooed away by Qi Lisan. After a while, Qi Lisan created a family chat group, temporarily excluding Qi Qian and the two sons who were abroad. Xiao Bao's birthday is approaching. Do you have any thoughts regarding the celebration? As soon as Qi Lisan sent this message, the other three expressed their confusion. Who is Xiao Bao? The youngest in the family? Oh, it's Qi Qian. The local most handsome man exclaimed. What? Xiao Qian's birthday is soon? Old man, why didn't you say so earlier? When is it? Qi Muzha responded, this Saturday. You didn't know this and still dare to call yourself her favorite uncle? The local most handsome man retorted, Brother, I'm not the only one who didn't know. Why don't you ask second brother if he knows? Just a little antique buyer added. I know, I reviewed Qi Qian's case last time. The local most handsome man complained, everyone knows but me? Are you all jealous that Xiao Qian favors me the most?
Ha. Qi Muzha replied,
Just a little antique buyer chuckled. Qi Fengxiao remained unacknowledged as the others shifted focus to discussing the specifications and format of the birthday banquet. Additionally, Qi Muzha stated, after Xiao Bao's birthday it will be time to reel in the nets. Qi Muzha affirmed, I know, I've been preparing. Just a little antique buyer added, the progress may be slow, but at least it won't hinder Qi Qian's joyful birthday celebration. The local most handsome man queried, What? Are you all speaking in riddles? However, no one paid him any attention. After a while, Qi Fengxiao noticed the notification. You have been kicked out of the group chat. Qi Fengxiao exclaimed, What's going on? Are they all jealous of him targeting me? He quickly opened Qi Qian's chat interface. Xiao Qian, tell me, am I not your favorite uncle? He decided to take a screenshot to boast to the old men. Qi Qian replied, Without money, nothing can be done. Qi Fengxiao retorted, In our relationship, discussing money hurts feelings. Qi Qian countered, but discussing feelings costs money. Then, she received a red envelope from Qi Fengxiao, only to find it contained 10 yuan, even stingier than last time. Qi Qian remarked, Uncle, with this little money, it will be quite challenging to help you. Qi Fengxiao insisted, If you accept the money, you must do the task, otherwise, return it.
Qi Qian sighed. Fine.
Uncle, you are my favorite uncle. Qi Fengxiao responded with a series of dots. She adeptly navigated her way through the conversation and asked him what typically happens at a birthday banquet.
Qi Fengxiao replied.
It's just a family meal, receiving gifts, collecting red envelopes, and then showcasing some talents. Qi Qian, but I have no talents. Qi Fengxiao, do you play any musical instruments? Qi Qian, I'm particularly skilled at retreating.
Qi Fengxiao.
Don't you possess anything else? Do you know the arts such as music, chess, calligraphy, or painting? Qi Qian, I do not, but I am slightly better than those who do. Qi Fengxiao, how so? Qi Qian, I can fry, stir-fry, and cook anything. Qi Fengxiao, just give up, you glutton. Qi Qian ignored him. Seeking a talent that was simple, convenient, required no mental effort to memorize, and was effortless. Ideally, something that could be learned swiftly by a novice. This was the greatest concession a lazy person could make. In the end, she indeed found a musical instrument that seemed tailor-made for her. Qi Qian was expelled from the manor. To say she was expelled is not entirely accurate. The villa was undergoing a sudden renovation of the flooring, and Qi Li's son suggested she go to any of her uncle's homes to cause mischief for a few days. Could Qi Qian resist such a mischievous task? Without hesitation, she chose to go to her third uncle's house to stir trouble. Qi Fengxiao was still residing in his shabby little apartment, determined to uphold his image of hardship. Last night, he had once again suffered from insomnia. With no appointments today, he planned to go to the film set to portray a corpse, hoping to catch up on sleep. Upon hearing of such an opportunity, how could Qi Qian not tag along? Disguised, the uncle and niece arrived at the film set, completed their makeup for the corpses, and lay down in their designated spots, blood trickling from their mouths, seamlessly adapting to their roles. Then they were still. Chapter 83. Wait. Are they truly that lifelike? To their manager, Brother Zhao, it seemed they were not merely acting as corpses, but had genuinely become two lifeless bodies. He felt a surge of panic. Had it not been for the commencement of filming, he would have rushed over to check if they still had a pulse. The scene was set in an ancient court, involving numerous shots and several scenes requiring this backdrop. Qi Qian and Qi Fengxiao slept through the entire morning. Brother Zhao was filled with trepidation, fearing they might truly pass away in their slumber. Fortunately, since they had disguised themselves upon arrival, and now in makeup, they were unrecognizable. And no one knew that two esteemed figures had entered their crew. Otherwise, rumors might spread that this uncle and niece duo had issues. The crew members, however, found these two corpses to be exceptionally dedicated and industrious, remaining silent for an entire morning without complaint. What remarkable willpower! What splendid extras! Wait. Could it be that they truly met their demise? When the scene wrapped, the crew even rewarded them with an extra red envelope, hoping they would leave promptly. The neighboring crew nearly called the authorities. Qi Qian was in high spirits, saying, "Uncle, you really capitalize on being an actor. Otherwise, where could one find a job that allows one to sleep while earning money?" Qi Fengxiao yawned. "Now you see the greatness of your uncle? Let me tell you. Compared to being an extra, even the most celebrated leading actors pale in comparison. Working tirelessly for so much money does not match our ability to enjoy while sleeping, without losing any hair." Qi Qian wholeheartedly agreed. "Uncle, I have decided to abandon all treatment from now on and will join you in lying down as a corpse in the future." She, too, aspired to earn while reclining. This was indeed the lifelong pursuit of a lazy person. What ambition! Truly, she is my niece. Qi Fengxiao extolled. "You must be the most dazzling star among the supporting cast." He chuckled. Trailing behind them, Brother Zhao remarked, if Chairman Qi were to overhear these words, Qi Go would find himself in quite a predicament. The uncle and nephew, brimming with excitement, headed off to indulge in a hearty feast with the profits earned earlier that day. In the afternoon, they returned to the film set to play the role of corpses, and upon awakening, they collected their wages before treating themselves again. All the money earned in a single day was spent without a second thought. Ultimately, the duo strolled hand in hand to the Linjiang food street, intending to splurge the 200 yuan one from a scratch-off ticket. Suddenly, a commotion erupted near the greenery at the street corner. An animal transport vehicle had come to a halt, and the staff were frantically shouting into their phones, "Yes? I don't know how the lock was pried open. They've all escaped. They are far too ferocious. We are no match for them." Amidst the cacophony, a piercing scream shattered the air. A gray-brown kangaroo burst forth from the bushes, startling a passerby who stumbled and fell backward. One by one, kangaroos emerged, each more audacious than the last, kicking at pedestrians, swatting at street signs, and snatching ice cream from unsuspecting children before darting away. Surrounding bystanders fled in terror, fearful of being targeted by these formidable creatures. The street descended into chaos. Some children, unable to escape, tumbled to the ground, their cries echoing through the mayhem. At that moment, Qiqian happened to be passing by and, regrettably, was knocked off balance by a suddenly leaping kangaroo, sending her sugar-coated hawthorn skewer flying. It was a treat just purchased by her uncle, and she had barely taken a bite. Qi Fengxiao seemed to see flames leaping up behind her, and the sugary delight lodged in her throat refused to go down. Qianbao? Uncle, wait for me. Qi Qian rolled up her sleeves and boldly stepped forward, grasping the culprit kangaroo intent on intimidating the children and effortlessly lifting it off the ground. The child on the ground ceased crying in astonishment. The kangaroo, with its glistening eyes, gazed innocently at Qi Qian. Do you have any idea how expensive a sugar-coated hawthorn skewer is? Qi Qian frowned sternly. The kangaroo, adorably scratching its ear, replied with a plaintive Gigi. I'm not a thief. I'm merely a pitiful and weak kangaroo. It costs 20 yuan.
Qiqian exclaimed passionately.
You wouldn't understand the hardships of inflation. Creatures like you ought to be captured and forced into labor for 100 years to repay your debts. The kangaroo stood still, its front paws clasped together, gazing at Qi Qian with innocence, its eyes straightforward in their plea. I'll pay you back. Please don't be angry. Behind them, the chubby vendor of sugar-coated hawthorns, unable to catch up, shouted from a distance, the kangaroo is robbing us.
Qiqian replied.
Qi Fengxiao pointed ahead. Qianbao, the transport vehicle for the zoo is over there. He feared that if he didn't say something soon, the kangaroo might attempt to rob the nearby jewelry store to curry favor with Qianbao, who knew if animal robbery was even a crime. Qi Qian nodded and returned the stolen sugar-coated hawthorn to the vendor. Then, startled onlookers beheld a young girl effortlessly grasping the kangaroo by its nape, striding confidently to the transport vehicle and unceremoniously tossing it inside. The kangaroo protested with frantic chirps, trying to escape, but the girl, hands on her hips, commanded, "In you go." Just moments ago, the once brazen kangaroo, which had terrorized children and struck adults, now hung its head in submission, resembling a creature of the shadows. As it obediently ambled away, Qi Qian turned her gaze towards a large kangaroo concealed behind a tree. "Where are your companions?" she inquired. The cheeky kangaroo leapt forward, gently grasped Qi Qian, and placed her upon its back, conveying a clear message. I shall lead you to them, ensuring none are left behind. Thus, the kangaroo bounded away with Qi Qian upon its back. Onlookers gasped in astonishment. Qi Fengxiao, clutching his candied hawthorn, dropped it to the ground with a thud. Wait! You thief! Return my treasure! He exclaimed, sprinting after them. None dared to lag behind, even as the sight of passers-by tempted them to leap forth and confront. They restrained themselves. Qi Fengxiao trailed alongside, enviously eyeing Qi Qian, who enjoyed the ride atop the kangaroo without the burden of walking. Yet, he knew that if he dared to leap aboard, the kangaroo could easily launch him away with a swift kick. A child pointed at Qi Qian, exclaiming, "Mommy, it's the kangaroo princess." The kangaroos collectively turned their heads in response. The child's mother quickly covered his mouth, whispering, "Keep quiet, or the kangaroo will strike." Upon reaching the transport vehicle, the other kangaroos lined up, inching their way inside under Qi Qian's impassive gaze. The last kangaroo even took the liberty of shutting the door behind it. A nearby pedestrian, who had just been assaulted, exclaimed in disbelief, "Are they truly this clever?" So they only targeted the weak and surrendered when faced with a challenge? Staff members arrived to thank Qi Qian and offered compensation for the damages caused by the kangaroos. Their task was to transport these kangaroos back to the wilderness for release, and any mishap could lead to grave consequences. With her compensation in hand, allowing her to purchase more candied hawthorn, Qi Qian was in a good mood. The lock was picked by a man with curly hair and a scruffy beard. "You ought to be cautious," she remarked. The staff inquired, "How do you know that?" Qi Qian replied nonchalantly, "Last night, the ancestors of the kangaroos visited me in a dream, instructing me to wait here and help discipline this unruly bunch." The staff, taken aback, were about to ask further questions when the transport vehicle's door suddenly swung open with a loud clatter. Qi Qian turned to find something thrust towards her, leaving her momentarily dazed. Chapter 84. The Unadorned Young Lady. Qi Qian stepped back, focusing her gaze. To her astonishment, it was a vibrant bouquet of red roses, so abundant that the kangaroo's paws could scarcely contain them. Qi Qian blinked in disbelief. Where could they have come from? The kangaroo chirped. Of course. I gathered them on the way. There was a patch of land brimming with roses, and we simply plucked a handful without spending a dime. Having gathered a large bunch together, the kangaroo emphasized the fact that it cost nothing. Qiqian mused about the unfortunate soul whose roses had been so carelessly harvested. It was a wonder they had survived this long without being punished. After all, ordinary people could hardly stand against them. Qiqian reached out to accept the bouquet, only to be unexpectedly grabbed by the kangaroo. The staff and bystanders braced themselves, fearing another assault from the kangaroo. Before long, sounds resembling a brawl erupted from within. Qiqian thought to herself, I would rather endure a beating than miss out on this opportunity. It truly is remarkable. The animal transport vehicle swiftly departed from the scene, leaving a crowd of onlookers in a semicircle around Qiqian, engaged in fervent discussion. Have kangaroos truly become sentient in this day and age? They even seem to know how to present roses to young ladies. This little girl's dominion over animals nearly rivals that of my sister Qian. The kangaroo even gifted me flowers, though they were merely blooming upon my visage. She resembles my sister Qian, does she not? The utterance fell like a droplet into hot oil, igniting the atmosphere around them.
What? Is it truly Qian?
Indeed, it is my beloved Qian. I have encountered her in the flesh. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Qiqian hushed the crowd. Just as Qi Fengxiao intended to whisk her away from the gathering, he interjected, Pray tell, are you the turtle that bore Tang Sung and his disciples across the river in their final trial? Such absurdity is fit for children's tales. Astonishingly, the onlookers covered their mouths, suppressing their excitement, and fervently nodded in agreement with Qiqian, attempting to quell the commotion. Qi Fengxiao queried, Are fans nowadays truly this gullible? A fan lowered their voice to ask Qiqian, Dearest Qian, with your adorably charming demeanor, have you descended to endure tribulations?
Qiqian replied,
I have come down to create mischief for others. I understand. Tomorrow is Monday, and I dread returning to work. Could you not conjure something dire? Perhaps even leading to the world's demise? That is not permissible. Why not? My summer vacation has yet to conclude. I am not yet in the mindset to wish for the world's end. Perhaps after school begins, the world may meet its demise. The fans lamented, What of our feelings? Do they not matter at all? A fan coughed discreetly. Qi Fengxiao tugged at Qiqian, signaling her to temper her enthusiasm as more and more people gathered. The fans recognized the disguised Qi Fengxiao but failed to identify him, asking, Dearest Qian, is this your companion? Qiqian retorted, Your acting skills have only landed you a mere supporting role. I truly question the discerning eye of the entertainment industry. Unaware that he was the esteemed actor Qi Fengxiao, the fans assumed he was merely a fashionable assistant accompanying a wealthy heiress. Judging by his voice, he must be a handsome gentleman. Surely, they would be heading to a high-end restaurant or an upscale boutique next.
How immediate?
What else could it be? Naturally, it was a stinky tofu stall. Did you not express a desire to try it? Qi Fengxiao pulled her through the throng. Qiqian swallowed hard, nearly forgetting. Then let us hasten. Such is the simplicity of a wealthy heiress. As they meandered through the food street, indulging in various delicacies, they inadvertently trended on social media. Qiqian, barehanded, captured a kangaroo. Qiqian and the Kangaroo Legion. Kangaroos are now flirting. Can you not? The entire nation learned of Qiqian's excursion to the food street, where she also aided the zoo in recapturing a few escaped kangaroos. Before Qiqian, the kangaroos that previously kicked and punched pedestrians now behaved more obediently than kittens, even bestowing roses upon her to win her favor. Yet, her capture of the kangaroo occurred before the eyes of the public. Moreover, the zoo would not release kangaroos from the transport vehicle merely to align with her persona. Hence, I am left pondering, is Qiqian truly a forest princess or a deep-sea sorceress? Someone, please clarify. Not necessarily, perhaps in the next live broadcast, she will adopt a different persona. I was present at the scene, and those kangaroos did not seem afraid of her. Rather, they appeared to be intimidated as if they had encountered their own leader.
You understand, right? How old is Qian Mei?
The above comments quickly faded away before sparking further debate, replaced instead by phrases advocating for scientific belief. The public relations department of the Qi group sighed in relief as they observed those remarks vanish. The chairman had instructed them to minimize discussions relating to the young lady and animals to avoid broader controversies. Innocent individuals can suffer due to the treasures they possess. Perhaps that is the essence of the matter. Unbeknownst to them, Qi Qian and Qi Fengxiao were still playing exuberantly, their combined age not exceeding 9 years. Eventually, fatigue set in, and at a ring toss booth, Qi Fengxiao gifted Qi Qian a pair of roller skates. Seizing the moment while he went to purchase milk tea, Qi Qian gleefully glided through the alley in her new skates. Suddenly, a figure emerged at the alley's entrance. Jiang Heyu, returning home from the hospital with medicine in hand, unexpectedly turned and spotted a girl in a white dress floating towards him. She truly appeared to glide. The hem of Qi Qian's dress concealed her roller skates, and her legs remained still, creating the illusion of ethereal levitation, reminiscent of a specter in the dim light of night. Jiang Heyu nearly experienced cardiac arrest. Perhaps due to previous encounters that had instilled a sense of caution, he adeptly retrieved a talisman from his pocket, albeit with trembling hands. Then he beheld Qi Qian's face. "Why is it always you?" Jiang Heyu exclaimed in despair. "Haven't you already departed? Could you not show some respect for those of us who fear ghosts?" Qi Qian, halting with her hands tucked away, noticed his lack of alarm and greeted him. "Good evening. Have you had breakfast? By the way, what is this little brother's name again?" "Jiang Heyu. Do you even hear what you're saying?" He felt as though his feet were glued to the ground, clutching the talisman, uncertain whether to affix it to her face. He feared the latter, yet felt a twinge of compassion. Although she looked somewhat frightening, she had not harmed him. "What brings you here this time?" Jiang Heyu inquired awkwardly. "Do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" "Unfulfilled wishes?" Qi Qian pondered, stroking her chin. "I've always been curious about the taste of canned herring, but I've never had the chance to try it." Chapter 85. Perhaps I shall just go like this. Jiang Heyu observed her youthful appearance. She was likely no more than a teenager when she departed, which struck him as rather pitiable. She had never experienced anything delightful, though he himself had not either. Moved by compassion, he offered, "I can help you taste it. You only need to know the flavor, right?" "Yes." Qi Qian recalled a time when her curiosity led her to purchase a can, but it was thrown away by her third uncle before she could open it. "Ah, this is quite simple. I will assist you with that," Jiang Heyu replied. "Aside from this, is there anything else?" Qi Qian, "I still have a 1,500-word observational diary to write, assigned solely by my grandfather, due at the end of the holiday. I'll help you write it," Jiang Heyu promised. Upon hearing this, Qi Qian's eyes brightened. "Honestly, from the first moment I saw you, I felt an instant connection. As though we were good friends in a past life. True friends are meant to assist one another. How reasonable it is to help each other with diary entries. This young lad is quite amiable." Jiang He was bewildered by her relentless barrage of sweet words, feeling his ears flush with a hint of crimson. Good friends? Indeed." Qi Qian asserted with unwavering conviction, "From this day forth, we shall be like sisters, though born of different parents. If I have a morsel of meat, you shall have a bowl to wash. I shall savor the delicacies while you endure the hardships. Who are we to one another?" It is no small feat to find someone willing to assist her with her homework. Such a treasure must be cherished. Jiang He's fair visage turned slightly rosy, his head swirling in a daze. Has he truly made a friend? Though not human, it does not mean that humans are devoid of complexity. How delightful. To commemorate this budding friendship, Qi Qian shared a candied hawthorn with him. Do not inquire why she offered only one. She simply could not part with more. Does friendship truly necessitate such material tokens for validation? Certainly not. Qi Qian floated away as effortlessly as she had arrived. Upon hearing her uncle call her name, she hurried off, fearing her milk tea might be consumed entirely by him. She composed herself, donning a gentle, harmless smile akin to that of a neighborly girl, and approached, only to stumble dramatically before Jiang He. The 14-year-old future arms magnate was oblivious to the subtleties of social maneuvering, his mind preoccupied with the assignments left by his new friend. Thus, he simply stepped over Gu Hua. He walked away. Gu Hua. Is he blind? How can he not see such a lovely girl before him? Rising to her feet, Gu Hua indignantly questioned the system. Is his vision impaired? System. Host. He has a naked eye vision of 50, which is considered normal. Then why did he not help me? Perhaps he simply did not notice. This young magnate had been rather solitary in his childhood, exhibiting tendencies towards misanthropy and antisocial behavior, making this response quite typical. Gu Hua sighed. Never mind. I shall strategize to win him over another day. Let him wait in line for now. Please provide me with a more amenable target. Certainly. As for the Jiang family, he is a man of his word and will diligently fulfill any promise made. With meticulous preparation, Jiang He opened a tin of herring. Are you in the kitchen? Jiang Zhuji covered his nose as he entered, finding the kitchen empty before proceeding to the bedroom. There, he was met with the sight of Jiang He foaming at the mouth, collapsed before his desk, a canister of unidentifiable, foul-smelling substance nearby.
What has happened to you?
Wake up. Jiang He, alas, succumbed. The sorrows of humanity are not universally shared. Qi Qian stayed at Qi Fengzhao's residence for 2 days, during which Qi Chaosheng, citing his brother's tendency to indulge the child, came to reclaim her. Reclaim might be a more fitting term than steal. In the brief moment Qi Fengzhao stepped away to use the restroom, Qi Chaosheng whisked her away. Upon emerging, Qi Fengzhao found the house cold and empty, prompting him to question the meaning of life. Is Qi Chaosheng a thief? Qi Chaosheng is not a thief. However, when it comes to not spoiling children, he shares the same stance as Chile Senator. The best education for a child is to lead by example and foster an environment of learning through observation. Therefore, Qi Chaosheng resolved to involve Qi Qian in his work whenever possible, except during surgical procedures. He is essentially his special little assistant. To this, Qi Qian remains remarkably open-minded. The weak lament their circumstances, while the strong transform them. For them, it is merely a matter of desire. There is no question of capability. It is certainly not the allure of an hourly wage of 1,000 that has led her to acquiesce. In the morning, Qi Chao had several meetings, one for a medical seminar, another for a lecture, and yet another for an internal conference. By the afternoon, with his schedule less hectic, he took Qi Qian to conduct rounds in the hospital. Typically, such matters do not necessitate his direct involvement. However, to set a commendable example for Qi Qian, he felt compelled to engage actively. In the first ward, they encountered an elderly CEO of a major corporation, an acquaintance of the Qi family, with a cordial relationship. His hospitalization was not due to any significant ailment, but rather a byproduct of his advancing age and his uncertainty about whom to bequeath his vast empire. Thus, he feigned impending mortality to assess which of his 3 sons cared for him the most. The one who showed the greatest concern would inherit the family fortune, as if it were a mere game. Upon seeing Qi Chao, the CEO immediately unloaded his grievances, inquiring if Qi could offer any advice.
Kikaomente and a smile.
Uncle He, I trust you already have your thoughts on the matter. Asking me is merely for your own peace of mind, is it not? Uncle He sighed. If only my sons possessed half your talent, I would not be in such distress. If only I could start over. Qi Qian pondered. Even selecting Li Bai in this scenario wouldn't yield victory. Li Bai is an assassin, not a savior, capable of altering fate.
Uncle, Qian interjected softly.
Perhaps you should abandon the notion of leaving your estate to any of your sons, especially since they are not your biological children. It might be wiser to consider allowing your daughter to inherit the family wealth. Qi Chao was taken aback. What? The 3 sons were the result of his wife's affairs with other men. Only the eldest daughter, born from his first wife, was truly his. Qi Qian mused that with such a glaring betrayal, still pondering the succession was rather optimistic. Qi Chao turned to Uncle He. How about seizing this opportunity to have your sons undergo a health check? If they are to inherit the family business, they must possess good health. Uncle He's eyes lit up. Chao Sheng, you make a valid point. I shall summon my 3 sons immediately. And let us have your daughter join as well.
Ah.
No need for that. Daughters do not inherit the family estate, Qi Qian thought, but soon you may find yourself with no choice. After the examinations, the genetic testing revealed that Uncle He and his 3 sons shared no biological connection. Upon receiving the results, Uncle He clasped his chest, gasping. What on earth? Qi Qian quipped. Is this a joke?
Help.
Is it just a cold remedy? Uncle He replied, perhaps I should just accept my fate. Chapter 86, The Melon Eating Club. Qi Chao urged Uncle He to take a quick-acting heart remedy, and at last, he could breathe more easily. He appeared suddenly aged by a decade, weakly gesturing for his secretary to summon his daughter for a checkup. The results confirmed that only the daughter was his biological child. With tears streaming down his face, Uncle He lamented, what transgression have I committed? I have painstakingly nurtured sons who are not of my blood. Qi Qian sought to console him. Uncle, one must always look for the silver lining. Although your sons are not yours, the green hat is certainly yours. Uncle He nearly choked on his own blood. Qi Chaos Hen gently pinched Qi Qian's arm, urging her to temper her words lest Mr. He truly become irate. It appeared that the He family's fortunes were destined to shift. Qi Chaos Hen then escorted Qi Qian to the second hospital room. The occupant was an elderly matriarch from a wealthy family who had sought hospitalization not due to illness, but rather out of spite. She feigned sickness to compel her son to divorce his wife, whom she deemed unworthy. My thoughtless daughter-in-law has yet to prostrate herself in apology. And if I do not teach her a lesson, she will never grasp who truly governs the household. After 5 years of marriage, she remains childless. I merely admonished her a couple of times, and she threatened divorce. What kind of daughter-in-law behaves in such a manner? My son is fortunate to have married her. She ought to consider what makes her deserving of him. Divorce would be for the best. The matriarch's daughter-in-law hailed from a humble background, and her only adoptive son had defied family opposition to wed her. This had long been a source of grievance for the matriarch, who frequently took out her frustrations on her daughter-in-law.
Qichao Shenmeridi smiled faintly, choosing silence.
The matriarch, noticing Qi Qian behind him, frowned and inquired, "Director Qi, have you acquired a new secretary? What is the young lady's name? Which institution did she graduate from? And what are her special skills?" Qi Qian flashed a toothy grin and replied, "Dear matriarch, my specialty is surviving." The matriarch was momentarily taken aback. "By the way, has your daughter-in-law divorced yet?" Qi Qian asked. The matriarch responded, "You are quite inquisitive, young lady." Just then, the matriarch's son called to inform her that he had just obtained the divorce certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau. After hanging up, the matriarch smugly declared, "My son has divorced her. See, this is the consequence of opposing me." Qi Qian interjected, "Did you not once have a daughter who went missing?" The matriarch gasped in shock. How could you possibly know that? This secret had been known only to her deceased husband. Qi Chaoshen sensed an unsettling shift and glanced at Qi Qian. "Congratulations, the daughter-in-law you drove from your home is, in fact, your long-lost biological daughter. Are you pleased?" Qi Qian continued, "Your son has known this all along, yet he chose not to inform you, allowing the conflict between you and your daughter-in-law to escalate, ultimately prompting you to agree to their divorce." The matriarch, clutching her chest in disbelief, gasped, "Is there any way to annul the divorce?" Qi Qian sought to console her. "Do not despair. Your daughter is delighted to escape the clutches of this mama's boy and his wicked mother-in-law, embarking on a journey toward her liberated and joyous life. You should accompany your son from now on." Overwhelmed, the matriarch rolled her eyes and fainted. "Uncle, quickly call for an ambulance." Qi Chaoshen replied, "We are already in a hospital." It was soon revealed that her daughter had long since taken a flight abroad, having left just half an hour prior. The matriarch was consumed by regret, her tears nearly spent. Exiting the room, Qi Chaoshen perused his notes, pondering who the next victim might be. He paused, reflecting, "Why did I refer to them as victims?" Qi Qian, with her hands tucked away, remarked, "Uncle, this ward could be renamed the Gossip Club. We could feast on the intrigue." Qi Chaoshen inquired, "Where do you hear such tales?" Qi Qian reached into her sleeve and produced a tortoiseshell. "Uncle, do you believe in the spiritual essence of tortoiseshells?" Qi Chaosheng, of course, did not, yet having witnessed Qi Qian's penchant for grandiloquent discourse on numerous occasions, he felt compelled to nod in agreement. Little did he know, Qi Qian lamented, "I ceased to believe in such things at the tender age of 3.5. How is it that you, my dear uncle, are even less discerning than I? You mustn't allow yourself to be deceived by such nonsense. We must have faith in science." "Perhaps you should discard the tortoiseshell before you continue speaking," Qi Chaosheng suggested.
"No,"
Qi Qian countered. "This ward truly is a gossip club, and I have indulged in quite the plethora of tales, each more outlandish than the last, leaving my belly quite round." Qi Chaosheng felt slightly choked, pondering how he had previously been oblivious to the peculiarities of these patients. "Uncle, you mean to say they are eccentric, correct?" Qi Qian crunched a candy in her mouth. "Rest assured, the peculiarities are not limited to the patients. The doctors are equally remarkable. She continued, "Take, for instance, the head surgeon, whose personal life is a veritable chaos. His household remains intact while he flirts with scandal outside. To secure a promotion, he even undermines colleagues and bribes superiors." Qi Chaosheng instinctively retrieved paper and pen from his pocket. Qi Qian continued to stroke the tortoiseshell, and what of the deputy director of internal medicine? Why has he maintained a mediocre performance for so many years? Is it due to laziness? No. He secured his place in medical school by pilfering another S examination results, with the help of a director brother-in-law providing cover. Qi Chaosheng scribbled furiously. Qi Qian added, "The director responsible for pharmaceutical procurement is no better, lining his own pockets." Qi Chaosheng's pen flew across the page. "Blah, blah, blah," Qi Qian continued, while Qi Chaosheng's hand grew weary from writing. These revelations were secrets one would never discern without eavesdropping on others' private affairs. His tenure at the first hospital had been brief, and he was astonished to discover the remarkable capabilities of those beneath him. Yet he realized there were even more formidable individuals in his midst. Had she perhaps installed surveillance in their homes? Qi Qian remained unaware that these revelations had instigated a thorough purge within the first hospital. Once Qi Chaosheng resolved to act, he left no avenue for retreat, meticulously preparing to rectify the situation with those who had been feasting like parasites. This reform transformed the first hospital, fostering a markedly improved atmosphere. Compared to what Qi Qian was privy to, Qi Chaosheng was more concerned about the implications of his insights on her longevity. He found himself amused by her efforts at self-care, which consisted of cradling a thermos as a means of self-deception, while she would only succumb to sleep in the early hours after burning the midnight oil. Was it that she refrained from bungee jumping due to a lack of desire? Or was it simply that her age prohibited such activities? Qi Chaosheng often found himself perplexed. Was she truly afraid of death, or was she courting it? Speaking of fear of death, she and that peculiar individual shared a certain kinship. His dread of mortality surpassed hers, culminating in his resolute decision to allow others to perish. Chapter 87. Who has stolen my life as a spoiled rich kid? Moreover, he shared little camaraderie with his brothers, wandering alone like a solitary wolf. Should Qi Qian encounter him, it was highly probable she would be seized to brew a concoction. Just as Qi Chaosheng was about to offer a word of caution to Qi Qian, the phone in his lab coat pocket rang unexpectedly. He instructed Qi Qian to wait a moment and turned to answer the call.
What is it?
Has everything been prepared at home? Not yet, but we're getting close. Qi Fengxiao spoke rapidly. Shall we assume that Qianbao is not by your side? The following conversation must remain unheard by her. Qi Chaoshen glanced at Qi Qian standing before the fish tank and replied, "Go ahead." Taking a deep breath, Qi Fengxiao declared, "What I am about to share is of utmost importance. It pertains to whether Qianbao's birthday celebration can proceed smoothly." "What is it?" Qi Chaoshen's expression grew increasingly grave. "The turtle in the wishing pool has disappeared."
"What?"
Qi Fengxiao tugged at his hair in distress. "It seems to have escaped from the tank. We reviewed the surveillance footage, but we cannot ascertain its whereabouts. As of now, it remains missing. Second brother, what should we do? Will Qianbao be heartbroken?" Qi Chaoshen felt the gravity of the situation and contemplated their options. Qi Fengxiao resolved, there is but one course of action. Qi Chaoshen, expressionless, hung up the phone, fully aware that his younger brother had lost his mind. It was absurd that he could even think of such a thing.
Yet,
the absence of Qi Xiaoshan's beloved turtle was indeed a predicament. Perhaps they could have Qi Fengxiao disguise himself as the turtle. A good beating might distract from the chaos. Once this is accomplished, I shall allocate a portion of the reward to purchase premium fish feed for you. A few lines of frustration appeared on Qi Chaoshen's forehead. Qi Xiaoshan, breaking into a safe is illegal. What on earth was this child thinking? To conspire with the fish in his presence, nonetheless. He was nearly on the verge of striking it rich overnight. Qi Qian sighed in regret. "Second uncle, who were you just speaking to?" "Your third uncle. He asked me to inquire which friends you plan to invite to your birthday celebration, so he can note their names on the invitation and send it out today." Qi Qian listed several names, including the Jiang family. "What are you plotting?" Time flew swiftly, and soon it was Saturday. Qi Qian and Gu Hua shared the same birthday. While the Qi family had yet to make any preparations, the Gu family had already garnered attention for Gu Hua's celebration, trending on social media. The Gu family had even arranged for a live broadcast of Gu Hua's birthday party, drawing an audience of over 1 million viewers.
Wow.
Is this what life in a wealthy family looks like? Everything is so dazzling, it nearly blinds me. Isn't Gu Hua's dress from the latest collection by the Xiang family? It's incredibly hard to procure. Princess Hua looks stunning today, and young Master Ling is quite handsome. Is that cake 10 tiers high? I can hardly contain my drool. They believed their little princess deserved it. The Gu family might not possess the opulence of the Qi family, but they could shower Gu Hua with as much love as possible. Could the Qi family offer the same? Today was also Qi Qian's birthday. Perhaps they were entirely unaware. Chairman Gu and Mrs. Gu suppressed their urge to laugh, and Gu Hua was no exception. The system indicated that today marked one of the climactic moments in the original narrative. Her birthday party would serve as a stepping stone to attract the attention of her target. As for Qi Qian, the villainous supporting character, she would ultimately evolve into a mere comparison, a stepping stone, and an overlooked passerby. In the story, it appeared that Qi Qian would face disgrace on this very day. Merely contemplating this brought a smile to Gu Hua's face. Oh no, a wealthy second-generation streamer is secretly broadcasting Qi Qian's birthday party. Hurry and take a look. Someone suddenly shouted at the party.
What?
Today is also Qi Qian's birthday? My friend, please provide me with the live stream link. I want to join too. I am an ardent admirer of Qi Men. Gu Hua, are they watching Qi Qian's birthday party live stream at her birthday celebration? Is there anything wrong with that? The number of viewers in the Gu family's live stream plummeted, flocking to that wealthy second-generation streamer's channel. Qi Family Manor. The blue and white exterior walls adorned with colorful ribbons, a golden carpet stretching from the entrance to the wishing pool, flanked by seasonal floral columns. A sunshade was erected on the lawn, and tables and chairs in shades of pink and white were neatly arranged, all seats filled. Those who attended were prominent families with a good rapport with the Qi family. The adults sat on one side while the youth occupied the other, maintaining a respectful distance. Dear family, today we shall not flaunt wealth in the live stream. Instead, let us showcase the birthday banquet of the young lady of the Qi family. The wealthy second-generation streamer captured the scene with his phone. He had no other hobbies than showcasing his affluence, relishing in the praise or criticism he received. Ultimately,
It was a pastime born of ennui.
in the live stream, here they come. So many big shots featured in the news. Whose diamond-studded tables and chairs are these? Who has stolen my life as a wealthy second generation? I initially thought Gu Hua's birthday party was lavish, but this makes it seem like a rural banquet. I heard that Qi Qian's mother severed ties with Chairman Qi long ago. To be honest, Qi Qian's status in the Qi family is rather awkward. Chairman Qi may not truly cherish her, but the wealthy, for the sake of face, can manage to put on a show. At that moment, a formidable presence clad in a navy blue traditional Tang suit, Qi Li Sun, ascended the stage. The entire venue fell into an instinctive hush. There was no need for skill, it was pure instinct. A true magnate commands an aura simply by standing there. Qi Li Sun, thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend today's birthday banquet. Allow me to formally introduce my granddaughter, Qi Qian. On the tiled pathway of the lawn, a melodious jingling sound echoed. A magnificent vintage crystal pumpkin carriage approached from the distance. It was a genuine horse-drawn carriage. A white horse led the way, followed by a rounded, elegant yet charming vehicle, the jingling sound reminiscent of a scene from a comic. The young attendees were captivated. I am utterly astounded. What an ultimate dreamlike scene is this? I desire such a level of extravagance too. Grandfather, look at me. Is it truly necessary to make such a grand affair for a birthday banquet? Qi Qian must feel quite embarrassed. I, however, have a thick skin. Let me take a seat. Upon seeing the carriage, Qi Li's son wore a subtle, yet satisfied smile. The butler had informed him that girls adore whimsical fairy tale elements, such as pumpkin carriages, crystal shoes, and fairy dresses. This carriage was specially procured from artisans of a bygone royal era, and he had seized the opportunity to acquire it. When Qi Qian disembarks from the carriage, she will undoubtedly dazzle like a princess. A tall, statuesque figure emerged from the carriage, and Qi Li Sun's smile vanished. Chapter 88, Learning Poorly, Anger Brews. The towering princess approached, concealing her face and clutching an imaginary skirt, her voice pitched high as she greeted. Hello everyone, I am Qi Qian. Qi Chaosheng covered his face in disbelief. The guests murmured. Qi Li Sun, with a nearly mocking tone, remarked, Third brother, on such a splendid day. Do not compel me to strike you in this moment of joy. Qi Fengxiao instantly regained composure, chuckling awkwardly. Ah, you saw right through me.
Indeed. I am not Qi Qian.
The guests responded. Was it necessary to see? They are not blind. Where is Qi Qian?
Qi Li Sun inquired sternly.
She will arrive shortly. When is shortly? Qi Fengxiao pondered, thinking it would be prudent to wait until that turtle was found. At that moment, Qi Qian's voice rang out from behind. Uncle. I'm here. I wasn't he discovered, was I? Qi Fengxiao replied, Too late, dear. Everyone turned in unison to behold a charming little girl, donned in a starry princess gown, playfully riding a pig as she dashed toward them, the pig adorned with a bow on its head. The crowd was left bewildered. Qi Li Sun's brow twitched imperceptibly, though his expression remained inscrutable. He would eventually instruct the chef to roast that pig. Help, how is she riding a pig? Qian's proficiency in riding a pig is impressive, surely not her first time. Honestly, do you do this every day at home? Peppa, is that you? If it is, blink your eyes. Ha ha, she has even got a white feathered parrot nestled in her hair. Is that dog carrying something in its mouth? A crown? Qi Qian, riding on Xiao Xiang and flanked by Da He and Xiao Bai, sped to a halt before Qi Lisan. Grandfather, I have arrived, she exclaimed, hastily dismounting from the pig. What a sight this is! With a swift motion, Qi Qian grabbed the crown from Da He's mouth, saying, Here it is. It fell on my way. I intended to have third uncle place it on my head. Qi Fengxiao puffed out his chest, stepping forward. Is this a matter for him? Qi Fengxiao retorted, If it's a trivial matter, shouldn't I be the one to handle it? Qi Lisan wiped the crown clean with a handkerchief and deftly placed it upon Qi Qian's head, having practiced this gesture in secret numerous times the previous night. Perfect. Qi Lisan thought to himself. I shall call this the princess's coronation ceremony. Chairman Qi is so indulgent, even patting Qi Qian's playful tuft of hair. ISNT that the crown sold for 80 million at the national auction 3 days ago. I just checked the news, it truly is. Qi Qian is wearing several villa bathrooms on her head. I just caught a glimpse of Gu Hua. She is performing a piano solo. And quite well at that. What talent would Qi Qian showcase? She had kept it tightly under wraps. And even Qi Fengxiao and Qi Chaosheng were unaware of her preparations. Qi Qian stood on the stage, hands clasped behind her back. Thank you all for attending my birthday celebration today. Lacking any remarkable talent, I shall perform a piece for you. She paused momentarily, her ardent admirers led by Xin Jiaxu brimming with anticipation. Then, she uttered a few words, a calming chant. The live stream audience. Everyone. What did she just say? A calming chant? They assumed they had misheard, but the very next moment, Qi Qian astonishingly produced a wooden fish from behind her, placing it upon the table and began to strike it rhythmically. Dong, 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 dong. Just like the chaotic thoughts swirling within everyone's minds. In a daze. My mother just asked me why I am watching a temple livestream. I am in stitches. Although her rhythm is all over the place, one can still faintly discern that this is indeed a calming chant. Can you all not respect Sister Qian? What's wrong with playing the wooden fish? Though it sounded rather unmelodious at first, perhaps it will improve as she continues? The smile on Chairman Qi's face has successfully transferred to mine. This moment propelled Qi Qian into trending topics without any cost. Who would have thought that at a birthday banquet, the showcase talent would be the striking of a wooden fish? Yet, the outcome was unexpectedly delightful. The adults present, predominantly of a certain age, had few interests other than health and Buddhism, adorned with prayer beads on their wrists. Qi Qian's performance was an unintentional hit, catering perfectly to their tastes. The younger crowd was equally captivated. No one had ever performed such a talent at a birthday before, and they were oblivious to this clever shortcut. She is so cool. Shun Jiaxu inquired. Dad, does a wooden fish count as a musical instrument? Shun Jing replied, Indeed, it is a type of percussion instrument. Qian Qian is quite creative, daring to think and act. Shun Jiaxu pondered. Dad, for your birthday next month, I shall also perform a creative talent. What will it be?
Aswana.
Qi Lisan, equally perplexed, turned to his two sons. Who taught her this? Qi Chaos Hen and Qi Fengxiao both shook their heads in denial. Not me, I didn't. Qi Lisan recalled his elder son's comment. Qi Qian is exceptionally gifted. Yet, in what aspect of talent does this lead her to choose such a public display? After Qi Qian concluded her calming chant, the adults had achieved a state of tranquility, nearly transcending into enlightenment. However, the atmosphere among the youth became lively. Once Qi Qian descended from the stage, she was instantly surrounded by eager admirers. Qi Qian, where did you learn to play the wooden fish? I want to learn too. It looks so cool. When my mother asked me to choose an instrument, why didn't I think of this?
A piano, guitar.
Or cello pales in comparison to your little wooden fish. Let us add each other on WeChat to share talents in the future? Anyone else would have been overwhelmed by the questions, but Qi Qian simply replied, Don't learn from me. If you excel, it will ignite envy, and if you falter, you might get burned. The crowd erupted in laughter. You are so humorous. By the way, let us play a game. Someone suggested. I just saw there are water guns over there. How about we form teams for a water gun fight? Qi Qian glanced over. Those were the electric rapid-fire water guns her third uncle had purchased for her, boasting a large capacity and powerful impact. The only difference from real guns being that they wouldn't cause any fatalities. Moreover, the water within the squirt guns was tinted, creating a striking effect upon contact with the skin. These individuals exhibited considerable audacity. Others quickly rallied to this proposal, thinking, why not? We have nothing else to do. Qi Qian, who will you team up with? Shun Jiashu and Yuan Yu were squeezed in, exclaiming
Me.
I want to be on the same team as the princess. Shallow and I will team up. I will protect you. Ultimately, it was decided that each group would consist of 6 members, and 1 member from each group would compete in each round. Qi Qian's team consisted of Shun Jiashu, Yuan Yu, Luo Zichuan, Qi Lan, and Shi Jianchen. Shun Jiashu approached to gather paint, inquiring about the color Qi Qian desired, offering to mix it for her to fill in the squirt gun.
Qi Qian replied,
I want to poop yellow. All right, poop yellow? Shun Jiashu was momentarily taken aback. The others felt a chill run down their spines. Chapter 89. What unwholesome toy are you playing with? Shun Jiashu, adhering to the principle that the princess is always right, prepared the poop yellow paint and filled the squirt gun. Yuan Yu chose red, Luo Zichuan opted for black, Qi Lan selected Barbie pink, while Shi Jianchen went for a rainbow hue that was delightfully abstract. With the squirt guns primed, the game commenced. The wish pool served as the epicenter, with the sunshade defining the radius, launching an exhilarating shooting chase across the lawn. The rules stipulated that only the areas below the neck were fair game. Those struck by the squirt guns were to be eliminated and replaced. The last person remaining would be deemed the victor, including Qi Qian. There were 8 participants in the first round. As the birthday girl, she received special treatment, prompting the others to unite in targeting her. Qi Qian leapt onto a tree, perching on a branch, and as her opponents were caught off guard, she began firing downwards. The poop yellow paint struck true, eliminating 1 opponent. Qi Qian, you're amazing. Yuan Yu cheered, waving her tiny hands in encouragement. After hitting her target, Qi Qian descended from the tree, skillfully rolling and maneuvering to evade the onslaught of attacks. Finding refuge behind a bush, she whistled, and Xiao Xiang scurried over from the other side. Climbing onto Xiao Xiang's back, she commanded, charge. With a determined grunt, Xiao Xiang dug her front legs into the ground and surged forward. The pursuers' expressions shifted dramatically. How could she summon a steed while they were unarmed? The roles of hunter and prey instantly reversed, and they took off in retreat. With precise shots, Qi Qian eliminated her opponents, and soon the last one fell, declaring her victory.
I am impressed.
What was that about pulling me down? Did you have to take me out too? I saw Peppa running over. Can't I take her to find George? Referee. I report Qi Qian for using hacks. Meanwhile, the eliminated 7 pondered. Does anyone else find their behinds feel strange? In the midst of their confusion, a voice from the adult side rang out. Lin Su. How old are you this year, and why is there something in your pocket? Zhong Zirwei. What is that yellow stuff on your backside? The 7 participants were left speechless. Shun Jiashu and the others erupted into laughter. The still-active live stream captured the scene, nearly causing viewers to choke with laughter. Qi Qian's sinister intentions for wanting poop yellow paint. Where can I buy a squirt gun like that? I want one. It's so cool. In a shooting contest against Qi Qian, these kids possess a refreshing kind of innocence. As others began to realize the formidable power of Qi Qian's water gun, they noted that while being hit was not painful, the social embarrassment could be devastating. There was no way they could afford to lose. Their dignity was at stake. Qi Lisan, with a hint of exasperation, observed his child wielding the water gun, chasing after others with relentless enthusiasm. He contemplated intervening, but seeing her delight made it difficult to do so. Yet, if he did nothing, others would suffer. If they were to leave the Qi household today, the reporters lurking outside might mistakenly believe that they had all been vanquished by Qi Qian. Qi Qian, indeed, had her way. Qi Chaos Hen glanced at Qi Fengxiao, questioning the kind of toy he had purchased for her. Qi Fengxiao, looking innocent, protested that he had not anticipated such unconventional use of a water gun. She had even targeted people's backsides. He wondered if it was too late for him to join their ranks. As the game progressed to its final round, only Qi Qian's team remained, with their opponents entirely eliminated and internal conflict looming. Princess, could you please show mercy to my subordinates? Shun Jiashu raised his hand in surrender. Qi Qian retorted, boys deserve no special treatment. Turn around and face me. To his surprise, Shun Jiashu obediently complied. Meanwhile, Shi Jianchen and Qi Lan remarked on the naivety of youth. They were not about to concede easily. Family, let us flank her from both sides. Qi Lan raised his water gun. Yuan Yu and Luo Zichuan nodded in agreement. This was a battle for their backsides. Before Qi Qian could find a place to hide, they closed in from both sides, water guns raised, unleashing a barrage of colorful streams. Their strategy was straightforward. Whoever managed to hit Qi Qian first would eliminate her. leaving the rest to settle the score among themselves. However, the reality was far from what they envisioned. Qi Qian tucked the water gun under her arm, swiftly climbed the nearby wall, and leapt onto the closest balcony. Streams of water grazed her back, splashing against the wall.
Qian.
How are we supposed to fight like this? Yuan Yuer called from below. Qi Lan exclaimed, wow, she really is like a monkey, able to climb anywhere. Shi Jianchen caught sight of Qi Qian descending from another wall and shouted, get down. But it was too late. Caught off guard, Qi Lan, who was positioned nearby, was struck in a critical spot. With a grimace, he lamented, your title of the Monkey King is well-deserved. Move aside. You're blocking me, you lump of yellow goo. Qi Qian retorted. Is there such a thing as a pig's heart? Qi Lan protested. Qi Qian paid no heed to his complaints. Victory was within her grasp. She aimed to turn everyone in this game into the color of goo. No one was to escape. Seizing the momentum, Qi Qian retaliated with fervor, unleashing a torrent from her water gun. Yuan Yuer and Luo Zichuan were swiftly eliminated, leaving only Shi Jianchen. He sought refuge behind the stone pillars at the entrance of the villa, looking for an opportunity to strike Qi Qian. However, when he peeked out, he was met with an empty lawn. Qi Qian was nowhere to be seen. Feeling a chill run down his spine, he turned to search for her. Suddenly, he found himself face to face with a dark head dangling from the ceiling. The head revealed 8 teeth, grinning at him with malicious intent. The face was still reversed. Shi Jianchen. He turned and fled. Qi Qian fired, the powerful stream of water splashing against the innocent boy's backside, sending him sprawling. Shi Jianchen. All done. Wrap it up. Qi Qian joyfully jumped to the ground, only to suddenly notice a figure emerging from the nearby thicket. Another fish that slipped through the net. Without a second thought, Qi Qian aimed and fired a stream of water at the approaching person. The splash hit its target, but the force of the water was so strong that it continued to spray unabated. Qi Qian, a familiar and grim voice rang out. What are you doing? Qi Qian blinked, caught off guard as she came face to face with her handsome, yet stern uncle.
Qi Qian.
Uncle. Qi Muse looked at the contraption in her hand, then at his own pant leg, a smirk playing on his lips. Could you explain what unhealthy toy you're playing with? Uncle, that.
Qi Qian.
Come here for a moment. Your uncle has something serious to discuss with you. Qi Muse smiled, yet there was a terrifying aura about him. Qi Qian took a few steps back, pointing behind him. Grandpa, you're here. Qi Muse turned to look. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Qian made her escape, inadvertently stepping on something. And a loud chicken squawk pierced the air. Chapter 90. She rides a pig. How adorable. The air was thick with tension. Shi Jianchen, saved by the squawking chicken, froze. Qi Qian happened to step between his legs, narrowly avoiding a disastrous fate. Shi Jianchen glanced at the unfortunate chicken on the ground, drenched in its own despair, and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. At that moment, Qi Qian realized it was too late to flee. Qi Muse effortlessly lifted Qi Qian by the back of her shirt, leading her to the shaded area, where he said to Qi Lisan, I'll take her for some education. Qi Lisan cast a sympathetic glance at the pitiful Qi Qian, nodding in approval, feeling a sense of relief. Finally, someone was willing to discipline this child.
Indeed.
Qi Qian had won the game, but lost her dignity. In front of a crowd of guests, along with the victims of her water antics, she was dragged away by her uncle, resembling a pitiful and helpless quail. Qi Fengxiao pointed and laughed. Ha ha, Qianbao, you were so arrogant chasing others around, and now you've been punished. With 2 splashes, Qi Fengxiao and Qi Chaosheng's pants met the same fate. Qi Chaosheng, caught in the crossfire, was bewildered. I didn't say anything. Why did she spray me too? Qi Fengxiao coughed. That's how kids are when they're anxious, second brother. Who told you to stand next to me?
Qi Chaosheng.
Qi Muse noticed Qi Qian's little movements, shaking her slightly with a threatening glare. Hand it over. Qi Qian surrendered the water gun, her head drooping in defeat. What good was winning the game when she had lost her entire world? The live stream erupted in laughter. The previous second, Sister Qian, I am the master of this domain. Color it all. This second, Sister Qian, a pitiful kitten with its fate gripped by the neck. Who is this handsome man? He captivates my heart, and I could fill the Pacific Ocean with the saliva I've spilled for him. Allow me to introduce him. This is Qi Muse, the elder brother of Qian Mei, the general manager of the Qi Group and also my future husband. The people upstairs are drinking, while the dishes are in such a state. You all are only concerned about the handsome fellow, but I am different. I wish to know if Qian Mei will be punished for her actions later on. Qi Lan chuckled mischievously. Finally, someone is addressing her. He then glanced at Shi Jianchen, his eyes widening. Brother Jian, perhaps you should change your pants. Qian Mei is rather ruthless, and one might think you have had an unfortunate accident. The attention of everyone turned towards the young master of the Shi family as trousers. Shi Jianchen's face darkened. Speak another word, and I shall toss you into the water. Qi Lan immediately mimicked a zipping motion. Yuan Yu was delighted. Qian Mei treats me well. She only struck my calves. Shun Jiashu expressed, I wish I could be a girl too. Shun Jing responded with a puzzled look. In the third-floor bedroom, Qi Muse first reprimanded the mischievous child and then instructed her to wait while he changed his clothes. Upon his return, he found Qi Qian squatting on the carpet of his room, stealthily observing something. As he approached, he discovered she was examining the documents scattered across the floor.
What are you looking at? Qi Muse inquired.
Qi Qian pointed at the papers. Uncle, this development project site is unsuitable. The land has issues. And there are unearthed artifacts beneath. Qi Muse paused. Unearthed artifacts? How do you know this? I have a friend who lives nearby. I heard it from her before. ISNT that land baron? That's none of your concern. Qi Muse found it perplexing, yet recalling his temporary secretary's collusion with external parties. He felt grateful for Qi Qian's warning, which had saved a project worth 10 billion. He noted this down, intending to reconvene at the company the next day for further discussion. Seeing Qi Qian still squatting, he lifted her onto the sofa. To his surprise, lifting her was effortless, and it even proved to be somewhat amusing. Don't you know how to sit on a sofa? Uncle, are you showcasing your strength?
Qi Qian teased.
Can I swing from your arm? Qi Muse responded. What an odd request. Following Qi Qian's instructions, he allowed her to grasp one of his arms, gently swinging her a bit. Qi Qian swung back and forth like a little monkey, exclaiming with delight, Wow, it actually works. Qi Muse remarked. If you were to exercise properly, you could do this too. He observed Qi Qian closely, noting her complexion had improved significantly since their first meeting. She seemed to be doing well lately. However, why isn't she growing taller? After a while of swinging, he set her down and moved to retrieve a suitcase. I brought you some gifts. What kind of gifts? Qi Qian leaned closer, her mouth agape at the sight of the boxes within the suitcase. Is this all? Qi Muse had never thought to bring gifts for anyone during his business trips before. Receiving gifts was reserved only for birthdays. The inscribed words on steep cliffs. Gold bars from deep-sea treasure chests, large pearls, and even a wooden carving she had made with her own hands. The sensation of being remembered by someone is indeed delightful. Each day, he tucked a new gift into his suitcase, and gradually it filled up, signaling that the return was near. This feeling brought him a sense of fulfillment. Watching Qi Qian eagerly unwrap the presents, Qi Muse's gaze softened for a moment. In the next instant, Qi Qian pulled out the gift boxes and flopped into the suitcase, exclaiming joyfully, Uncle, look, I fit perfectly. Why don't you take me along on your next business trip? I don't want to exert myself anymore. Qi Muse replied, without effort. You'll merely become a sloth. Qi Qian retorted, is that a good thing? Qi Muse mused, her skin must often itch. As night descended, a ball commenced on the estate's lawn, featuring a renowned foreign orchestra performing on stage. In her dreams, Qi Qian envisioned herself dancing the opening waltz with her grandfather or uncles before accepting invitations to twirl gracefully across the dance floor. In reality, however, the birthday girl had exhausted herself earlier in the day and found even a few steps tiresome, opting instead to lounge on her pink pig as it wandered about. Guests could hardly overlook her antics. What if I raise a pet at home? One mused. You mean, raise it during the day and have the chef prepare it for dinner at night? Another quipped. I'm serious. Look at Qi Qian riding that pig. How impressive. Who else could pull off such coolness? The issue is, my friend, can you guarantee that a pig, lazier than you, will obediently carry you around without tossing you off? The younger crowd merely gazed enviously, while the adults were truly taken aback. Qi Lisan's strictness towards his children was well known in their circles, as was his aversion to animals. Yet here he was, tolerating Qi Qian's pig and even allowing her to ride it. Had Qi Lisan undergone a transformation?
Dad.
It's boring for Qian Bao to ride alone. I'll join her, Qi Fengxiao boldly announced. Qi Lisan raised his glass, chuckling coolly. She's a child. You're not. Her riding a pig is adorable, while you doing so constitutes animal cruelty.
Qi Fengxiao responded.
Clearly, any notion of transformation was but an illusion. As for Xiao Xiang, It wasn't a mount for just anyone. Someone attempted to climb aboard when Qi Qian dismounted, only to be unceremoniously flung 2 meters away by a swift kick from Xiao Xiang, who strutted with pride. It became evident that this bow-tied Peppa was not to be trifled with, and no one dared to entertain such thoughts any longer. At that moment, someone finally noticed Qi Qian's wishing pool. This sign says wishing pool, but where are the turtles? Someone inquired. Qi Qian, swaying on her pig, chimed in. Here they come, the turtles are here. Where? Where? Right here. She pointed to herself. My turtle is on vacation today, so I'm filling in. A chorus of bewildered gasps erupted from the crowd. Chapter 91. What degree of doneness do you prefer, Mom and Dad? Qi Qian perched herself atop the stone platform of the wishing pool, legs crossed, invitingly stating, Step forward one by one. What wishes do you wish to make? A throng of people hesitated, retreating slightly. Is this reliable? I've heard from friends that Qi Qian is the queen of the forest. She might just possess some real magic. Your friend's information is inaccurate. She is, without a doubt, a deep-sea witch. Whatever the case, it is best to try it first. Someone produced a coin to toss into the wishing well and inquired, How should I address you?
Qi Qian, unperturbed, replied.
Call me Dora Dashari, the princess of the fluttering turtles. Very well. What was that again? Qi Qian reiterated her name. Okay, what was the last title? Step aside. If you cannot remember such a simple name, you are unworthy of the great turtle sage. The embarrassed individual retreated to the back of the line. Next was Xunzhi, who loudly recited the incantation, Dora Dashari, the princess of the fluttering turtles. Qi Qian corrected him. It's the great turtle sage. Very well, princess, he exclaimed. I wish for my father to return the red envelopes he took during the new year. And also for him not to discover that the water I poured for him last night came from the toilet. Qi Qian counted on her fingers and stated, Yes, your wishes shall be fulfilled. Just as Xunzhi was about to celebrate, a chilling voice from behind him inquired, Is that so? A series of slaps echoed at the wishing well, punctuated by Xunzhi's anguished cries. How can this not be considered effective? The others in line trembled, questioning the validity of the predictions. Next, Qi Qian called. A little girl approached, unaware of the fate that awaited her, her face alight with anticipation. Great turtle sage, I no longer wish to learn the piano. Could you possibly make my family's piano disappear? I can not only make your piano vanish, but also remove the parents who pressure you to practice. Would you like that?
Qi Qian inquired.
The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, yes, yes.
Please help me.
I can give you all my New Year's money. Very well. Please dial the police. Qi Qian instructed.
Pardon?
The girl's face paled as Qi Qian continued. Your parents are at home, held hostage by several intruders. And they are currently dousing your house with gasoline to erase all evidence. Hurry. How would you like your parents cooked, rare or well done? The girl turned ghostly pale as her aunt called to confirm the situation. No one answered the home phone, nor the mobile. It appeared that trouble was indeed brewing. The people in line exchanged anxious glances. In the next moment, they rushed to the wishing well, shouting, Great turtle sage, I wish to make a wish. Those who cut in line will wet their beds tonight. Step aside. I am of the turtle clan. I am destined to be with the great turtle sage. Let me go first. Qi Qian calmly stroked the turtle shell. Do not rush. One at a time, those who toss in coins go first. The news of a wishing well housing a great turtle sage spread like wildfire. By the time it reached the Gu family, the tale had morphed entirely. Have you heard? The Qi family has a remarkably talented turtle, and they only need to feed it gold coins to make wishes. You heard wrong. It is clearly a turtle that has transformed into a human, helping others fulfill their desires out of gratitude to the Qi family. Nonsense. It is a great turtle sage who has descended to the mortal realm, falling in love with the young lady of the Qi family, sacrificing its celestial essence to remain with her. Listen to me. Qi Qian is the reincarnation of the great turtle sage. Gu Hua listened with a stoic expression. Is Qi Qian ever going to stop? If she has a script for her live stream, must she also maintain her persona in reality? Does she not fear the winds that may trip her tongue? Ling Qian approached. Hua Hua, your uncle has called for you to give a speech. Why are you lost in thought here? I'm fine. Gu Hua forced a smile. I just heard them mention that Qian's birthday banquet is quite lively. Yet when I was at the Qi family, they never remembered my birthday. Ling Qian's eyes filled with compassion. That is truly heartless of the Qi family. Qi Qian enjoys such luxury at the Gu family, yet they treat you this way. Had I met you sooner, I would never have allowed you to suffer such indignities. System. Ling Qian's current affection level is 90. Congratulations, host, you have earned a chance to draw. You may designate one object to randomly extract the most abundant item it possesses. Gu Hua's heart leaped with joy. She had succeeded.
Indeed.
Qianji's affection was the easiest to win. System. Select Qi Qian. Please confirm the designated target, Qi Qian.
Confirm.
After mentally confirming, Gu Hua raised a confident smile and gracefully ascended the stage to deliver her speech. She eagerly anticipated what Qi Qian would bestow upon her. Would it be the adoration of the Qi family or boundless wealth? As Gu Hua approached the microphone, preparing to speak, a series of loud, unmistakable flatulence sounds erupted through the microphone, reverberating across the banquet hall.
How clear it was.
It was akin to a unique auditory experience, shared in both ears. The guests below stifled their laughter. Was this truly Gu Hua's speech? How remarkably distinctive. It was uproarious. How many sweet potatoes had she consumed to produce such a powerful sound? Gu Hua's face turned green. She had barely eaten anything today, so how could this happen? Was it Qi Qian? Was she ill, that the most abundant thing she possessed was a string of flatulence? Gu Hua desperately fought against the urge to let her bowels move, yet she could not hold back. Gu Hua released a long and resounding fart. The guests below finally could no longer contain themselves, erupting into laughter. Gu Hua, mortified and furious, covered her face and fled the stage. Meanwhile, at the Qi family estate, the immortal turtle at the wishing pond was serving dishes. When children approached, she spoke freely, but when adults came, she seized the opportunity to slack off, turning a blind eye. Her double standards were glaringly evident. After sending off the 10th child, Qi Qian suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable in her stomach. However, after a few seconds, she felt fine again. How peculiar. When it was time to cut the cake, Qi Li's son instructed butler Nan to call Qi Qian over. After singing the birthday song and blowing out the candles, Qi Qian was just about to cut the cake when a gust of wind swept through, accompanied by the sound of helicopter rotors. A helicopter slowly descended onto the lawn, and a man in a sleek black outfit jumped down, holding a large box. The man approached Qi Li's son with a respectful demeanor.
Mr. Qi.
Our boss is tied up with matters and sent me to present a birthday gift to his newly turned 50-year-old nephew.
Qi Feng Xiao. Qi Muze.
Qi Chao Sheng. 6. Qi Li Sin squinted, wondering where this 50-year-old nephew came from. Isn't today your grandson's 50th birthday? The man scratched his head. This is my granddaughter. Qi Li Sin placed his hand on Qi Qian's shoulder, a cold smile gracing his lips. How old do you think she looks? Clearly not even 50. She's still a mere girl. The man, taken aback, thought to himself, really? I was under the impression that the boss was only in his 20s. How could he possibly have a 50-year-old niece? That seems rather absurd. After a brief moment of silence, he forced a chuckle. Haha, age and gender are trivial matters. What truly matters is the sentiment behind it. Qi Fengxiao rolled his eyes, bemused by the man's inability to remember such a simple fact. At this rate, the Atlantic might dry up, all because his brain is soaking it up. Qi Chaos Hen offered a precise critique, youthful in age, but the brain is already deteriorating. Qi Muse interjected, fool. The man fell silent, feeling a pang of guilt. Qi Lisin, somewhat dissatisfied, turned to Qi Qian and inquired, do you wish to accept his gift? Which uncle is this from? Curious, Qi Qian replied, it doesn't matter. There's no need to remember someone who can't even recall his own niece. Qi Lisin stated succinctly. The man's lips twitched, yet he remained silent. Qi Qian decided, then I shall accept it. She took the gift and began to open the box, only to suddenly sense something moving inside. With a loud thump, the lid flew off, and the contents sprang forth. The onlookers gasped in unison.
Goodness.
It's a carnivorous plant with a gaping maw, larger than a dinner plate. The man felt it was his turn to step in, enthusiastically explaining to Qi Qian. This is a specialty from Hongma, a mutated man-eating flower, particularly spirited. Its attack power is unrivaled among all flora. It is truly a formidable guardian. Place it by your pillow at night, and should any ill-intentioned individual approach, it will devour them whole, bones included. Isn't that a comforting thought? The Qi family exchanged bewildered glances. Who would sleep with a man-eating flower by their pillow? What if it turned on them? What a hardcore gift.
Qi Feng Xiao scoffed.
Even kangaroos know to gift Qian a bouquet of red roses. This guy really outdid himself with a carnivorous plant. The man's expression turned serious. I've taken your feedback to heart. I will relay it to the boss and ensure next time it's a proper bouquet. That won't be necessary, Qi Qian remarked, eyeing the potted plant. This little peculiar thing is rather interesting. Qi Chaos Hen queried. Interesting? In what way? It gives off a vibe of having its head and rear swapped.
Ha ha ha.
Qi Fengxiao burst into laughter. Qian, what a delightful description. The man, eager to defend his boss, insisted. This gift was meticulously chosen by our boss. It may appear a bit unsightly, but its functions are manifold. It's an essential tool for any household. Especially for single women living alone. Having one of these at home means thieves and stalkers will be swiftly dealt with, saving even the step of disposing of the body. The carnivorous plant nodded vigorously, then opened its gaping mouth and lunged towards Qi Qian's head, eager to showcase its utility. Before anyone could comprehend its movement, its flower head had already enveloped Qi Qian's head. Qi Lisan's brow furrowed, and he was about to intervene when, in the next moment, Qi Qian grasped its stem firmly and with a smile, said, "The flower appears to have never undergone rigorous service training. However, that is of little concern. For I shall teach it how to flourish and thrive. For instance, upon encountering her in the future, one must proclaim long life. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to its grand visage. The naivety of human children is indeed formidable." The man felt a shiver run down his spine, convinced that the boss's little niece was no ordinary character. In the vast red expanse, this singular mutant carnivorous plant stood out as the leader among its kind. They exerted considerable effort during the harvesting process, almost losing their heads in the endeavor. This little girl, however, wasted no time and immediately targeted the plant's vital core. Truly, she is deserving of her lineage, with her skills surpassing the ordinary. The man hurriedly carried the helicopter away, lest this carnivorous flower face the unfortunate fate of being returned. Qi Qian gazed at the flower with its oversized face, finding it rather peculiar. He had never encountered such an unsightly creature before. Qi Fengxiao expressed his disdain. "Qian Bao, this thing is hardly suitable even as a potted plant. Shall we discard it?" The peculiar gift from that oddball was as bizarre as the giver himself. Qi Mu Zhe furrowed his brow. What on earth was my younger brother thinking? Gifting such a perilous item to a child? Qi Chaosheng interjected. He must believe that Qian Qian is 50 years old this year. Suddenly, an idea struck Qi Qian. "Uncle, I have a sudden inspiration." All three of her uncles turned to her in unison. Qi Qian lifted the potted carnivorous plant and placed it on the lawn, then forcefully inserted a watering can into its floral maw. She slapped its large face and commanded, "Now, water the lawn." The carnivorous plant obliged. It began to rotate, transforming into a manual watering machine. Qi Qian was exceedingly pleased, declaring, "From now on, your sole duty will be to water the grass. Should I discover any negligence on your part, I shall pluck all your petals." The plant reacted with alarm as its spinning accelerated dramatically, shaking its head vigorously. Qi Qian thoughtfully provided a theme song for its task. Fold 1,000 paper cranes. Tie them with a red ribbon. May the kind-hearted always find good fortune. Silence enveloped the scene, as both the onlookers and the flower felt an unsettling chill. It suddenly seemed that she was the more formidable presence compared to the potted carnivorous plant. After the birthday banquet concluded, the Qi family gathered within the villa. Qi Muzhe triumphed in the longevity noodle contest against Qi Chaosheng, earning the privilege of preparing birthday noodles for Qi Qian. Qi Fengxiao exclaimed, "Wait. Why was I ousted before I even had a chance to participate? My culinary skills are not to be underestimated." Qi Chaosheng bluntly replied, "Brother, it is best you refrain from meddling." Qi Qian chose to distance herself from the conflict between her uncles and turned to seek her grandfather. Qi Lisan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, engaged in a phone call. The light from the crystal chandelier casting a striking silhouette of a sturdy pillar of strength within the family. The sight of her grandfather brought a sense of calm to Qi Qian, igniting a desire to stir the pot. "Is everything in order?" "Yes, splendid. After midnight. Once my birthday has passed, we shall set our plans in motion." Qi Lisan's voice was cold and resolute, laced with a harshness that promised. "I intend for them to spend the remainder of their lives behind bars."
Suddenly, Qi Lisan sensed Someone approaching.
"Who goes there?" Turning, he spotted Qi Qian eavesdropping against the wall, prompting a twitch at the corner of his eye. If not for his resilient heart, he would have been thoroughly alarmed by her antics. "Qi Qian, what are you doing up there?" Qi Lisan inquired in a low voice. Qi Qian blinked. "I saw grandfather on the phone and didn't want to disturb you, so I thought I'd quietly slip by." Qi Lisan retorted, "Is this how you sneak away?" He further pressed, Do you require something from me? Qi Qian nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking at grains. Grandfather, come quickly. I have something to say.
Qi Fengxiao responded. What is it?
First, I need to change my outfit. You even have a costume? What kind? After a moment's contemplation, Qi Qian confidently declared, a beast tail, form-fitting. With a tie-up apron, the cute kind that exposes the shoulders. Chapter 93, Her Method of Summoning Souls. Qi Lisan responded, what kind of attire exposes the shoulders? It hardly sounds warm. Qi Fengxiao and Qi Chaos Hen exclaimed in unison, absolutely not. You are still young. Your uncle will not permit you to wear such outrageous clothing. Before they could voice further objections, Qi Qian dashed upstairs. After about 10 minutes, the lights in the dining room dimmed. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the entrance, and Qi Qian bounded in, making a sparkling entrance. Qi Lisan's lips twitched. Qi Fengxiao and Qi Chaos Hen nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. What on earth was she wearing? Wasn't this reminiscent of the serpent spirit from Hulua? Qi Qian's hair was styled into a double-looped chignon, adorned in a yellow, snug tie-up apron, with a snake design below, striking a pose with her hands on her hips. Grandfather, Uncle 2, Uncle 3, how do I look? Qi Chaos Hen and Qi Fengxiao could only mutter, it's hard to discern if it looks good, but she certainly has an eccentric flair. They consoled themselves that the snake costume was preferable to others. Qi Lisan remarked, is this truly the surprise you prepared for us? Surely, there is more than this. Just wait. Qi Qian snapped her fingers, and the dining room lights returned to normal. The butler, Nan, who had been illuminating her with a flashlight, promptly activated the sound system. Qi Qian, somehow now holding a miniature microphone, announced, next, I shall sing a song for everyone, one of profound significance. Let us strive together. Upon hearing this, Qi Lisan felt a flicker of relief, thinking she had finally regained some semblance of normalcy. However, in the next moment, his expression crumbled. Qi Qian began to sing, Hulua Hulua, 7 flowers on 1 vine, the little tree vine is my home, la 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 la. Qi Lisan buried his face in his hand. Qi Fengxiao and Qi Chaoshen's gazes grew vacant. How could it be so discordant? How did she manage to sing every word out of tune yet with such naturalness and confidence, her high notes twisting like a serpentine road? Fortunately, most guests had already departed. Otherwise, after the legendary Turtle Immortal, the Qi family would have been known for producing another singing serpent spirit, a notion too scandalous to conceal. Thanks to Qi Qian's off-key serenade, the entire villa was kept awake through the night. The moment one closed their eyes, the haunting melody of La 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 Hulua would replay incessantly in their minds. The following morning, Qi Qian descended the stairs, brimming with energy. And upon seeing her grandfather and 3 uncles sporting identical sleep-deprived expressions, she curiously inquired, family, did you not sleep well last night? Qi Lisan cast a meaningful glance at her, asking, what do you think? Thanks to her influence, his mind was cluttered for the first time with thoughts unrelated to work, keeping him awake throughout the night. Qi Qian inquired, what is going on? Qi Fengxiao, half asleep, spread jam on a piece of bread and took a bite, exclaiming, oh no. My taste buds seem to have malfunctioned. I can't taste the sweetness of the jam. Qi Mu's twitched at the corners of his eyes, urging, wake up. You're spreading plain water. Qi Chaos Hen added, brother, you're holding your knife and fork incorrectly. Qi Qian was bewildered, filled with questions. What was happening? Surely they hadn't collectively gone out to steal pigs last night? After breakfast, she peered into Xiaoxiang's nest and sighed with relief. Her pig was unharmed. However, her turtle was mysteriously missing. Little miss, Jiang Zhuji approached, carrying a package. Although time has passed, I must still wish you a happy birthday. Here is a small gift for you. I hope you do not find it lacking. Wow. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Qi Qian accepted the gift, then asked, but why didn't you come to my birthday party last night? Jiang Zhuji explained, my son mistakenly consumed something and has been unconscious for 2 days. When he finally woke up, he was in a dazed state, and I simply couldn't leave. In a daze? Should we summon a spirit, then? To be honest, I have some knowledge of this. Jiang Zhuji found it absurd yet a bit intriguing. Really? Of course. I've seen it on television.
Qi Qian declared confidently,
tapping her chest and pondering how summoning spirits could possibly be harder than doing homework. Half an hour later, Qi Qian, donned in a flowing white gown with wide sleeves, held a bell and danced in Jiang Hu's room. How could one describe her dance? It was on par with her singing. She swayed and leaped, ringing the bell while chanting, heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, any deity, Please manifest quickly. It was quite a helpless sight. Xunzhi stood nearby, hesitating to speak. He had assumed that what the little miss referred to as summoning spirits wouldn't be too outrageous, but her method was indeed quite unconventional. Perhaps I should just let this go, he thought, but then noticed Jiang Heyu's eyelids fluttering. Water, he murmured. Jiang Zhuji hurriedly stepped out to fetch him some. Qi Qian paused, proclaiming, I told you, it doesn't matter if the method is old, as long as it works. Don't they do it this way on television? There's no reason others can succeed, while I cannot. Jiang Heyu, hearing the bell, opened his eyes and was met by the sight of Qi Qian, clad in white and with disheveled hair, approaching him. Their eyes locked. Jiang Heyu's eyes widened in shock, his pupils dilating. Why you? Qi Qian, unable to hear clearly, leaned in closer. What did you say? Caught off guard, Jiang Heyu's eyes rolled back. Qi Qian would not allow him to faint. She grasped his shoulders and began to shake him. I know you want to faint, but not yet. Have you finished writing the observation journal you promised to help me with? If you haven't, get up and finish it before you faint. Jiang Heyu, startled, let out a hiccup and shakily pointed at his desk. Qi Qian released him and turned to look, filled with joy. Jiang Heyu, with a thud, collapsed onto the pillow, finally succumbing to unconsciousness as he had wished. Upon awakening, he discovered the female specter still present, seated at his dining table. In gratitude for Qi Qian's assistance in summoning her son's spirit, Jiang Zhu had taken it upon herself to prepare a meal for her. Heyu, come sit down, she beckoned. Jiang Heyu was paralyzed with trepidation, for Qi Qian occupied the seat adjacent to his. Qi Qian waved at him, urging him to join, for the meal was about to commence. Trembling, Jiang Heyu interpreted her invitation as a demand for his presence at the table. However, considering they had become friends, he feared that displaying his fear might sadden her. Summoning his courage, he approached and sat beside his father. Jiang Zhuji's expression brightened. It had been ages since her son had willingly sought her proximity, especially since entering his rebellious phase. As Qi Qian polished off 2 bowls of rice, she caught Jiang Heyu's gaze and offered him a friendly smile. Her mouth, stained with dark red from mulberries, appeared more fearsome than any ghost. Oblivious to her own appearance, she mused about the sweetness of the berries. Jiang Heyu's hands trembled uncontrollably. He had already penned her a review on herring and an observation diary. Surely, she would not wish him harm? Yet, he pondered, how was she able to consume food? Chapter 94. The bed is not a bed, but a paradise of decay. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Jiang Zhuji stepped out calling, Heyu, your friends are looking for you. Jiang Heyu snapped back to reality and hastily retreated from the table. Upon exiting, he beheld several boys from the hospital who had previously tormented him, now pushing him around rudely. Qi Qian, carrying 2 buckets, unceremoniously tipped them over the balcony.
Splash.
The 2 buckets doused the group below in a deluge of muddy water, leaving them in a state of disarray. Who on earth is so malicious as to pour dirty ink from above? Are you out of your mind? Come down for a one-on-one. If you don't, you're not human. Name yourself, or I swear I'll make you regret it. Qi Qian stood firm on the railing, daring them. Come up here. Who's afraid of whom? A bunch of cowards who only bully the weak. Listen closely, I am Gu Hua and I want to change my name or my lineage. The boys below, cursing, retorted, so you're Gu Hua? Just wait. If I don't take you down, I'll change my surname. With that, the group, unable to tolerate the sticky encoding their bodies, abandoned their plan to confront Jiang Heyu and fled. Jiang He looked up to see Qi Qian, gripping the railing and flashing a smile revealing her 8 berry-stained teeth, a sight that struck him unexpectedly. His heart raced. The smell of the ink was unbearable. Uncle, are you here to play with me? Qi Qian bounced over eagerly. Despite having spent the least time with him, her affection for this cash-generating uncle was profound. He was a superhuman capable of laying golden eggs in her account. The state would take control there, naturally providing them with appropriate compensation. Moreover, he had shared some advantageous information. Their project had not yet officially commenced, and halting it now would significantly mitigate losses. Qi Qian, puzzled, inquired, Isn't this good? Why are you unhappy, uncle? My discontent is not related to that. Qi Mia's let out a sigh, lamenting the impending business trip abroad the following day.
Kikian.
His niece remarked, Uncle, at your age you still long for home? It was understandable. She, too, felt a profound attachment to the comfort of her bed, and the moment she departed, she found it difficult to breathe, overwhelmed by discomfort. The bed was not merely a piece of furniture, it was a sanctuary of relaxation. However, Chimius found it challenging to articulate that this business trip instilled within him a sense of being exiled. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Qi Qian's mouth, smeared with black, which made his heart skip a beat. Qi Qian, have you been eating coal? Why is your mouth so dark? Really? She exclaimed, sticking out her tongue to inspect it, gleaming with darkness. Wow, I look so cool. Chimius swiftly escorted her to the bathroom to wash her face and rinse her mouth. Hurry and clean up. If your grandfather sees you like this, he will surely scold you. Qi Qian mused, surprised that her uncle would speak ill of their grandfather. After tidying up the little coal muncher, Chimius felt a sense of satisfaction. The taste experience was bizarrely repugnant, akin to a chemical explosion that assaulted the palate with a painful intensity, making it nearly impossible to swallow, leaving one feeling faint. Goodness, you have quite a way with words, Qi Qian remarked. Thus, she decided not to submit her observation diary for review, opting instead to present it directly to her grandfather. Placing her notebook on the table, she retrieved a mathematics book and began to study diligently. Within moments, she succumbed to slumber upon her pillow. To avoid falling into traps set by Qi Qian, they resolved to fortify their knowledge of mechanisms and criminal psychology. This time, they were determined not to be ensnared by her schemes. Consequently, they launched their surprise operation at 3 in the morning. In the live stream, are you all coming earlier each time, refusing to relent until you disturb my brother and Qi Qian?
Qiqian, Qiqian,
What strange entity has intruded?
Get out.
The leader confidently approached the door of Qi Fengxiao's residence, only to discover that the lock had been replaced with a keypad. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a line of text on the display. The lock was equipped with an automatic alarm system, and one had to correctly answer the question below to unlock it. Failure to do so would result in an electric shock. The riddle posed was, 2 officials by the water's edge. A child wears a crown but has shaved his head. The golden lotus can only move an inch. You young ones have come to gather. The lotus flowers are decapitated, filling the cart with literature. The elder is exhausted, his right arm severed. 18 bamboos form a single piece, while the peony's fallen petals whiten the ground. Guess the 8 characters. The leader exclaimed, such madness must surely be the work of Qi Qian. So why did you arrive so early, when we cannot even enter the door? I wager these 8 characters must be get out and stop disturbing my sleep. So complicated, my neck itches terribly, I feel like my head is sprouting. The leader retorted, let us set aside the phrase by the water's edge, and also ignore the line about the child wearing a crown. As for the 3rd line, let's skip it entirely. I won't be able to answer. The photographer quipped, if you skip those, you 1T have a single line you can answer. Silence, the leader snapped. The password was clearly inscribed at the bottom. Entering it would unlock the door, but failure to provide the correct answer first would result in an electric jolt. With a sudden cry, the alarm blared. At 8 o'clock, the apartment door swung open from within. Qi Qian emerged, clad in pajamas adorned with turtle designs. Her eyes were still half closed, and in a daze, she reached for the fresh milk in the mailbox at the door. Accidentally, she kicked 2 lifeless bodies, the already departed director and the photographer. Qi Qian managed to pry one eye open and asked, what are you doing lying here? Why aren't you inside, capturing the moment? The director, in a daze, replied, Qianmei, no, Qianjia, do you think we don't want to go in? We've shared a bond over 2 seasons. How could you bear to threaten us with that electric device? Qi Qian twisted the cap off a milk carton, took a sip and said, oh, that was just a ruse. The director was taken aback. A ruse? Qi Qian yawned. Actually, you could have simply entered the password. That question was merely a diversion. Haha, help. How can Qian be running a password scam? I'm losing my mind. I never expected such an outcome. Director. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Chapter 95. She is not a princess. The director lamented like a heartbroken puppy. Do you know how we endured those 5 hours? It was all just a diversion. The photographer inquired, what about the answer to that question? What is it? I've never seen anyone so dim-witted. Qi Qian shot back. Why the personal attack? Qi Qian blinked innocently. What I meant was, the answer is, I've never seen anyone so dim-witted. The 2 were speechless. Qi Qian kindly asked, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Would you like to come in? My uncle is cooking. Instantly revitalized, they followed Qi Qian eagerly into the house. The live stream audience was left in a state of disappointment. They too wished to share breakfast with the illustrious Qi Mei. This episode was particularly special. The filming location was overseas, and upon disembarking from the plane, all guests had their eyes covered with blindfolds and were ushered into vehicles. After a bumpy ride, the car finally came to a halt. Qi Qian had slept throughout the journey, and as she stepped out, her head was still buzzing. Suddenly, she felt a deathly gaze directed towards her. Turning her head, she noticed that most of the crowd was watching her, though she couldn't discern who it was specifically. Unfazed, Qi Qian casually tucked her hands into her pockets and walked alongside Qi Fengxiao. "Welcome, everyone, to this recording S venue, the Starting Point Racecourse," the chief director announced, holding a megaphone. "First, let me introduce two new guests. Our national goddess, Xia Xinyue, and her sister, Xia Xunzhi, dressed in blue and white sports attire." The elegant and beautiful Xia Xinyue waved with a smile. "Just call me Xinyue. I look forward to surviving alongside all of you." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Qi Fengxiao, her smile growing even brighter. "Of course, I'm most excited to be with my idol, Brother Qi." The crowd erupted in playful cheers. "This is not good. Xia Xinyue has openly declared her admiration for Brother Qi. She's a fervent fan. I recall she accidentally liked a post that criticized Qian Mei and later half-heartedly apologized. My impression of her is rather poor. Our Yaya is sincere and devoid of ulterior motives. If she has erred in the past, I hope the older sisters will be forgiving. Am I the only one envious that Xia Xinyue has succeeded in pursuing her idol?" Qi Fengxiao, without even glancing sideways, seized the opportunity when the camera turned away and quickly stuffed a piece of chocolate into Qi Qian's mouth, urging, "Quick, eat this. Replenish your energy." With her mouth full of chocolate, Qi Qian mumbled, "Thank you, uncle." Xia Xinyue turned her head in disappointment as her idol failed to notice her presence. The chief director announced, "Everyone, please turn around. Here we have 5 horses and 5 tables equipped with modified explosives. Rest assured, the explosives contain liquid. Even if they were to detonate, it would merely cause minor discomfort and pose no threat to your lives." The guests, having consumed the mixed juice, responded, "We trust your judgment. You previously stated that the mixed juice is highly beneficial to the human body." Luo Zichuan raised his hand. "We will not disarm the bombs." The chief director reassured them. "In a moment, the staff will demonstrate. It won't be too difficult." As the staff commenced their demonstration, they swiftly disarmed one of the modified explosives. Shen Jiaxu asked, "Father, do you comprehend this?" Shen Jing replied, "That is a question I should be posing to you, my son." Luo Fan glanced at Luo Zichuan, who succinctly stated, "It's not difficult." Luo Fan felt relieved. "Brother Qi, I have just memorized the steps and informed Xunzhi. If Qianqian encounters any confusion, she can simply ask Xunzhi later," Xia Xinyue cheerfully remarked to Qi Fengxiao. Qi Fengxiao replied, "No need." He had faith in Qianqian. However, upon turning, he saw Qi Qian squatting on the ground, observing ants, utterly oblivious to the commotion nearby. This implied she hadn't even watched the demonstration. Qi Fengxiao suddenly felt a wave of panic. His relief had come too soon. The challenges of this game extended beyond horse racing and bomb disposal. There was also the pressing 10-minute countdown. Conversely, the bomb could very well detonate in the hands of the parents. With the sound of a gunshot from the chief director, the 5 horses surged forward from the starting line. Qi Fengxiao took the lead, far ahead of the other guests, and upon reaching the finish line, he seized the drumstick. Xin Jing and Ling Qian caught up, both eager to grab it. With only one drumstick available, everyone was anxious to strike the gong. In this scramble, only 5 minutes remained on the countdown. Xin Jing quickly realized and began to kick the drum with his foot. Ling Qian successfully obtained the drumstick and was about to strike when Luo Fan and Xia Xinyue caught up. The competition was intense. Qi Qian watched the tumult at the finish line and mused that if they slowed down, she could afford another nap. "Princess, do you remember what the first step is?" "I've forgotten." Shen Jiaxu anxiously approached for assistance. Just as Qi Qian was about to respond, Xia Xunzhi interjected, "I know. The first step is to find the detonator." Then Shen Jiaxu scratched his head, "But I didn't ask you." "I am also a princess," Xia Xunzhi declared, lifting her chin. "My family calls me Little Princess, and I permit you to call me that too. You are merely the little princess of your household. I am conversing with Princess Krixasha of the forest." "How foolish of you. Is there truly a forest princess?" "Indeed there is, right before you." Shen Jiaxu dismissed her words, pitying her ignorance. "You have no experience. I do not blame you, for not everyone can earn the recognition of a princess as I have." "Qianqian, hurry, hurry. Only 2 minutes remain." Qi Fengxiao reached the finish line, nimbly dismounting his horse and placing the bomb on Qi Qian's table. Xia Xinjin blocked his path, saying, "Wait a moment. We are still conversing. Do not interrupt, all right?" She turned to Qi Qian. "You are just deceiving us, aren't you? There is no forest princess. You merely wish to deceive them into becoming your subordinates, to serve your whims." Qi Qian stifled a yawn. "Are you serious?" Xia Xinjin replied, "Of course. I am not as naive as they are, easily falling for your tricks." Qi Qian did not even raise her eyes. "I believe that certain matters can indeed reflect underlying issues. Do you know why 60 seconds vanish with each passing minute?" "What?" Xia Xinjin frowned. How could something so elementary escape anyone's understanding? What children can grasp, adults surely can as well. Every individual possesses their own unique abilities. For a person will cease to exist when killed. Xia Xinjin was utterly bewildered. What on earth was she talking about? Qi Qian added, "Lastly, could you please bring me a serving of rolling meat, without the knife and without the meat, just roll it over." Xia Xinjin's complexion shifted from pale to flushed as she finally realized she was being insulted. Qi Fengxiao, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly noticed the bomb in his arms, and his expression changed drastically. "Qian Bao, this is bad. The bomb is about to explode." Chapter 96. Let us see how she remains so arrogant. The countdown on the bomb displayed merely 30 seconds left. The ticking sound emanated an overwhelming sense of urgency. "Qian Bao," Qi Fengxiao shouted, "if this goes awry, we can just toss it over to the production team and perish together. No one can explode my treasure." The production team responded. "Are you even speaking coherently?" "Calm down," Qi Qian said, maintaining her composure as she placed the bomb on the table and began to disarm it with tools. Xia Xinjin held her breath, sarcastically stating, with only 30 seconds left, it would be miraculous if she could dismantle it. You should make haste and hide to avoid being implicated. She watched Qi Qian's disarming method, laughing uncontrollably. It was evident she was not following the staff's instructions, and there was little chance of success. Qi Fengxiao, growing impatient, retorted, "Mind your own business. Do you think you have a say here?" Xia Xinjin, unaccustomed to such indignities at home, felt tears welling up in her eyes. "I have endured this princess syndrome for too long. She comes in and immediately attacks my dear Qianmei. Does she truly think Qianmei is easy to manipulate? Xia Xinjin is quite impressive. She must have grown up alone. Xinjin is not malicious. She simply speaks her mind without guile. Xinjin is even a year younger than Qi Qian. Dear Qingdi,
Please do not be so harsh on the child."
with a hint of bitterness, "My brother sees only one child, and that is Qian Bao. What does your Xinjin amount to?" At that moment, Shunjing rushed in. "Son, hurry. We are about to explode too." The time Xin Jieshu had to take over the bomb was too brief. After only a few attempts, the bomb detonated, resulting in a flowery explosion that coated his face. Xia Xinjin barely grasped the bomb when the countdown reached its end. The sisters were caught directly in the blast. What on earth?
Cough, cough.
Xia Xinjin was choked by the chilly powder spewed from the bomb, tears streaming down her face, rendering her vision unclear. Luo Zichuan, realizing time was of the essence, cleverly refrained from catching the bomb, allowing it to explode in Luo Fan's hands. The deep green, expired bean juice splattered all over Luo Fan, making his face greener than the liquid itself. The team responsible for disarming the bomb faced near total annihilation. "Director, this is exceedingly difficult," Xia Xinyu lamented, nearly in tears, as time was simply insufficient. The chief director pointed ahead. "Difficult? Wasn't there a team that succeeded? It is still the most infuriating group for him." Everyone turned to look at Qi Qian and Qi Fengxiao in unison. Qi Qian stood there with her hands tucked away, leisurely sucking on a lollipop, exuding an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, the bomb on her table had only 22 seconds left on the countdown. In other words, she had dismantled the bomb timer in less than 10 seconds. Luo Fan couldn't help but mutter, "What a freak." Luo Zichuan silently glared at him, thinking she wasn't a freak. It was his ineptitude. "Luo Fan, which side are you on?" Xia Xinjin scoffed, "Must be cheating." Xia Xinyu gently pulled her back, softly reassuring. "Xinjin, don't speak carelessly. Qian Qian is quite impressive. You should learn from her, you know?" Xia Xinjin pouted. "Who doesn't know this is scripted? I don't want to." How could a granddaughter of the Qi family compare to her, the sole granddaughter and lady of the Xia family? The chief director spoke again. "Congratulations to Qi Qian and Qi Fengxiao for securing first place in this game, granting them priority in selecting their mode of transportation to the recording location." A piece of black cloth was drawn aside, causing everyone to widen their eyes. "I can understand the SUVs and mountain bikes, but camels and skateboards?" Luo Fan inquired. The chief director replied, they are also modes of transportation. Luo fan, huh? Qi Fengxiao pulled Qi Qian to choose. Having finally secured first place, they could not let others benefit. Shall we take this SUV, Qian? Qi Qian immediately asked, Director, how much fuel is left in this SUV? Her question was laden with traps. Pointing decisively, Qi Qian declared, Uncle, we choose the camel. Qi Fengxiao thought she had never ridden a camel before and was merely seeking novelty, so he acquiesced. The two mounted their camel and swayed along. Xia Xunzhi nearly laughed herself to death. Is she a pig? A camel moves so slowly that it won't reach the destination before dark. How foolish. Luo Zichuan retorted. The average speed of a camel is around 14.5 kilometers per hour, typically about 40 kilometers per hour, with a maximum speed of 70 kilometers per hour. If you don't even know this basic information, perhaps you should refrain from embarrassing yourself. Xia Xunzhi.
Xiaxinyu chuckled lightly. I'm sorry.
My sister is still in middle school. She doesn't quite understand these things. Shun Jiashu interjected, but Zichuan is also in middle school. How does he know so much? Xia Xinyu, laughing out loud, who isn't just a middle school student. Luo Zichuan was previously so silent and aloof. Why has he suddenly become so argumentative this time? Jiashu's younger brother is the same. In front of Qian, he is a sweet little pup, but without her, he's a mad dog. Why is Gu Hua's group so low-key today? Not a word from them. Haven't you seen the news? The Gu family went bankrupt. And Gu Hua's father is also in trouble. She must be keeping a low profile. The guests selected their modes of transportation and began their journey to the destination, the Crimea Desert. Luo Fan's choice of SUV was the fastest, quickly overtaking Qi Qian and the others who had set out earlier. Qian, shall we create a diversion? Qi Fengxiao suddenly suggested, recalling the events of the previous episode. Satisfied with their first-place victory, Qi Qian crunched her lollipop and replied, no need. They won't get very far. Luo Fan's SUV ran out of fuel midway. Ling Qian's mountain bike had a chain malfunction. The skateboard wheels of Xia Xinyu have worn down significantly, rendering them unusable after only a brief period of use. Shun Jing, opting for a mountain bike, adeptly repaired his chain and continued on his journey. Qi Qian remarked, they haven't fed our camel. You know this? What shall we do then? The camel claimed it had pilfered its colleague's feed before departure and was not hungry at present. With a proud smile, the camel declared, fortunately, I am clever, otherwise, I could not carry you. Observing the guests, panting and in disarray, the chief director was quite pleased. However, upon seeing Qi Qian leisurely perched atop the camel, his expression soured. How could this camel still be moving? Had the staff provided it with water? Never mind. Moreover, it seemed particularly catered to Qi Qian. Wasn't she the one who could command animals? Didn't she wish to be a sloth? In the desert, there would be no multitude of animals to obey her commands. Let us see how she fares. Chapter 97. The Desert Specialty. The Shaking Carriage. Suppressing his schadenfreude, the chief director picked up the microphone. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Crimea Desert, the third largest desert in the world. You shall spend 5 days and nights here. Please strive to survive and reach the safe house at the end, awaiting rescue. Given the challenge of this theme, each of you may select 5 survival items to carry. Always remember to maintain your image, no matter the circumstances. Now, prepare to embark on your descent into hell, everyone. Qi Qian nodded, thinking they probably believed this map would thwart her. Fear not, for this time, Uncle's support is behind you, Qi Fengxiao reassured her. Will you carry me later? Qi Qian asked earnestly. Of course. The love has waned, hasn't it? While the uncle and niece exchanged banter, the guests had already chosen their survival items.
Qian,
As usual, selected her favorite snacks and a thermos. Qi Fengxiao, though claiming not to indulge her, honestly took 2 packets of her beloved chocolate-filled snacks. Shortly thereafter, the guests prepared to depart, but a complication arose. The camel that had transported Qi Qian was unwilling to leave. When a staff member inadvertently released its hold, the camel trotted over to Qi Qian and squatted, beckoning her to mount. The chief director exclaimed, "Can these animals not be so uncooperative?" The camel huffed at the director, sauntered over, and, turning its back, spread its legs, leaving a fresh welcome gift for him. The director's vision darkened. Well done. The camel seemed to retort, ha. It's you who obstructs my closeness with Qianbao. I'll show you. Stop it, camel. I'm frightened.
Qijie.
Xia Xinyu approached, her cheeks flushed. My sister and I are new to survival shows and are unfamiliar with the process. May we accompany you? Qi Fengxiao replied, "You must ask Qianbao. She is the one in charge." Reluctantly, Xia Xinyue turned to Qi Qian. "Hello, Qian. My sister wishes to be friends with you. May we travel together?"
No.
Qi Qian replied, hands tucked into her sleeves. "I have a severe allergy to wild chickens." Xia Zhenzhen's eyes reddened with anger. "Who are you calling a wild chicken? Anyone who speaks is fair game. You, Jingjing, do not be upset. Qian simply struggles to express herself." Xin quickly interjected, attempting to placate the irate Zhang. Zhang retorted vehemently, "I would rather perish than accompany her. If you wish to curry favor with her, do so on your own. The princess has my protection and does not require your presence." Shen Jiashu approached with a vigilant demeanor. "I am the true princess. She is nothing. Can you command a monkey?"
No, but my family can.
"Can you persuade an orca to present you with gifts?"
No, but I can.
Shen Jiashu's expression conveyed the realization. You are merely an imposter. This child likely has never witnessed Qian's dominion. Regrettably, we find ourselves in a desert, where fauna are scarce. Thus, Qian's advantages cannot be showcased this time. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly astonish us all. So, was it indeed a script previously? Then Zhang was not incorrect. The two children continued to bicker, while Qi Qian found the clamor quite bothersome. She longed to sleep and had no desire to walk. "Qianbao, your popularity is quite remarkable, even in the realm of children," Qi Fengxiao remarked, still amused by the spectacle. As Qi Qian gazed upon the endless expanse of yellow sand, an idea struck her. "Uncle, since we are in the desert, shall we not try the local specialty, the shaking carriage?" Qi Fengxiao raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Is there such a thing in the desert?" "Indeed," Qi Qian replied, raising her index finger and whistling. "Here they come again." Qi Fengxiao, upon hearing her whistle, felt an involuntary rush of adrenaline. What a delight! Qian's awakening technique. The ride is approaching. I have eagerly awaited this moment. Before long, a group of sizable creatures approached swiftly from the distance, their footsteps kicking up clouds of sand. As they drew nearer, Qi Fengxiao was left dumbfounded. "Ostriches?" Qi Qian gently caressed the glossy black feathers of one, exclaiming, "Uncle, hop on." "How do we get on?" The ostrich crouched down and turned its head to Qi Qian, its large, glistening eyes gazing at her. "Little one, come aboard." Qi Qian nestled her hands and climbed onto the creature, then inquired of Xinjing and his son, "Would you like to join us on the extra shaking carriage?" Shen Jiashu raised both hands high, shouting with excitement, "I pledge my unwavering loyalty to Her Highness the Princess." Suppressing laughter, Xinjing lifted his son onto one ostrich and mounted another himself. "Wait, do you really refer to an ostrich as a shaking carriage? Why does her magic persist even beyond the deep sea? I am genuinely captivated. Let me ride." These ostriches have such shiny black feathers, utterly pristine, unlike any I have seen before. Indeed, those unclean ostriches were eliminated from the very beginning. They could hardly accommodate Qi Qian. There exists a hierarchy among the ostriches. Other guests watched enviously, their mouths watering in anticipation. Luo Fan observed the departing flock of ostriches and remarked to Luo Zichuan, "Aren't you her companion? You have been left behind." Luo Zichuan regarded him with an impassive expression. "Would you like to know why?" Luo Fan suddenly lost his curiosity and chose silence instead. Xin felt embarrassed and pulled Zhang aside, saying, "No, Zhang, that must be Qian's doing. She is quite fond of animals." "Nonsense. She is not the protagonist of a novel. How could she possibly achieve such feats?" Xia Zhenzhen was utterly incredulous. Gu Hua, who had remained silent for a long while, curled her lips in a sardonic smile. Indeed, she was the true heroine of this tale. Yet all the limelight had been usurped by Qi Qian. Furthermore, due to the Qi family's machinations, her family's company had gone bankrupt, and her father was imprisoned. However, did Qi Qian think this would bring about her downfall? System. Host, you still have a chance to turn the tide. Do not despair, for you possess the halo of a heroine. Gu Hua, I am aware. Let Qi Qian revel in her temporary triumph. As for the antagonist, the more arrogant and unscrupulous they are, the swifter their demise. Chapter 98. Outsiders vying for his treasure? The swiftness of the antagonist's downfall was unknown to Qi Qian. All she knew was how delightful it was not to have to walk. The running speed of an ostrich can reach 60 to 70 kilometers per hour, covering 8 meters in a single stride. At such a pace, a person riding atop an ostrich can merely feel the wind whipping against their face. Eventually, The four of them even began to race. The air was filled with Shun Jiaxu's excited laughter. Qianbao, there's a patch of green ahead. Qi Fengxiao pointed towards a nearby area. Let us camp there tonight. Qi Qian nodded, patting the ostrich's wings. Let us go.
Teka,
As you command. Upon reaching the green expanse, the ostrich was reluctant to let Qi Qian dismount, trotting around with her still perched atop. The eyes of the other ostriches nearly blazed with envy. Qi Qian tugged at the troublesome ostrich's feathers. Let me down. I'm so tired.
Qi Fengxiao replied.
Haven't you been sleeping the entire time on the plane and in the car? In a day of 24 hours, you can sleep for 25. And yet, you still complain about fatigue. Were you a slumbering deity in your past life? Qi Qian retorted, Uncle, you don't understand. I was deep in contemplation just now. Every time I engage my mind, I become exceedingly drowsy. What were you pondering? What we shall have for dinner? Qi, I wondered why it hasn't rained. It turns out you left me speechless. Qianbao's love for eating and sleeping runs profound. Whose languorous daughter is this? If no one wants her, I can take her away. Qi Qian dismounted from the ostrich, allowing it to proceed ahead while she remained in the vicinity. Daddy, is that an eagle? Shun Jiaxu asked, pointing at two eagles soaring above. Shun Jing discerned for a moment. Those are the chestnut-winged hawks, rare avian predators that have evolved cooperative hunting behaviors. They are quite ferocious. So, do they see us as prey? That's hard to say. Keep an eye on Qian and ensure she doesn't fall asleep and get snatched away by the eagles.
All right.
However, the two chestnut-winged hawks did not swoop down as Xunzhi had feared. They circled for a while before flying away. As dusk approached, the surroundings became increasingly perilous, with the distant howls of wolves echoing in the air. Xunzhi had just boiled water when he suddenly looked up. Did you hear that scream? Qi Fengxiao scanned the horizon. It seems someone is approaching. Leading the charge were the Luo Fan brothers, followed closely by Ling Qian, Gu Hua, and the two sisters. Xia Xingyue, all desperately racing towards them, pursued by a pack of wild wolves. Just returning from the live stream of Xia Xingyue, Xia Zhenjin seems to be unwell. Upon seeing Qi Qian with an ostrich, she insists on riding a wolf, as if the desert were her family's domain. Did my beloved Prince Hong Kecha and younger brother Zichuan provoke her, dragging them into this mess? Even as the crisis looms, young Master Ling does not forget to protect Hua Hua first. It brings me to tears to spend money on this. What on earth is Luo Fan rushing towards Qianmei for? Since Qi Qian is the forest princess, she ought to assist them in their plight. Otherwise, what use is her presence? Indeed, it would be fitting if she were to relieve herself above their heads, overwhelming them with her fragrance. Qi Qian has already awakened, seated by the campfire, savoring the dates brought to her by the ostrich, along with a few fire fruits acquired from who knows where. The ostriches delivering takeout stand guard as they see someone approaching, immediately rising to intercept. As Luo Fan moves to the right, they follow suit, and likewise to the left. Observing these towering ostriches, Luo Fan feels a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Though there is no door here, he finds himself needing to gauge the animal's moods to pass. What an absurdity! Brother Qi Qian, we are in a bit of trouble. Might you allow us to enter? Luo Fan asks, suppressing his irritation. Qi Fengxiao replies, Zichuan may come over. Just as Luo Fan prepares to retort, Luo Zichuan has already dashed towards the opposing side without a second thought, abandoning his cousin. What a disgrace. The pack of wild wolves, having chased them to the camp, seem somewhat deterred by the guardian ostriches, refraining from advancing. A few ostriches rush forth, and the pack of wild wolves promptly turns tail, vanishing from sight. Both groups, exhausted, collapse onto the ground, disregarding their appearances. Xia Xingyue manages to stand and approaches Qi Fengxiao. Brother Qi, allow me to assist you. I often cook at home. No need. Qi Fengxiao replies without lifting his head. Take care of yourselves. Do not bring them trouble. Xia Xingyue misconstrues his words as concern for herself, her cheeks flushing. Thank you. Brother Qi, you are truly kind. Qi Fengxiao responds. As night falls, the other guests also set up camp here. Two ostriches are stationed outside the camp, providing a sense of security. At least during the night, there is no need to worry about a beastly assault. Xia Xingyue, eager to bond with her idol, approaches with a self-heating hot pot. Brother Qi Qian, thank you for letting us camp here. This is for you. No need, we have our own. Qi Fengxiao declines.
Do not be polite with me.
Xia Xingyue, shyly smiling, adds, I know Qian loves these. I brought it especially for her. Qi Fengxiao reacts.
Wait.
What does this person mean? Am I to be disregarded as her uncle? Xia Xinyue's expression falls. Brother Qi, I merely wish to share. Share with her? Does she even acknowledge you? Xia Xunzhi storms over, snatching the self-heating hot pot. Whether she likes it or not is none of your concern. I am the one who is hungry. Xunzhi, don't act this way. This is Qian's favorite. You keep saying Qian. When will it end? I am your sister. In a fit of rage, Xia Xunzhi hurls the hot pot to the ground. Even if I throw my things away, it won't benefit her. She harbors a deep resentment towards Qi Qian. Why did the production team only allow her to cheat? Every family has its share of dirty money. Xia Xunzhi stomped her foot in frustration and stormed off. A princess throwing a tantrum is merely a case of princess syndrome. I see this as a manifestation of wild chicken emotional instability. Could she stabilize her emotions? If nothing else, she should learn from Qian Mei, who crazily expresses her emotions with composure rather than acting like a lunatic. Pampered at home, she truly believes herself to be the center of the universe. Xia Xinyue, with red-rimmed eyes, bowed to Qi Qian and apologized. I'm sorry, Qian. My sister was quite startled today and spoke impulsively.
Please don't take it to heart.
Qi Qian rested her chin on her hand, squinting slightly indifferent. She thought, she has issues. I shall not stoop to her level. Regardless, with one slap, she would surely meet her end. Xia Xinyue turned pale at that thought, managing a couple of awkward laughs to ease the tension before turning to chase after Xia Xunzhi. Chief Fengxiao sighed in relief upon seeing them leave, only to find Qi Qian staring intently at the self-heating hot pot on the ground. No, this cannot happen. He covered her eyes, whispering like a devil, it's dirty. Once it hits the ground, it's unsanitary. If it's been more than 5 seconds, it cannot be consumed. Qi Qian smacked her lips. Thinking she should have let the wild wolf carry her away earlier, at least she could have saved a box of hot pot. Suddenly, a chilling sensation swept over Luo Fan. What a pervert. At that moment, the sound of helicopter rotors echoed above the campsite. Qi Qian looked up to see a black helicopter flying past. Though the sky was dim, her exceptional eyesight allowed her to discern the insignia on the tail. Chapter 99. Stealthily delivering food to you. Chief Fengxiao glanced up, realizing the helicopter had long since departed. What kind of place is this that even helicopters pass by? It must be a patrol helicopter from this country, right? It's likely private, but I noticed a unique insignia on the tail. Qi Qian popped a date into her mouth, chewing thoughtfully. What kind of insignia? Just 3 letters.
Oh.
Qi Qian covered her ears, exclaiming, Uncle, that's too loud. Oh, my apologies. Chief Fengxiao gently rubbed her little ears, his brow furrowed in concern. Why was that man's helicopter here? Thankfully, it merely flew by without stopping. Otherwise, he suddenly embraced Qi Qian tightly, saying, My dear, I almost lost you just now. Qi Qian grimaced in disgust. Uncle, let go of me. This is so gross. After releasing her, Chief Fengxiao popped a date into his mouth to calm his nerves. He then pondered that this man didn't even attend Qian's birthday party and misremembered her age and gender, clearly still disliking children. He likely wouldn't care that Qi Qian was here. This meant that his treasure wouldn't be snatched away. There was no need for worry at all. The temperature in the desert fluctuates dramatically between day and night, but fortunately, the campfire dispelled some of the chill, and the guests brought warm clothing, making it bearable. Qi Qian leaned against an ostrich, facing the fire, resembling someone nestled in a cozy room with a crackling fireplace, feeling particularly comfortable. Chief Fengxiao brushed her face and found himself snuggled against an ostrich as well. That night, everyone except Xia Xunzhi slept soundly. In the dead of night, a wolf approached, yet it did not venture close to the camp. After circling a few times, it hastily departed. As dawn broke, the temperature began to rise. Chief Fengxiao opened his eyes, startled by the sight before him. Qi Qian lay with her hands resting modestly on her abdomen, her posture impeccable, encircled by a ring of wildflowers and fruits. A white napkin covered her face, as she appeared to be in a peaceful slumber.
Goodness.
Chief Fengxiao flipped over and sat up, hastily trying to rouse Qi Qian. Qianbao, wake up. Don't scare me like this. How could my child just vanish after a night's sleep? He was overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. Just as he was about to panic, the napkin fell from Qi Qian's face. She blinked, still groggy, her eyelids heavy with sleep. What are you doing up at this hour? Chief Fengxiao sighed in relief. I was worried someone had covered your face with that napkin. I thought you were gone. Qi Qian rubbed her eyes. I just found the campfire a bit blinding, so I used the napkin to shield my eyes.
Well,
You can't cover your entire face like that. Qi Qian picked up a fruit nearby, inhaled its sweet aroma, and declared it edible. Qi Fengxiao snatched it from her hands. You haven't washed it. You can't eat that. And is that really the issue here? Did you prepare all of this? No. I was asleep the entire night. Qi Fengxiao furrowed his brow, perplexed. Is this place haunted? At that moment, Shun Jiashu pointed to the sky.
Dad.
Is that the eagle that followed us yesterday? Xinjing replied, Son, I don't have an 8-fold magnifier. Qi Qian glanced up and identified the bird as a chestnut-winged hawk, realizing that it must have been responsible for the fruits scattered on the ground, as they typically reside in bushy or desert cactus areas.
Qi Fengxiao exclaimed.
So they were sneaking around at night delivering food to you? Perhaps they are just shy, Qi Qian suggested, picking up a twig from the ground. Look, they even thoughtfully provided us with toothbrushes and toothpaste. How on earth do you brush your teeth with that? Qi Qian replied. This is called miswak, which serves as a toothbrush. It helps maintain oral hygiene and possesses medicinal properties that can treat various ailments. Luo Zichuan adjusted his glasses, affirming, indeed, this twig is far more effective for dental care than a beautifully packaged plastic toothbrush, as it is completely natural. Shun Jiashu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Can it alleviate toothaches as well? Why not give it a try? Qi Qian offered him a stick. Qi Fengxiao reached out. Qianbao, give me one too. I want one as well, Xinjing chimed in, eager to join. The trio stood in a line, hands on their hips, engaged in a lively toothbrushing demonstration. Goodness. Qianmei and Zichuan seem remarkably knowledgeable. Are they truly just in middle school? If this twig can cure toothaches, I'd fly over in an instant to gather more. Qianmei's smile while brushing her teeth is utterly adorable. Everyone got a share, leaving no room for Huachuan and Xinyu, right? Is Qian too indulgent? Qi Qian was utterly indifferent to the opinions of others. After brushing his teeth and washing his face briefly, it was time to eat. With the delicacies airlifted overnight by the breakfast was a sumptuous affair. They needed to set out before dawn, otherwise, the rising temperature would increase the risk of dehydration during their trek through the desert. To ascertain their direction, Qi Qian climbed to the treetop for a better view. On the southern horizon, a glimmer caught his eye, reminiscent of sunlight refracted by flowing water. Sliding down the tree, Qi Qian suggested they head south, suspecting a lake might be located there. Qi Fengxiao made a gesture and promptly began gathering their belongings. Xia Xinjin rolled her eyes, thinking it was absurd for him to claim he could see so clearly. She refrained from voicing her skepticism this time. Having learned from Gu Hua's subtle hints about Qi Qian's cunning nature, she understood that confronting him directly would only provoke disdain. So she opted to wait for Qi Qian to falter before stepping in to guide everyone, thereby winning their favor. Once everything was packed, Qi Qian whistled to summon the ostriches. Luo Zichuan approached Qi Qian, offering a lollipop. Can I hitch a ride too? Upon realizing it was grape-flavored, Qi Qian was immediately appeased. Sure, he replied, allowing Luo Zichuan to rejoin the main group. Luo Fan was taken aback, exclaiming, this traitor. What a shameful display. I should have brought some snacks to bribe Qi Qian myself. In Chapter 100, No Wine for the Birds, after a sandy breakfast experience the previous day, Qi Qian refrained from urging the ostriches to sprint, maintaining a steady pace instead. Although Ling Qian and Gu Hua looked down on Qi Qian, their harrowing experience of being pursued by wolves yesterday made them aware of whom they should follow. They trailed behind the footprints left by the ostriches.
Xia Xinyue,
aiming to conserve Xia Xinjin's energy, reluctantly slowed her pace and fell significantly behind. As the sun ascended, the desert's temperature soared to an unbearable level. Two followed them persistently, circling above without descending. Unbeknownst to them, someone in a helicopter was observing the peculiar scene. Boss, I think I'm seeing things. There are people riding ostriches in the desert. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These colossal birds, capable of kicking a wolf into the sky, are being ridden. What a sight. Boss, why are you silent? Shut up and fly the helicopter properly. Don't worry, my skills are impeccable. Even if I were to dance while flying, nothing would go wrong. An hour later, the helicopter encountered a malfunction and was forced to land in a remote corner of the desert, awaiting rescue. Meanwhile, Qi Qian and the others finally reached a shaded area to rest. Their morning fruits were consumed, and their food supplies were limited, necessitating a search for sustenance nearby. However, resources in the desert were scarce, with this area offering little more than trees and grass. They certainly could not transform into cattle, grazing as they went. Shall we settle for some compressed biscuits to stave off hunger? There's simply nothing to eat around here. Chief Fengxiao tossed the withered branches onto the ground and clapped his hands. Xunzhi remarked, "We are left with very little water, enough to last us at most half a day." After a moment's contemplation, Qi Qian suggested, "Let us have a buffet for lunch." With that, she let out 2 sharp whistles. The eagles swooped down, releasing several wild rabbits and sand grouse from their talons before soaring away without pause. The eagles, few in words, exuded an aura of coolness. Qi Qian gleefully grasped the tail of a rabbit, exclaiming, "Look, the buffet has arrived." Qi Fengxiao replied, "This is absurd. Behold, this woman named Xiaoshan has commenced her reign over the desert." These 2 eagles are among the few animals that do not cling to Qian. They possess great potential. Meanwhile, look at the ostrich beside them. It certainly lacks value. Is this a buffet? This is clearly a princess's dining hall. How can they eat rabbits? Such cruelty. Without cumin and chili to enhance the flavor, these rabbits are utterly unappetizing. If they cannot eat, allow me to do so. The production crew watched in exasperation as Qi Qian and her companions devoured their meal, their mouths glistening with grease.
Eat.
Go ahead and eat. We shall see how much sustenance the desert can provide. And, of course, there was the matter of water. Water was the most scarce resource in the desert. Even with ample food, surviving a day without water in the vastness of the sands was a formidable challenge. With a steady grip, one eagle clutched a porcelain bottle and landed before Qi Qian. She accepted the bottle, gently stroking its head. "Thank you." The chestnut-winged eagle's feathers fluffed up, its keen eyes, once sharp, now appeared hazy as it leaned against Qi Qian's hand, utterly dazed. What on earth?
Qi Qian muzed.
Is this eagle intoxicated? Birds do not drink alcohol, nor do they get drunk. I just praised them for being more valuable than ostriches, and now I wish to slap myself. Though eagles lack faces, one could discern a hint of shyness, excitement, and intoxication from the dazed eagle's demeanor. Another chestnut-winged eagle, witnessing this, became agitated and strutted over, pushing its companion aside and collapsing directly into Qi Qian's embrace. With a wingspan of up to 15 meters, they towered over her. Qi Qian found herself unable to move, pushing them away while leaning in closer, their enthusiasm surpassing that of a dog. The previous aloofness seemed a mere fade. The chestnut-winged eagle shyly remarked, "I am simply a bit timid and introverted." "Shanbao, this porcelain bottle contains a great deal of water." Qi Fengxiao poured the water and, with a look of astonishment, said, "This bottle appears to be an antique. Where did they find it?" Qi Qian replied, "They claim to have taken it from a large house. Isn't that stealing? They insisted that the house has been uninhabited for a long time." Qi Fengxiao was even more puzzled. The bottle was remarkably clean, devoid of any dust, as if it had just been taken from a cupboard. The small chestnut-winged eagle puffed out its chest proudly. "I would not accept anything unclean, especially as a gift for my lady." The larger chestnut-winged eagle chirped twice. "You are impressive. You are extraordinary, flying planes in the sea while still lacking feathers. Showing off to your mother." A battle was imminent. The 2 chestnut-winged eagles took to the sky, commencing their brawl. Shun Jiashu, looking bewildered, asked, "Sister Qian, why are they fighting?" Qi Qian replied, "Perhaps they have taken a fancy to each other." After drinking water, everyone took a moment to rest. Qi Qian instructed Qi Fengxiao to bury his calves in the sand for a sand bath. "Why do this? It feels rather stifling," Qi Fengxiao questioned, perplexed. "I've heard it's a folk remedy for rheumatism," Qi Qian replied with a yawn as she reclined. "Since we're here, why not give it a try?" Qi Fengxiao paused, his expression softening at her words. Such a precious thing. He certainly wouldn't. "Cousin, be mindful of the temperature. Don't doze off. I'm worried my buried egg might spoil," Qi Qian added. Still moved by her sentiment, Qi Fengxiao playfully tugged at her hair in frustration.
Xiao bao.
"Am I your egg-cooking thermometer?"
Ouch. Ouch.
Who remembers the first live broadcast when Qian said Qi Ge's nickname was Qi Sanbao? Ha ha ha. Who came up with that nickname? It's so adorably silly. Qi Xiaobao is quite fitting. It's far better than Wang Kai or Dog Dan. Whenever my parents call me by my nickname, our dog perks up, which is quite embarrassing. Don't be disheartened upstairs. You must believe you are not your parents' biological child. By the time Gu Hua and Xia Xinyue's groups followed the ostrich footprints to this location, Qi Qian and her companions had already rested and prepared to set off. Xia Xunzhi, utterly exhausted, glared enviously at Qi Qian, who was comfortably seated atop the ostrich. In a moment of impulse, she rushed over to shove Qi Qian. However, before she could make contact, the ostrich stood up abruptly, pushing Xia Zhenjin aside.
Ah!
Xia Zhenjin fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Are you insane? You actually commanded it to attack me. Seated on the ostrich, Qi Qian clasped her hands. I've scrutinized and pondered your broad face all night, and finally discerned 3 words from it. Fragrant grass heaven. Do not be a lotus. Chapter 101. How can I survive without you, Qian Bao? Qi Qian directed the ostrich to turn, using one leg to scrape the sand backward, which resulted in a generous handful of yellow sand cascading onto Xia Zhenjin's face. The ostrich, in a flurry of action, buried half of Xia Zhenjin's body beneath the sand.
Huffed. Ugh.
Xia Zhenjin struggled desperately, shrieking, Qi Qian, are you out of your mind?
Indeed.
I am a bit unhinged. You should consider yourself unfortunate for provoking me, Qi Qian replied with a smile. It appears you've taken your left cheek and slapped it onto your right, shamelessly barking at me. Truly, you are a fool whose stupidity has indeed reached a level that could astonish the medical community, a case that defies description. Xia Zhenjin's face was covered in sand, yet her anger and hatred were unmistakable in her eyes. You dare treat me this way? My father will not let you off lightly, provided he truly is your father.
Qi Qian responded meaningfully.
Xia Xinyue's face turned pale as she cast a wary glance at Qi Qian, rendered speechless.
Whoa.
I can smell the fragrance of gossip. Fun fact, Sister Qian never speaks without purpose. Her casual revelations are equivalent to a paparazzo's annual achievements. Interesting tidbit, it's said that on Sister Qian's birthday, the turtle sage predicted a series of incidents, including an arson case, 2 kidnapping cases, and an attempted murder, prompting the police to work overnight. Just ponder that. Xia Zhenjin, why provoke the most formidable presence here? Xia Xinyue has fallen into misfortune. Burdened with such an uncouth sister, her reputation among the public has plummeted. The Xia family has detected the public sentiment and reported it to Chairman Xia. Previously, they were not invited to Qi Qian's birthday banquet and were unaware of the infamous reputation of the turtle sage, dismissing it as malicious slander. As competitors of the Qi family, harmonious relations were out of the question. They would surely seek to undermine each other. Chairman Xia immediately instructed his aides to gather evidence and subsequently file a lawsuit against Qi Qian for defamation. The participants in the live stream remained oblivious to this unfolding situation. Once Qi Qian and the others departed, Xia Xinyue sought the assistance of Luo Fan and Ling Qian to extricate Xia Zhenjin from the sand. Xia Zhenjin sobbed, breathless, exclaiming that no one had ever dared to treat her this way. No one. She awaited her demise. Xia Xinyue swiftly covered her mouth and whispered admonitions, reminding her that they were still live streaming, and questioned whether she no longer cared about her reputation. Xia Zhenjin, indignant, stomped her feet in fury. After all, it was Qi Qian who was at fault. They could not simply bury someone alive. Gu Hua frowned, lamenting her unreasonable nature. Ling Qian remarked that it was rare for her to be sane, wondering how the Qi family raised her. Luo Fan sensed something amiss, but still chimed in, recalling how badly she had treated him in the previous episode, noting her utter lack of decorum. A perverse individual is not frightening. What is truly concerning is when such a person possesses power. Qi Qian was precisely that kind of anomaly. Qi Qian stretched languidly, stating, Uncle Shen, I firmly believe in a principle. Oh, the lower the quality, the greater the joy. A touch of selfishness brings forth even more happiness. I will shamelessly embrace my lack of shame. Shen Jing gestured in admiration. Shan Jiashu leaned in, inquiring, Princess, are you not afraid of others disliking you?
Qi Qian.
Hands tucked, replied, If one person dislikes me, that is her problem. If a multitude dislikes me, then they have conspired against me. Let others bear the burdens. While I retain my joy, let us strive together. The others remarked on her remarkable fortitude, understanding why she could so easily overpower others. One would need a decade of profound insanity to cultivate such resilience. Suddenly, Qi Qian remarked that something felt amiss. She had sensed a peculiar dissonance since earlier, yet could not pinpoint it. Qian Bao. A heart-wrenching cry echoed from behind. Qi Qian jolted, turning to see Qi Fengxiao relentlessly pursuing her, shouting, Qian Bao. How can I live without you, Qian Bao? Stop right there. Qi Qian thought to herself. Goodness, I forgot about her uncle. Qi Fengxiao finally caught up, collapsing onto the ostrich's back, a look of lament etched upon her face. Did you just run off while I went to fetch you an egg? Where is your conscience? Qi Xiaobao? Qi Fengxiao felt somewhat relieved, but then paused, questioning why there was no skunk present. Is it because it is my least favorite animal? You compare your least favorite animal to your beloved uncle? Qi Fengxiao's heart sank, sitting despondently atop the ostrich while peeling the eggshell, and after finishing, she fiercely stuffed it into Qi Qian's mouth. Eat. May you choke, you ungrateful little one. Qi Qian bit down, savoring the taste with delight. Beside her, Shunjing's lips twitched in irritation, yet he did not forget to attend to the ancestors. Shao Qi, you're finished. Quick, look. There's a helicopter here. Shun Jianshu exclaimed loudly. Luo Zichuan glanced upward, but there was no one in sight. Qi Qian approached the helicopter, circling it once. The tail rotor drive system has malfunctioned. It's likely due to internal component fatigue or external impact, resulting in damage to the tail rotor drive shaft and loss of tension, she articulated. Qi Fengxiao raised an eyebrow. You understand this? I wanted to fly, so I did some research. She reminisced about her beloved sword, Uncle. Qi Fengxiao replied, Fear not. While you're still small, Uncle can lift you high and take you flying. I'm not small. I'm going to grow tall soon. You're mistaken. I've never seen such a short child. Qi Qian's expression turned solemn. I am already 50. At this age, I can rightfully refer to myself as an old man. Can't I? The others stifled their laughter, recalling how Qi Qian had consumed all the milk she had seized from the pirates last time. Still, not a centimeter taller. After inspecting the downed helicopter, they continued their journey. They had not run long when they finally reached the vicinity of a water source. Earlier, Qi Qian had noticed a glimmering stream that formed a small, gourd-shaped lake. Surrounded by lush greenery, it resembled a small oasis. Qianbao, the water is very clear. Shall we go for a swim? Qi Fengxiao suggested, noting the separation in the center of the gourd lake. Qi Qian shook her head. No, I am an introverted person. Then you can keep watch for us. We'll dive in first. Qi Fengxiao exclaimed, leaping into the lake with exuberance. Shun Jianshu executed a perfect dive, his head plunging into the water. Qi Qian, unable to bear the sight, led the ostrich to wander nearby.
Creak.
A subtle sound emanated from ahead. Qi Qian stepped out from the thicket and spotted a man leaning against a tree. His black uniform accentuated his perfectly sculpted physique. Sun-kissed skin glistened with a light sheen of sweat. His face was partly obscured by a black military cap and the shadows of the trees. But his well-defined features were discernible, with thin, pale lips exuding an air of aloofness, as if he were detached from the mundane world. In the scorching desert, he appeared as a refreshing breeze. Chapter 102. Woman. Are you starting a fire? Qi Qian could not help but whistle. What a handsome guy. I am fortunate to behold. Her whistle caught the man's attention, and he abruptly looked up. Upon realizing she was just a child, he paused in surprise. Frowning slightly, he scrutinized Qi Qian, and upon noticing the ostrich beside her, he recalled the words of his unfortunate subordinate from earlier.
Who are you?
He asked coldly. Qi Qian replied, I'm a lost child in the forest. I need a handsome gentleman's contact to help me out of this predicament. Would you be willing to assist this kind-hearted little one? Haha, now you're willing to admit you're a child. Weren't you just referring to yourself as an old man? Qianmei, you remind me of myself.
How can I be so similar to you when you see a handsome guy?
Where can I find a top-tier wild and untamed man like this?
Teach me.
Step 1. First, find a desert. In the second step, jump from the airplane without a parachute. Wouldn't that mean certain death? Indeed. But if there's no hope in this life, one might as well try in the next. Not only did the barrage of comments leave netizens in silence with their well-meaning guidance, but the man also found himself at a loss for words due to Qi Qian's antics. Noticing Qi Qian gazing intently at him, Qi Yanlu spoke again. Is there something on my face?
Nope.
Qi Qian continued to stare. Then what are you looking at? I'm admiring a handsome guy.
Don't call me handsome. Oh.
Qi Qian, supporting herself on an ostrich while holding a rose in her mouth, asked, Big sister, do you like green peppers? Qi Yanlu replied his native language is silence. Where did this mischievous child come from? If she were his, he would definitely spank her. Step back, before I lose my temper. Qi Yanlu extinguished the cigarette between his fingers with an icy warning. Qi Qian was displeased, declaring, This area has already been claimed by us. There's no way you can drive me away. Qi Yanliu's principle was to avoid confronting children and the elderly. And encountering such a troublesome child was indeed unfortunate for him. He placed the cigarette butt into a transparent bag and tucked it into his pocket, preparing to leave. Qi Qian smacked her lips. Hey, I heard that watching handsome guys for 10 extra minutes each day can extend your life. I was hoping to enjoy the view a bit longer. 5 minutes should also add quite a bit. Hee, what a gain. Just then, Qi Yanlu picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it forcefully at Qi Qian's head. Thud. The stone struck a tree, creating a large dent, and the severed body of a venomous snake lay lifeless, eyes wide open. Not bad aim, Qi Qian praised. Typically, when someone sees an attack coming, the instinct is to duck and evade. Yet she did not flinch. It was as if she anticipated his actions all along, unafraid of his potential harm. Quite eerie indeed. Qi Qian shrugged her shoulders. I'm just an ordinary person who has consumed a youthful elixir and is still in the 1st grade. Don't believe her, big sister. This little rascal speaks nothing but falsehoods. Qingdi, your child is getting mischievous again. Hurry up. Qi Yanlu, uninterested in listening to a little brat's nonsense, continued walking. Wait a moment, Qi Qian called after him. Ignoring her, Qi Yanlu took a few steps and felt something underfoot. Behind him, Qi Qian offered a late but kind warning. There's ostrich droppings ahead. Qi Yanliu's face twitched as he froze mid-stride, then quickened his pace. Boss, there you are. Our people are arriving soon. The driver called out as he ran over. Qi Yanlu returned to his impassive demeanor and continued walking, striding away purposefully. Boss, wait for me. The driver, puzzled, wondered what was wrong with the boss. There were no ghosts chasing them here. Soon, a helicopter with the same insignia swooped overhead. The sky was darkening. 2 chestnut-winged eagles, having fought, remembered they still needed to deliver takeout to Qi Qian and temporarily left. Upon their return, they brought the same ingredients as at noon, but this time with an additional branch of fruit and several wild chicken eggs. Qi Fengxiao and the others quickly built a fire and boiled water, preparing the ingredients while burying the unwanted entrails and skins to avoid attracting wild beasts. The little owl approached Qi Qian quietly, placing an object in her hand. To her astonishment, it was a rose intricately carved from a single piece of ruby, its craftsmanship so exquisite it left one breathless. For me? She inquired. The owl feigned indifference. This is a special gift prepared just for you. Do you like it, my dear? I suppose I do? I knew it. I want you to bear my scent, so that you can never escape, for in this life, you shall be mine.
Kikian Muzed.
Is there such a thing as domineering literature in the avian world? The butler, Nan, would surely be delighted to see this. The little owl, not comprehending her words, insisted. Damn it, woman. Can't you feel my affection for you? You are stoking the flames. Perhaps it meant to say she was playing with fire, but was uncertain and chose to listen further. After a brief silence, Qi Qian gently stroked its head. The little owl became slightly tipsy, nestling in her embrace and ceasing its chatter. Qi Qian found satisfaction in its quietness. It was far more endearing when it refrained from speaking. The larger owl leaned closer. Why do you only pet it? Am I not charming enough to warrant your affection? Qi Qian, with one hand on each, took turns ruffling their feathers. The 2 avian creatures, resembling oversized canines, emitted soft, contented coos, their expressions blissful. You might find it hard to believe, but they insisted on being pampered. Qi Qian wore an innocent expression. The little owl remarked, Woman, your strength is lacking. Do press harder. The larger owl added, I am not as particular. As long as it is you, I am content regardless. The little owl retorted, You rascal. Fatigued from her ministrations, Qi Qian leaned against a tree, reluctant to move. The little owl flapped its wings against her arm. Well, since you have so diligently attended to me, I shall graciously offer you a massage. Be gentle, yes.
Just like that.
The 2 large birds surrounded Qi Qian, diligently using their wings to knead her shoulders. Truth be told, in human society, such a skill could earn a handsome sum in a day. Moreover, the added benefit of free gossip was a delightful bonus. Suddenly, Shen Jiashu dashed over, exclaiming, Wow, princess. Is this an avian massage? Certainly not, Qi Qian replied. I merely requested their massage services. Can owls really provide massages? Of course, most could not.
Kikian.
With a serious demeanor, confessed, to be candid, I am the desert sorceress Luko, and while visiting an amusement park with my childhood friend, I witnessed a transaction between 2 men in black, after which I was poisoned and transformed into a human child. Shun Jiashu's eyes sparkled with intrigue.